Chapter 1. Rebirth of the Nine Tails. Lin Xian was leisurely passing the time at work when, quite unexpectedly, he was swept away into the tumultuous tide of transmigration, finding himself reborn as the Nine Tails. Ensnared within the body of the Vortex Water Gate, this journey of crossing realms truly caught him off guard, leaving him bereft of any fortune, reflecting on the beloved narrative of Naruto from his previous life. He recalled how the tragic fate of the Nine Tails began after the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, manipulated by the former. Setting aside other considerations, the immediate task at hand was to devise a means to break free from this accursed seal, surrounded by tightly coiled golden chains. Lin Xian felt as though he were imprisoned within an indestructible cage. Utterly unable to move, all he could do was observe with keen eyes apart from the chains. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Akin to an endless abyss, the intensity of this seal was a stark contrast to Naruto's later 8-trigram seal, a difference so vast it was incomparable. As a being of chakra, the Nine Tails' physical form was composed entirely of chakra, from its blood to its fur after his transmigration. Lin Xian's soul fused with the chakra of the Nine Tails through a period of adaptation. He learned to control the beast's chakra within him, allowing it to flow with the grace of a gentle stream and to perform yin-yang transformations. The Nine Tails' ultimate technique, the Tailed Beast Bomb, could also be formed within his mouth, however. This formidable power felt akin to a caged tiger, unable to unleash itself after all. His mouth was currently bound. Any attempt to release the beast chakra would be immediately restrained and suppressed by the golden chains, lacking any knowledge of sealing techniques. Lin Xian could only continuously emit the tailed beast chakra from his body, probing the chains like casting stones to find a path, desperately seeking a sliver of hope to shatter this predicament and destroy the seal. After relentless effort, the Nine Tails chakra began to corrode the sealing chains like sulfuric acid, creating minuscule cracks barely visible to the naked eye yet. This degree of damage was trivial compared to the countless golden chains interwoven like a spider's web. Relying solely on this would be akin to a fool's dream. He needed to seek alternative methods. Given the current circumstances, even if he managed to escape the seal, he would likely be captured again by Senju Hashirama as easily as one might catch a chick, or imprisoned by other ninja villages like a bird in a cage. The Nine Tails' massive form would be hard to conceal within the ninja world. Escaping the seal would necessitate relinquishing his corporeal form altogether. After all, he was merely a soul that had crossed over, and upon escaping, he would need to seek out a body within Konoha village if all else failed. Reincarnation would suffice. As for the Pure Land established by the Sage of Six Paths, only a fool would consider venturing there. It was better to fight for survival than to remain imprisoned in this dark cage, deprived of sunlight. Resolute, his first step was to strengthen his soul without a physical form. His soul, exposed to the air and sunlight, would surely not bode well upon escaping the seal. His soul would gradually dissipate. Without a body, the stronger his soul, the longer it would be able to endure. No one knew what might transpire. Thus, he eagerly absorbed the yin-yang chakra within the Nine Tails, continuously fortifying the strength of his soul. Gradually, his soul, now intertwined with the body of the Nine Tails, began to coalesce within the beast, taking shape as a humanoid figure. Initially no larger than an infant at the very least, it needed to grow to the size of an adult to afford him sufficient time to seek an appropriate corporeal vessel. The optimal choices would be from the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, or Hyuga clan. In the world of Naruto, lineage held paramount importance. The characters who later wielded overwhelming power were invariably those with formidable bloodlines. Even with the Eight Gates technique, those who possessed strong bloodlines would surely experience vastly different results compared to those without. With such potent bloodlines, who would foolishly toil away mastering the Eight Gates. At last, his soul grew to the size of an adult, and it was time to devise a plan for escaping this seal. He needed to first conceive a method to extricate himself from the chains of the seal, then send his soul out of the body of Vortex Water Gate without her noticing. Who knew if she had any other techniques capable of attacking the soul aside from the corpse demon binding? Thus, preparations were essential. He would continue to condense a smaller soul clone as a contingency, deciding to act decisively It was clear he had to be resolute after today. It would either be a rebirth from ashes or another journey through realms. The worst-case scenario would simply be death. He began to channel both yin and yang chakra, condensing it in his back, as if two colossal dragons were coiling there, using a small portion of the yin and yang chakra to collide. He simulated the process of an atomic explosion after all. He had extensively studied particle collision principles in his previous life, and emulating it should not be overly difficult. He wrapped his current larger soul in layers of tailed beast chakra, preparing for an explosive attempt. Hoping his soul could break free, the two groups of tailed beast chakra whirled rapidly on his back, resembling two ferocious beasts entwined in battle. The chakra and flesh erupted like constantly bursting bubbles, and he carefully guided them to collide during the acceleration. At the moment of collision, it felt as though a miniature black hole had suddenly formed, consuming 2/3 of the flesh on his back in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he lost all sensation in his lower body, as the chains on his surface were drawn into the black hole like strands of pasta. Following this, the center of the black hole erupted with a blinding white light, resembling a dazzling meteor bursting forth, instantly engulfing all visible surroundings, followed by an overwhelming surge of pressure. This immense pressure threw the upper half of the Nine Tails high into the air, crashing violently against a massive ceiling iron door. The pressure continued to pour forth, and Lin Xian could distinctly feel the bars of the ceiling door bending and fracturing under the relentless force. Finally, the bars on the iron door snapped, creating a substantial opening. Lin Xian knew this was the opportune moment. His soul, imbued with a vast amount of Nine Tails chakra, surged forth like a bolt of lightning, racing through the breach in the seal and escaping the sealed space. Vortex Watergate, engaged in teaching Senju Asuma ninjutsu at home, was utterly taken aback as the Nine Tails burst through the adamantine seal and 8 trigram seal in an instant, the tailed beast chakra overwhelming her defenses. Caught off guard, she could not contain the surging tailed beast chakra, which flooded forth like a bursting dam, swiftly reaching the power of 5 tails, unleashing a formidable chakra storm that sent Senju Asuma, who was practicing his techniques, soaring through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the training grounds wall with the force of a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground, life or death unknown. Vortex Watergate gazed at the flying Senju Asuma, her heart stirred by unprecedented turmoil, her mind thrown into disarray, taking advantage of the chaos. The Nine Tails chakra surged to 6 tails in strength. A torrent of Nine Tails chakra began to corrode Vortex Watergate's skin like molten lava, pain crashing over her like a tidal wave. Only then did she regain her senses, hastily channeling chakra to form an impenetrable barrier, attempting to suppress the rampaging chakra of the Nine Tails. In an instant, her consciousness raced into the ceiling space within her body, but before she could react, she was violently thrown to the ground by a colossal shockwave. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon her like a mountain, pinning Vortex Watergate to the ground. Struggling, she lifted her head and beheld the Nine Tails, now reduced to half its form, fiercely wielding its sharp claws, wreaking havoc upon the ceiling door, sending splintered bars flying, even soaring over Vortex Watergate's head. His smaller soul adeptly controlled one of the Nine Tails' forelimbs and head, which had already breached the ceiling door. Through the opening, the massive iron door, formed by the 8 trigram seal, was on the verge of collapse, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Before Vortex Watergate could catch her breath, she immediately activated the adamantine seal, golden chains latching onto the iron door, entwining it tightly, while simultaneously initiating the repair of the 8 trigram seal. Unwilling to show weakness, he commanded the tailed beast chakra to relentlessly corrode Vortex Watergate's consciousness. Striving to seize control of her body and distract her, he also focused on condensing a small-tailed beast bomb, launching it directly at Vortex Watergate. Seeing the tailed beast bomb approach, Vortex Watergate decisively abandoned the repair of the 8 trigram seal, and the adamantine chains instantly wove into a net, ensnaring the tailed beast bomb within. Within the ceiling space, explosive sounds rang out once more, as more golden chains surged toward Lin Xian like a tide, determined to completely imprison him and prevent further tailed beast bombs from being launched. Would he sit idly by? He opened his mouth wide, continuing to unleash tailed beast bombs, engaging in a fierce clash with the golden chains, refusing to yield, all to secure a fleeting chance for his escaping soul. His soul split into two, seizing the moment of the Nine Tails chakra eruption, while Senju Asuma was blown away and Vortex Watergate was momentarily dazed. He made his escape. The remaining fragment of his soul fervently controlled the Nine Tails, launching a fierce assault on the 8-trigram seal, successfully drawing the attention of Vortex Watergate and the formidable ninjas of Konoha. Indeed, the powerful figures within Konoha rushed toward the Senju clan's territory, oblivious to the fact that a soul was stealthily weaving through Konoha. Urgently searching for a suitable vessel, the essence of his soul wandered through the hidden leaf. Attuning itself to the surrounding spiritual fluctuations at last, he beheld in the distance the emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle, and his heart leaped with joy indeed. This was the place he sought. He swiftly traversed the Uchiha clan's territory, meticulously searching for a suitable vessel. Time was of the essence, for he sensed his soul was dissolving like ice under the summer sun. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the clan, where he discovered a woman with a faint aura within her. The vitality of the fetus was rapidly waning in no more than 2 or 3 months. This fragile life would vanish entirely. A pang of urgency gripped his heart. This was the most suitable target he could find without hesitation. He transformed his soul into a radiant beam and instantaneously entered the woman's body, willingly dissipating a significant portion of his soul's energy to nourish her form, while the remainder was infused into the fetus, striving to reignite its vitality. The overwhelming sensation of weakness from his soul surged through him, and he could no longer endure. He succumbed to a profound slumber. Suddenly, the chakra of the Nine Tails spiraled out of control, causing chaos to erupt throughout the hidden leaf. The village's strong men rushed frantically toward the Senju clan's territory. Senju Hashirama, engrossed in merriment at the gambling den, vanished without a trace, leaving only a cascade of falling bills in his wake. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Reappearing instantly in his family's quarters, he burst from his room and, without a moment's pause, formed hand seals to create 3 shadow clones, each of them spreading a barrier to envelop the training grounds and a portion of the clan's territory, fearing that the rampaging beast chakra would harm more of the Senjukin. Hashirama was not idle either. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the barrier. Upon seeing his elder brother's arrival, Tobirama quickly opened a gap in the barrier, allowing Hashirama to enter and assist without hesitation. Hashirama charged in, placing his hand upon Uzumaki Mito's shoulder, and as their chakras intertwined, he was instantly transported into the ceiling space. Uzumaki Mito was desperately binding the Nine Tails' forepaws with her adamantine sealing technique, engaged in a tug-of-war with the beast. Observing this, Hashirama clapped his hands together, causing countless wooden vines to erupt and ensnare the Nine Tails, rendering it immobile. Mito's adamantine sealing immediately followed suit, transforming the Nine Tails into a colossal rice dumpling. Witnessing Hashirama's arrival, he ceased his struggles, resigned to his fate, recognizing he could not contend with such a formidable opponent. As Mito repaired the 8-trigram seal, she added a 5-element seal, her face ablaze with fury as she began to accuse the Nine Tails of harming her son. She wielded the chains of her adamantine seal, ruthlessly piercing the Nine Tails' body and binding each joint to exact retribution for her son. Hashirama's expression darkened at the mention of his son's injury. With a resounding bang, a wooden hand formed, striking him sharply on the head. He regarded the unfolding events with a cold detachment. Everything within the ceiling space felt like a farcical spectacle to him, for he had already devised an escape plan. What of injuring her son? Even if he were to be killed, as long as he could flee, he would act without hesitation. Upon emerging from the ceiling space, Hashirama learned that his son had merely sustained injuries, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. Without uttering a word, he resolved to remain closely by his son's side, ensuring no further mishaps occurred. Tobirama swiftly dismantled the barrier and directed the Senju clan members to repair their territory. Mito, wishing to follow Hashirama to tend to their son, found her feet unwilling to move. Upon recalling the Nine Tails within her gritting her teeth, She turned and rushed to her bedroom, determined to find a definitive method to seal the Nine Tails if no such technique existed. She would create one herself, otherwise, their future would be untenable. As Tobirama concluded his tasks, he quickly dispatched the ninja clans, instructing the Umbu to secure the information news of the Nine Tails rampage must not escape. Yet, a week later, the great nations learned of the Nine Tails upheaval quelled by Hashirama now. The various countries fixated on the formidable power of the tailed beasts, entirely overlooking how difficult they were to control. They began a frenzied campaign to create Jinchuriki for the tailed beasts, even contemplating the notion of utilizing them to counter Hashirama. One, not enough? Then let there be two. The prospect seemed promising. If they could succeed, they would possess the means to confront the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 2, Birth. Within the sealing space, after a period of recuperation, the Nine Tails form had fully restored itself, showcasing the remarkable prowess of the tailed beast chakra. Even when its body was damaged, it could regenerate under the replenishment of chakra, defying the limitations of a past life where severed limbs could not regrow. He marveled at the tailed beast's extraordinary vitality. Due to the depletion of his soul's energy, his control over the tailed beast chakra had diminished significantly, compelling him to initiate the process of using the tailed beast chakra to nourish his soul anew. This time, the challenge was greater, for his soul was incomplete. The magnitude of this endeavor far surpassed that of before, although the Nine Tails chakra was inexhaustible. The journey of rejuvenating his soul was exceedingly prolonged. After enduring 6 months of soul rehabilitation, he emerged like a butterfly from its cocoon, his essence restored to a state where he no longer felt weakness. Thus, the period of his soul's recovery came to a tentative close. Over this time, he had gained finer control over the tailed beast chakra within his body. To his astonishment, he discovered, alongside the familiar yin-yang chakra of the Nine Tails, a wisp of grayish, mysterious energia, serpentine force, gracefully coursing through him. This force, distinct from the other dark red chakras within the body, resembled a pearl concealed in darkness, previously unnoticed. It could only have manifested in the aftermath of that breathtaking explosion. Gazing intently at this enigmatic energy, a wave of elation surged within me. I swiftly summoned my mental strength, endeavoring to harness this power. Initially, it behaved like a wild stallion, defiant and unyielding, yet I remained undeterred. Through relentless attempts and explorations, I ultimately discovered the key to mastering this force by guiding it with the yin-yang chakra. Gradually, this energy began to yield to my will, its flow within me becoming as effortless as an extension of my own limbs. With utmost caution, I directed this power near my soul, employing my spiritual strength to refine it. However, this energy was exceptionally potent. While my spiritual power could indeed refine it, it also risked being assimilated by it. Aware that this would be a formidable battle, I resolutely intensified my refining efforts, akin to a warrior battling ferocious winds and towering waves, vowing to conquer this formidable force. At the current pace, I knew that complete refinement of this energy would require no less than 5 years. Yet, I understood that surrender was never an option for me. On the path of refinement, I would navigate through thorns, pressing forward with unwavering determination. In comparison to the immense rewards awaiting me post-refinement, the struggles I faced now seemed trivial. I eagerly anticipated the magnificent achievements that lay ahead as I embarked on the arduous journey of refinement with the Nine Tails. My Uchiha clan flourished like a radiant star. However, due to the absence and damage of my soul's power, my spirit remained in a state of chaotic oblivion, akin to a slumbering beast, difficult to awaken. I could only rely on the gradual growth of my corporeal form to slowly compensate, akin to groping through darkness. Without the nurturing of the Nine Tails chakra, the restoration of my soul progressed like a snail, slow and arduous, necessitating a step-by-step approach. During this period, my physical instincts entirely governed my body. Whenever bodily needs arose, I would wail like a child, indistinguishable from an ordinary infant. A newborn's brain, not yet fully developed, resembled barren land, yet to cultivate its own consciousness or comprehend the world. Thus, their movements were purely instinctual responses. After a protracted passage of time, although my soul had not fully recovered, my awareness began to awaken like dawn breaking, allowing me to finally grasp my current circumstances. I gazed at the elderly man before me and my mother in this life, learning through their conversation that this man was my grandfather, Uchiha Rien, the second elder of the Uchiha clan, adept in diplomacy, ensuring no offense was taken by either side. My mother, named Uchiha Mihoko, had become frail due to injuries sustained during a mission, and her beloved had perished in that same undertaking. Thus, despite her weakened state, she was resolute in bringing me into the world, naming me Uchiha General at this moment. My grandfather was advising my mother to withdraw from the ranks of ninjas and engage in family logistics, primarily involving commercial dealings with the Uchiha clan's summoning beast, the Nico clan. The Uchiha clan, once a prestigious family in the shinobi world, naturally commanded a vast empire of chakra metals and weaponry trade. In contemporary terms, they could be likened to a formidable arms magnate, a leader in their industry. Upon hearing such revelations, Uchiha Shien found himself in a state of astonishment, his mouth agape, silently thankful that he resided in the realm of shinobi. Otherwise, with such a lineage, even the acquisition of an identification card would be an enigma. After a prolonged period of adjustment, he began to accept his current identity as merely a child, recognizing that the events surrounding him bore no relation to his present self and that he could ponder them in due course. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a strategy to swiftly enhance his strength, thereby securing his ability to protect himself. The Hidden Leaf Village had been established for some time, and based on the information at his disposal, the cataclysmic battle at the Valley of the End had become a distant memory. His own manifestation, the Ninetales, had been sealed within the vessel of Kushina Uzumaki. Time flowed inexorably forward. The 5 Kage summit had concluded, and the tailed beast had been nearly depleted. This heralded a rare period of peace for the human realm. However, the longevity of this tranquility remained uncertain, contingent upon how long Senja Hashirama could endure. According to the original narrative, Hashirama would likely pass from this world several years after the Kage summit. This indicated that his own birth predated Tsunade's. Following the trajectory of the storyline, he might miss the First Shinobi World War, yet the Second and Third were inevitable fates he could not elude. Thus, it was imperative that he grew stronger expeditiously. Otherwise, his survival in the impending shinobi conflicts would be fraught with uncertainty. The once available Ninetales as a boon was now sealed, leaving Uchiha Shien profoundly dejected. Ultimately, he realized he must rely on himself. After all, he was but a child, incapable of self-sustenance. And children in the shinobi world typically commence chakra refinement around the ages of 5 or 6. To begin earlier would be akin to prematurely exhausting his physical and mental energies. Early chakra training could potentially cripple his body. Having painstakingly returned to this life, how could he not cherish this hard-won opportunity? It was crucial to nurture himself carefully. This implied that he could not depend on chakra at present and must seek alternative avenues for breakthroughs. In terms of physical combat, his diminutive stature and tender limbs rendered him ill-equipped. This necessitated a focus on self-improvement, laying a solid foundation before pursuing further endeavors. The soul of Uchiha Shien is immensely powerful compared to that of an ordinary infant. Its potency is simply incomparable. The rate at which it accelerates the growth of spiritual energy is beyond imagination. As he begins to harness his mental prowess, it is akin to a pair of keen eyes, gradually perceiving every subtle change within his body, meticulously examining for any deficiencies to address them preemptively. Upon introspection, he discovers a subtle gaseous energy within him that is slowly dissipating. Recalling the teachings from his previous life, where it was said that newborns possess an innate vitality that gradually fades, he understands that this essence completely dissipates as the child matures. It finally dawns upon him why. In the practice of cultivation, it is essential to nurture children under the age of 6 to preserve this vital essence. Initially, he had thought that the naivety of children in his past life made them easy to deceive. It seems he has misjudged them. He almost yearns to return to his former village to offer an apology to the wise elder. Uchiha Shien immediately began to harness the innate energy within him using his mental prowess. He initiated a rotation of his spiritual force, drawing all the innate energy into the dantian in his abdomen. Once he ceased the rotation of his mental energy, the swirling of the innate energy gradually came to a halt. However, if it stopped completely, it would begin to dissipate. This innate energy was not easily controlled. He could only maintain it by continuously infusing it with spiritual power, thereby ensuring that it did not vanish entirely. As a result, Uchiha Shien experienced a wave of spiritual fatigue, succumbing to a deep slumber after a bout of exhaustion. Chapter 3. The Approaching Enrollment. After enduring countless hardships, Uchiha Shien has finally allowed the innate energy within him to flourish like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Each day, He expends a significant amount of mental strength to nurture this primordial energy, enabling it to grow ever stronger, and in return, he revitalizes his body and enriches his spiritual essence. Thus, day after day, his life is profoundly fulfilling. The rate of his physical growth resembles that of a wild stallion, far surpassing that of his peers. However, due to the excessive consumption of his mental energy, he often appears like a drowsy cat, his youthful visage lending an air of extreme languor. The Uchiha clan has never been known for bearing any unsightly individuals. Their beauty is consistently remarkable. In just a few years, one can be certain that Uchiha Shien will blossom into a dashing young man. The current peaceful environment of Konoha serves as a fertile ground, providing Uchiha Shien ample space for growth. After several years of rigorous training, he has developed a physique akin to that of a low-ranking ninja. With his innate energy circulating effortlessly within him, and his soul now complete. However, due to the constraints of his innate energy, his mental strength remains somewhat lacking. Presently, he is endeavoring to refine himself, striving to ensure that his body reaches its peak condition. Soon, he will attain the age at which he can begin to cultivate chakra. If memory serves, the process of chakra refinement is akin to the harmonious fusion of physical and mental energies. Thus, his mental prowess must not become a hindrance. While strength is undeniably significant, it is equally essential to conceal one's capabilities, especially since the power of the Nine Tails remains unsealed. Now is not the time for recklessness. At present, Uchiha Gen has reached the age of 2. Each morning, his mother, Uchiha Mihoko, diligently instructs him in his studies, while afternoons are dedicated to simple physical exercises, primarily aimed at enhancing his control over his body and refining the subtleties of his movements. Just as Uchiha Gen was fully engrossed in his training, his mother, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, gracefully approached and halted his practice. She gently placed a ninjutsu scroll into his hands, smiling as she spoke. This is a chakra cultivation technique unique to the Uchiha clan. Children from various ninja clans typically begin their basic chakra refinement around the age of 5. I am entrusting you with this ninjutsu scroll, which you may practice now. But the refinement of chakra must await your 5th birthday. Uchiha Jin was pleasantly surprised as he received the scroll and immediately opened it to examine its contents. It meticulously detailed each step necessary for the extraction of chakra. Without hesitation, he commenced his practice according to the prescribed instructions. Upon witnessing his immersion in training, Mihiko quietly retreated, choosing not to disturb his focus. Uchiha Shien resembled a skilled dancer, swiftly mobilizing both his mental and physical energies, not hastily merging them into chakra, but rather allowing them to gracefully waltz within him, following the steps of integration like flowing clouds and flowing water. Due to the insufficiency of his mental energy, the outcome of this fusion remained uncertain, leading him to halt just before the final amalgamation each time. While methodically coordinating his physical and mental energies, he could distinctly perceive their harmonious resonance within him, akin to the melodious interplay of strings, creating a sense of mutual enhancement. Thus, he eagerly immersed himself in the cultivation of chakra, continuing until the moon hung high in the sky. Despite his tender age of 2, his relentless training had already endowed him with a physical strength surpassing that of most 5-year-olds. Upon sensing that the balance between his mental and physical energies had reached its zenith, he decisively commenced the fusion. In an instant, the merging was accomplished, and the chakra, like an agile sprite, manifested in his palm. Gazing at the pale blue chakra in his hand, Uchiha Shin finally unveiled a smile of relief. This marked an undeniable and solid step toward the path of a formidable warrior, and he had outpaced others by several years. Just as he intended to cease the refinement of chakra, he was struck by the realization that the innate chi was irresistibly drawn to it, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Upon releasing his control over the chakra, it was instantly devoured by the innate chi, vanishing without a trace. In mere moments, all the chakra he had just refined was consumed entirely by the innate chi within his body. Uchiha Shien was left momentarily dumbfounded. Had all his efforts been in vain? However, as the expansion of the innate chi accelerated, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. The reason his mental energy was capable of nourishing and guiding the innate chi was precisely due to the perfect integration of physical and mental energies that birthed chakra, which in turn became a delectable feast for the innate chi. In essence, chakra, through certain specific means, be it fusion, condensation, or other methods, could inherently transform back into innate chi, thus creating a marvelous process of returning from the acquired to the innate. Meanwhile, the innate chi he retained danced lightly, skillfully bypassing this arduous transformation. The innate chi surged like tumultuous waves, continually strengthening, akin to warm sunlight that nourished his body, propelling his physical strength and potential to soar like a rocket. Uchiha Xian felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of a war god, nearly compelled to leap to his feet and proclaim, "Who else dares to challenge me?" However, when he contemplated the formidable Tsutsuki clan, particularly the frenzied Kagaya Tsutsuki, capable of obliterating the ninja world with her cataclysmic truth-seeking orbs, a profound sense of reverence washed over him. After all, given his current diminutive stature, he was utterly incapable of contending with such power. Thus, it was imperative to remain steadfast and, whenever an opportunity arose, swiftly unlock the Nine Tails' potential. With the inexhaustible chakra of the Nine Tails at his disposal, the acceleration of his innate energy would undoubtedly surge like a rocket. Merely envisioning this splendid prospect was intoxicating. Yet, unlocking this potential was no simple task. As he faced the insurmountable obstacles presented by Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido. Moreover, the process of refining the Nine Tails gray energy was far from complete, requiring at least 6 months to a year for full assimilation. Therefore, patience was essential. He must first accumulate strength gradually and await the opportune moment. Uchiha Jin meticulously organized his belongings and returned home. In the living room, he encountered his grandfather, whom he had not seen for a long time, and promptly greeted him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Michiko immediately summoned Uchiha Jin to the dining area for a meal. He hastily entered the inner room and began to indulge in the culinary delights, yet his attention remained fixated on the conversation between his grandfather and mother. Upon hearing that Senju Hashirama had not appeared at the casino for 10 days, a heavy weight settled in Uchiha Jin's heart. He understood that the shadows of the First Shinobi War were silently encroaching. In the unfolding narrative, the death of Senju Hashirama ignited the long-simmering conflicts among the major shinobi villages, akin to a volcano erupting. It would not be long before the First Shinobi War descended upon them like a tempest. Whether the opportunity to unseal the Nine Tails would arise with Hashirama's demise remained uncertain. At present, he was merely a child beginning to explore the refinement of chakra, his combat prowess barely reaching the level of a genin, leaving him with exceedingly limited options, if not entirely devoid of them. Furthermore, such a monumental undertaking as unsealing the Nine Tails could hardly be divulged to his grandfather. Yet, remaining silent would hinder him from garnering any assistance. Thus, he found himself truly powerless to aid the Nine Tails, placing his hopes solely on its own efforts. Recalling the gray energy within the Nine Tails, he dared not relax his vigilance. It seemed that even if opportunities arose within the year, seizing them would be a formidable challenge. He must rely on his own diligent endeavors. In the days that followed, Uchiha Jin immersed himself in the process of refining chakra, nurturing the innate energy within his body to foster its continual growth. Soon, his mother took him to the funeral of Senju Hashirama. Families from all walks of life, whether shinobi or civilians, gathered to pay their respects to the First Hokage. Looking back through the annals of history, the First Hokage had brought an end to the Warring States period, ushering in the era of shinobi villages, a significant advancement in civilization. However, progress in time did not equate to progress for the shinobi. In later years, an array of high-tech innovations emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Yet the shinobi clung to their traditional mission-based approach. As long as this paradigm persisted, the specter of war would haunt the shinobi world. Even if this model were to vanish, as long as demand existed, conflict would remain unceasing. Moreover, the shinobi realm was a world where immense power converged. It could be said that anyone reaching the Sage of Six Paths level would possess the potential of a human-shaped nuclear weapon. Who would dare oppose the quest for peace? The tranquility of the Sage of Six Paths era was likely attained in such a manner. Once the Sage of Six Paths departed this world, his two sons engaged in conflict for over a millennium, with their descendants perpetuating the strife for thousands of years. The wars within the shinobi world were, in truth, a result of the Sage of Six Paths relinquishing control, entangling the realm in a chaotic web, growing increasingly convoluted, a subject he preferred to avoid pondering deeply. The funeral of Senju Hashirama unfolded in near silence, with all present refraining from conversation, lasting an entire day before finally concluding. The following day, the world seemed to awaken from slumber, and everything began to fall back into place. Senju Tobirama ascended to the position of second Hokage like a brilliant star, restoring order with remarkable efficiency. Concurrently, the news of Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, Saratobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito make his apprenticeship under Senju Tobirama swept through Konoha like a whirlwind. This undoubtedly indicated that Tobirama had established an unspoken accord with various clans, engaging in a masterful exchange of interests, a testament to his profound strategic acumen. Not long after, Uchiha Jin received an admission letter from the Ninja Academy. He gazed at the document, a wave of excitement coursing through him as he began to imagine who his classmates might be and whether any notable figures from the series would emerge. Thus, Uchiha Jin officially embarked on his journey at the Ninja Academy. Chapter 4. The outbreak of war. Uchiha Jin strolled through the streets of Konoha, his gaze sweeping over a crowd that appeared sparser than in days gone by, akin to leaves scattered by an autumn breeze. Among them, women and children predominated, while the youth were as rare as precious gems. Upon the rooftops, the figures of the Umbu darted past like flashes of lightning, their speed astonishing to behold. In former times, one could catch a glimpse of their running forms. Now, only a fleeting shadow flickered by like a ghost. The various leading ninjas within the village seemed to have vanished overnight, and this tense atmosphere bore a striking resemblance to the calm that precedes a tempest, heralding the imminent eruption of war in the ninja world. Since his birth, Uchiha Jin has remained within the confines of his clan's territory. Now, with both his body and soul restored, he has successfully refined his chakra. As he stands on the threshold of entering the esteemed Ninja Academy, how could he not take the opportunity to behold its splendor? After all, the next 6 years of his life will be spent within these walls. So it is only prudent to scout the environment and gain insight into the daily lessons of the Academy students. While it may be labeled a school to Uchiha Jin, it resembles a veritable training ground for assassins. Children as young as 2 or 3 years old enroll, and after 6 years of rigorous training, by the age of 8 or 9, they are already embarking on missions. Initially, these tasks consist of trivial pursuits such as locating lost pets or weeding classified as C-rank missions. They offer meager rewards and are rife with mundane details, hardly sufficient to sustain a livelihood. Only upon advancement can one undertake B-rank missions, which inherently carry the risk of conflict with other ninjas. Even with A.J. Nin leading the charge, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Danger is ever present. As for A-rank missions, they are synonymous with slaughter and warfare. Tasks of S-rank and above surely lack any semblance of tension. Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. Surviving them leaves one in a state of anxiety. Although he has attained the level of a genin, his practical combat experience remains as blank as a canvas. As he leisurely meanders through the vibrant streets of Konoha, he finds it bears little distinction from an ordinary village. After a series of inquiries, he finally arrives at the Ninja Academy. The clan emblem upon his attire serves as a universal key, granting him unfettered access. No one dares impede his passage, and his youthful stature only adds to his advantage. Uchiha Jin harbored no interest in the so-called cultural tutorials, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He raced toward the source of the most cacophonous clamor. He had no desire to listen to those brainwashing courses, talk of the will of fire, mutual understanding, love and bonds, all mere drivel devoid of substance. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he was greeted by the sight of a group of 5 or 6-year-old children engaged in fierce combat. Yet, these younglings exhibited remarkable valor, showcasing an array of ninjutsu and unique secret techniques that dazzled the eyes. Of course, there were also some children employing crude techniques easily identifiable as the impoverished ninjas. Their garments bore the emblems of their respective clans, revealing the overwhelming presence of clan ninjas, who numbered like countless stars, dominating the battlefield. Clan ninjas, after a fierce battle, could effortlessly unleash 1 to 2 ninjutsu, while their civilian counterparts relied primarily on physical skills and ninja tools. By the time of Naruto, the impoverished ninjas had emerged as the dominant force, a clear testament to the decline of various clans during the Third Shinobi World War. The intricacies of these developments were indeed thought-provoking, yet observing the 2 tiers of civilian ninjas, it seemed that their momentum in suppressing the major clans had begun to manifest since the era of Senju Tobirama. However, while Senju Tobirama may have aimed for restraint, during the Third Hokage's tenure, the focus shifted toward suppression. In this light, the Third Hokage appeared markedly different from his predecessors. The later claim of being the strongest Hokage seemed utterly ludicrous. One could hardly fathom how he maintained such composure. In terms of audacity, he might well be deemed invincible in this age. Observing the duels among ninja clans, one was starkly reminded of the disparity between his own practical experience and theirs. As vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, their combat reflexes and adaptability were unparalleled. leading him to realize that he must request his grandfather to arrange for a clan member to provide him with specialized training. Possessing strength without technique is akin to a rampaging bull. Unless one can shatter through force alone, the significance of skill is self-evident. After a leisurely half-day of wandering, Uchiha Shien gained a modest understanding of the school, eagerly anticipating whether he might unexpectedly encounter characters from the storyline upon enrollment. Upon returning, he resolved to accelerate his chakra training without delay, while also prioritizing the enhancement of his combat skills. As night descended, he promptly sought out his grandfather, imploring him to arrange ninja training focused on combat techniques. His grandfather did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he beckoned him to follow to the training grounds in the backyard. Uchiha Shien instantly grasped the underlying intention. This was to test him, and moreover, an opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. After forming the necessary hand seals, he launched his attack like an arrow released from a bow. He forcefully struck the ground with his left foot, propelling himself forward like an erupting volcano. His right fist swept towards his opponent's face with the ferocity of a tempest, only to be effortlessly deflected before it could make contact. Following this, his left leg executed a sweeping kick aimed at the waist, yet his opponent easily evaded by leaping back. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, engaging in close-quarters combat. Despite having maximized his speed, he felt as ineffective as an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to land a single blow after several futile attempts. As his stamina began to wane like a flood breaching its banks, he reluctantly summoned the energy within him to bolster his physical techniques, managing only to achieve a tenuous balance. Defeated by the insurmountable gap in strength, he was compelled to halt, recognizing that further efforts would be in vain. He had laid bare his abilities without reservation. With humility, he conceded defeat. Indeed, those who survived the Warring States period were no ordinary adversaries. His opponent had not even employed the Sharingan, instead relying solely on physical prowess to render him utterly defenseless. It appeared he had been overly presumptuous, misjudging his own capabilities. His grandfather remarked, "Well done, well done. Your physical condition is already on par with that of an ordinary genin. Your style is as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain, direct and unyielding, yet lacking in versatility. Your strength is commendable, that your technique requires refinement." Uchiha Luyun withdrew a scroll from his bosom, casting it forth like a precious pearl towards Uchiha Shien. This scroll bore the profound insights of Uchiha martial arts and ninjutsu, its wealth of knowledge promising endless benefits for Uchiha Shien. Devoid of chakra, he could only practice hand seals for the time being. Before departing, he earnestly cautioned that the nations of water and earth were now fully engaged in war. Half of the clan's shinobi had been dispatched to the borders, and spies from enemy nations might lurk within the village. He implored Shien to exercise utmost caution and to refrain from stepping even a foot beyond the clan's territory. This news plunged Uchiha Shien into a state of urgency. Initially, he believed the Ninja World War was merely on the horizon. Yet he now realized it had already descended upon the realm, albeit the flames of conflict had yet to reach the land of fire. The rapid progression of events was startling. Shortly after the demise of Senju Hashirama, the Ninja World War erupted violently, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. He had mistakenly thought that as long as the land of fire remained unscathed, it was not considered part of the Ninja World War, only to be misled by the unfolding narrative. With Hashirama's departure, the deterrent was lost, and the great nations, like ravenous wolves, began to tear apart the peace treaties with astonishing swiftness. An agreement bereft of military might was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper. When the time came to rend it, no one would hesitate. If memory served correctly, the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage were destined to fall together, while Senju Tobirama and the second Raikage would also meet their demise at the hands of Kin and Jin. Soon, they would enter the era of the Third Hokage, during which Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would undoubtedly direct their ire towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, Uchiha Shien feared his days of tranquility were numbered. Without a moment's delay, he commenced his training in accordance with the teachings inscribed in the ninjutsu scroll. With strength, all challenges could be surmounted. The scroll contained an array of foundational ninjutsu, as well as the Uchiha clan's unique techniques. During his training, Uchiha Shien was astonished to discover that he could invoke ninjutsu directly through his chi, without the need for hand seals. A mere lift of his arm sufficed. Conversely, employing chakra necessitated first performing the hand seals to channel the chakra within, ensuring ample preparation for release. Thus, he resolved to train in ninjutsu using his chi directly, yielding formidable power and astonishing speed. Through continual experimentation, he found he could effortlessly unleash 5 types of ninjutsu, with the water, fire, and earth attributes proving to be the most intuitive. Equally, he could not afford to be negligent in his swordsmanship training. After a period of diligent study, his strength had ascended to the level of a chunin, granting him a modicum of self-defense capability. It appeared that his journey as a student of the ninja arts was about to commence anew. Chapter 5. The new student enrollment. Upon enrolling, Uchiha Jin joined a throng of boisterous children in the square, where a cacophony of youthful exuberance filled the air. After half an hour, all had assembled. Suddenly, an abundance of ninjas materialized around the square, and on the high platform, Senju Tobirama appeared, instantly silencing the crowd, accompanied by the Umbu and his newly accepted disciples. The arrival of Senju Tobirama, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, was undeniably impressive. Standing on the platform, he cast his gaze over the myriad youthful faces below. "You have come here to embark on the path of a ninja," he proclaimed, his voice low yet resonant with authority. "The ninja way is not solely defined by combat and slaughter." The audience, captivated, lifted their eyes to him, with Uchiha Jin among them. Love is a formidable force existing among comrades. When you trust your teammate and are willing to sacrifice your life for them, that bond becomes unbreakable, Senju Tobirama continued. When confronting adversaries, our motivations may not stem from hatred, but rather from the unwavering resolve to protect those behind us. Such bonds render us fearless. At this juncture, his gaze turned resolute and profound. You may not comprehend this now, but in the future, when you fight side by side, you will understand. Remember, regardless of the hardships you encounter ahead, this bond will serve as the wellspring of your strength. As he finished, an enveloping silence descended, with the young audience deeply moved by his words. Having absorbed Tobirama's impassioned address, Uchiha Jin felt a flicker of fervor ignite within him. Yet, as a product of the 21st century, he remained steadfast, unaffected by such rhetoric. Next, Tobirama extolled the virtues of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, the legendary ninja of Konohagakure, was revered not only for his extraordinary prowess, but also for his charisma and leadership. He wielded unparalleled wood-release techniques, capable of conjuring vast trees and forests, even commanding tailed beasts. His strength rendered him a legendary figure in the ninja world, yet he remained humble and compassionate. Under his guidance, Konohagakure blossomed into a powerful and thriving village. He championed peace and endeavored to maintain equilibrium within the ninja realm. His wisdom and decision-making acumen elevated him as a great leader, earning him the respect and affection of his villagers. Hashirama's greatness was further exemplified by his spirit of sacrifice. He willingly laid down his life to protect his village and its people. His selflessness fostered a deeper appreciation for peace among the populace, immortalizing him as a timeless legend. Though Hashirama has departed from this world, his spirit endures in the hearts of many. His tale will be recounted by future generations, inspiring countless ninjas to strive for peace and justice. As Uchiha Jin listened to Senju Tobirama's incessant praise of Senju Hashirama, he couldn't help but ponder what Hashirama might think of all this. However, the sentiment was likely mutual, for in the realm of anime, Hashirama often appeared rather foolish, except in moments of battle. Recalling Tobirama's dramatic entrance, his Flying Thunder God technique was as dazzling as a meteor streaking across the sky, an endeavor he vowed to master at some point, for charm is a lifelong pursuit. As a member of the Uchiha clan, however, attempting to learn Tobirama's ninjutsu seemed as formidable as scaling the heavens. The eccentric maneuvers of the Konoha F4 in the latter part of the original anime were largely influenced by Tobirama, with his notorious phrase about the evil Uchiha clan becoming a catchphrase for Shimura Danzo in later episodes. After a prolonged period of torment, Tobirama's ceaseless chatter finally subsided indeed. In any world, leaders have a penchant for loquacity. In an instant, Tobirama vanished like a specter, and the surrounding jonin fled in disarray, leaving only the ninjas to launch a relentless assault on the younger participants. Witnessing the children around him collapsing like waves of grain, Uchiha Jin understood that the attacks were merciless. Was this truly the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy? It was undeniably as formidable as steel. Uchiha Jin became alert as a ninja rushed in like a gale, striking him with a fist as heavy as a hammer aimed at his abdomen. If that punch connected, breakfast would surely erupt like a volcano. In a flash, Uchiha Jin summoned his energy, coiling his hands like a serpent to ensnare the opponent's arm, then leaping agilely and delivering a kick to the adversary's face, sending him staggering. The expression on the boy's face was akin to that of a frost-bitten eggplant, utterly ghastly. He merely shot a menacing glare at Xian before resuming his onslaught on the other children. Within mere minutes, only a scant few remained on the field. No more than 40 upon a quick glance, and upon closer inspection, all were from prominent families. None were commoners. Indeed, the adage that life's first dividing line is the amniotic fluid rang true now. Soon, those able to rise began to do so, while those who remained down were dragged away, undoubtedly eliminated from the competition. Classes commenced, and Uchiha Xian was placed directly into the elite class, surrounded by his fellow students, nearly all of whom had stood at the beginning. Upon entering the classroom, he eagerly dashed to a window seat in the back, for such a prime location could not be surrendered lightly. After all, he would be residing here for the next 6 years. Failing to secure a superb spot would be a disservice to himself. Reflecting on the various ninjutsu and forbidden techniques developed by Tobirama, aside from his masterful water jutsu, the rest were indeed forbidden. Xian questioned whether he possessed the capability to study the techniques inscribed in the sealing scroll. Observing his own clan's ninjutsu, it was either Sharingan or fire techniques, Shuriken too. While those forbidden techniques were as blinding as flames, who would dare to learn them? One could only wonder how many eyes could withstand such torment, not to mention the likes of Shimura Danzo later on. The initial lesson focused on chakra refinement, an area in which Uchiha Xian had already succeeded, rendering further instruction unnecessary. Most of his peers, who had yet to refine their chakra, were deeply engrossed in their studies, while others appeared distracted. Those capable of such distraction undoubtedly had familial mentors providing them with one-on-one guidance, rendering the ninja teacher's lessons superfluous. Uchiha Xian opted to refine his chakra to nourish his innate energy, passing the tedious course. As the afternoon sun poured down like shards of gold upon the training ground, a thrilling ninja combat lesson was about to commence. Uchiha Xian stood resolutely in the center of the arena, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his gaze deep and sharp like a piercing star, yet he refrained from revealing excessive brilliance. At the teacher's command, the matches began with a resounding call to arms. Uchiha Xian swiftly drew multiple shuriken, launching them like shooting stars towards his opponent. However, this seemingly formidable attack was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true prowess. His opponent, a young boy named Fujiwara Oki from the Senju clan, despite his tender age, displayed remarkable agility. As Uchiha Xian's shuriken approached, he deftly sidestepped, evading the tricky angles with ease. In an instant, Fujiwara Oki retaliated, his kunai gleaming with a cold light as it lunged towards Uchiha Xian. As Uchiha Jin perceived the situation, he deftly shifted his feet, allowing his form to glide backwards several meters in an instant, skillfully evading Fujiwara Oki's thrust. He then launched a shuriken attack, though this time its potency was noticeably diminished compared to before. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither willing to concede, resulting in a stalemate. After an intense bout, Uchiha Jin gradually began to gain the upper hand. Seizing the opportune moment, he leaped into the air, executing a magnificent flying kick that struck Fujiwara Oki squarely in the chest. The force of the impact sent Fujiwara Oki stumbling several steps backward, nearly losing his balance. Just when everyone anticipated that Uchiha Jin would follow up with a decisive strike, he abruptly halted, seemingly unwilling to deliver a fatal blow. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle, Uchiha Jin emerged victorious by a narrow margin over Fujiwara Oki. The conclusion of this battle was rather anticlimactic. Uchiha Jin neither exhibited overwhelming prowess nor appeared excessively mediocre. However, it did afford him insight into the capabilities of his classmates, revealing that none among them were renowned ninjas in the narrative, merely a cadre of minor characters, so unremarkable that he could hardly be bothered to remember their names. It was clear they were destined to become mere fodder in the later stages, their names inscribed on memorial stones, with the Konoha Cemetery serving as their final resting place, possibly even in disarray. Chapter 6. First encounter with Tsunade. Time flew by, and the commencement of the school year had already passed. Gradually, I acclimated to my current academic life. After prolonged and dedicated training, my abilities burgeoned like mushrooms after a rain, nearing the level of a chunin. Yet, Uchiha Jin persistently concealed his true strength, maintaining the facade of a genin. Nevertheless, he distinguished himself within the class, standing out prominently. At such a tender age, possessing the physical prowess of a genin was indeed commendable. The current Hokage was Senju Tobirama, and exhibiting excessive brilliance might not bode well for him. 2 years rushed by, and still, I had yet to awaken my Sharingan, which was perplexing. According to family records, the age at which one typically awakens the Sharingan should fall within this period, yet I felt nothing. Reflecting on the original narrative, where one must encounter profound negative emotions to awaken the eyes, I suddenly understood. Upon careful consideration, apart from the time I escaped the seal, I had been either engrossed in rigorous training or on the path of cultivation. What stimuli could there be, then? While Uchiha Gen was deeply ensnared in his troubles, one day his mother, Mihoko, came to pick him up from school, coincidentally encountering the radiant red-haired Uzumaki Mido. Upon seeing her, his mother bowed as if in the presence of a deity. Uchiha Jin, however, had no intention of bowing. Instead, he curiously scrutinized her. Previously, he had only observed Uzumaki Mido through the perspective of the Nine Tails, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Now, as he examined her closely, he realized that perhaps due to her mastery of the Ein Seal, she appeared as a youthful maiden in her prime. Especially when he noticed the golden-haired little girl beside Uzumaki Mido, he instantly recognized her as the future Tsunade Senju. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. Uchiha Jin curiously observed Tsunade, estimating her to be merely around 2 years old. He recalled that in the original narrative, Tsunade graduated at the age of 6, beginning her apprenticeship under Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya, dedicating herself to learning. At that time, the First Ninja World War had already concluded. Thus, considering Tsunade's age, she should be preparing to attend the Ninja Academy, indicating that there were still 3 to 4 years until her graduation at 6. Although the 4 major ninja villages were currently besieging the Land of Fire, dubbed a siege, it was merely minor skirmishes on the borders. Their own conflicts were equally fierce. With mutual vigilance, if an opportunity arose, they might stab each other in the back without mercy. In this tumultuous period of warfare, ninja students had already graduated early, thrust into battle, leaving Uchiha Jin with only 2 or 3 years at most. Presently, ninja students, typically around 7 or 8 years old, could refine chakra and learn basic jutsu before being sent to the battlefield. Compared to the time of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, when children as young as 5 or 6 were sent to war, the current situation was slightly better, though only marginally so. After all, 6 or 7-year-olds were just beginning to refine chakra, perhaps only grasping a modicum of ninja knowledge, and yet they were already thrust into the bloodshed of battle. This led Uchiha Jin to ponder whether he would be swept into the First Ninja World War upon graduation. He realized he must grow rapidly. At that moment, Uchiha Jin recalled that the chakra of the Nine Tails contained immense negative energy. Perhaps utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails could facilitate the awakening of his Sharingan. During his escape, he had been too hasty to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, a miscalculation that now weighed heavily on his mind. To elevate his current strength swiftly, the chakra of the Nine Tails had become an insurmountable chasm. The plan to release the Nine Tails must be prioritized, even if he could not fully unleash it. Acquiring a portion of its chakra to attempt awakening the Sharingan was imperative. According to his soul's feedback, the energy within the Nine Tails should be refined completely within a few days. Once the Nine Tails had fully refined its internal energy, the moment to unseal its powers would arrive. Within the sealing space, the yin-yang chakra of the Nine Tails fused seamlessly, producing energy that, after considerable effort, was finally refined successfully. While its size had not increased, its quality had undergone a metamorphosis akin to a phoenix's rebirth, surpassing its former self. This energy possessed formidable assimilation and annihilation capabilities. Had he not begun refining it while it was still weak, he might have been completely consumed later. Such immense power shall be termed the devouring force. These years had been fraught with hardship. Enduring the rigorous refinement of the energies of Yin and Yang chakra, the challenges faced were beyond imagination. Yet, in comparison to the benefits gained, the struggles of these years seemed trivial. Not only had he acquired the devouring force, but his mastery over Yin-Yang chakra had also ascended to new heights. Currently, if one were to assess his proficiency in Yin-Yang chakra, few in the entire ninja world could rival him. Having just quelled the surging power within, after escorting Tsunade to the Ninja Academy and returning to the clan grounds, Uzumaki Mido suddenly detected waves of energy fluctuations emanating from the sealing space within her. She dared not delay, promptly entering the sealing space and vigilantly surveying the entire area. Relieved to find all seals intact before exhaling a sigh of relief, she then inquired about the cause of the recent energy fluctuations. Ever since the initial impact on the seal, Uzumaki Mido had occasionally come to disturb him, earnestly urging him to accept his sealed fate. However, he had been too preoccupied with refining the energy within, disregarding her counsel. Through countless iron chains, observing Uzumaki Mido, His heart remained as tranquil as water, utterly undisturbed. For it would not be long before Uzumaki Mido met her demise, and there was no reason to harbor anger towards someone on the brink of death. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido was engulfed in terror, for within the clan grounds resided her son, granddaughter, and the recently born grandson. Should the beast rampage within the clan territory, repeating the previous disaster, Uzumaki Mido would be haunted by regret for a lifetime. Therefore, at this critical juncture, the Nine Tails must not falter in any regard. In the depths of the sealed space, Uzumaki Mido could distinctly sense the chakra energy of the Nine Tails within its prison, stronger than it had been years prior. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with boundless power. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Uzumaki Mido before closing her eyes in a state of meditative stillness. It was painfully clear to her that any attempt at communication would be futile. Even if she pleaded for mercy, there was no chance that Mido would grant her freedom. The moment she stepped out of the sealed space, her life would be forfeit. Even with the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan coursing through her veins, her fate would only be a brief prolongation of the inevitable. As Mido's indifference gnawed at her, an escalating sense of dread consumed her. Although she could not discern Mido's intentions, it was evident that she was plotting her escape from the sealed space. After fruitless attempts to glean any understanding, Mido, frustrated, turned away. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she felt. The current state of the Nine Tails suggested impending chaos. Resolutely, she dispatched messengers to summon Senju Tobirama for counsel on how to address this pressing dilemma. The Nine Tails had previously attempted to break free from its seal, and now with Hashirama gone, communication was impossible. Uncertainty loomed large. They had to prepare for the worst, lest the Nine Tails wreak havoc in Konoha, a scenario that could lead to catastrophic consequences. Unaware of the brewing storm, Senju Tobirama hurried back from the Hokage building. Upon learning of the Nine Tails' increasing power and its growing ungovernability, he recalled the Edo Tensei technique he had once developed. If absolutely necessary, he would have no choice but to summon his elder brother to help rectify the situation. He laid bare his thoughts before Uzumaki Mido, who initially vehemently opposed the idea. However, after Tobirama's thorough explanation, Mido began to grasp the precarious predicament that Konoha found itself in, surrounded by the four great ninja villages. The village's situation was perilous. If mishandled, Konoha could face a united assault from the four great nations, leading to its total disintegration. The thought of her son and grandchildren still residing in Konoha compelled Mido to relent. With a heavy heart, she entrusted the necklace that contained Hashirama's essence, her last hope, to Tobirama, acknowledging that if the situation escalated beyond control, it would have to be used. The sealing location was determined to be the Forest of Death, an isolated sanctuary far from Konoha's heart, where Tobirama hoped the monumental act of resealing the Nine Tails would not disturb the villagers. The Nine Tails, just having completed its refinement, was not yet in its prime state. It required further adjustment before the opportune moment to escape the sealing space would arrive. Even if it could break free, it would still face the ferocity of Konoha's ninja, promising a harrowing battle. Without proper preparation, failure was a distinct possibility. Simultaneously, plans were being made on the other side. Uchiha Jin, upon understanding the circumstances, wasted no time in preparing for the worst. He spared no effort, having his mother procure a colossal sealing scroll from the Nikin clan, a remarkable treasure capable of sealing tailed beasts. Although his mother, Mihoko, was filled with skepticism, she ultimately acquiesced to his request after a long silence, recognizing the gravity of her son's demeanor. Jin was acutely aware that such a request would raise her suspicions. Yet time was of the essence. The ordinary ninja tool shops would not carry such a high-grade chakra sealing scroll. He also meticulously prepared a set of Umbu attire. If he were to collect the Nine Tails chakra, he needed to be present on the battlefield, as only Umbu and village ninjas could approach the fray. Disguising himself as an Umbu ninja with transformation jutsu was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 7. Breaking the seal. Both Jin and the Nine Tails had readied themselves, and as both sides braced for the inevitable, the Nine Tails commenced its attempt to shatter the seemingly impervious seal. It summoned its voracious, devouring power, swiftly engulfing the adamantine restraints that pierced its form. Cloaked in a shroud of yin-yang chakra, it began to erode the adamantine chains binding it. The immense commotion reverberated like a stone cast into still waters, drawing Uzumaki Mido's consciousness into the sealed space. Observing the Nine Tails' desperate struggle, Mido activated the adamantine seal, intensifying her suppression of the beast. Yet, the struggling Nine Tails was no longer the feeble creature of yore. It summoned its devouring power and relentlessly consumed the adamantine restraints. Soon, the chains binding its head vanished without a trace. It turned its head, akin to a dragon siphoning water, and devoured the remaining adamantine chains, pulling them into its belly like strands of noodles. The chains, now devoid of Mido's power, were swiftly assimilated by the overwhelming force within. Once liberated from its bindings, the Ninetales presented a formidable gift, a tailed beast ball. Having endured torment, it was only fitting to assert dominance over Mido. Seeing this, Mido immediately countered with the adamantine seal. Recognizing the challenge posed by Mido, the Ninetales poured its devouring power into the impending tailed beast ball, launching it with volcanic ferocity. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, followed by a cataclysmic force that obliterated everything in its vicinity, surpassing even the might of Yama's dust release. With its formidable devouring strength, the Ninetales swept away various sealing techniques within the sealed space as effortlessly as autumn leaves are swept aside by the wind. In no time, the surrounding seals crumbled like fragile structures, and the Ninetales surged forward, assaulting the 8 trigram seal. A torrent of chakra began to permeate through the 8 seals, eroding Mido's consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she employed the adamantine seal to slow the dismantling of the 8 trigram seal. The reason behind her actions was unclear, but breaking free from the seal was of utmost importance. As the 8 trigram seal crumbled like ruins, more chakra surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Fearing Mido might have a trick up her sleeve, the Ninetales decisively suppressed her consciousness with its tailed beast chakra, leaving her with no opportunity to cast any jutsu. The 8 trigram seal was utterly torn apart under this overwhelming force. While the outer 5 elements seal crumbled as if made of paper, breached by the sheer onslaught of Ninetales chakra. Mido's form was immediately enveloped by the tailed beast chakra, transforming into the colossal Ninetales. This marked its first glimpse of the world beyond the sealed space through the eyes of the Ninetales. What lay before it was a dazzling barrier, resembling amethyst, a formation known as the 4 Purple Flames Formation, which could only be activated through the collective effort of 4 elite ninjas. Fortunately, it was not the 4 Crimson Yang formation used later in the 4th Great Ninja War to bind the Tintails, a barrier impervious even to the Tintails' beast balls. Although it had narrowly escaped the seal, the Ninetales was still not fully free from Mido's body, remaining at risk of being resealed. Acting swiftly, it concentrated its devouring power into a tailed beast ball and launched it like a cannonball against the barrier before it. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire barrier shattered like glass, and the ninjas maintaining the barrier were reduced to ash. Gazing ahead at Tobirama and the approaching tide of ninjas from various clans, the distant silhouette of the Hokage came into view. It appears that I find myself ensnared within the death forest of Konoha, likely the result of Tobirama executing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Uzumaki Mido here. At the heart of Konoha, my true form, Uchiha-jin, perceives countless shinobi methodically orchestrating the safe evacuation of civilians as the village descends into utter chaos. Without hesitation, I swiftly don the garb of the Umbu, employing a transformation technique to cleverly disguise myself, erasing the lingering traces of my presence. Armed with a colossal sealing scroll, I stealthily merge with the shinobi forces heading toward the death forest for support. I approach the Umbu ninjas like a specter, shadowing their movements. My current objective is to gather the chakra of the Ninetales, thus I refrain from advancing too hastily to avoid arousing undue suspicion. The ninjas move with lightning speed. Soon arriving at the death forest, those participating in such a battle are certainly formidable. Perched atop a towering tree, I gaze at the colossal Ninetales looming nearby, its presence sending tremors akin to surging waves through the air. Despite knowing that this beast is but a manifestation of myself, I cannot help but feel a pang of fear. Observing from a distance, the spectacle is overwhelming, yet being amidst it reveals a far less enchanting reality. My fellow shinobi, accompanying me in this endeavor, let their kunai fall like autumn leaves, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, their mouths agape in disbelief. The Umbu, quick to react, thunderously admonish the surrounding ninjas. As the Ninetales breaches the barrier, Tobirama swiftly raises his hand, unleashing a torrent of water release, violent water wave. A technique capable of cleaving the god tree as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. I would be foolish to meet it head-on. Lowering my gaze would invite a counterattack from a tailed beast bomb. Tobirama, like the wind, deftly employs the body flicker technique to evade the onslaught. However, the unfortunate shinobi in the distance are less fortunate, obliterated by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb, reduced to mere ashes. With Tobirama's figure lost from sight, I dismiss any search for him, instead enveloping myself in an indomitable exterior forged from yin-yang chakra for protection. Ignoring the chaos, I unleash tailed beast bombs upon the surrounding ninjas with reckless abandon. The ensuing explosions kick up a tumultuous cloud of debris, reminiscent of a World War II battlefield, instantly engulfing the nearby shinobi in disarray. Konoha still harbors many warriors who survived the brutal conflicts of the Warring States period. Their resilience is akin to steel, a testament to their indomitable spirit. As I draw near, they recklessly employ explosive tags against me, disregarding their own safety within the blast radius. It is a desperate gambit, as if they are determined to inflict even a modicum of damage upon me at the cost of their own lives. Some audaciously scale the Nine-Tails form, enduring the agonizing corrosion of tailed beast chakra upon their skin, desperately attempting to assault its eyes. Their bravery astonishes even me, a mere observer. Countless droplets of Nine-Tails chakra erupt like boiling magma, bursting forth in a cacophony of destruction. I swiftly grasp the sealing scroll, commencing my collection of the Nine-Tails chakra. My strategy is simple. While others fight for their lives, I shall reap the rewards. While they charge into the fray, I shall maneuver around them. Occasionally, I cast a few fire release techniques to maintain appearances as I meander through the ranks of shinobi. Initially, the group appears chaotic. Yet soon the Nara clan begins to organize, followed by the Yamanaka, Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, each showcasing their unique techniques in a tempest of attacks. Alone, one's strength may seem negligible, but together, their collective might surges like an unstoppable tide, shattering my yin-yang chakra defense and inflicting grievous wounds upon my form. Chakra and flesh scattering. The pain washes over me like a deluge, nearly stripping away my sanity. My tails lash out like a tempest, sweeping toward the assembled ninjas. Determined to halt their relentless assault, I draw upon my innate devouring power, channeling it into the tailed beast bomb, erupting forth like a volcanic eruption toward the densest clusters of foes. The ground beneath me clears, forming vacuums as craters emerge, each signifying the demise of dozens of shinobi. Whenever I attempt to flee, I am thwarted by widespread earth release techniques. Though I can shatter them, they hinder my escape, confining me within an expansive arena of conflict. Unable to evade, I resolve to engage them in a final confrontation to see who can endure until the end. To discover how many Konoha shinobi may fall beneath my hand, tailed beast bombs erupt from my mouth like a barrage, rewarding any gathering of ninjas with a lethal gift. My tails thrash like whips, unleashing a torrent of earth and fire release techniques upon them. Those struck by my attacks are flung like broken kites, their fates uncertain, while the weaker ones are reduced to a mist of crimson, with not a single piece of flesh remaining, as if I had been far too lenient. Those attempting to evade with earth release are swiftly obliterated by my tails, their forms merging with the earth, sparing the need for burial. The casualties among the shinobi escalate uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching its dam, an unstoppable force. Senju Tobirama can no longer remain idle. Should this continue, even if we succeed in sealing the Nine-Tails, Konoha would suffer irreparable damage, severely weakened and ill-prepared to fend off the assaults from other shinobi villages. Tobirama raises his hand. Forming seals, water release, great waterfall technique crashes down like a tempest, coalescing into an ocean that surges toward the Nine-Tails. As the deluge looms overhead, how can the Nine-Tails yield? It raises its head defiantly, beginning to condense a colossal tailed beast bomb, resembling a supernova on the verge of detonation. Even without enhancements, its power is sufficient to pierce through the ocean. The tailed beast bomb streaks through the air like a brilliant meteor, rupturing the sea formed by the water release. The explosion resembles a miniature nuclear blast, devastating two-thirds of the death forest in an instant. The colossal shockwave roars forth like a furious dragon, surging from the death forest into Konoha, where countless structures crumble before its might. The winds howl like the wails of demons, sweeping across the village, allowing every Konoha ninja to experience the terror of a nuclear detonation firsthand. Some timid shinobi, paralyzed by fear, flee in panic. The remaining ninjas, though they do not retreat, bear expressions heavy with dread, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight, their foreheads glistening with sweat like raindrops. In this moment, they grasp the true meaning of the phrase tailed beast catastrophe, an understanding they would undoubtedly wish to avoid for the rest of their lives. Despite being shinobi who have faced countless trials of life and death and harboring no fear of mortality, how could they not feel fear when confronted with such a horrifying spectacle? Senju Tobirama surveys the devastation before him, filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet he comprehends that continuing this reckless confrontation will only yield further losses. His gaze sharp as a blade, he moves with lightning speed, forming seals with astonishing rapidity. As if weaving a mystical net, clearly preparing a formidable jutsu. The nine tails writhe like frenzied dragons, poised to strike Tobirama down. After all, the title of Master of Forbidden Techniques is not without merit. He has birthed countless forbidden jutsu, and approaching him guarantees no favorable outcome, leaving one to wonder what terrifying techniques he might unleash against me. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth resolutely and unleashed the technique of explosive tags, causing a multitude of tags to materialize like a swarm of locusts, tightly wrapping around him. One could hardly believe that this old fellow was willing to risk his life. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted into the sky like a volcanic eruption, and smoke billowed around him. As the smoke began to dissipate, his chakra cloak lay in tatters, severely damaged by the old fox's explosive technique, leaving him injured as well. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his combat prowess. He swiftly utilized his chakra to mend his wounds and restore his chakra cloak. It was evident that he needed to remain vigilant against this cunning old fox, as this ambush served as a profound lesson. He could not allow him another chance to approach. One such lesson was more than sufficient. He launched a relentless assault against Senju Tobirama, determined not to let this old fox vanish from his sight again. Senju Tobirama created shadow clones and darted towards Uchiha's position, inquiring whether there were any remaining possessors of the Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan. Ever since Uchiha Madara's departure, no Mangekyo Sharingan had manifested in the clan. Even if there were, now was not the time for exposure. If it suddenly appeared now, one could easily surmise the dire consequences for his clan. Naturally, the outcome was as expected. Tobirama had anticipated this, yet he could not shake a tinge of disappointment. Had there been a Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not have needed to reveal his trump card. Aware of his current limitations in suppressing the Nine Tails, he realized he had no choice but to resort to a forbidden technique to summon his elder brother to subdue the ferocious beast. After reaching his decision, he promptly issued orders in his capacity as Hokage, instructing a portion of the various clan shinobi to continue restraining the Nine Tails, while the others were to retreat entirely. They could not allow the Nine Tails to escape from Konoha. He immediately dispatched Umbu to find the fittest death row inmate within Konoha prison, retrieving a portion of his brother's blood from his clothing, preparing to initiate the impure world reincarnation technique. Chapter 8. Battle against Senju Hashirama. Despite being overwhelmed by the Nine Tails' astonishing power, upon receiving Senju Tobirama's command, the Konoha shinobi were invigorated, resuming their assault on the tailed beast in an attempt to prevent its escape from the Death Forest. The Nine Tails first repaired its external injuries and chakra cloak, contemplating, "Once I have recovered, I shall teach these naive Konoha shinobi a harsh lesson and see if they dare to obstruct my departure." As expected, not long after, with the assistance of an immense chakra reserve, the Nine Tails' injuries and chakra cloak were restored to their former state. Subsequently, it opened its massive maw and instantly formed a tailed beast ball, unhesitatingly swallowing it. The tailed beast ball detonated within its body, causing its abdomen to swell as if a small mountain had formed. In the moment it opened its mouth, the explosive energy surged forth like a dazzling beam of chakra, hurtling towards Senju Tobirama. Tobirama paid no heed to the incoming beam. Instead, after receiving the death row inmate from the Umbu, he poured Senju Hashirama's blood onto a scroll and placed the inmate upon it. He struck the ground forcefully with both hands, chanting, "Impure world reincarnation." In an instant, torrents of earth surged upward, enveloping the condemned prisoner. A horrific scream echoed as he was entirely consumed by the soil, his form gradually transforming into that of Senju Hashirama. As Hashirama opened his eyes, he beheld the chakra beam rushing towards him like a roaring dragon, leaving him no time to comprehend the situation. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together and executed the would release, Great Forest technique. The colossal chakra beam collided with the technique like a meteor crashing to earth, resulting in a series of earth-shattering explosions. However, this terrifying explosion failed to budge the Great Forest technique even slightly. The surviving Konoha shinobi, witnessing the reappearance of Senju Hashirama, were left speechless, their minds momentarily short-circuited. After all, Hashirama had passed away many years ago, yet here he stood before them, vibrant and alive, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Noticing the astonishment, Tobirama hastily explained, "This is a newly developed forbidden technique that can briefly summon the deceased back to the physical realm." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tobirama decisively issued a gag order with the authority of Hokage, imposing a silence akin to a bolt from the blue, rendering all present mute. For to speak of today's events would brand them as traitors subject to severe punishment. He commanded the Umbu to relay orders swiftly, instructing the remaining shinobi to retreat from the Death Forest, as the ensuing battle would surpass the capabilities of the gathered ninja. Upon receiving the command, the various clan leaders, though silent, elevated their perception of Tobirama's threat level to its zenith. After all, he could summon the dead. To incur his wrath would mean unrest even in death. A chilling thought indeed. With the Great Forest technique activated, Senju Hashirama materialized, gazing into the distance at the Nine Tails. Though he remained oblivious to how long he had been gone, a surge of concern for Uzumaki Mido's safety flooded his heart. Tobirama, perceiving the worry etched on Hashirama's face, swiftly began to elucidate the situation. Upon hearing the explanation, Hashirama understood that Uzumaki Mido was presently in grave danger. They needed to suppress the Nine Tails and reseal it within her without delay. Upon encountering Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Shien felt as though struck by lightning. Silently cursing Senju Tobirama for invoking the memory of his deceased elder brother in a moment of desperation, he understood that the plan for account unsealing had dissipated into mere illusion. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that he had amassed a significant amount of Nine Tails chakra, as well as a wealth of tailed beast chakra flesh. Recognizing the dire situation, he promptly retreated to the safety of the others, fully aware that although this was merely the reincarnated Hashirama, his extraordinary strength could unleash a cataclysmic battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed the body flicker technique, darting back to his clan's territory like a bolt of lightning, for there was nothing left to gain. Soon, he arrived home, and before even stepping into the room, he caught sight of his mother seated in the living room. Their eyes met in silence, and he turned to his room, swiftly shedding his garments and incinerating them with fire release. Once dressed anew, he returned to the living room, sitting before his mother, awaiting her inquiries. However, she merely advised him to exercise caution before rising to return to her room. Unable to contain himself, he called out just as she was about to enter, "Mother, do you not have any questions for me?" She paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and softly replied, "You have grown and have your own affairs. It is only natural. Just remember, whatever you do, ensure your safe return." With that, she closed the door behind her. Her words struck Uchiha Shien like a heavy hammer upon his heart, loosening the tension that had gripped him. How could she not have sensed his unusual behavior? Her lack of inquiry bestowed upon him a profound sense of warmth and trust. Returning to his room, he carefully stored away the chakra sealing scroll and awaited the unfolding of subsequent events. The Nine Tails, initially intent on fleeing, found itself ensnared by Hashirama's hands, which formed a lotus shape as he executed the wood release, the all-encompassing bag technique. 5 colossal hands emerged around the Nine Tails, encircling it like an impenetrable fortress. Had this been the old Nine Tails, it might have succumbed to such a tactic. However, times had changed, and such trivial maneuvers would not ensnare it now. In an instant, the Nine Tails summoned its devouring power, enveloping its tail and swirling like a tempest, effortlessly slicing through the giant hands. Next, it unleashed a tailed beast bomb, shooting forth like a cannonball. Observing this, Hashirama swiftly employed the wood release, wood dragon technique, leaping onto the dragon and skillfully dodging the tailed beast bomb's trajectory as it charged toward the Nine Tails like an arrow released from a bow. With no avenue for escape today, the Nine Tails decided to confront Hashirama head-on. If it could not emerge unscathed, it would ensure others suffered as well. It charged forth like a wild stallion, jaws bared in an attempt to bite Hashirama, the gust from its maw roaring like a tiger descending a mountain, sending Hashirama's hair fluttering like banners. Hashirama, taken aback by the creature's audacity, hastily redirected the wood dragon, but as the Nine Tails realized it could not reach him, it instead sank its teeth into the neck of the wood dragon, severing it with a single bite. Hashirama quickly adapted, casting the wood release, wooden man technique, summoning a colossal wooden figure to rise like a pillar of the heavens, which soon swung a fist toward the Nine Tails. At that moment, retreat would be an act of cowardice. The Nine Tails chose not to evade but to counter with its fierce claws. The chakra armor on its left shoulder shattered under the wooden fist, yet it relentlessly tore off the obstructing left arm of the wooden figure. A tailed beast bomb erupted from its mouth, aimed at Hashirama's face, who caught it with one hand, pushing it back with the force of a mountain pressing down on an egg. Cursing himself for forgetting this particular detail, one that had once stirred great tension in the original tale, he quickly enveloped himself with devouring energy as a shield, only to be met with a deafening explosion. Everything around him was obliterated, leaving only a barren ground and Hashirama, shielded by the body replacement technique, not far away. Raising his hand to form seals, Hashirama unleashed would release. Birth of the tree world, a torrent of chakra gushing forth like a flood breaking through a dam, causing countless trees to sprout like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly creating advantageous terrain. The tree sea, reminiscent of a protective barrier, surged toward the Nine Tails like a swarm of locusts, wave after wave, unceasing. The Nine Tails emitted a colossal roar akin to a thunderclap, generating a powerful shockwave that obliterated the incoming wooden projectiles. Hashirama shouted, commanding wood release. Secret technique flower tree world to descend. And myriad buds began to appear among the trees. Recognizing the technique, the Nine Tails knew it could not allow those flowers to bloom and release their toxic pollen, otherwise its surroundings would become perilously treacherous. It released a tailed beast bomb, annihilating the surrounding trees like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. To its astonishment, the ground began to sprout anew, as if the regeneration was endless. It became evident that without employing a world-altering technique, there was no hope of resisting this astonishing transformation of the environment. Suddenly, the Nine Tails stood upright, its massive jaws agape, all tails raised like pillars toward the sky, channeling every ounce of chakra as if all rivers flowed to the sea, coalescing into an immense tailed beast. Yet, this was not the end. It drew a deep breath, fully concentrated, and summoned the powerful devouring force lying dormant within. This energy surged through its veins like a torrent, converging into its mouth and continuously infusing into the colossal tailed beast bomb, which glimmered like a black pearl. As the devouring power flowed, the surface of the tailed beast bomb began to swell and shift. Initially, there were only slight tremors and faint cracks, but in an instant, these fissures spread like wildfire, resembling a spider's web enveloping the sphere. Brilliant white light erupted from the cracks, and wherever this light illuminated, it seemed as if vast sections were cleaved away, vanishing without a trace. Realizing the grave danger, the Nine Tails panicked, exerting all its strength to stabilize the base of the tailed beast bomb, desperately trying to prevent further cracking. It was painfully aware that should the fissure completely rupture, that terrifying white light would pierce through to it. If that scenario unfolded, it would be tormented before the bomb could even launch. Even worse, if its own technique rebounded upon itself, it would result in a catastrophic tragedy. In the distance, Hashirama, witnessing such a horrifying display of power, felt turmoil rise within him. Though uncertain of the ultimate magnitude of the attack, he knew it was far beyond what Konohagakure could endure. Such a formidable technique resembled an impending atomic explosion, capable of creating an unfathomable pit should it detonate. Even the surrounding areas would likely not escape unscathed. However, unexpectedly, the tailed beast bomb did not soar directly toward Hashirama. Instead, it made a sharp turn, aiming straight for the heart of Konohagakure. Even with its essence present, it was a gamble that Hashirama would not idly watch as the village met its demise. As long as Senju Hashirama does not wish for Konoha to suffer catastrophic destruction, he has no alternative but to step forth like a valiant warrior, resolutely taking this fatal blow upon himself. When Hashirama directed his aim towards Konoha, his fury erupted like a volcano, an instantaneous conflagration. Konoha, a sacred ground in his heart, was indeed his Achilles heel. Now, someone dared to attempt its obliteration. If there were an anger meter, Hashirama's wrath at this moment would surely exceed all bounds, even soaring beyond the heavens. Chapter 9. Battle with Senju Hashirama. 2 Hashirama, in a state of urgent anxiety, formed seals with his hands as swiftly as the wind. In an instant, 5 wooden dragons emerged, entwining his body like agile serpents, tightly ensnaring his head and limbs, even biting at themselves. Especially the dragon at his head, resembling a ferocious beast, sought to redirect the Nine Tails' head, altering its trajectory of attack. The Nine Tails, acting without hesitation, unleashed its enhanced tailed beast bomb in a spiraling torrent. Hashirama, gazing intently at the incoming assault, swiftly produced 3 wooden clones. One clone severed its thumb and summoned forth a technique of summoning. As 5 mighty gates ascended from the earth like towering pillars, each adorned with terrifying depictions of malevolent spirits. However, these formidable gates were obliterated by the overwhelming force of the attack, vanishing without a trace, and the wooden clone was consumed and extinguished. The second clone hastily conjured a wooden barrier, but it could only withstand the assault for less than a second before the blinding white light emanating from the tailed beast bomb sliced through it like a blade, decimating the clone's upper half in a gruesome spectacle. The third clone employed the diamond wood technique, exerting every ounce of strength to slow the attack's velocity. Just as the tailed beast bomb was on the verge of colliding with Hashirama, Tobirama Senju appeared like a specter, delivering a necklace into Hashirama's hands. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the necklace used by Yamato in later times to enhance wood release techniques. Was this to imply the use of a prop? Hashirama, possessing extraordinary strength, should have been able to effortlessly subdue the Nine Tails with a mere hand gesture. Yet, he now found himself resorting to external aids. Was this a blow to his pride? Perhaps the imperfection of the Edo Tensei technique hindered Hashirama's full potential. Reflecting on the narrative, this technique was originally conceived by Tobirama and later refined by Orochimaru. Hashirama had anticipated that his enhanced power would allow him to contend with his opponent, only to discover that the opponent had been weakened. He carefully cradled the necklace in his palm and, with hands pressed together, a moment later, a mysterious and solemn visage emerged on his face, as if he had transformed from a minor character into an omnipotent deity capable of vanquishing all. Countless life energies surged forth like a roaring tide. And before even executing would release, the trees surrounding him began to grow wildly, resembling bamboo after a rainstorm. The sheer magnitude of this life energy was astonishing, even causing the Nine Tails to unconsciously swallow in trepidation. It was a primal reflex, a response born of sheer anxiety. One could easily surmise that a tempest of violence awaited him. It must be said, the title of Senju Hashirama, the Six Paths Gatekeeper, resounded like thunder. With a resounding roar, Hashirama declared, ninjutsu would release, true thousand hands. A colossal Buddha statue, towering like a mountain, rose from the ground, its height surpassing 1,000 meters. The once towering form of the Nine Tails now appeared insignificant, akin to a grain of sand amidst the vast ocean. Controlling the colossal hands of the Buddha, Hashirama stood resolute against the torrent of the tailed beast bomb's impact. The countless arms on the wooden platform behind the Buddha swiftly elongated like agile dragons, wrapping tightly around the tailed beast bomb. The explosive force generated was firmly contained within the grasp of the enormous wooden hands, not a shred of energy escaping. Yet this was merely the outer layer of the attack. The true threat was the insatiable absorption force that began to devour the Buddha's arms like a ravenous predator. As each arm was consumed, more emerged from the platform, sprouting forth like bamboo after the rain, an unending supply. After a full minute, the terrifying assault was finally extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Hashirama felt as though his heart plummeted into an abyss, a chilling realization dawning upon him. He had expended a significant portion of his absorbing power. In that moment, he was akin to a spent arrow, devoid of the resources to continue the battle. Thus, he made a decisive retreat. Akin to a lost dog fleeing for its life, for the saying goes, preserve the green mountains, and one need not fear a lack of firewood. Hashirama, in his current state, was but a fleeting moment, unsustainable. In due time, he would return to reclaim his honor. Just as he escaped the forest of death and was about to step beyond the gates of Konoha, a tremendous tremor echoed behind him. Turning instinctively, he beheld the enormous wooden Buddha, like a war deity descending, standing tall and imposing, having shed its immense wooden platform. With a single step, it pursued him with the swiftness of the wind. In a fit of rage, Hashirama watched as the Buddha's mountainous fist rose high, carrying the devastating force of nature, and struck down upon him. He felt akin to a projectile, expelled from the gates of Konoha, carving a long trench into the earth, as though the ground itself had been rent asunder. Subsequently, he was tossed about, unable to regain control of his body, and was kicked away by the relentless Buddha. Hashirama, are you treating me like a ball to be kicked? He thought. If you wish for me to leave Konoha, just say so. I was already on my way out. Couldn't you see? The kick he received was firmly etched in his memory when he eventually surpassed the Six Paths level. He would surely retrieve him from the Pure Land and deliver a sound thrashing. He would not consider it a loss until he had played an entire match. After a prolonged tumble, he finally came to a halt, creating a circular indentation in the ground, akin to a fallen meteor. He hastily rose, reflecting upon his recent ordeal, his mind rife with curses. Who could have anticipated that the Edo Tensei version of Hashirama would be so formidable? During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even when entering Sage Mode, he had not employed the Buddha technique, yet here, he had launched it at him without hesitations. Contrasting the earlier indecision he exhibited against Uchiha Madara, Hashirama internally lamented, He was deeply concerned for Uzumaki Mido. Should the tailed beast detach from her, her fate would be sealed. The vessel for this Edo Tensei was merely a Jamin, and the technique itself was incomplete. Previously, his combat strength had only reached 50%. Even now, bolstered by the residual powers of his former self, he barely achieved around 80% of his former prowess. His strength had yet to return to its pinnacle, and having engaged in intense battle since emerging, the Edo Tensei body was now beginning to show signs of fatigue. Akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Once this body could no longer sustain itself, he too would succumb. Like a leaf falling in the breeze, returning to the Pure Land. No one could obstruct the Nine Tails, whether for Mido or Konoha, it must be safeguarded. Therefore, he had to suppress the Nine Tails before he returned to the Pure Land. Time was of the essence, and a swift resolution was imperative. The commotion from suppressing the Nine Tails would be considerable. He could only banish it from Konoha. Lest it endanger the village, he would protect even at the cost of slaying a friend. In Hashirama's heart, Konoha transcended everything. With hands pressed together at his chest, he invoked the divine technique Mingshin Gate as a Tori descended from the heavens. Observing Hashirama's intent to seal him, the Nine Tails could not tolerate such indignity. Life and death held little weight. Defiance was the only course. Since he would not allow the Nine Tails peace, then neither would it find respite. Taking a deep breath, he began to summon forth the mysterious and potent absorbing power within him with all his might. This formidable force surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly coalescing around his soul to form an indomitable shield, steadfastly safeguarding him. Without hesitation, he ignited the chakra deeply concealed within him. This action, seemingly straightforward, bore a striking resemblance to the Sage Fox mode later employed by Naruto. Both techniques harness the essence of self-sacrifice to unleash extraordinary potential and power. However, unlike the arduous process required for humans to activate the 8 gates, tailed beasts, being entities composed purely of chakra, need not engage in such intricate procedures. They merely ignite their very essence. This unique principle is applicable to every tailed beast, yet none would readily choose such a path, for no one desires to court death. Upon successfully igniting his chakra, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. His entire being was enveloped in a raging inferno of blood-red flames. If the previous chakra of the Nine Tails had been akin to a highly corrosive acid, the current chakra resembled molten lava, exuding a terrifying heat and ominous energy fluctuations. In later stages, Naruto transcended even the 6 paths using this mode. Alone and without support, he could only wield this unparalleled power in a most brutish and reckless manner. Utterly incapable of delicate manipulation, nevertheless, this overwhelming might bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of confidence. The blood-red flames engulfing his form blazed fiercely, as if to consume the entire world. Under the scorching blaze, his body began to swell dramatically, growing more than 7-fold in an instant. The once diminutive figure now towered like a mountain. He gazed up at the colossal Buddha that once appeared infinitely grand in his eyes. Yet fear had evaporated from his heart. Once, this great Buddha may have filled him with awe, but now, in the presence of such formidable power, it seemed trivial. At that moment, massive torii gates descended upon him like a mountain pressing down on an egg, attempting to ensnare him. Would he simply await his fate? With a fierce sweep of his 9 powerful tails, he struck with the speed of lightning slicing through the night sky. As merciless and decisive as the scythe of the Grim Reaper. A sharp crack resounded as all the torii gates were cleaved in two by a single swipe of his tail. Yet, such a violent assault did not come without cost. The surging power rampaged within him, inflicting endless torment. Particularly within his organs, it felt as though they were being consumed by raging flames, a pain nearly unbearable. This agony threatened to overwhelm his senses, yet despite this, he could not help but rise, tilting his head skyward to unleash a thunderous roar. Accompanying this cry, the turbulent chakra flames around him surged even more fiercely, generating wave after wave of scorching heat that swept toward the magnificent Buddha summoned by Senju Hashirama. Chapter 10. Battle with Senju Hashirama. Pursuing closely, Senju Hashirama witnessed the approaching heat waves and commanded the great Buddha to disperse them with a mighty punch. Observing the immense transformation of the Nine Tails, a rare look of gravity settled upon his face. For the towering figure of the Nine Tails now burned with flames rivaling those of the great Buddha. As the beastly pupils in the Nine Tails' eyes began to fade slowly, they were consumed by a blaze of golden red flames, which erupted from his eyes, creating a striking contrast with his crimson body, momentarily mesmerizing Senju Hashirama. Neither had anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Both warriors understood that time was of the essence, and without hesitation, they charged at one another. For in a clash of titans, only the fiercest would prevail. In that moment of collision, an earth-shattering roar erupted, akin to 1,000 thunderclaps, deafeningly resounding. An unparalleled wave of force exploded outward, carrying with it a chilling power that scraped away layers of earth from the surrounding ground. Following this breathtaking clash, the 9 colossal tails did not falter. Instead, they coiled like agile serpents, swiftly gathering strength before striking with tremendous force against the majestic Great Buddha. In an instant, sparks flew, wood splintered, and the seemingly indestructible Buddha staggered back from the impact. However, the Great Buddha would not yield easily. Its right hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his left cheek. The might of this blow was formidable. Had it connected, he might have been sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Fortunately, in a moment of keen reflex, he narrowly evaded this lethal strike, though the brush of the fist still left a stinging pain on his cheek. Not one to be idle, he seized the opportunity as the Buddha's fist swung wide, launching a swift and merciless claw strike. The movement was as swift as the wind, as his sharp nails gleamed with deadly intent, plunging directly toward the Buddha's left shoulder. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a harsh metallic screech and a shower of sparks, a significant chunk of the Buddha's shoulder was severed. Even more alarming was the residual force of the claw. Had it gone deeper, it could have hollowed out the entire left side of the Buddha's chest. Witnessing the Great Buddha suffer such a grave injury, Senja Hashirama's fury ignited. His right eye blazed with wrath as he unleashed another powerful punch, this time aimed at the shoulder. The force behind this strike was colossal, crashing down upon him with a resounding thud. The impact nearly destabilized him, threatening to send him sprawling to the ground, yet he managed to maintain his footing. With his tails thrashing wildly, 3 on each side ensnared the Buddha's arms. And he leaped toward the head of the Great Buddha, his blood-red claws outstretched, penetrating the wooden figure's chest. The flames enveloping his claws ignited the Buddha's body, creating a cacophony of crackling wood as he lunged towards Senja Hashirama perched atop the Buddha's head. Suddenly, an extraordinary light shimmered behind the towering Buddha, coalescing into a massive disk. As the onlookers stared in astonishment, an incredibly robust arm thrust forth from the disk, moving with lightning speed, aiming straight at his mouth. This unforeseen strike caught him completely off guard. The arm, as solid as a stone pillar, struck him squarely, sending a powerful shockwave coursing through his entire being. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, countless arms erupted from the disk like bamboo shoots after rain, muscular and sinewy, resembling a swarm of menacing serpents dancing in the air. They rapidly formed fists and unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes upon him. The sound of dull thuds echoed relentlessly as these fists pummeled him like a barrage of cannon fire. Each blow carried immense power, forcing him to retreat until he could no longer withstand the onslaught, ultimately being knocked from the wooden figure. He plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The earth trembled violently from the force of his descent. Despite the chaos, the blazing inferno upon his body remained unextinguished, only intensifying in ferocity. The searing flames spread across his body, mercilessly licking everything in their vicinity. Even the outstretched arms of the Great Buddha were not spared. Upon contact with the inferno, they were charred black, some parts grotesquely disfigured and utterly unrecognizable. Yet, he had no time to catch his breath or regain his composure. Before he could struggle to rise, the myriad fists of Senja Hashirama surged towards him like a tempest. These fists, densely packed, blotted out the sun, forming a terrifying barrage. Each punch struck with the force of a natural disaster, ruthlessly descending upon him. In that moment, he truly felt the despair and helplessness of being besieged by a multitude. However, he refused to relinquish hope easily, gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength to withstand the relentless onslaught. As he braved the barrage, he began to wildly dance with his 9 tails, engaging in a fierce contest with the incoming fists. With a mighty roar, all 9 tails surged forth, stunning many fists away. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on the Senju Hashirama atop the Great Buddha, gathering a massive sphere of chakra in his mouth. Sensing the impending threat, Senja Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, causing the Great Buddha's form to swell even larger and more formidable. The 9 tails unleashed the chakra sphere, which soared towards the Great Buddha like a miniature sun. In response, Hashirama brought the Buddha's hands together in a strong defensive barrier. The chakra sphere collided with the barrier, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped the area in clouds of dust. Seizing the opportunity, the 9 tails flickered and instantaneously appeared behind the Great Buddha. its 9 tails piercing into its body like 9 sharp blades. Observing the great Buddha suffering from a grievous blow, Senju Hashirama was undeterred. He concentrated his mental energy, and the Buddha erupted with even more powerful wood-release energy, forcibly dispelling the 9 tails' tails and ensnaring them with 9 wooden dragons. They struggled against each other, his eyes glinting with ferocity as chakra flames surged wildly within him. In an instant, the 9 tails ignited with a blood-red fire, a manifestation of the beast's flame infused with the yin and yang energies of his body. With a deep, resonating roar, he concentrated all his power into a singular point, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Hashirama sensed this terrifying force and was taken aback, knowing that a direct confrontation would lead to mutual destruction. Yet, with no retreat possible, he poured all his energies into fortifying the Buddha's defenses. He launched a full-force attack, the blood-red flames crashing towards the great Buddha like a surging tide. In an instant, the flames breached the Buddha's barrier, relentlessly advancing towards Senju Hashirama. The impact sent Hashirama hurtling back, his body severely damaged. Exhausted from the effort, the 9 tails swayed, its form beginning to shrink, chakra recovery unable to keep pace with the flames it had expended. Time was running short for the forthcoming battle. Yet vigilance remained as it observed Hashirama regenerating in the distance. The 9 tails, lacking the sealing techniques, pondered how to deal with the reincarnated Hashirama. Even its true form was devoid of sealing abilities, and the relentless regeneration of Hashirama left it feeling utterly helpless. Was it destined to be worn down by him? Just as anxiety consumed it, Hashirama had fully recovered, forming hand seals as trees rapidly grew around them, countless vines sweeping towards the 9 tails. As it attempted to evade, it found itself ensnared by the swift and numerous vines, rendered immobile. Hashirama coldly declared, 9 tails, today marks your end. He formed hand seals once more, and an immense tree erupted from the ground, its trunk adorned with countless hands, all manifestations of wood release. The colossal tree extended its sturdy hands towards it. Unable to endure, the 9 tails erupted with blood-red flames, incinerating numerous vines and hands. Yet, the giant tree seemed to possess boundless vitality, with new vines sprouting as swiftly as the old ones were burned away. Frustrated, the 9 tails gathered its energy for a tailed beast bomb, aiming to obliterate the tree. Following a tremendous explosion, a massive fan-shaped crater formed on the ground. However, Hashirama used the wood release technique to shield against the beast's attack. Gathering strength anew, the 9 tails prepared to unleash a more powerful tailed beast bomb. Yet, its form continued to diminish, and its strength waned significantly, resulting in the next tailed beast bomb merely gouging a wide trench in the ground. Hashirama easily evaded with a body flicker technique, immediately following up with a barrage of wood release attacks. Unable to dodge in time, the 9 tails was struck multiple times, its body shrinking further. Realizing that continuing like this would lead to certain death, it took a desperate gamble, charging towards Hashirama in an attempt to engage in close combat. However, Hashirama had anticipated this move, and more vines erupted, ensnaring it tightly. In its struggles, Hashirama initiated the wood clone technique, and a wooden figure appeared in both their hands, causing the 9 tails to panic and resist with all its might, but its diminishing form rendered it too weak. As the giant wooden hand descended, it was forcibly compressed. The flames engulfing its body began to extinguish, and its form continued to shrink until Hashirama successfully sealed it back within the body of Uzumaki Naruto. The battlefield fell silent, leaving only Hashirama standing amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily. This fierce battle had finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 11. Sealed again, having been thrust back into the ceiling space. The once massive form of the 9 tails had shrunk to an infinitesimal size due to the burning of chakra, its height reduced to a mere 7 or 8 meters. A far cry from its previous stature of over 100 meters, effectively diminishing the pride of the tailed beast. Its entire being felt exceedingly frail, as if its essence had been completely drained. Lying on the ground, it felt utterly devoid of the will to move. Not far ahead, a ceiling gate began to rise anew, entwined with countless golden chains. The sound of footsteps approached as Uzumaki Naruto came to a halt before the gate. Gazing at the dramatically shrunken 9 tails sprawled on the ground, he spoke, 9 tails, you shall never escape. Enraged, the 9 tails retorted, if it weren't for that Senju Hashirama, I could have easily left this place, and you would have long since returned to the afterlife. Hashirama is dead, you can summon him, but you cannot do so indefinitely. The afterlife has its rules. Those who toy with souls will face dire consequences. This time, I cannot escape, but there will be a next time. Tailed beasts are not destined to die. Even in death, we can be reborn in the shinobi world. One day, I shall break free. You cannot hold me forever. When I finally escape this seal, I will raise Konoha to the ground." Uzumaki Naruto recognized the truth in its words, understanding that with the current sealing techniques, it was impossible to confine the Nine Tails. At that moment, the consciousness of Senju Hashirama appeared beside Naruto. Hashirama looked at the Nine Tails with calm, profound eyes and said slowly, "Nine Tails, do you know that your existence in this world is not merely a harbinger of disaster?" The Nine Tails scoffed, remaining silent and casting a cold glare at Hashirama. The shinobi world is divided into 5 great nations, akin to 5 colossal sources of power, and the tailed beasts are the crucial weights that maintain the balance among them. Without you, this equilibrium will be shattered. Nations will incite endless wars to seize the remaining tailed beast resources, leading to untold suffering throughout the shinobi world. Hashirama's voice was steady and powerful, each word resonating within the sealing space. After a moment of silence, the Nine Tails roared, "That is your war, a conflict of humanity. What does it have to do with me, a tailed beast? Ultimately, it is your greed that drives you, seeking to exploit the power of the tailed beasts." Hashirama gently shook his head. "This is also a tragic necessity. The power of the tailed beasts is far too great. If left unchecked, it will cause irreversible devastation. Now, Konoha seals you, hoping to harness your strength to protect this land while preventing others from maliciously exploiting you." Struggling to rise, I pressed my eyes against the iron gate, glaring at Senju Hashirama, who spoke as sweetly as a song. "Ultimately, it was evident that you seek to exploit me, akin to the way Uchiha Madara manipulated me with illusion. Do not bind me with human moralities. I am impervious to such tactics. Just as you deem the tailed beasts to be malevolent, I perceive humanity as equally wicked. In the eyes of a sheep, every wolf in this world is malevolent. This is an unalterable reality." Senju Hashirama sighed softly. "Kurama, your perspective is not without merit. Yet I believe that good and evil are not absolute. My intention in founding Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara was to establish a place where humans and tailed beasts could coexist peacefully. Having read the original work, I am aware that the dream is for the various ninja clans to understand one another. When did tailed beasts become part of this? Are you attempting to deceive yourself? To paint a grand vision?" With a derisive snort, I responded, "That is merely your ideal. The outcome of your battle with Uchiha Madara has already spoken volumes. The fact that Konoha currently confines me here is further proof." Hashirama's gaze remained steadfast. "That is because we have yet to achieve true mutual understanding. I know you have suffered greatly, but hatred only breeds more hatred. If we could set aside our biases and attempt to trust one another, we might open a new chapter." A flicker of doubt crossed my eyes. I had not anticipated Hashirama's unwavering commitment to this ideal. He continued, "I would stake my life on it. Konoha will one day offer you the respect you deserve. We can protect this land together, rather than one enslaving the other." I fell into contemplation, and after a long pause, I spoke. "What you describe as mutual understanding merely suggests that others should take a step back. Just as I seek freedom, you desire my power. If true mutual understanding existed, why cannot you comprehend my needs? Would it not be simpler to release me rather than seal me away? By choosing to seal me, you initiated the cycle of hatred. Your notion of shared guardianship is built upon the foundation of my oppression. Your words are akin to a wolf persuading a sheep to help guard their home, while the wolf still intends to feast upon the sheep. Beside us." Uzumaki Mido was equally stunned. He had never considered that a tailed beast could possess such wisdom, seeing matters so clearly. Hashirama's expression turned grave as he felt the weight of my words, yet his convictions remained unshaken. Mido spoke, "Kurama, it may seem unjust to you. As you mentioned, perhaps our initial decision to seal you was flawed, but for the peace and stability of the 5 great nations, you must remain in Konoha. You have become an essential element in maintaining the balance among the nations. Without you, the Land of Fire could face immediate attacks from the other 4 ninja villages, leading to the potential division and annihilation of our land, with both ninjas and civilians suffering in the ensuing conflict. For the sake of current peace and stability, I hope you can stay." A light laugh escaped my lips as I replied, "Do not harbor such dreams. Your moral coercion holds no sway over me, a tailed beast. The plight of humanity matters not to me." I turned to Hashirama, declaring that I would not yield again. With that, I closed my eyes and lay down, choosing to ignore their pleas. Both sides were resolute in their beliefs, unwilling to concede. Further argument would serve no purpose, as verbal sparring could not alter the reality. Upon introspection, I realized my body was in a state of disrepair. The consequences of igniting my chakra were evident. My physical essence was gravely compromised, with the balance of yin and yang within me severely disrupted. My chakra recovery ability was nearly non-existent. The devouring force within me had diminished to a mere fraction of its former self due to my extensive expenditure during the battle. It could be said that years of accumulated power had been expended in this conflict. The restoration of my chakra would require considerable time, and without a substantial influx of the Nine Tails chakra, there was little hope of replenishing my diminished devouring force. Without this power, I could not break the seal, and it seemed I would remain imprisoned within Mito's body for a protracted period. My only option was to bide my time for recovery, as there was little to occupy my mind in this confinement. Sleep could aid in healing, so I chose to close off my senses and succumb to slumber. Seeing my refusal to acquiesce to their demands, both Hashirama and Mito wore expressions of disappointment. Hashirama joined his hands in prayer, and countless wooden stakes pierced the ceiling space. 9 wooden dragons began to coil around me, wrapping me like a rice dumpling. Mito enacted the adamantine seal again, golden chains entwining around it, rendering me even more akin to a dumpling. After completing these measures, Mito and Hashirama exited the ceiling space, leaving me to await my gradual recovery. Outside, matters had settled, and Hashirama began methodically addressing subsequent issues. Mito and Hashirama returned to the Konoha clan grounds. Hashirama commenced efforts to reassure the various clans, diligently working to suppress information. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, it was inevitable that the other 4 nations would become aware. Containing the information was merely a tactic to buy time and prepare, for the 4 nations would undoubtedly react. The predicament facing Konoha would be dire. After a night of urgent deliberations, the following morning, Hashirama stood on the high platform of Konoha village, his expression grave as he surveyed the gathered crowd, which included representatives from various clans. The atmosphere was palpably tense, as the previous day's upheaval had incited widespread panic. "Everyone, please remain calm," Hashirama called out, striving to quell the tumultuous crowd. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I understand your feelings at this moment, but we must maintain our composure. The most pressing matter is to contain the information and prevent this incident from reaching the other 4 nations." The clan representatives began to murmur amongst themselves, voices rising in concern. One questioned, "Is this truly feasible? A disturbance of this magnitude will be difficult to conceal." Hashirama nodded, acknowledging the concern, yet he insisted, "Although it will be challenging, this is our only option to secure more time to address the crisis. If we act swiftly and tactfully, we might momentarily halt the spread of information." With that, Hashirama issued a series of commands. The ninjas dispersed, executing the mission to seal off information. Some set up barriers to prevent external scrutiny, while others ventured into the populace, warning villagers against spreading rumors. However, Hashirama was acutely aware that despite their best efforts, the truth would inevitably surface. Once the other 4 nations became privy to this information, they would not remain passive. At that point, Konoha would face unprecedented pressure and threats, and the time allotted for preparation was alarmingly brief. Chapter 12. The Awakening of the Sharingan. After sealing the 9 tails, Hashirama fell like a shooting star, his body succumbing to the burdens of the Edo Tensei, ultimately returning to that tranquil realm of peace. After calming the various clans and commoners, Senju Tobirama hurriedly arranged funerals for the fallen ninjas. The names of those who perished during the 9 tails incident were etched into the memorial stone like brilliant stars, enveloping the entire Konoha in an endless shroud of grief. Uchiha Gen found himself amidst the mournful faces surrounding him, although a twinge of guilt lingered in his heart. He felt no regret for his actions. The so-called righteousness and benevolence were merely ethereal words. The true strength within one's grasp was the foundation of all reality. The ninja world resembled a brutal contest of life and death rather than a child's game. In this war of survival, there were no absolutes of right or wrong, only the distinctions of victory and defeat. Before Tobirama could catch his breath, news arrived of the Wind Country's military presence at the borders of the Fire Country. He immediately prepared for mobilization, sensing the imminent escalation of conflict, as the Wind Country was already on the verge of action. However, just as he grappled with the border issues, the Umbu, monitoring the war between the Water and Earth countries, delivered exhilarating news. The second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage had perished together. This revelation shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating Tobirama's heart and filling him with joy. The devastation wrought by the 9 tails incident had severely weakened the ninja forces within Konoha. Now, with both the Tsuchikage and Mizukage dead, The morale of their respective ninja forces would undoubtedly plummet, making immediate aggression against the fire country impossible for the earth and water countries in the near term. Tobirama felt as if the heavens favored him, as the weight of pressure receded significantly. The remaining threats from the wind and lightning countries could be temporarily managed, while the urgent task was to address the sand village of the wind country. The sand village had become excessively arrogant, and the border conflicts had erupted into open conflict. It was essential to concentrate forces to demonstrate their might. Even if they could not obliterate the sand village entirely, they must inflict considerable damage to relieve their pent-up frustrations from recent events. It was clear that the sand village would serve as a punching bag, allowing them to vent the anger accumulated during the Ninetales incident. After addressing the sand village, the focus would shift to the lightning village, while the water and earth countries would remain under close surveillance. Although he was not a match for the Ninetales, surely he could deal with the lesser figures of the sand village. Tobirama left a shadow clone to handle Hokage duties and hurried back to his clan's territory to visit Uzumaki Mido and ascertain the status of the Ninetales seal. Upon learning that the Ninetales had been severely weakened by Senja Hashirama and subsequently sealed by the two of them, rendering it unable to cause chaos for several years, a heavy weight lifted from Tobirama's heart. He resolved to lead the ninjas to the front lines immediately after the outbreak of war between the wind and fire countries, intending to achieve a swift victory against the sand village. Konoha urgently needed a triumph to bolster morale. After attending the funeral of the ninjas with his mother, Uchiha Jin returned home while his mother attended to the affairs of the Inuzuka clan. He began to construct an enormous underground chamber beneath his room using earth release, establishing it as his future base. Subsequently, he meticulously arranged a chakra barrier to prevent detection while utilizing the Ninetales chakra, as well as to shield against ninjutsu probing and the gaze of the Byakugan. Although within the safety of his clan's territory, it was prudent to guard against any potential discoveries. Given Tobirama's character, it was uncertain whether he might attempt to spy on the Uchiha clan, so caution was advisable. With all preparations complete, the next crucial task was at hand. Whether he could awaken the Sharingan rested upon this experiment. He carefully retrieved the large chakra sealing scroll and slowly unraveled a portion of the seal, allowing some of the Ninetales chakra to seep into his body. He then used his own chakra to gently guide it, watching as the powerful Ninetales chakra flowed like a vibrant flame toward his eyes. In an instant, the chakra surged into his eye sockets like a tide. A sudden, intense heat and stinging sensation enveloped his eyeballs, startling him as he mobilized all his mental strength to gain control. However, the Ninetales chakra seemed to possess its own consciousness, resisting his command. As time passed, his eyes began to form a rapidly spinning vortex. This vortex generated a tremendous pull, ensnaring even his mental energy, which was swiftly drawn in. Concurrently, a deluge of the Ninetales chakra surged into his body like a burst dam. At the same time, negative emotions and latent chakra within him responded to the summons, converging within his eyes. In the whirlpool's continuous rotation, various energies intertwined and fused, giving rise to new transformations. Gradually, a peculiar sensation blossomed in his heart, as if something was quietly growing within his eyes, and the pace of this growth quickened. Accompanied by intense fluctuations, the initial singular tomo began to split and multiply. First, a second tomo appeared, harmonizing with the first. Soon after, a third tomo emerged, forming a triangular arrangement. Finally, when the last trace of Ninetales chakra fused into his eyes, a pair of Sharingan, gleaming with crimson light and adorned with 3 black tomo, fully manifested before him. In that moment, the world around him became strikingly clear, with every detail laid bare. Simultaneously, a powerful ocular energy surged within him. He cautiously bent down, extending his hands to gently lift the chakra-sealing scroll placed on the ground, treating it as if it were an incredibly precious and fragile treasure. After confirming that he had not damaged the scroll, he took a deep breath, concentrated, and summoned his chakra, performing the sealing technique with specific hand signs. Blue light emanated from his fingertips, entwining around the scroll like delicate threads, gradually tightening and merging until a secure sealing barrier enveloped its surface. Upon completing the sealing process, he carefully set the scroll on a nearby stone pedestal, ensuring it would remain undisturbed and protected from any unintended damage. Then, he turned and swiftly exited the underground base. As he stepped onto the surface, sunlight poured down upon him, imbuing him with warmth and brilliance. Standing in the center of the spacious courtyard, Uchiha Jin gently closed his eyes, regulating his breathing to calm himself. He then slowly opened his eyes, revealing the glimmering crimson of the three-tomo Sharingan. Feeling the immense power bestowed by these extraordinary eyes, he began to experiment with their capabilities to enhance his own abilities. First, he unleashed a series of ninjutsu, manipulating fire, lightning, and water with astonishing power. Then he showcased his exquisite taijutsu skills, moving with ghostly swiftness as the air whistled through his strikes. After enduring many years of relentless training, his clothes soaked with sweat, he remained oblivious to fatigue. Ultimately, after executing a flawless combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu, he sensed the once foreign yet potent new power surging through him like a roaring torrent, now fully integrated into his being, ready for his command. At that moment, Uchiha Jin realized he had undergone a transformative rebirth, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. As time swiftly passed, night fell, and he shared the joyous news of awakening his Sharingan with his mother and grandfather, though he only mentioned having awakened one tomo, attributing the awakening to the Ninetales incident. A mother, privy to certain insider knowledge, radiated joy akin to flowers blooming in the spring. In stark contrast, the grandfather, utterly oblivious to the circumstances, was left speechless, astonished by the prodigious talent displayed before him. Such an ability, even if not entirely unique within the clan, was as rare as a pearl among stones. Before long, the genius who awakened the Sharingan at such a tender age became a household name throughout the human realm, heralded by his grandfather's enthusiastic proclamations. During this period, the elder moved with the vigor of the wind, his gait imbued with a remarkable bravado, and his smile shone as brilliantly as the sun, never faltering. One could genuinely feel his heartfelt pride. Unperturbed by the commotion, he immersed himself in his training as a ninja, seeking out his mother to procure elixirs that nourished chakra. He was determined to explore the cultivation of the Ninetales chakra. After all, the later stages of the story revealed that during the tumult of the Ninetales, one could amass chakra and, with careful nurturing, potentially become a host of the Ninetales, reaching up to the Six-Tails level. With the substantial amounts of Ninetales chakra flesh he had already gathered, there was no reason he could not achieve this. As long as he discovered the right method, he could eventually nurture a tailed beast. Upon successfully unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, he envisioned a formidable alliance between Susanoo and the Ninetales. Who could rival such power? With these thoughts, Uchiha Schwandu felt as though he might burst into laughter, akin to a joyous flower in bloom. After acquiring a wealth of nourishing chakra elixirs from his mother, he resembled a wild stallion unleashed, immediately commencing experiments in his base, fervently seeking the right combinations to amplify the Ninetales chakra. After approximately a week of diligent experimentation, he triumphantly discovered 3 potions capable of nurturing the Ninetales chakra. Like a meticulous scientist, he tirelessly adjusted the ratios until he found the most suitable blend. His aspirations to cultivate a tailed beast began to shine like a brilliant star. Despite gaining substantial ocular power from the Ninetales chakra, his youthful body resembled a tender sapling. Although bolstered by the chakra within him, his physical strength still paled in comparison to the demands of his burgeoning abilities. Recalling Uchiha Itachi's later physical condition, Uchiha Schwandu understood the importance of a robust physique to support such formidable bloodline powers. Otherwise, he risked becoming a flickering candle in a tempest. Thus, fortifying his body was as essential as constructing an impregnable fortress. The chakra nourishing his body was akin to spring rain nurturing the earth, simple yet slow to yield results. A method reminiscent of a snail's crawl, consuming much time. It appeared he needed to emulate an inventor and devise a secret technique to enhance his physical strength for protection. After all, ninjas in the ninja world were as fragile as porcelain in the absence of chakra. Contemplating his options, he recalled the Akimichi clan's secret technique of enhanced yang release. Brimming with potential, he resolved to investigate it when time permitted. He noted that there seemed to be members of the Akimichi clan in his class. At the appropriate moment, he would utilize his Sharingan to discreetly observe their ninjutsu, hoping to replicate it like a photocopier. Even if replication proved impossible, he could learn from their applications in battle, absorbing their techniques like a sponge. Chapter 13. The defeat of Sand Ninja's time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and within a month, the Ninetales of Konoha broke free from its seal, unleashing a cataclysmic upheaval. Although the Ninetales was ultimately resealed, the news of Konoha's diminished strength spread through the ninja world like a plague. Under the cloak of a gag order, the villagers of Konoha remained blissfully ignorant of the true nature of the seal, believing merely that Hokage Tobirama Senju had re-imprisoned the beast. The leaders of various clans possessed only vague knowledge of the events. Tobirama summoned Hashirama Senju only after ensuring the evacuation of the ninjas, making those aware of Hashirama's involvement in subduing the Nine Tails exceedingly rare. Other nations' ninjas were equally oblivious. Even if presented with the facts, they would dismiss them as absurd. After all, Hashirama had passed away years ago, and claims of his resurrection to quell the Nine Tails would surely be deemed a conspiracy. The chaos wrought by the Nine Tails was nothing short of earth-shattering, and this revelation struck the leaders of the ninja world like a bombshell. Although Konoha did not face total annihilation, its strength was undeniably diminished, akin to a flower ravaged by a storm. With Konoha weakened, who would not seek to seize the opportunity? The Wind Shadow was the first unable to contain his eagerness shortly after receiving the news. He pounced upon the Fire Country in a frenzy, igniting a war that erupted like a volcano. In the original story, this Wind Shadow had remained a recluse, studying Shikaku, the One Tail, and was the only surviving second shadow from the First Great War. However, the emergence of the protagonist presented a golden opportunity he could not ignore. The second Wind Shadow, who had long coveted the fertile lands of the Fire Country, felt as though a treasure had fallen from the heavens. With opportunity before him, he could hardly remain idle. Upon learning of the war, Tobirama Senju rushed to the front lines like an arrow released from a bow. Utilizing the shadow clone technique in conjunction with explosive tags, his firepower was as fierce as a volcanic eruption. Leading the charge, he inspired the elite ninjas of various clans to follow suit, akin to ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, unleashing their full might. Within less than 2 hours of battle, Tobirama led the elite ninjas, cutting through the Sand Ninja lines like a sharp blade, leaving the Sand Village's vanguard in disarray. Explosive tags rained down like a torrential downpour, blanketing the battlefield. Witnessing the utter collapse of their front line, the morale of the Sand Ninja plummeted. Yet, among the ranks of the Sand Ninja, there emerged a capable shinobi, AJ means skilled in earth release. He stepped forward, hands forming seals with the swiftness of a gale, exclaiming, "Earth release, earth barrier." In an instant, a wall of earth as solid as rock rose like a pillar, attempting to shield the remaining Sand Ninja from the onslaught of explosive tags. Seeing this, Tobirama's lips curled into a cold smile as he vanished like a specter. The next moment, he appeared atop the earthen wall, kunai glinting ominously in his grasp. The Sand Ninja, overwhelmed with fear, launched their attacks, surging forth like a tidal wave. But Tobirama, light as a feather and swift as lightning, effortlessly breached their defenses, plunging into the heart of the Sand Ninja ranks. Once more, he formed seals, chanting, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." A massive water dragon surged forth, roaring like a dragon emerging from the sea, its claws poised to strike at the Sand Ninja. Chaos erupted among the Sand Ninja, and the Wind Shadow, gritting his teeth, realized that the battle was proving far more arduous than anticipated. Meanwhile, Tobirama resembled a war god, exuding an aura that instilled dread in his enemies. The Sandmaster, stationed at the rear, was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Tobirama would charge to the front lines at the very outset of battle. It was akin to playing a card game and revealing a royal flush right from the start. Such behavior lacked the dignity expected of a shadow. The Sandmaster had no time for contemplation. He immediately rushed to the front lines, only to find that Tobirama's onslaught had decimated their numbers to fewer than 2,000 Sand Ninja. Frustrated, he felt as if he were on the brink of madness. All he intended was to seize an advantage in the Fire Country, yet Tobirama was treating this as a serious conflict. Without further contemplation, the organization and mobilization of the Sand Ninja forces commenced, preparing to confront Senju Tobirama. This victory had significantly uplifted the morale of the Konoha ninjas, liberating them from the previous atmosphere of sorrow. Senju Tobirama, seizing the moment of high spirits, wasted no time in issuing a direct order for a full-scale assault on the Sand Ninja. Unprepared, the Sand Ninja soon noticed the approaching adversaries. Upon spotting Senju Tobirama at the forefront, the Sand Leader, in a fit of anger, retrieved a scroll from his chest, unfurling it with a swift motion. As he formed rapid hand seals, 10 puppets sprang forth from the scroll. Each finger of the Sand Leader released a thread of chakra, connecting him to the puppets, which sprang to life. 2 puppets floated protectively on either side, while the remaining 8 brandished various weapons and charged at Senju Tobirama. At that moment, Senju Tobirama, with a flicker, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind the Sand Leader, thrusting his sword toward him. Anticipating this move, the Sand Leader swiftly turned, commanding his puppets to block the attack. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, exchanging lethal blows. As the fight intensified, Konoha ninjas formed a semicircle around the sand ninja, and a fierce clash erupted, ninjutsu flying in all directions. Both factions skillfully avoided the area where the two leaders fought. With his extensive combat experience, Senju Tobirama seized an opening, delivering a powerful kick to the sand leader, then swiftly forming seals to execute the water release, great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water surged forth. The sand leader, noticing the impending deluge, let out a disdainful snort, quickly forming seals to use his sand manipulation technique. The surrounding sandy terrain erupted, sending a whirlwind of yellow sand toward the oncoming wave. As water and sand collided, a mist enveloped the battlefield, with sand and water splattering in all directions. Senju Tobirama's gaze sharpened as he channeled more chakra, attempting to breach the sandy barrier. Unyielding, the sand leader commanded more sand to fortify his defenses. At that moment, other ninjas on the battlefield felt the shockwaves of their opposing jutsu. The sand ninjas scrambled for higher ground to evade the surging waters, while the Konoha ninjas cautiously dodged the flying debris. In the midst of this stalemate, the sand leader smirked coldly, secretly dividing a portion of his chakra to send a stream of fine sand towards Senju Tobirama's feet, intending to ensnare him unawares. However, Tobirama's keen senses detected the subtle movement beneath him, and he vanished with another use of the flying thunder god technique, reappearing midair. He rapidly formed seals, preparing for a new round of water-based attacks, unleashing several water dragons that twisted and surged toward the sand leader. Caught off guard, the sand leader was forced to retreat. His forces rushed to his aid as the tension on the battlefield escalated. Once steady, the sand leader, now furious, commanded his 10 puppets to charge at Senju Tobirama once more. With a smirk, Tobirama formed seals swiftly, creating 5 shadow clones. Both the original and the clones darted across the battlefield, leaving behind mere afterimages. The shadow clones hurled a multitude of explosive tags at the 10 puppets, which rained down like a storm. The sand leader, startled, hastily maneuvered the puppets to avoid the barrage, but their sheer number rendered them sluggish. A tremendous explosion ensued, flames soaring into the sky. Several puppets were obliterated, causing the sand leader great distress. However, he had no time to recover, as Senju Tobirama, utilizing the smoke from the explosion, appeared before the sand leader in an instant. With wide eyes, the sand leader attempted to defend himself, but Tobirama's kunai was already pressed against his throat. In this war, you have lost, Tobirama's icy voice echoed. The sand ninjas, witnessing this, ceased their attacks, their faces reflecting dejection. The sand leader's visage paled, shifting from anger to despair, ultimately forced to concede. The Konoha ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating their victory. In this breathtaking confrontation, the sand ninjas stood like solitary heroes, facing the united might of the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Inuzuka clan, Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan. This battle, akin to a nightmare, was indelibly etched in the sand leader's memory, revealing the chilling power of Konoha's clans. He could not help but marvel at the profound depth of Konoha's strength, akin to an impregnable fortress. Senju Tobirama, sharp as a hawk, swiftly sensed the subtle maneuvers of the Wind Country following the Nine Tails rampage. Without hesitation, he orchestrated the assembly of elite ninjas from various clans along the borders of the Wind Country, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Tobirama aimed to use this battle to send shockwaves throughout the ninja world, making those who dared to challenge Konoha ponder their own capabilities. Under Tobirama's meticulous strategy, the Sand Ninja Village set an unprecedented record, succumbing from declaration of war to defeat in less than 3 days. The battle began with finality, culminating in the Sand's swift downfall. This news spread like wildfire, rapidly disseminated throughout the world of ninjas, particularly in the water, earth, and lightning countries, where the leaders, once anxious, found their hearts cooling in the wake of Konoha's overwhelming strength. Indeed, Konoha's might had become as apparent as the full moon, casting a stark contrast against the Sand Village, which had fallen like a fragile bird to the ground in mere days. Doubts arose among the nations. Had Konoha not possessed the strength to counter all 4 major ninja villages, it was likely that Tobirama would have already sharpened his blades against them. The flames of war in the ninja world waned considerably with this revelation, for with Konoha, the fierce tiger, standing guard, even the most audacious would think twice before instigating conflict. The once erratic Sand Village appeared as nothing more than a jester, serving as a cautionary tale. Smaller nations could only scurry about like insignificant ants, making a commotion without real impact. Once again, tranquility returned to the Fire Country. After accepting the Sand Ninja's surrender, Senju Tobirama entrusted the ensuing negotiations to the exceptionally intelligent leader of the Nara clan, confident that he would not disappoint, leaving a contingent of ninjas to guard the borders. He led the remaining forces back to Konoha like a surging tide. Within Konoha, the atmosphere was one of exultation as the village basked in the glow of triumph. Uchiha Jinsui of the Uchiha clan, upon learning the full story, felt a surge of sympathy for the Sand Leader. Previously, having observed the anime, he realized that the Sand Leader had never ventured beyond the confines of the Sand Village, watching the wars unfold from a distance while diligently studying the one-tail, Shikaku. It was uncertain how far he had progressed in this pursuit, but the demise of the second Kazekage, the Sand Leader, remained shrouded in mystery, unresolved and ambiguous. Now, Jinsui found himself pondering whether the Sand Leader had ultimately succumbed to his rage, perishing like a candle flickering in the wind, quietly extinguished. Chapter 14. The Dawn of the Lightning Fire War. Uchiha Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed ahead, his heart secretly marveling at the sheer ingenuity and tactics of Senju Tobirama. He could hardly fathom how Tobirama, with such exquisite strategy, managed to use the conflict with the Sand Shinobi to solidify Konoha's position within the entire shinobi world, rendering it unassailable. Simultaneously, Tobirama's prestige within the village soared to unprecedented heights. Initially, Uchiha Jin had harbored hopes that the war between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire would endure for an extended period, as this would grant him ample time to cultivate and enhance his own strength. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. Tobirama unexpectedly employed a bewildering blitzkrieg tactic. Nearly days later, Uchiha Jin found himself hastily accompanying his mother to the gates of Konoha, awaiting the return of the valiant shinobi. Upon their arrival at the village entrance, they were greeted by a scene of extraordinary jubilation. All around, ninjas and civilians alike bore expressions of joy, their cheers echoing as if celebrating a festival. Clearly, after a period of recuperation, they had completely cast off the shadows and scars left by the previous Nine Tails disturbance. Once the welcoming ceremony concluded, the crowd surged towards the central platform of Konoha. As expected, before long, the figure that had caused Uchiha Jin considerable vexation reappeared in that familiar position, none other than Senju Tobirama himself. Witnessing this spectacle, Uchiha Jin could not help but inwardly lament, recognizing that another lengthy and tedious speech was imminent. Who among the laborers from his past life truly relished listening to their superior's incessant and monotonous discourse? With a resigned shake of the head, he stood firm, bracing himself for Tobirama's seemingly endless oration, having little inclination to attentively absorb the unfolding speech. Uchiha Jin's gaze wandered to the surrounding civilians and shinobi, only to be astonished by their exuberant enthusiasm, as if invigorated by an unseen force. This sparked a nagging curiosity within him. Were the dazzling maneuvers exhibited by the Third Hokage a result of his tutelage under Senju Tobirama? It was well known that the Third Hokage frequently proclaimed the will of fire, espousing slogans about burning oneself to illuminate Konoha. One could not help but wonder whether Tobirama had successfully indoctrinated him to the point of obsession, or if the Third Hokage had continuously reinforced these ideals until he found himself ensnared, perhaps even to the point of fanaticism. Thus, it becomes evident that the two essential skills of a leader, brainwashing and illusion crafting, were wielded by Senju Tobirama with unparalleled mastery. The excessively positive attitude towards war among his clan members starkly revealed the extent of his influence. Without a doubt, Tobirama had painted an ambitious and grand vision for the Uchiha clan, akin to illustrating a colossal and perfectly rounded pie. It is almost effortless to surmise that he had promised to pass down the Hokage position, likely hinting at intentions to bequeath it to figures like Uchiha Kagami. This effectively whetted the appetite of the entire Uchiha clan, keeping their hopes alive. After all, as one of the two founding families of Konoha alongside the Senju, the elder generation of the Uchiha clan had long harbored a profound obsession with the esteemed position of Hokage. Yet I alone am aware that in the original narrative, Senju Tobirama ultimately chose to pass the Hokage mantle to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is undeniable that in this contest of power and strategy, the entire Uchiha clan had fallen into the intricately woven web of Senju Tobirama, manipulated at his will, ultimately destined to find their endeavors fruitless. From the inception of Konoha, Tobirama had unhesitatingly entrusted the vital responsibility of the security department to the Uchiha clan. On the surface, this appeared to be a significant assignment, yet it effectively ensnared them within a seemingly prestigious yet inherently constrained role. Consequently, The Uchiha clan became ensconced in an invisible prison, their presence virtually absent from other critical departments. The ramifications of this arrangement extended far beyond mere appearances. Let us momentarily set aside the present, even in today's world, where technology is highly advanced and societal standards have improved. The role of urban management remains contentious and often criticized. What more, then, in the tumultuous realm of shinobi? The Uchiha clan has always been characterized by their lofty ambitions and unyielding demeanor, coupled with their ruthless methods in law enforcement, which has gradually fostered discontent among the villagers. Moreover, even members of other prominent ninja clans have experienced various minor and major frictions with the Uchiha clan over trivial matters. However, due to the Uchiha clan's formidable and intimidating strength, these conflicts have yet to erupt in full force. Undoubtedly, they lie dormant like a powder keg buried beneath the surface, waiting for just a spark to ignite a cataclysmic explosion. The current state of the Uchiha clan's security department resembles nothing less than dispatching local law enforcement to Africa to manage a band of ruthless and uncontrollable warlords. It is essential to understand that these warlords are merciless killers, each wielding formidable weapons and commanding substantial forces. Should our personnel be inadequately equipped compared to them, they would undoubtedly be turned into mere targets, with no hope for a proper burial. Now, let us observe the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Their daily missions typically consist of two types. Either they are tasked with the protection of significant individuals or classified information, or they silently execute assassination missions, eliminating enemies without a trace. Additionally, they are responsible for eradicating those brigands who lord over the mountains and engage in nefarious activities, as well as participating in the brutally fierce border wars. In essence, their existence is a relentless cycle of intense combat or cold-blooded slaughter. As for Senju Tobirama, he astonishingly bestowed upon the Uchiha clan a seemingly elevated status, all the while intending to rid himself of a troublesome issue once and for all. One must admit, his cunning strategy is nothing short of audacious. If anyone dares to believe that his actions are not intentionally aimed at the Uchiha, they must surely be deluded. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen perfectly inherited this so-called admirable quality. One feigned a friendly demeanor, striving to placate the Uchiha, while the other schemed in the shadows, devising nefarious ways to undermine them. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that they have utterly abandoned the most basic moral principles in their endeavors to suppress the Uchiha, employing every possible means to that end. Later, Uchiha Itachi's so-called Hokage mentality and overarching vision were simply bewildering. It was evident that he had been brainwashed by the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to the point of losing his rationality. His choice to annihilate his entire clan, a cruel and insane act, defies comprehension. One must recognize that, in any era or environment, factional struggles are invariably brutal, life-or-death affairs. Even in today's modern society, high-ranking officials, unwilling to confess their crimes, resort to extreme measures such as suicide to preserve their secrets. Their actions stem from a desire to shoulder all responsibility, even at the cost of their lives, to ensure their factions do not crumble, thus safeguarding the well-being of their families and providing their children with future opportunities. Yet, Senju Tobirama made statements that appeared utterly senseless. After hearing his words, Uchiha Kagami felt disillusioned and silently returned to his clan, resolutely embarking on his arduous path of cultivation. The flames of war between the land of earth and the land of water flickered like a dying ember. Although still warm, their intensity had diminished, and the dawn of a ceasefire seemed imminent. Meanwhile, the land of lightning loomed like a greedy beast, relentlessly attacking the land of fire while devouring nearby villages, its strength expanding rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the later stages, the land of lightning emerged as the undisputed foremost shinobi village during the Third Hokage's tenure, reaping significant rewards during the three great ninja wars. The might exhibited by the Hidden Leaf Village resembled a towering mountain, capable of instilling fear in other shinobi villages, but also inciting deep apprehension among other great nations. The Raikage of the Land of Lightning, akin to a warrior daring to challenge authority, did not retreat. Rather, he intensified his offensive against the Land of Fire. Leading his forces, he surged across the border, wreaking havoc as the conflict between the two lands escalated. This intelligence swiftly reached Senju Tobirama, originally planning to allow the shinobi a brief respite before confronting the unruly ninjas of the Cloud Village. He now faced an urgent situation requiring immediate reinforcement. Summoning all, he stood resolute, his expression steely, eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the throng below. Drawing a deep breath, he commanded, All clans, heed my call. Immediately dispatch your elite and civilian shinobi to the border for support. His voice resonated like a clarion call, piercing the skies and echoing throughout the hidden leaf. Upon receiving the order, the clans swiftly mobilized, selecting powerful and experienced shinobi to form a support unit. Without delay, Senju Tobirama set forth with his meticulously trained elite guards, moving like a gust of wind. They traversed mountains and rivers, racing against time, fully aware that every moment counted. The sooner they reached the battlefield, the greater their chances of success. After an arduous journey, they finally arrived at the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire. The scene before them was harrowing, smoke billowed, and cries of battle filled the air. With no time for rest, Senju Tobirama plunged into the fray. He promptly contacted the commander overseeing the front line, inquiring in detail about the current situation. Upon learning of the severe manpower shortage, he decisively issued orders. All shinobi, listen, disperse immediately and adopt flexible tactics, focusing on entangling and harassing the enemy. We must do everything possible to delay the advance of the Cloud Village's main forces until reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf arrive. During this time, we absolutely cannot allow the Cloud Ninjas to penetrate deeper into the heart of the Land of Fire. With his command, the shinobi surged forward like arrows released from a bow, vanishing into the chaos of battle. Before long, the second Raikage arrived with a multitude of shinobi. He descended upon the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, his formidable lightning release techniques striking terror into the hearts of his foes. His movements were ghostly swift, almost impossible to perceive. The ambushing Hidden Leaf shinobi barely had time to react before he dispatched them with astonishing speed. The second Raikage disregarded the numerous traps laid around him, treating them as mere trifles. Clad in an impenetrable armor of lightning release chakra, he was invulnerable to both sharp shuriken and explosive tags. His black lightning attacks were utterly terrifying. Each bolt contained the power to obliterate. As these dark bolts screamed toward the Hidden Leaf shinobi, they found themselves powerless to retaliate, unable to even muster a single counterattack. In an instant, the battlefield echoed with cries of anguish as the Hidden Leaf shinobi suffered unprecedented losses. Senju Tobirama was compelled to confront the second Raikage, determined to prevent him from wreaking further havoc. Otherwise, before reinforcements could arrive, the remaining shinobi would be annihilated, leading to the total collapse of their defenses. With a steely gaze, Senju Tobirama swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. As he moved, the surrounding moisture began to churn violently, as if manipulated by an unseen force. In an instant, a colossal curtain of water cascaded from the heavens, descending with the force of a mountain, sweeping toward the second Raikage. This was the renowned water release, great waterfall technique of Senju Tobirama. However, unfazed by such a formidable assault, the second Raikage opened his mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, a dazzling blue lightning chakra erupted from within him, soaring into the sky like an enraged dragon. The lightning chakra spun rapidly in the air, condensing into an extraordinarily sharp giant blade of lightning in the blink of an eye. It shimmered with a heart-stopping brilliance, striking fiercely into the tumultuous waters with a force akin to thunder. With a resounding crack, the once unstoppable torrent of water was forcefully cleaved open, creating a widening gap through which the lightning blade surged directly towards Senju Tobirama, moving at a speed that rendered one nearly incapable of reaction. Startled, Senju Tobirama's pupils contracted sharply, a chill racing up his spine to his brain. With no time to hesitate, he began to weave a series of intricate hand seals with the swiftness of a gale. Just as the moment hung in the balance, he uttered a swift incantation, body flicker technique. In an instant, he vanished from his original position like a wraith. Yet, the perilous nature of the scene left an indelible mark of fear in the air. The robust and powerful arm of Raikage brushed perilously close to Senju Tobirama's cheek, allowing him to feel the searing current and overwhelming force. In an instant, the right side of Senju Tobirama's face was scorched by the lightning, leaving a darkened mark as if kissed by the flames of hell. The intense heat and pain elicited a sharp intake of breath. In that fleeting moment, he felt death itself wielding a colossal scythe, poised to reap his life. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the timely use of the body flicker technique to evade this lethal strike, his head might have been shattered like a ripe watermelon under the terrifying blow of Raikage's hand. Even so, Senju Tobirama's heart raced, his breath rapid and shallow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the recent encounter. Chapter 15. The Border War. After a brief skirmish, both sides paused to catch their breath. Upon regaining his composure, Senju Tobirama observed that the scattered Leaf Village ninjas had retreated far away, rendering further entanglement with the second Raikage unnecessary. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, a shadow clone identical to his original self materialized. The clone, armed with a kunai, charged towards the second Raikage without hesitation, simultaneously chanting incantations to unleash the powerful water release technique, giant waterfall technique. The surging water roared forth like a ferocious beast, its gaping maw aimed directly at the second Raikage. Noticing the impending attack, he attempted to evade. Yet the massive water flow seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring his body tightly. At that moment, the clone, adeptly managing the situation, sensed that the original had successfully retreated. The clone then closed in on the second Raikage, hastily forming seals at an astonishing speed. As the final seal was completed, a terrifying wave of energy erupted forth. Exploding tag technique. Countless explosive tags emerged from thin air, raining down upon the second Raikage like a torrential downpour. Before he could react, the tags detonated, producing thunderous roars that echoed through the air. In an instant, flames soared high, thick smoke billowed, and a powerful shockwave flattened everything in its wake. The continuous explosions resounded like an apocalyptic symphony, transforming the once majestic mountains into a desolate ruin. As the dust began to settle, the second Raikage struggled to rise from the ground. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that his formidable opponent, Senju Tobirama, had vanished without a trace. Breathing heavily, the second Raikage could no longer maintain his earlier imposing demeanor. He crouched, furiously pounding his right fist into the ground, gasping for breath, cursing inwardly. That despicable guy will not escape next time. Gradually, he stood tall, his imposing figure highlighted by the sunlight. His expression was grave, and his piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the battlefield's every movement. With determined strides, he made his way back to the front line's encampment. Upon entering the tent, the second Raikage turned urgently to the waiting Umbu ninja beside him, inquiring, "Where are Kinkaku and Ginkaku now?" His voice was low and authoritative, emanating an undeniable aura of command. The Umbu ninja, not daring to delay, responded respectfully, "My lord, according to the latest intelligence, Lords Kinkaku and Ginkaku are still not far behind. Based on their current pace, they should arrive here in approximately half a day's time." Upon hearing this, the second Raikage nodded slightly, though his furrowed brow remained tense. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively commanded, "Immediately send word to the rear to instruct Kinkaku and Ginkaku's forces to accelerate their march and hasten their arrival. There must be no mistakes." As the command was disseminated, the atmosphere within the tent grew tense and bustling. Orders were swiftly passed along, and soldiers mobilized to prepare for the impending arrival of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's troops. In a fleeting moment, Kinkaku entered the tent, and upon witnessing the second Raikage's disheveled state, he understood that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had undoubtedly inflicted considerable losses upon him, prompting a mocking response. In the village of Kumogakure, the only two noble clans vying for the position of Raikage were the Night Moon clan and the Yuhi clan, to which Kinkaku and Ginkaku belonged. To date, the position of Raikage had been held within the Night Moon clan for 2 generations, while the Yuhi clan had yet to produce a single Raikage. Presently, endowed with the strength of shadow-level combatants, Kinkaku and Ginkaku were certainly capable of contesting the Raikage position, making their relationship with the Raikage inherently fraught. Their restraint in not directly rebelling against the second Raikage could be seen as a testament to their temperance. The second Raikage paid no heed to their taunts. The dynamics between the two clans were evident, and he would not grant them any semblance of favor. He issued orders in his capacity as Raikage, fully aware that Kinkaku and Ginkaku's meager strength could not rival his own lineage. He intended for them to take the lead as cannon fodder. After this war in the ninja world concluded, he would begin to eliminate those disobedient nuisances. Once the troops were regrouped, an assault on the Leaf Village's stronghold would commence. As they must reclaim their honor, Senju Tobirama returned to the Leaf Village's encampment with a solemn expression. He gazed at the weary yet resolute ninjas around him, a profound sense of responsibility swelling within him. The battle had been exceedingly arduous, with a stark disparity in numbers between the two sides. However, through exceptional tactics and indomitable spirit, they had successfully held the forces of Kumogakure at bay, preventing any easy breach of their defenses, confining them firmly to the borders of the Land of Fire. At this moment, Senju Tobirama was acutely aware of the urgency of time. He swiftly issued commands for his comrades to gather the scattered allies and reorganize the defensive line. Every ninja understood that they could not afford to relax for even a moment, Otherwise, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Simultaneously, Senju Tobirama anxiously awaited the arrival of reinforcements from the village. He estimated that aid would take approximately another day to reach their location. This period was undoubtedly a trial for them, yet it also represented a crucial moment for a counterattack. As long as they can hold their ground until reinforcements arrive, it will be the perfect opportunity for them to launch a counterattack and decisively defeat the Cloud Shinobi. With this thought in mind, Senju Tobirama's gaze sharpened with determination. He silently vowed to lead his comrades to victory, driving out the audacious Cloud Shinobi who dared to invade the territory of the Land of Fire. At this moment, neither side's reinforcements nor troop placements were fully in position, yet the atmosphere on the battlefield was already thick with tension. Both parties prudently chose to proceed with caution, entering a phase of tentative probing. At this critical juncture, Senju Tobirama received reports regarding casualties, and his expression instantly turned grave. Originally, they had deployed a formidable force of 3,000 elite ninjas along this border, but when the Raikage led his army to breach the first line of defense, they had already suffered considerable losses. The subsequent battles compounded their misfortunes, leading to a drastic decline in the overall combat strength of the border forces. Preliminary estimates revealed that nearly two-thirds of their numbers had been lost. Such staggering figures inflicted deep anguish upon the ninjas and imposed unprecedented pressure on Senju Tobirama. With the camp's combat capabilities severely diminished, the consequences of this situation being discovered by the Cloud Shinobi were unimaginable. Before reinforcements could arrive, every effort must be made to hold the position, ensuring that the enemy remained oblivious to their vulnerabilities. Thus, Senju Tobirama resolutely decided to dispatch several of his favored disciples on a daunting mission to eliminate the Cloud Shinobi reconnaissance teams that sought to gather intelligence. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of the wind and the chirping of insects. Yet, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade lay countless threats. Predictably, within a single night, 5 Cloud Shinobi squads stealthily approached the encampment. Each squad was led by a formidable jonin, indicating that the enemy had come well prepared. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the enemy, Tobirama's 6th disciple exhibited extraordinary courage and remarkable skill. They swiftly formed 3 teams in pairs, arranged in a triangular formation around the perimeter of the encampment. This configuration ensured mutual support while maximizing their defensive range. As time progressed, the sounds of intense combat intermittently echoed from the encampment's outskirts. The clash of weapons, the cries of battle, and the dazzling displays of various ninjutsu combined to create a breathtaking tableau. Although the prowess of the Cloud Shinobi squads was formidable, Tobirama's disciples, through their seamless coordination and indomitable spirit, repeatedly repelled the enemy's advances. The entire night was marked by fierce fighting, with flames illuminating the sky and the sounds of battle reverberating continuously. Amidst the chaos, the most striking spectacle was the flawless synergy between Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as a torrent of flames erupted from his palms, surging forth like a roaring fire dragon toward the enemy. At that moment, Shimura Danzo flashed into position before the advancing fire dragon, his hands pressed together as he exerted a powerful push, imbuing the fire dragon with an invisible wind release force that dramatically increased its speed and amplified its destructive power. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kagami moved through the battlefield like a phantom. His 3-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly capable of perceiving all things. Whenever a Cloud Shinobi approached, a mere shift of his gaze would suffice to unleash exquisite jinjutsu, ensnaring the enemy in an endless illusion from which they could not escape. Those unfortunate Cloud Shinobi ninjas scarcely had time to react before they unknowingly became the souls claimed by Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami exhibited remarkable agility, executing each strike with precision and decisiveness, never leaving room for hesitation. His Sharingan not only bestowed upon him extraordinary dynamic vision, but also augmented his jinjutsu, rendering his enemies utterly powerless before him, forced to witness their inevitable descent into the abyss of death. Observing from a distance, Shimura Danzo absorbed the scene before him. Gazing into the chilling depths of Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, a profound desire surged within him. If he could possess such formidable eyes, would he not be as invincible as Uchiha Kagami? This thought took root in his mind, growing uncontrollably like wild grass. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing beside him, seemed to sense the turmoil within his friend. He gently placed a hand on Danzo's shoulder, his eyes reflecting concern and encouragement, without uttering another word. Hiruzen turned and rejoined the fierce battle. The following day, as the sun rose anew, the forest, after a night of relentless conflict, had returned to a semblance of tranquility. Were it not for the bloodstains scattered across the forest floor, one might think the previous night had been a mere dream. Senju Tobirama, anxiously awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, finally saw the village's ninja arrive. This time, 5,000 shinobi joined the over 1,000 already stationed, forming a formidable force of nearly 6,000. The arrival of this fresh contingent eased Tobirama's worries, granting him a robust confidence in facing the impending assault from the Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the situation for the second Raikage was dire. The duo of Kin and Jin, for reasons unknown, completely disregarded orders and displayed no semblance of coordination, resulting in a painfully sluggish integration of their forces. Within the command tent, the second Raikage seethed as he glared at the map and reports before him, his powerful arms thrashing violently, reducing table after table to splinters. Each blow was accompanied by his furious roars. What on earth were these two fools thinking? Had he lost even a shred of his reason, he would have unleashed his formidable lightning release chakra mode and charged at Kin and Jin like a bolt of lightning, ready to pummel them into oblivion. Yet, as a leader of great stature, he understood that acting impulsively would only exacerbate the chaos. Thus, despite the fire of rage burning within him, he refrained from immediate action. After careful consideration, the second Raikage resolved to confront Kin and Jin personally. He approached them without hesitation, his presence radiating authority as he issued his command. Kin, Jin, I order you to lead your respective squads and immediately launch an assault from the right flank against the Konoha encampment. This command struck the air like a thunderclap, resonating in their ears. Kin and Jin felt a wave of discontent and resentment wash over them. They were acutely aware of the risks involved in this mission. Yet faced with the formidable figure of the Raikage, whose very being crackled with lightning, any reluctance had to be momentarily suppressed. They understood that to defy the Raikage would likely invite a punishment as fierce as a storm. Thus, despite their bitterness, Kin and Jin gritted their teeth and accepted their orders. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Senju Tobirama received crucial intelligence regarding the second Raikage deployment. Without hesitation, he made the decision to dispatch Uchiha clan ninjas to restrain Kin and Jin. Tobirama's reasoning was underpinned by a deeper strategy. He aimed to utilize this opportunity to deplete the Uchiha clan's strength, thereby solidifying the dominance of the Hokage lineage within the village. Initially hesitant, the Uchiha clan leader ultimately acquiesced to Tobirama's directive, driven by the prospect of his son, Uchiha Fugaku, inheriting the clan leadership and minimizing competition. Thus, an intense clash centered around power struggles and strategic maneuvering quietly unfolded on the right flank, creating a new battlefield. On the front lines, amidst the smoke and the echoes of battle, a breathtaking confrontation raged. Senju Tobirama, leading his disciples, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the second Raikage and his son, who was poised to succeed him as the third Raikage. The two sides exchanged blows with relentless ferocity, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, on another front, the fiery chaos continued as the brothers Kin and Jin battled fiercely against the Uchiha clan leader and the elder. Both groups were evenly matched, locked in a deadlock. As pseudo Jinchuriki, Kin and Jin sought to leverage the power of the tailed beast within them to turn the tide. However, each time they attempted to transform, the Uchiha clan leader and elder deftly employed powerful Jinjutsu to thwart their efforts. Consequently, Kin and Jin's plans repeatedly fell through, inciting their frustration. In a fit of rage, Kin drew forth the Six Paths ninja tool, the fan, and unleashed a barrage of devastating elemental ninjutsu upon the Uchiha clan leader. Yet, the leader remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals to summon a blazing Uchiha fire formation that effortlessly countered the onslaught. At the same time, Jin, refusing to be outdone, wielded the Seven-Star Sword, moving with a ghostly agility, attempting to approach the Uchiha elder to seize his secret techniques. Should he succeed, he could imprison the elder within his Crimson Gourd. However, the elder was no ordinary foe, employing a combination of Jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. He created indistinguishable illusions that left Jin bewildered, stagnating the battlefield in a stalemate. Chapter 16. Successful graduation. As the Ninja World War raged on, our protagonist, Uchiha Jin, was nearing the end of his studies at the Ninja Academy. All theoretical courses had been cancelled, replaced entirely with practical combat training, where even the instructors participated fiercely, wielding their techniques with merciless precision. Every strike targeted the vulnerable parts of the body, delivering excruciating pain while ensuring no lasting damage. Most students left the training sessions carried by their parents, having been thoroughly beaten to the point of struggling to walk. During this time, I meticulously employed my Sharingan to observe the intense battles of Akimichi Choji. My gaze was fixated on him when he executed the multi-size technique, focused intently on analyzing the flow and nature of his chakra. With each observation, I began to discern patterns and sought to replicate this remarkable technique. After nearly 2 weeks of diligent scrutiny, I finally grasped the essence of the multi-size technique, realizing it hinged upon the manipulation of yang release chakra. Each individual possesses both yin and yang chakra within them, yet few can master and wield it proficiently. Now, I understood that to unlock the full potential of this secret technique and enhance my own abilities, I must develop a unique set of body enhancement techniques tailored to myself. Otherwise, even mastering the art of amplification would be futile without the accompanying physical conditions. Thus, upon returning home, I immediately set to work. I calmed my mind, closed my eyes, and endeavored to sense the subtle fluctuations of the yang chakra within me. However, to my dismay, the unique influence of the Sharingan rendered it nearly impossible for me to effectively manipulate the yang release chakra. Faced with such adversity, I refused to surrender easily. Instead, I swiftly altered my approach and decided to utilize the energy within my body as a substitute for the yang release chakra. In the days that followed, I dedicated considerable time and effort to painstakingly experiment and meticulously adjust the flow of energy within me, adhering to the principles of the amplification technique I had previously devised. Each minute alteration, every slight advancement, illuminated the path to success. Although the journey was exceptionally arduous, I remained steadfast in my belief that with relentless perseverance, I could ultimately develop a body-enhancing technique uniquely my own. With bated breath and utmost concentration, I cautiously summoned the mysterious and potent energy within, allowing it to flow gently like a trickling stream as I explored the meridians of my body and the operational pathways of the amplification technique. Each subtle shift of the energy felt as though it was a meticulously choreographed dance, moving precisely along a predetermined trajectory. As time passed, I gradually became proficient in the flow patterns of this energy and began attempting to practice overlapping exercises. When the energy within my dantian and the acupoints throughout my body ignited simultaneously, a tremendous force surged throughout me. At that moment, my body radiated a soft, jade-like luminescence, and I felt as unyielding as forged steel. To test the remarkable defensive capabilities bestowed by this phenomenon, I grasped a sharp shuriken and lightly grazed it across my arm. Astonishingly, even this gentle contact left no trace upon my skin. This was sufficient evidence that my body had acquired an extraordinary defensive strength, akin to that of indestructible diamond. However, despite the technique's formidable prowess, it possessed a significant flaw. The energy consumption was alarmingly excessive. After barely a minute of operation, I perceived that a full 1/10 of my internal energy had been depleted. At this rate, if I wished to operate at full capacity, this secret technique could endure for no more than 10 minutes. Confronted with such dire circumstances, I recognized the imperative to further refine and enhance this technique. Only through continual optimization of its methods and techniques, and by reducing the rate of energy consumption, could its true potential be realized. Thus, Uchiha Shin once again delved into contemplation, wholly absorbed in discovering how to perfect this technique. After extensive research and repeated experimentation, the method, evolved from traditional techniques, was finally completed. However, unlike the original amplification technique, it forsook the miraculous ability to rapidly augment physical stature in favor of enhancing defensive capabilities and bolstering bodily functions. When practitioners commenced the application of this technique, the true energy within them surged forth from the dantian, as if drawn by a mystical force. This overwhelming flow of energy resembled a majestic jade dragon, weaving between the dantian and the acupoints, imparting a gentle warmth wherever it traveled, bringing a profound sense of comfort. Such an extraordinary technique deserved a resounding name. After much contemplation, I decided upon Jade Dragon Technique. This name not only vividly depicted the magnificent spectacle of energy and motion, but also encapsulated the aspirations for its formidable power. Although the Jade Dragon Technique had been successfully developed, it still bore certain shortcomings. As it emphasized active deployment for defensive purposes, the energy expenditure for practitioners remained relatively high. To transform this technique into a reliable ally, further improvements were necessary to enable it to operate continuously with reduced energy consumption while autonomously enhancing physical strength. Armed with a clear direction for refinement, I plunged into diligent work, meticulously honing this technique. I firmly believed that in the near future, the perfected Jade Dragon technique would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. After countless arduous and unwavering improvements, a remarkable transformation unfolded within the free-flowing jade dragons of my veins. Initially, they merely resembled colossal dragons, but with the passage of time and relentless effort, these jade dragons had metamorphosed into formidable flood dragons with 3 sharp claws. Furthermore, their numbers astonishingly multiplied to 12. In this moment, these powerful flood dragons navigated freely through my body's meridians and acupoints, exhibiting a vitality as if they possessed an independent consciousness. Even more wondrously, their movements no longer required my deliberate control. They flowed naturally and continuously. The benefits of this remarkable transformation were evident. On one hand, it significantly enhanced my physical prowess, filling me with boundless strength. On the other, my defensive capabilities were markedly improved. To verify this, I gently grasped a shuriken and thrust it sharply toward my arm. At the moment of contact, my previously normal skin rapidly transformed from pale to white, as if enveloped by a resilient shield. When the shuriken barely pierced the surface, the whitened skin stood firm like an impenetrable wall, preventing it from penetrating any further. As I withdrew the shuriken, the injured area began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, the damaged skin restored itself completely, leaving no trace of injury. This astounding regenerative ability could rival even that of intermediate sage bodies, although I had yet to attain the legendary capability of Senja Hashirama, who could instantaneously heal all wounds. I firmly believed that with unwavering dedication to further refining this technique, I would one day reach this seemingly unattainable goal. As I persistently improved the Jade Dragon technique, time flew by, and before I knew it, Uchiha found himself standing upon the stage of the graduation examination. This examination was starkly different from the so-called graduation test of peaceful times. Its difficulty was nothing short of severe. The content of this trial required me to engage in a fierce confrontation with a seasoned Nin, forged through countless battles. And my task was to withstand the formidable opponent for approximately 3 minutes. Furthermore, the rules permitted me to employ any means necessary to confront the challenge. Uchiha Jin gazed resolutely at his seasoned opponent, his heart devoid of fear. As both parties completed the opposing hand seals, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. Although contemporary ninjas were largely capable of unleashing jutsu directly through the energy within their bodies, circumventing the cumbersome hand sealing process, Uchiha Jin unhesitatingly opted to feign the seals to avoid prematurely revealing his true prowess. With deft movements, he swiftly performed the fire release, great fireball technique, unleashing a roaring inferno that surged forth from his hands, hurtling towards the Chunin before him. Simultaneously, after concluding the seals, his hands reached for his ninja tool pouch. Retrieving several shurikens, which he then hurled with precision, the sharp projectiles darting towards his adversary like lightning. In the face of Uchiha Jin's fierce onslaught, the Chunin remained composed. He swiftly executed a series of hand seals, conjuring a robust earthen wall that effectively shielded him from the torrent of fire. Following this, he skillfully drew shurikens from his waist, accurately knocking down each of the swiftly approaching projectiles. Observing that his initial assault had been thwarted, a flicker of determination sparked in Uchiha Jin's eyes. He swiftly advanced, akin to a specter, closing the distance to the Chunin in an instant, drawing forth a gleaming longsword from behind him and striking fiercely at his foe. In that fleeting moment, the clash of blades illuminated the battlefield. Marking the commencement of their martial contest, Uchiha took a deep breath, centering his mind as he began to channel the surging energy within him. As his intent guided this powerful force, it surged forth like a relentless tide, filling his limbs and bones with explosive strength. Gripping the long blade firmly in his hands, he moved with a ghostly swiftness. Each swing of his sword sliced through the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind and an unparalleled momentum. As if he aimed to rend the very fabric of space itself, his swordsmanship was direct and forceful, devoid of any embellishments. Yet it contained a terrifying potency that instilled dread. His opponent, wielding several shuriken, adeptly leaped and dodged Uchiha Shin's ferocious onslaught, occasionally launching a shuriken aimed at his vital points. The trajectories of these shuriken were cunning and unpredictable, skillfully anticipating and thwarting Uchiha Shin's subsequent attacks. Faced with such a tenacious adversary, Uchiha Shin felt a pang of concern. Continuing with his original tactics risked exposing a flaw that could lead to a surprise assault from the flying shuriken. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy. After executing a series of clever maneuvers, Uchiha Shin recognized his shortcomings in technique. Acknowledging this, he chose to forego finesse and directly unleash approximately half of his power to overwhelm his opponent with sheer strength. With a thunderous roar, his muscles tensed instantly, transforming his once swift attacks into a wild and ferocious barrage. In that moment, the gleam of his blade flashed, and the air was filled with a dense offensive aura that enveloped his foe. However, his opponent was no ordinary adversary. Sensing the immense pressure from Uchiha Shien, rather than retreating, they accelerated their assault, launching shuriken like a tempest upon him. Despite Uchiha Shien's utmost efforts to counter, he soon realized that his limited training in swordsmanship left him at a significant disadvantage. In the heat of battle, he felt increasingly overwhelmed, his breath growing more rapid. Yet, even in the face of adversity, Uchiha Shien gritted his teeth, relying solely on his sword skills to withstand the onslaught. In moments of peril, he resorted to utilizing fire release and lightning release techniques for disruptive attacks, though their effectiveness was often minimal, resulting in considerable chakra expenditure. His opponent, though merely a nin, would invariably be deterred by the potency of his ninjutsu. After all, ninjas are inherently fragile, unable to withstand ninjutsu assaults without their enhancements. Each serious attack he executed granted him a fleeting moment to breathe and adjust, successfully staving off further aggression from his opponent. Finally, after an arduous and thrilling 3 minutes of combat, he successfully repelled all of the nin's attacks, ultimately emerging victorious. As the referee announced the conclusion of the match, Uchiha Shien feigned exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Sweat drenched his attire, yet his face radiated joy and pride, for in that moment he had triumphed, graduating to receive the forehead protector that symbolized his status as a genin. Chapter 17, Team Assignments. After enduring a rigorous period of training, Uchiha Jin finally arrived at the moment of graduation. Following this, he received the notification regarding the arrangement of ninja teams. Upon learning that his captain would be Uchiha Shana, a wave of emotions surged within him. It is worth noting that Uchiha Shana harbored significant discontent towards Senju Tobirama in the original narrative. Years ago, when Senju Tobirama ascended to the position of Hokage, Uchiha Shana remained deeply unsettled, even going so far as to orchestrate a daring assassination plot. This operation was meticulously planned and executed under the auspices of the Uchiha clan's elder, with Uchiha Shana himself being the key operative. Meanwhile, the elder led other clan members to lie in ambush outside the Senju territory, ready to respond to any eventualities. Their objective was unequivocal: to assassinate Senju Tobirama and thwart his ascension to Hokage. On a moonless night, Uchiha Shana, without hesitation, led over 100 elite members of the Uchiha faction, stealthily infiltrating the Senju stronghold like phantoms. However, the Senju clan was evidently not unprepared. As soon as the two sides clashed, an intense and brutal battle erupted. The night sky was filled with the sounds of battle cries and the clash of weapons, flames illuminating the entire battlefield. The conflict raged for 2 full hours, during which blood flowed freely and corpses littered the ground. The once formidable force of over 100 Uchiha clan members was reduced to fewer than 30 survivors after this harrowing massacre. Uchiha Shana himself was tragically captured alive by the Senju clan, led by Senju Tobirama and the Uzumaki clan. Simultaneously, the Uchiha elder, positioned outside to provide support, encountered unforeseen obstacles. The Uzumaki Mido had unleashed a powerful sealing barrier that firmly barred the Uchiha elder and his clan members from entering the Senju territory, preventing timely reinforcements. Despite the elder's growing desperation, he could only watch helplessly as the situation deteriorated due to the impenetrable barrier. Upon successfully capturing Uchiha Shana, Senju Tobirama's murderous intent flared, intent on executing him on the spot, as the Uchiha clan's actions posed a grave threat to the Senju clan's interests and safety. However, just as Senju Tobirama was about to issue the execution order, other Uchiha clan members stepped forward. Should Senju Tobirama proceed to execute Uchiha Shana, it would undoubtedly lead to a complete rupture between the Uchiha and Senju clans, potentially inciting a violent conflict within Konoha that would result in mutual destruction. Weighing the consequences, Senju Tobirama ultimately chose to avoid such a scenario. Thus, suppressing his rage, he abandoned the idea of executing Uchiha Shana and opted instead to imprison him within Konoha's prison, awaiting a later resolution. Consequently, this dramatic conflict temporarily subsided. However, the discord between the Uchiha and Senju clans remained unresolved, further intensifying the animosity and laying the groundwork for future turmoil in Konoha. The root of this discord can be traced back to the agreements made at Konoha's inception. According to the alliance established at that time, the second Hokage was to be chosen from the Uchiha clan. Yet, Senju Hashirama had intended for Uchiha Madara to assume the role of the second Hokage. Following Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, this agreement was left unaddressed. Senju Hashirama never revisited this agreement before his death, instead bequeathing the Hokage position to his brother, Senju Tobirama. This act can be seen as a violation of the original pact between the two clans. Senju Tobirama, with his clever promises and grand visions, managed to win over the Uchiha clan's leadership, sowing the seeds of division within the Uchiha and securing the support of other prominent families in Konoha, solidifying his position as Hokage. For Uchiha Shana, a leading figure of the hawkish faction at the time, this was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Consequently, he chose to take risks, accepting the mission to assassinate Senju Tobirama in an attempt to alter this predicament. The assassination attempt stirred considerable turmoil. While other major clans in Konoha remained silent, the Uchiha clan harbored no intentions of concealment. Ultimately, Uchiha Shana was suppressed and confined to Konoha's prison. However, due to the outbreak of war, and in a bid to fully utilize his combat prowess, Senju Tobirama decided to release him from incarceration. After all, he was a formidable elite jonin with the strength nearing that of a Kage, and keeping him imprisoned would be an egregious waste of talent. Within Uchiha Gen's heart, a tumult of emotions surged as he realized that he was to be led by such a legendary figure. His companions, Uchiha Tetsuka and Uchiha Inaka, were familiar only by name, both hailing from the Uchiha clan, yet their true capabilities and personalities remained mysteries to be unraveled in the course of time. Upon meticulously reviewing the comprehensive profiles of his teammates and the leading jonin, Gen could not help but feel a wave of reflections wash over him. The current system of team formation seemed increasingly inclined towards the assembly of clan members, contrasting starkly with the meticulous arrangements made by the third Hokage in his later years. Perhaps only those like Naruto, who hailed from illustrious families and bore the weight of their legacies, received the direct attention and orchestration of the Hokage. In stark contrast, those of humble origins appeared to be regarded as expendable fodder, their destinies seemingly inconsequential, akin to chives in a field, cut, yet swiftly replaced without a second thought. As he contemplated the impending collaboration with Uchiha Shana, Jin felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might be labeled as a hawkish figure. This was in direct opposition to the neutral stance he upheld, a legacy from his grandfather. Could it be that his grandfather had insidiously gravitated towards the hawkish ideology? This evening, he resolved to engage in a profound dialogue with his grandfather, seeking clarity on the matter of team formation and discerning his current attitudes. Logically speaking, given Jin's team configuration, his grandfather, the current second elder of the Uchiha clan, should be well informed. However, the sudden arrival of this team information in his possession was perplexing and hinted at deeper implications. Presently, the Uchiha clan had fractured into three distinct factions: the Hawks, the Doves, and the Neutrals, resulting in a division of strength. The clan leader, as the figurehead of the Doves, held a clear and unwavering position. The elder, undoubtedly the embodiment of the Hawks, exhibited a resolute and formidable stance, while the second and third elders opted for neutrality, serving as a buffer between the two factions. This dispersion of power was non-existent during the era of Senju Hashirama. Yet, following Senju Tobirama's ascension to the position of second Hokage, such a schism quietly emerged. To assert that Tobirama had no hand in this development would be utterly implausible. In this intricate game of power, Uchiha Kagami undoubtedly played a pivotal role. As a disciple of the second Hokage, his esteemed position and close ties to the clan leader were significant. Tobirama had evidently maximized Kagami's potential, subtly bridging the gap to the clan leader's faction while simultaneously exacerbating the rift within the Uchiha clan. Once united in purpose, the Uchiha clan had now become fragmented, struggling to coalesce into a formidable force. A disunited Uchiha clan posed no substantial threat to Tobirama's Hokage position. One wondered whether Uchiha Kagami was aware of the gravity of this situation. Judging by Uchiha Shirsue's later demeanor, it appeared that Tobirama's indoctrination had penetrated deeply, even influencing the next generation. Shirsue had passed this ideology to Uchiha Fugaku's dutiful son, Uchiha Itachi, who, for the sake of Konoha's interests, tragically eliminated all his kin save for his younger brother. Thus, the subsequent tragedy of the Uchiha clan's annihilation cannot solely be laid at the feet of Tobirama's disciples. Tobirama himself cannot evade culpability. In retrospect, the hawkish stance represented by the elder and Uchiha Shana may, in certain respects, be the wiser choice. However, such thoughts remained but idle musings. This evening, after gaining a full understanding of the circumstances, he would make a determined decision. As night descended and time flowed swiftly, the door to his home creaked open, revealing the silhouette of his grandfather, Uchiha Rayun. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin rushed forward, brimming with curiosity as he inquired about the intricacies of the Day's team formation, internally speculating whether this endeavor signified his grandfather's alignment with the hawkish faction. Despite Jin's barrage of questions, his grandfather's expression remained unchanged, calmly acknowledging the alluring proposition put forth by the elder. Should Jin accompany Uchiha Shana for a period, he would be granted direct entry into the Uchiha police force and the esteemed position of captain of the 3rd Squad once the smoke of war had cleared. To Uchiha Jin, however, this news felt akin to a bucket of cold water being thrown upon him. In his mind, the role of captain of the Uchiha police force was merely a grand title, beset with tedious responsibilities and the potential for enmity, reminiscent of a municipal enforcement officer, a position that failed to stir any excitement within him. Frowning deeply, Jin unequivocally expressed his refusal, fully aware that such a role would entail navigating the complexities of the diverse and unpredictable villagers of Konoha, along with the burdensome trivialities and disputes. A life he did not aspire to. Just as he prepared to further articulate his dissent, his grandfather's words acted as an invisible barrier, stifling his retort. With unwavering conviction, he asserted that within the current context of Konoha, the only avenue available for the Uchiha clan was through the Uchiha police force. This statement struck Jin like a heavy hammer, plunging him into profound contemplation. Uchiha Jin's heart was filled with shock and confusion. He had never anticipated that the oppression of the Uchiha clan by the Hokage lineage of Konoha had quietly commenced during the era of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He had believed that such unjust treatment had only gradually emerged during the tenure of the 3rd Hokage. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the roots of this history delved so profoundly. Senju Tobirama, the legendary Hokage of Konoha, employed an almost ruthless method to drive the entire Uchiha clan to the brink of despair. He not only confined all Uchiha ninjas and civilians to the cramped confines of the security department, but also cunningly utilized this approach to completely isolate the Uchiha from the other clans within Konoha. This isolation was not merely geographical. It extended to a spiritual and power-based estrangement. The Uchiha clan, once resplendent in its glory, now appeared to be forsaken at the periphery of Konoha, stripped of all rights and status save for their duties within the security forces. Tobirama's strategy, though undoubtedly well-intentioned, revealed his profound wariness and distrust of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps in Tobirama's eyes, the Uchiha could not genuinely be considered a part of the ninja community in Konoha. Their existence seemed to carry an ineffable aura of threat and unease. This prejudice and discrimination acted as an invisible shackle, firmly binding the fate of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, when the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura later perpetrated various injustices and persecutions against the Uchiha, their actions appeared almost justified in their minds. For within their hearts, the Uchiha clan had never truly been regarded as an integral part of Konoha. This deeply entrenched bias functioned like an intangible force, propelling them to subject the Uchiha to relentless oppression and exclusion. As Uchiha Jin pondered this, a tinge of sorrow for his grandfather welled up within him. He understood that, for the survival of the clan and his own future, his grandfather had no choice but to reluctantly align himself with the hawkish faction of the Elder Council. This was a choice born of resignation, as well as a tragic sacrifice. In the relentless game of power, the Uchiha clan seemed perpetually cast in the role of sacrificial pawns, a plight that perhaps had its roots in the era of Senju Tobirama. After undergoing a profound internal struggle and self-reflection, Uchiha Jin finally comprehended all matters at hand. The perplexities and confusions that once plagued him gradually dissipated with his deepened understanding of his family, his village, and his own destiny. He realized that every decision is underpinned by intricate backgrounds and far-reaching considerations, and that his grandfather's arrangements were imbued with hopes and protection for the younger generation. Joining the security forces after the war represented a new challenge for Uchiha General. He was acutely aware that in this world brimming with formidable individuals, only through relentless effort and cultivation could he truly safeguard himself and those around him. Chapter 18. Journey to the battlefield the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin stood resolutely in place. His gaze swept across the expansive training area, ultimately settling on several figures. His commanding jonin, Uchiha Shana, along with his two new teammates, Uchiha Inaka and Uchiha Tetsuka. Uchiha Shana, a middle-aged man with a solemn demeanor, possessed eyes that were both profound and piercing, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of one's soul. He stood before the trio with an upright posture, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Uchiha Jin understood that this man was destined to be his future ninja mentor, the guiding light that would lead him along the path of a shinobi. Beside Uchiha Shana stood his two companions. Uchiha Inaka, a young man with a cheerful countenance and mischievous eyes, radiated a shrewdness and cunning that suggested a lively and astute mind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Taika stood to the side, his expression blank, resembling a silent statue. His gaze was deep and indifferent, subtly revealing an unyielding strength and tenacity that was not easily discernible. Uchiha Shana was the first to speak, his voice steady and resonant as he introduced his expertise in the genjutsu of the Sharingan and swordsmanship. These two forms of ninjutsu complemented each other, rendering him invincible in battle. Following him, Uchiha Inaka presented himself, revealing his proficiency in illusion techniques and fire release. His smile was radiant, exuding an aura of confidence in his own abilities. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tiahua succinctly stated his specialties in fire release and lightning release. Though his voice was low and hoarse, Uchiha Shien could sense an undeniable strength emanating from him. Uchiha Jin introduced himself, revealing his mastery of fire release and lightning release. Under his adept command, these two forms of ninjutsu were executed with remarkable precision and formidable power. After exchanging intelligence, they began to familiarize themselves with one another. Under the guidance of Uchiha Shana, they undertook a mission to escort supplies to the border, adhering to the directives of the Second Hokage. Upon hearing the details of this task, an ominous premonition stirred within Uchiha General, fully aware of the tumultuous history between Uchiha Shana and the Second Hokage. He found it unsettling that he was to deliver supplies to him and follow his orders. This scenario appeared to him as a perilous trap fraught with danger. Unable to quell his apprehension, he meticulously reviewed the mission details to confirm he had not misheard. Yet, the task's description remained unchanged. Uchiha Jin could only manage a wry smile, knowing full well that this undertaking would not be a simple endeavor. Nonetheless, he recognized that he had now assumed the role of a ninja, and as such, he must accept and fulfill the mission, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied his resolve, preparing to confront the imminent trials that awaited him. Uchiha Sasuke, standing before the assembly, proclaimed in a steady and powerful tone, "Our mission is scheduled to commence precisely 2 mornings hence. I urge each of you to make all necessary preparations during this interval, ensuring that we are poised to confront the impending challenges in our finest form." His voice resonated in the air, each word striking the hearts of those present like a resounding hammer. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Daowa, and Uchiha Taihua responded almost in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination and anticipation, as if they could hardly contain their eagerness to embark on the forthcoming adventure. Uchiha Shana, after confirming that everyone understood the mission, uttered no further words but instead executed his dazzling body flicker technique, vanishing like a bolt of lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage. Witnessing this, Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Taihua exchanged smiles, their admiration for Uchiha Shana's prowess deepening. Seizing the moment, I invited both of them to join me for a meal. At the dining table, the three of us engaged in heartfelt conversations about our pasts, presents, and futures, sharing our dreams and aspirations. This meal not only delighted our palates, but also facilitated an unprecedented exchange of thoughts and emotions, subtly drawing us closer together and fostering a deeper bond. After all, we understood that in the days to come, we would be each other's staunchest support, facing the unknown challenges of life and death together. Such a relationship could not help but be profound. How could we not cherish it? As the gathering concluded, we bid each other farewell, parting ways. Yet we all understood that this was merely a brief separation, a prelude to better prepare for the impending mission. Upon returning home, I busied myself gathering the necessary supplies for the task ahead: provisions, water, medical supplies, and ninja tools, each selected with meticulous care to ensure absolute preparedness. Simultaneously, we did not neglect to enhance our own abilities. Whether it was training in ninjutsu, physical techniques, or improving our reaction speed and stamina, we dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly, leaving no effort spared. For I knew that this was a formidable escort mission to the border, fraught with uncertainties and dangers. We would not only face potential ambushes from mountain bandits and rogue ninjas, but would also inevitably engage in a fierce battle with the Cloud Ninja upon reaching the border. The Cloud Ninjas, renowned for their formidable strength, necessitated that we elevate our own capabilities to their utmost limits to ensure our survival in this conflict. Only then could we guarantee the successful completion of our mission and safeguard the well-being of ourselves and our comrades. As night fell, the stars twinkling along the path home, I finally stepped through the familiar threshold of my house. Time had quietly slipped into the depths of the night as I prepared to share the impending mission with my mother. In 2 days, I would follow in the footsteps of my senior, Uchiha Shana, to escort vital supplies to the distant border and confront the Cloud Ninja in an unavoidable skirmish. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry surfaced on my mother's face, yet her gaze radiated understanding and support. For she knew well that such trials and challenges were indispensable on the path of every ninja's growth. With a gentle sigh, she rose and walked with resolute steps into the house. Shortly thereafter, she emerged holding a somewhat worn ninja tool pouch and a chakra-infused long blade glimmering with a faint cold light, remnants of her past as a ninja, now serving as her silent encouragement and protection for me. She repeatedly urged me to exercise caution during the mission, prioritizing my safety and urging me not to act impulsively and endanger myself. I solemnly accepted these precious items, meticulously inspecting each tool within the pouch: food pills, explosive tags, shurikens, and kunai, all seemingly whispering tales of past glories and honors. I carefully stored them away, my heart swelling with boundless gratitude. Time flew by, and the 2 days of preparation vanished in the blink of an eye. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, signaling that the moment of departure had arrived. I, Uchiha Gen, stood ready at the gates of Konohagakure, awaiting the arrival of my teammates. Soon, Daohua and Taihuhuo appeared hand in hand, their camaraderie and profound friendship evident, filling me with greater confidence for the task ahead. Finally, Uchiha Shana's figure emerged on cue. Our team gathered. Shana spoke little, merely producing 3 exquisite scrolls from his robe and tossing them gently, landing securely in our hands. His brief, yet powerful words served as our most direct encouragement and motivation. We quickly tucked away the scrolls and followed closely behind, embarking on our journey to the supply convoy. Along the way, we exchanged glances, our eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. Upon reaching the location of the supply convoy, we found multiple ninja squads on high alert, busily preparing for the impending battle. Shana swiftly shifted into mission mode, guiding the 3 of us to seamlessly integrate into the convoy's defensive operations. Seizing a moment of respite, I eagerly unrolled the scroll in my hand, revealing Uchiha Shana's meticulously crafted insights on swordsmanship. This wisdom encompassed intricate applications of various chakra attributes and transformations, detailing how to harmoniously blend these techniques with swordsmanship. Opening my eyes to a newfound realm of training, I immersed myself in this invaluable training material, following its guidance to incorporate what I learned into my swordplay. Each swing of the blade felt like a dialogue with my inner self, each transformation deepening my understanding of the art. Amidst this tense and challenging atmosphere, I recognized that I was steadily progressing toward becoming a true ninja. I then embarked on a path of rigorous training, adhering strictly to the guidance of the precious scroll gifted by Uchiha Shana, undertaking an unprecedented level of dedication in mastering sword techniques. The chakra-infused long blade in my hand shimmered with a cold yet mysterious light, not only razor-sharp, but also boasting remarkable chakra conduction properties. Each time I wielded this blade, I could feel surges of chakra coursing through it, resonating with the power within me, creating a wondrous synergy. As time passed, my chakra gradually waned. Yet this did not deter my training. Instead, I harnessed my unique physique to summon an ancient and potent energy within me. This energy, distinct from chakra, was equally formidable and profound. Under my careful control, this energy intertwined with chakra, forming an entirely new energy system, significantly enhancing my combat capabilities. During my training, I gradually discovered that utilizing this energy to initiate ninjutsu proved to be far more intuitive than traditional chakra methods. The flow of energy was smoother and more precise, allowing me to achieve a near-perfect mastery in controlling my jutsu. The power, speed, and versatility of my techniques were enhanced by this energy's infusion, enabling me to effortlessly create unprecedented variations of ninjutsu, catching my opponents off guard. Now, my strength has transcended the realm of an ordinary jonin. Each swing of my blade, each strike, is imbued with tremendous power. I am filled with confidence for the approaching war. knowing that through my diligent training in the unique energy system within me, I will shine brilliantly on the battlefield, unyielding in the face of adversity. After a prolonged period of unwavering commitment to my training, I have significantly advanced in my mastery of the Jade Dragon technique. Although my physical strength has not seen extraordinary enhancement, I am delighted to find that my agility, speed, and reaction time have improved tremendously. This is all thanks to my relentless daily practice. I have finally succeeded in mastering a unique skill, utilizing chakra to unleash ninjutsu through my ninja blade. Not only that, through extensive practice, I have even managed to instantaneously unleash a variety of ninjutsu with just one hand. This remarkable progress undoubtedly has a profound impact on the dynamics of combat, allowing me to simultaneously engage with both hands, each releasing different attributes of ninjutsu in an instantaneous manner. Theoretically speaking, as long as the chakra and energy stored within me are sufficiently abundant, I could very well transform into a formidable stationary artillery, relentlessly bombarding my foes with an array of ninjutsu, akin to being completely submerged by a surging tide. However, in actual combat, for strategic reasons, I typically opt to discreetly conceal a portion of my true capabilities. Specifically, I would only employ fire and lightning ninjutsu to handle most situations. In the event of a life or death crisis, I would disregard such reservations, primarily aiming to conceal my strength, ensuring I do not draw excessive attention. In close combat, I utilize fire-style sword techniques as my primary offensive means, while lightning ninjutsu serves a supportive role. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to the protective and restorative benefits of the Jade Dragon technique, I have now become a well-rounded, impeccable warrior. Whether in ranged or melee combat, I possess unwavering confidence in overcoming any opponent of equal caliber. Having nearly completed my training, I glanced at my two teammates. Uchiha Taikai was diligently practicing hand seals and ninjutsu, and the power of his techniques showed noticeable variations with each attempt, indicating a genuine enhancement in his capabilities. Uchiha Dawa, on the other hand, was less restrained. After familiarizing himself with the Sharingan genjutsu, he promptly sought guidance from Uchiha Shana regarding illusion techniques. I had initially anticipated his performance, but upon witnessing Uchiha Shana merely activate his three-tomo Sharingan and cast a glance at Uchiha Dawa, the latter immediately began to cower, as if he had encountered his father. From his submissive posture, it was evident that Uchiha Dawa had undoubtedly enjoyed a complete childhood under his father's watch. Uchiha Shien, who had originally intended to consult Uchiha Shana, promptly abandoned that notion, as I had no desire to embarrass myself. Instead, I decided to peruse the ninjutsu scrolls and contemplate them in solitude. Chapter 19. Arrival at the front lines. Our journey commenced in the land of fire, akin to a placid lake, undisturbed and serene. Alongside a convoy of supplies, we progressed steadily, the ever-changing scenery presenting a tranquil fade, devoid of turbulence. However, as we gradually approached the border of the land of fire, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by unforeseen developments. Just as we relaxed our vigilance, believing the journey would continue smoothly, a handful of rogue ninjas emerged stealthily, akin to specters in the night, launching a surprise attack from behind. These ninjas, evidently seeking to exploit the cover of darkness to seize some supplies, aimed for a swift retreat. Their numbers were modest, led by a chunin, with the remainder being relatively weaker genin, totaling no more than 10. In the face of this sudden assault, Uchiha Shana's reaction was remarkably swift. His gaze sharpened, akin to a cheetah fixating on its prey. He decisively commanded, "I will take the lead, ninja. You may distribute the others as you see fit." Upon hearing this, the three of us did not hesitate for a moment and immediately confronted the approaching ninjas. I surged ahead, swiftly entangling the three fastest attackers, although their movements were rapid. Once I activated my Sharingan, they appeared to move in slow motion. I adeptly evaded their strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Meanwhile, Uchiha Dahua and Uchiha Taikai swiftly engaged with the remaining assailants. The battle erupted, each of us fighting individually yet harmonizing seamlessly, while we remained embroiled with our adversaries. Uchiha Shana had already achieved a breakthrough. Utilizing his exceptional genjutsu and keen judgment, he executed the Narikuzai technique after a mere glance, ensnaring the opposing ninja in an illusion, binding him with countless vines to a colossal tree. With a single strike, Uchiha Shana eliminated the leading chunin. His blade sliced through the air like lightning, piercing the enemy's body and directly penetrating the heart, leaving the foe no chance to struggle as he succumbed to unconsciousness instantaneously. After the battle, Uchiha Shana did not linger idly. He stood vigilant beside the battlefield, keeping a watchful eye, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As for me, after a brief entanglement, I seized the opportunity to retaliate. Noticing that the formation of the three opponents had been disrupted, I took a deep breath, channeling all my chakra, and with a single hand gesture, unleashed the fire style, great fireball technique. The fireball surged forward, incinerating everything in its path, forcing the three adversaries to evade in succession, activating their body flicker technique to escape the flames. In that fleeting moment before the fireball dissipated, I executed the sword leap flame technique. Without the enemies having a chance to react, a blazing sword of fire erupted from my hand, swiftly decapitating the three approaching genin. Simultaneously, Uchiha Dahua and Uchiha Taikai dispatched their opponents. Dahua engulfed his foe in a sea of flames using his masterful great fireball technique, reducing the enemy to ashes. Taikai employed lightning style, lightning body technique, rendering his opponent powerless against the onslaught, swiftly dispatching him with a shuriken. The duration of this confrontation was remarkably brief. From our initial engagement to the conclusion of the battle, it transpired in mere moments. As the last enemy fell, a collective sigh of relief escaped our lips, and we exchanged smiles. Uchiha Shana observed the three of us with immense satisfaction, his eyes shimmering with admiration as he regarded our abilities and potential. He believed that we each possessed remarkable strength and would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Uchiha faction in the future. This thought filled his heart with a sense of comfort, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He then turned to us with a serious demeanor and began to speak. Uchiha-jin, your performance this time was truly commendable. You exhibited remarkable courage in the face of formidable foes, daring to take risks and skillfully utilizing your surroundings and personal advantages to create favorable conditions, ultimately leading to the elimination of your opponent. However, I must caution you, when pursuing an enemy, you tend to be overly impulsive, relentlessly following the techniques you employ in your attacks. Bear in mind that if you cannot effectively manage this situation, you might inadvertently harm yourself with your own techniques. Therefore, it is crucial to maintain control and achieve a balance in your approach. He then turned to Uchiha Inawo, furrowing his brow slightly as he addressed him. As for you, Uchiha Inawo, while your efforts in unleashing your techniques with full chakra output have significantly enhanced their power, you have simultaneously neglected the precise management of your chakra reserves. If you exhaust your chakra, you may find yourself unable to continue fighting when it matters most. Thus, you must improve your overall strategy and chakra control. Finally, Uchiha Shana's gaze fell upon Uchiha Tiehua, and he spoke with sincere gravity. Uchiha Tiehua, your combat style is rather conventional, characterized by a steady and methodical approach. While this stable strategy has its merits, it also harbors certain drawbacks. Your excessive caution can hinder your ability to swiftly identify your opponent's vulnerabilities, preventing you from delivering a decisive blow. If this continues, not only will the duration of battles be unnecessarily prolonged, but you could also face the risk of being overturned due to misjudgment of timing. I hope you will keep these concerns in mind and strive for improvement in the future. Upon concluding his remarks, Uchiha Shana's eyes radiated encouragement and expectation, as if to convey that with diligent effort to overcome our individual shortcomings, we could undoubtedly emerge as exceptional ninjas. The journey ahead proved tumultuous, with wandering ninjas and civilians frequently troubling our convoy. As the supply caravan progressed, the once lush trees and vibrant flowers around us began to thin out. Along the road, groups of weary, frightened refugees trudged forward, their heavy steps echoing their plight. These individuals were all innocent civilians displaced by the cataclysmic battle at the border. Forced from their homes, they appeared gaunt and frail, resembling flickering candles in the wind, as if a mere gust could topple them. Those who still managed to stagger onward clung to a faint desire for survival, laboriously making their way toward the heart of the land of fire, while others, having lost their ability to move, lay sprawled along the roadside, their breath shallow and lives hanging by a thread. Upon finally entering the small border town, the scene before us was nothing short of harrowing. This once thriving locale had devolved into a sea of refugees. Tattered figures filled the streets, their disheveled appearances a stark testament to their suffering. Some fortunate souls may have found rudimentary shelters to shield them from the elements, while many others were left huddled in dark corners, their fates uncertain. The supply convoy moved like a serpentine dragon, slowly traversing this land marred by despair and sorrow. The entire town was shrouded in a stifling atmosphere, devoid of vitality, with not a single shop operating normally in sight. The streets were crowded with either lying or seated refugees, their desperate, helpless faces evoking deep sympathy. This scene was, without a doubt, a living hell on earth. Uchiha Shien stood silently atop the supply vehicle, gazing down upon the ravaged town, a sense of sorrow welling up within him. Observing the harrowing scenes before him, he could not help but exclaim, "This place can truly be deemed a hell on earth." The entire convoy swiftly traversed the town, showing no intention of halting. And after a half-day's journey, it became evident that the bandits attacking were numerous, exceeding 10,000, wielding scythes, hoes, and wooden clubs, an assortment that illustrated their origins as mere common folk before they succumbed to the life of notorious brigands. Yet the relentless flames of war had ignited along the borders of the Land of Fire, transforming their once cherished homes into mere ruins. In desperation, these formerly good-hearted individuals found themselves irrevocably drawn into a path of no return, becoming outlaws. At that moment, the bandit leader, exuding an intimidating presence, confronted the supply convoy with his subordinates. With a fierce countenance, he made his demands clear. "If you wish to pass safely through here, you must relinquish at least half of your supplies. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." In the face of such unreasonable demands, the seasoned and unflappable Jonin leading the convoy remained impassive. He cast a calm glance at the young Chunin behind him, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, and issued his command. "Utilize the jutsu you have learned to disperse this throng of impoverished bandits." Upon hearing this order, the Chunin displayed hesitation. After all, though the bandits were despicable, they too were pitiful souls without a home. Thus, despite their reluctance, they refrained from acting, remaining loyal to the Jonin's command. For a moment, both sides stood in a tense stalemate, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Seeing that the convoy would not acquiesce to his demands, the bandit leader erupted in rage. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded his followers to attack, aiming to forcibly seize the precious supplies. As the bandits surged forward like a roaring tide, the Jonin's expression grew increasingly grave. He began issuing stern commands and unsheathed his razor-sharp katana, poised to engage in the fray. At this critical juncture, the immense psychological pressure compelled some of the Chunin, hailing from humble origins, to unleash their jutsu in retaliation. This act ignited a chain reaction, prompting the others to follow suit, unleashing a torrent of powerful techniques upon the frenzied bandits. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air as the once menacing bandits suffered heavy casualties, the ground awash with blood, a sight too harrowing to behold. As comrades fell one by one into pools of blood, the remaining bandits were gripped by fear. No longer concerned with plundering supplies, they scattered in disarray, like startled birds fleeing from a hunter's arrow. In the blink of an eye, the chaos that had once reigned vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scene of devastation and countless lifeless bodies, stark reminders of the brutal conflict that had unfolded. Uchiha Jin stood silently, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before him, his heart weighed down by an inexplicable heaviness. He bore witness to everything, and within the depths of his soul, a complex tapestry of compassion and confusion surged forth. As he observed the civilian ninja who had taken the first strike, Uchiha Jin felt an indescribable conflict within himself. He could not condemn this ninja for their ruthless actions, for under such immense pressure, every choice seemed laden with despair. Yet, he could not dismiss the fact that this ninja had shown a lack of empathy, as everyone was ensnared in this merciless reality. At that moment, the irony of the surroundings struck Uchiha Jin profoundly. These ninjas, hailing from humble beginnings, were meant to protect the innocent. Yet their inaugural mission involved turning against the very community they once belonged to. Faced with overwhelming pressure, failing to act would have resulted in severe consequences. Upon the mission's completion, they could easily be deemed insubordinate, unable to continue their existence as ninjas, and perhaps even executed as traitors. In contrast, those from prestigious clans might have familial support to mitigate some of the pressure and avoid harsh penalties. However, these civilian ninjas lacked such backing, facing repercussions far beyond their capacity to endure. As these ninjas raised their weapons, what thoughts plagued their minds? Perhaps they once harbored kindness and a sense of justice. Yet reality cruelly coerced them into harming those who were once their kin. Would this blood-stained blade become an inescapable nightmare for them? In this frenzied world of ninjas, one must not deem madness as erroneous, for one's own existence is scarcely a beacon of righteousness. After this ordeal, the entire ninja contingent fell into a profound silence. The Genin exhibited the most significant transformation, their eyes now revealing shades of indifference and fear, the initial excitement of their first mission vanished. The supply convoy descended into a somber atmosphere, ultimately reaching the border and arriving at the Konoha ninja camp. Chapter 20. The Baptism of War upon entering the camp. Uchiha Shana swiftly completed the transfer of supplies with the relevant personnel. Subsequently, he made his way alone to the prominently situated tent at the center of the camp, where the second Hokage, Tobirama, resided. However, less than half an hour had elapsed when Uchiha Shana emerged from the tent, his expression grim, tightly clutching a mission scroll. Just by observing his demeanor, it was evident to all that the contents of this scroll would not pertain to any light-hearted task. Once Uchiha Shana concluded the reading of the mission details, Uchiha Jin could not help but silently lament. It turned out that Tobirama had been exceedingly ruthless, dispatching a J-nin along with 3 freshly graduated Jinin, devoid of any combat experience, to execute a daunting mission of sabotage behind enemy lines. Furthermore, this mission lacked a definitive deadline, persisting until the war's conclusion. It was as if they were mere pawns, cast into enemy territory with no further concern from their superiors. Should they succeed, it could be a glorious contribution to Konoha. However, if misfortune befell them, it was likely that Tobirama would not shed a single tear, perhaps even reveling in their demise. After all, what fortune could possibly befall those who accompanied Uchiha Shana, who once attempted to assassinate the Hokage? Reflecting on this, Uchiha Jin sighed in resignation. It seemed that during this brutal war, they would struggle to find solace. As Konoha ninjas infiltrated the domain of the Cloud Village, it would indeed be a miracle if the Cloud ninjas spared them easily. As anticipated, under Uchiha Shana's exceptional leadership, they stealthily infiltrated the rear of the Cloud Ninja encampment. From that moment forth, a thrilling guerrilla war commenced. They moved like phantoms through the supply lines behind the Cloud Village, launching successive ambushes on their supply transport teams. However, such actions swiftly alerted the Cloud Ninjas, prompting them to dispatch numerous ninjas in relentless pursuit. Each day, they either evaded the enemy's relentless chase or hurried towards various cloud supply points. Upon reaching their destination, they swiftly attacked, aiming to dismantle as many resources as possible while seizing any spoils they could carry away. For items they could not retrieve, they unleashed powerful fire techniques, reducing them to ashes. Thus, they tirelessly navigated the rear of the Cloud Ninja encampment. Every time they inadvertently fell into carefully laid traps and ambushes, they faced life-and-death battles. Yet, it was reassuring that Uchiha Shana, with his extraordinary prowess, consistently led them valiantly, successfully breaking through perilous situations time and again. Enduring such high-intensity combat for an extended period took its toll, and each of them bore new scars, a testament to their struggles. Reluctantly, they had to pause and find a secure location to rest and tend to their wounds. Once their injuries had somewhat healed, they resumed their mission without hesitation. However, misfortune ultimately befell them. During a fierce skirmish, Uchiha Ina unexpectedly encountered a dying Cloud Ninja. This cunning adversary feigned death, deceiving Uchiha Ina, and when approached, detonated the explosive tags affixed to his chest. In an instant, flames erupted, and a deafening explosion ensued. Although Uchiha Ina reacted swiftly, he sustained severe abdominal injuries, rendering him unable to fight. Witnessing the dire situation, I could no longer conceal my true strength and rushed to rescue the injured Uchiha Ina with all my might. After completing the mission and finding a safe location, Uchiha Shana promptly summoned a clever and docile ninja cat via summoning technique to report our situation in detail to the Konoha camp. Upon receiving permission to temporarily return, we prepared to head back to the Konoha camp. During the arduous journey back, we remained vigilant against potential lurking enemies while cautiously tending to the gravely injured Uchiha Ina. We faced numerous perils and crises along the way. However, perseverance bore fruit. Through our tireless efforts, we successfully escorted Ina back to the Konoha camp unharmed. Upon arrival, he was immediately handed over to the camp's medical personnel, who promptly tended to his injuries. The severe impact on his abdomen had caused internal bleeding, necessitating at least a year of recuperation. Uchiha Shana, though hesitant, issued a transfer order, arranging for Uchiha Ina to be included among those returning to Konoha for recovery. After ensuring everything was in order, Uchiha Shana continued the mission alongside me and Uchiha Tetsu. Throughout the subsequent missions, Uchiha Shana bore a grave expression as he led both me and Uchiha Tetsu with extreme caution. The core of the mission remained unchanged, sabotaging the enemy's supply lines behind their front. However, despite our utmost vigilance and meticulous precautions, unexpected circumstances quietly unfolded. As we ventured deeper into the supply point, a shocking figure emanating a bluish glow materialized before us. It was none other than a ninja endowed with the rare bloodline limit of storm release. The power he wielded was as piercing as a laser, with speed that rivaled lightning, rendering us defenseless. In that critical moment, Uchiha Shana found himself ensnared. Several elite cloud shinobi united their efforts, their bodies crackling with intertwining lightning, coalescing into thick pillars of thunder. These pillars rapidly converged into a colossal beam of lightning, resembling an unbreakable prison, ensnaring Uchiha Shana within its confines. Simultaneously, torrents of ferocious lightning erupted incessantly from the beam, seemingly intent on incapacitating Uchiha Shana completely. Faced with such a dire predicament, the Uchiha clan and his two companions had no alternative but to step forward and engage in a desperate battle against this formidable storm-release jonin. The storm-release ninja wielded a long, serpentine laser whip, dancing in his grasp with the agility and lethality of a venomous snake, carving sharp arcs through the air. Uchiha Gen, with resolute determination, swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the formidable technique of fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, a colossal and majestic fire dragon roared into the sky, its fierce presence charging towards the enemy, taking on the role of the primary assault. Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Te harmoniously coordinated their efforts, flanking him on either side, ready to launch their attacks and provide support. However, the wind-release jonin was no ordinary adversary. He wielded 8 beams of azure-hued wind-release lasers, akin to 8 razor-sharp blades, relentlessly slicing through the ferocious fire dragon. Under the relentless onslaught of the wind-release lasers, the dragon's massive form teetered on the brink of collapse. Uchiha Jin gritted his teeth, desperately channeling chakra into the fire dragon to maintain its form and continue the skirmish with the wind-release ninja. The clash between the two parties resulted in a stalemate, neither side yielding an inch. Recognizing the difficulty in overwhelming Uchiha Jin in a short span, the wind-release ninja suddenly devised a cunning plan. He deftly maneuvered 2 of the wind-release lasers to strike towards himself like lightning. Observing this, Uchiha Jin swiftly evaded the attack with an agile movement while maintaining his chakra output for the fire dragon. Thus, both sides found themselves locked in a deadlock. Yet, it was evident that the wind-release ninja was unwilling to prolong the confrontation. With a decisive shift in strategy, he redirected the wind-release lasers, aiming them directly at Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Te. Despite the fire dragon's valiant attempt to obstruct the assault, the 2 wind-release lasers, moving with incredible speed, ultimately pierced through the dragon's defenses, hurtling towards the 2. In that heart-stopping moment, before Uchiha Te could execute the body flicker technique to evade the attack, he was tragically struck by the wind-release beam, which pierced through his right arm. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face, yet fortune smiled upon him. For he did not entirely lose his combat capability. However, his injured arm could no longer form seals or execute ninjutsu. Faced with such a dire situation, the wind-release ninja, evidently impatient, focused solely on eliminating the wounded Uchiha Te. At that critical juncture, Uchiha Jin activated the body flicker technique, rushing to stand before Uchiha Te in a flash. Simultaneously, he awakened the powerful 3-tomo Sharingan, swiftly casting an illusion that successfully ensnared the overzealous wind-release ninja. Caught in the grip of the genjutsu, the wind-release ninja froze, his movement slowing. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Uchiha Jin acted without hesitation, his blade swiftly piercing the opponent's abdomen. Almost instantly, Uchiha Te, undeterred by his injury, unleashed his signature lightning release, lightning blade technique. The blade glimmered like a flash of lightning as it sliced through the air, accurately severing the head of the wind-release ninja in one decisive stroke. As the enemy fell, Uchiha Te nearly collapsed, yet he had successfully secured their escape. Without a moment's delay, they launched ninjutsu attacks against the surrounding ninjas besieging Uchiha Shana, disrupting their formation. Upon Uchiha Shana's emergence, he promptly led the 3 of them in a retreat, supporting one another as they swiftly vacated the scene, vanishing into the enveloping night. As they fled, Uchiha Shana marveled inwardly at his own achievement of awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. However, he refrained from boasting about this remarkable feat beside him. Uchiha Te, eyes wide with astonishment, inquired eagerly about when he had unlocked such a powerful ocular technique. Uchiha Shana offered a modest smile, replying nonchalantly, "Just recently." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Te gazed intently into his eyes, a look of profound envy reflected within. Noticing his friend's reaction, Uchiha Shana quickly reassured him, "Do not fret. I am certain that before long, you too will possess a 3-tomo Sharingan like mine." Despite these comforting words, Uchiha Teia's situation remained precarious. Though his injury was limited to his arm, it severely hindered his ability to form seals, rendering him unable to perform various ninjutsu. Undoubtedly, his combat effectiveness had significantly diminished. Reluctantly, they resolved to escort him back to the Konoha encampment and arrange for his transfer among the injured to return to Konoha village for recuperation. Given his current condition, continuing to fight was simply untenable, as they witnessed yet another comrade injured and sent back to Konoha. Uchiha Shana couldn't help but contemplate the myriad medical ninjutsu developed later by Tsunade Senju. Had someone possessed such knowledge at that moment, perhaps they could have avoided the necessity to return to Konoha for healing. The medical ninjutsu created by Tsunade accelerated cellular division within the injured ninja, allowing for rapid recovery at the expense of their lifespan. One could say that unless one was willing to expend every last drop of blood, returning was out of the question. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Before long, they returned once more to the familiar Konoha encampment, deciding to take a brief respite there. Soon, Uchiha Tei was escorted back to Konoha village for further treatment and recovery. Consequently, only Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Gen remained in the encampment. Uchiha Shana gazed intently at the already awakened 3-tomo Sharingan of Uchiha Gen, a flicker of gratification illuminating his eyes. Swiftly, he retrieved a blank scroll from his bosom, and without a moment's hesitation, seized a pen to meticulously inscribe his insights regarding the illusions of the 3-tomo Sharingan and his years of training with the eye. Upon completion, Uchiha Shana solemnly presented this invaluable scroll to Uchiha Gen, his expression grave as he exhorted, "You must diligently master these techniques in the coming days. Senju Tobirama will undoubtedly afford us little respite. The tasks that await us will undoubtedly be more perilous, and should your strength fail to advance, you may find yourself facing dire consequences." Uchiha Shien was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, leaving no time for pleasantries. He immediately immersed himself in the arduous training methods detailed within the scroll, fully cognizant that time was of the essence and any hint of complacency was intolerable. Concurrently, his heart brimmed with resentment and fury towards Senju Tobirama. He silently cursed, "That detestable Tobirama. He has forced me into this exhausting struggle. One day, I shall make him pay dearly. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him once and for all, or my hatred will never subside." With this thought, Uchiha Shien's movements quickened further. At this juncture in the original narrative, the war between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire was nearing a cessation of hostilities. Senju Tobirama was slated to head to the Cloud Village to partake in negotiations for a truce. However, Tobirama and the second Raikage were ambushed by the formidable duo of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Despite his valiant resistance, Tobirama was relentlessly pursued, ultimately sacrificing his life to buy time for his disciples to retreat. The thought of this filled Uchiha Shien with secret delight. "Ah, Tobirama, I shall personally see you off on your final journey and bring your life to a close. Only then can I truly find solace from the tribulations of these past 2 years." Thus, Uchiha Shien rolled up his sleeves, ready to embrace the forthcoming battle of vengeance. As anticipated, the current circumstances mirror those of the original narrative. This protracted war had dragged on for a full 6 months, leaving ninjas from both sides utterly exhausted. Shockingly, the ninjas of the Land of Lightning had resorted to sending mere children, around 6 years of age, to the front lines, indicating the depletion of their adult forces and their inability to continue the fight. Faced with such dire conditions, the Cloud Village had no choice but to request a truce and alliance with Konoha, sincerely inviting Senju Tobirama to personally sign the peace treaty. Tobirama, equally weary of the interminable conflict, after much consideration, ultimately agreed to the Cloud Village's proposal for a ceasefire and alliance. Consequently, it was decided that he would depart for the Cloud Village in a month to formally sign the agreement. With this decision made, both sides began to gradually consolidate their forces, and the once tumultuous border began to reclaim its former tranquility. Chapter 21. Kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon learning of the impending ceasefire, Uchiha Shien's heart surged with uncontainable joy. He recognized that this heralded the imminent demise of Senju Tobirama. For Uchiha Shien, Tobirama had consistently imposed high-stakes missions upon his team, and now, with the opportunity to eradicate him at hand, he was determined not to squander it. he resolved to personally bid farewell to Tobirama, ensuring his complete disappearance from this world. In that moment, fully aware of the urgency, he knew he could not afford to delay even a second. He must act swiftly and prepare meticulously. Without hesitation, he decided to seek the aid of his superior, Uchiha Shana, imploring him for assistance in providing cover. Upon encountering Uchiha Shana, before he could utter a word, Shien cut straight to the chase. "Senior, I beseech your help." Taken aback for a moment, Shana, noticing Shien's anxious demeanor, nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to listen. Shien succinctly outlined his plan to depart from the Konoha camp and urgently inquired, "Senior, how long do you estimate this task will take?" After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Shana replied, "If it is merely for cover, it shouldn't take long. However, if you have more complex needs." Before he could finish, Shien quickly interjected, "I hope to have approximately 2 months. Upon hearing this request, Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we should take on a mission to search the border for cloud ninjas. This way, we can leave Konoha camp under the pretext of a legitimate task, and it would also be relatively safe. I will use the shadow clone technique combined with transformation technique to disguise myself as you during the mission. This way, your actions will go unnoticed, and the mission can be completed successfully." After considering Uchiha Shana's proposal, Shien found it a commendable plan and readily agreed. Subsequently, they proceeded to accept the mission to search the border for cloud ninjas. Once all arrangements were made, they departed from the Konoha camp as planned. However, after traveling a short distance, Uchiha Shana and Shien tacitly chose to split up. He headed towards the designated mission direction, while Shien hurried towards Konoha village. There was a critically important task he needed to accomplish: retrieving the Ninetales chakra sealing scroll from Konoha. During this time, having endured countless fierce battles, his 3-tomo Sharingan had nearly reached its limit. He understood that to secure a greater chance of victory in the upcoming conflict, he must harness the formidable power of the Ninetales chakra to elevate his Sharingan to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Thus, he was resolute in obtaining the Ninetales chakra sealing scroll. With the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and a portion of the Ninetales chakra's immense power at his disposal, defeating Tobirama and the troublesome duo of Kinkaku and Ginkaku would be a mere formality. While it was indeed advantageous to have Uchiha Shana assisting and providing cover, he still needed to proceed with utmost caution. After all, the task at hand was of tremendous significance: the assassination of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Should this endeavor be exposed, he would find no refuge in Konoha. Thus, it was imperative that this operation remain shrouded in secrecy, executed without a trace, ensuring that no one suspected his involvement, leaving not even a hint of doubt. With unwavering determination, he sprinted back towards Konoha village. Yet, rather than recklessly charging into the village, he stealthily positioned himself at a considerable distance from its outskirts. Subsequently, he employed the special communication method he had previously established with his mother, conveying his request for her to smuggle the chakra sealing scroll from their home out of Konoha. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure dashing towards him. It was the ninja cat he had seen numerous times before. Not only was it his mother's summoning beast, but it also played a crucial role in facilitating communication during her business dealings with the Ninja Cat clan. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy and gradually dispelled the transformation technique. As smoke swirled around him, his form gradually reverted to its original state. The Ninja Cat, after pausing to observe him closely, circled around before gently biting its own leg to draw forth a faint trace of chakra. Once it confirmed the chakra was untainted, the Ninja Cat promptly executed the reverse summoning technique. In an instant, smoke enveloped the scene, and as it dissipated, a new plume of smoke arose, revealing an enormous chakra sealing scroll before him. Upon seeing the scroll, Shien's heart leaped with joy, and he swiftly approached it. With both hands, he delicately grasped the edges of the scroll and began to unfurl it. His eyes widened as he meticulously examined every detail and pattern etched upon it. After thorough scrutiny, he confirmed that this was indeed the Ninetales chakra sealing scroll. With this revelation, the weight that had burdened his heart lifted, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Memories of his mother flooded his mind, igniting a warm feeling within him. At the same time, he felt a newfound appreciation for the Ninja Cat that had facilitated their communication. It must be said that, at certain pivotal moments, these stealthy creatures can indeed prove to be quite significant. At that moment, the cat seemed to sense my gaze, casting a sideways glance at me with remarkable human-like awareness, and then, with a swift movement, vanished without a trace. Having acquired what I sought, I no longer squandered time contemplating other matters. I quickly surveyed my surroundings, searching for a sufficiently quiet and secluded spot. Before long, I discovered an appropriate clearing. Subsequently, I summoned all my chakra, concentrating it in the palm of my hand, and struck the ground forcefully. The earth trembled violently, then began to sink, soon forming an expansive subterranean cavern. Upon entering the cavern, I did not dare to linger, immediately setting about to establish a chakra barrier. Streams of azure light erupted from my hands, intertwining to create a robust energy shield that completely sealed the cavern. Once this task was accomplished, I felt a measure of relief. After all, I was about to attempt the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and no one could predict whether this endeavor would provoke any astonishing disturbances. I carefully unfurled the Nine-Tails chakra scroll upon the ground. With a flicker of light, my hands began to weave intricate seals, successfully unlocking the scroll-S binding. In an instant, an overwhelming force gushed forth from the scroll, the very essence of the Nine-Tails chakra. This surging chakra flooded towards my body like a tumultuous torrent. As this vast reservoir of Nine-Tails chakra poured into me, I felt as though I were engulfed in searing flames. Every inch of my skin and every bone was assaulted by an unbearable heat. Yet, I clenched my teeth, summoning my indomitable willpower to gradually acclimate my body to this terrifying force. As time passed, I finally managed to endure the onslaught of the Nine-Tails chakra. At that moment, I dared not relax even slightly. I focused intently and began to methodically guide the chakra along my meridians, meticulously controlling its flow, gradually converging it into my eyes. Simultaneously, I infused my immense mental energy and the continuous breath within me into my eyes as well. Instantaneously, the Nine-Tails chakra, mental energy, breath, and the pre-existing three-tomo power within my eyes began to intertwine. For distinct yet equally formidable energies coalesced, forming a colossal vortex within my eyes. This vortex spun rapidly, with energies colliding and rubbing against one another, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Soon, I felt a slight stinging in my eyes, yet I did not cease my actions. Instead, I intensified my guidance of the energy. Before long, the mild sting escalated into an overwhelming agony, surging through my entire mind like a torrential tide. This pain was beyond description, as if my very soul were being torn asunder. Nevertheless, even in the face of such excruciating suffering, I gritted my teeth, resolute in my determination not to yield. I understood that even the slightest lapse could result in utter failure, potentially plunging me into irretrievable despair. At that moment, the violent fluctuations of chakra surrounding my body triggered an extraordinary chakra storm. This tempest, centered around me, surged forth in all directions, akin to a roaring beast, violently assailing the previously established chakra sealing barrier. The cavern reverberated with a thunderous roar. The shimmering chakra barriers, under the storm's assault, teetered on the brink of collapse, seemingly poised to shatter at any moment. However, after a fierce struggle, those remarkably resilient chakra sealing barriers ultimately withstood the storm's onslaught, successfully confining all chakra fluctuations within, preventing even the slightest leak. I clenched my teeth, beads of sweat pouring down my forehead. Yet I exerted every ounce of strength to control the surging energy within my eyes. Whenever I detected even a hint of diminishing negative energy, I unhesitatingly guided more potent chakra from the Nine-Tails into the vortex. Thus, after a long and arduous day of unwavering concentration, the energy cycled back and forth between replenishment and depletion. The turbulent energy vortex within my eyes expanded and contracted rhythmically, resembling a beating heart. At the center of this vortex, a mysterious Taiji symbol gradually emerged, spinning with astonishing speed. As the Taiji diagram revolved, an arcane power began to manifest. First, the Taiji birthed the two principles, which then divided into the four symbols, and subsequently, the four symbols nurtured the 8 trigrams, layer upon layer, ultimately evolving into the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Throughout this process, the yin within the yin gradually birthed yang, while the yang within the yang slowly generated yin, embodying the principle of opposites in the harmonious balance of yin and yang, as if all things in the world returned to their primordial state. Simultaneously, the original three-tomo Sharingan within my eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. The three tomos spun rapidly, as if drawn by an invisible hand, converging towards the center, ultimately coalescing into an infinitesimally small point brimming with boundless energy. This point, akin to a bottomless pit, voraciously absorbed the myriad energies within me. Had it not been for my diligent cultivation of the Jade Dragon technique, which significantly enhanced my physical constitution, my eyes would have surely shattered under such immense pressure. Yet, at that moment, a miracle unfolded. The colossal energy, compressed at the focal point, suddenly found an outlet, surging outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, a complete and vivid Taiji yin-yang symbol took shape within my eyes, radiating brilliance that was almost blinding. At last, the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened successfully, immense ocular power emanating from my eyes, causing the ground beneath to crack, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that struck against the barrier, causing fissures to appear. Hastily, I retracted the ocular power back into my eyes, feeling the overwhelming energy within. The corners of Uchiha Jin's mouth stretched into a grin, as he realized that after years of traversing the world of Naruto, he had finally acquired a formidable means of self-defense. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, I had officially ascended to the level of a Kage, and a notably powerful one at that. Taking a deep breath, I swiftly closed my eyes and concentrated my mind to perceive the mysterious and potent ocular techniques concealed within. The first vision that illuminated my mind was the yin-yang separation technique of my left eye. This extraordinary ability shone like a beacon, instantly enlightening my comprehension of the world. It could decompose any object into its yin and yang aspects, one side as cold as the nine nether ice, the other as fiery as raging flames. This striking contrast rendered the affected object in a state of surreal wonder. Next, I directed my attention to the yin-yang fusion technique of my right eye. This ocular technique possessed astonishing power as well, capable of perfectly merging objects with either yin or yang attributes into a cohesive whole, creating an entirely new entity. Whether it be the frigid, piercing chill of the yin energy or the fervent blaze of the yang, both would obediently heed the command under the gaze of this singular eye, merging into one. Contemplating this notion, Uchiha Shien felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that these two ocular techniques related to yin and yang were awakened by my utilization of the Nine-Tails chakra? Despite a hint of uncertainty lingering in his mind, he swiftly dismissed such distractions, for there were far more pressing matters awaiting his exploration. Naturally, as one endowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could not overlook the iconic Susanoo. When Uchiha Shien summoned forth his Susanoo, a brilliant shade of jade white erupted, slowly revealing its colossal form. This jade-white Susanoo, as pure and flawless as the Jade Dragon Palace he had trained in, emanated a breathtaking aura. Even Uchiha Shien could not help but speculate, was this remarkable hue of Susanoo a product of the unique energy residing within him? Chapter 22. The journey ahead. Having thoroughly acquainted himself with his newly acquired formidable power, a surge of unprecedented confidence and ambition welled up within Uchiha Shien. He opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the remaining chakra of the nine tails within him, which danced like flickering flames, casting a dazzling light. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shien resolved to employ the yin-yang fusion ocular technique of his right eye. Attempting to completely merge this vast reservoir of nine-tails chakra into his very being, his eyes fixated intently on the swirling chakra, its radiance intensifying as if it were poised to pierce through all hindrances. In a breathtaking display, the tumultuous nine-tails chakra surged forth, drawn by an invisible force, swiftly intertwining with every inch of his flesh and bone. In the blink of an eye, this potent energy seamlessly fused with his body, becoming one with him. At this moment, his mastery over the nine-tails chakra had reached a sublime level of control, akin to directing the movements of one's own limbs. It felt as though this power had always been a part of him. With but a thought, he could command its flow and movement at will. Now, he possessed not only the unparalleled power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the terrifying might of the tailed beast form. Although he had merely tapped into a fraction of the nine-tails chakra, the strength he displayed was sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of most adversaries. With this thought in mind, he dared not waste a moment and swiftly set off along the path leading from Konoha village to Kumogakure. He pondered silently, unsure of how much time had elapsed, hoping he could still catch up with Senju Tobirama and his disciples en route to the Land of Lightning. As he pressed onward, he remained relentless, continuously exploring and experimenting with his newfound power. Through repeated applications and practice, he gradually familiarized himself with this unprecedented, overwhelming force. However, having just acquired such astonishing power, his control over it was not yet completely fluid. Fortunately, through the rigorous trials of his hurried journey, his ability to command this power was visibly improving. At long last, after a series of swift travels, he found himself entering the small town located along the border. To avoid unnecessary complications, he promptly utilized a transformation technique to cleverly alter his appearance. Subsequently, he blended into the crowd, discreetly gathering the latest news regarding Senju Tobirama and his companions. Fortune favored the diligent, and it was not long before he gleaned critical information from the conversations around him. Senju Tobirama had already set forth with his disciples on an ostentatious journey to Kumogakure. Upon learning that Senju Tobirama was boldly heading to the land of lightning, a sigh of relief escaped him. After all, this was the illustrious Second Hokage. His mission was to ensure that the entire shinobi world was aware of this development. Given Tobirama's esteemed position as Konoha's second Hokage, his personal venture to Kumogakure would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Although Senju Tobirama possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing for swift escapes in critical moments, his disciples lacked such abilities. Thus, by creating a wave of public pressure, it added a layer of assurance to this mission. Upon acquiring this vital intelligence, Uchiha Shin wasted no time and immediately set his course toward Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. According to the original storyline, if his memory served him correctly, Senju Tobirama would attempt to break out of Kumogakure with his disciples. However, ultimately, Tobirama would choose to remain behind to confront the brothers Kin and Jin, engaging in a life-and-death struggle until they perished together. For Uchiha Shin, it sufficed that he needed only to reach the outskirts of Kumogakure. There, he would patiently await the emergence of Senju Tobirama and the brothers Kin and Jin from the village. The pivotal moment that would determine the outcome of this confrontation would be when it was his turn to make his grand appearance. He would not let either Senju Tobirama or the brothers Kin and Jin escape easily, whether it be due to the Nine Tails chakra they possessed or the Six Paths tools they carried. Both were objects of his desire. Although these Six Paths tools were somewhat inferior to true sage artifacts and perhaps even tarnished their illustrious reputation, they nonetheless held significant utility. Thus, at this moment, he regarded the Six Paths tools on the brothers Kin and Jin as already within his grasp, determined to claim them. As for Senju Tobirama, it was difficult to predict what a master of forbidden techniques might conceal. With such thoughts in mind, he felt a surge of anticipation. With this mindset, he continued his relentless journey toward the Land of Lightning. Upon entering the borders of the Land of Lightning, he grew increasingly cautious. To ensure he remained undetected, he activated his Sharingan throughout the journey, meticulously observing every individual he encountered, be they commoners or skilled shinobi, leaving no detail overlooked. Regardless of their strength, he dared not lower his guard, striving for absolute discretion. He could not allow anyone to discover his presence. His caution bordered on the excessive. Thus, after an arduous and lengthy trek, he finally caught sight of the outline of Kumogakure from afar. Standing at a distance, he warily avoided the occasional shinobi exiting the village and focused intently on the movements within Kumogakure. In no time, he noticed the bustling activity at the village gate, where many were diligently preparing the venue. It appeared they were organizing a grand welcoming ceremony. If it was indeed meant to honor Senju Tobirama, that indicated he had not yet arrived. Uchiha Shin secretly rejoiced, for he had learned that Senju Tobirama had yet to arrive at the Hidden Cloud Village. This signified that he still had time to remain and wait, preparing to fulfill this mission. According to the previously agreed-upon time for the Peace Alliance, it was likely that Senju Tobirama was still en route to the Hidden Cloud Village, possibly leveraging this journey to build momentum for the forthcoming peace treaty. Thus, Uchiha Shin carefully concealed himself on an inconspicuous hillside. As time slipped by, 2 full days passed, and just as he was on the brink of losing patience, he finally caught sight of Senju Tobirama and his disciples hastily approaching in the distance. He observed as the Hidden Cloud ninjas warmly guided them along, a grand procession moving steadily past the foot of the hill. Watching the departing group, Uchiha Shin could not help but inwardly exclaim with delight, "Ah, a splendid performance is about to commence." After witnessing Senju Tobirama and his companions receive a warm welcome from the villagers of the Hidden Cloud and successfully enter the village, Uchiha Shin took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state to its optimal level. He lay in wait, silent and vigilant, like a leopard poised to pounce, patiently anticipating the opportune moment. At that moment, the Hidden Cloud Village was a cacophony of excitement and fervor. Uchiha Shin surmised that Senju Tobirama must have already met with the second Raikage. However, the timing of the crucial Peace Alliance negotiations, their duration, and the obstacles they might encounter remained an enigmatic uncertainty. As night gradually enveloped the land, the bustling Hidden Cloud Village began to settle into a tranquil calm. Yet, beneath this seemingly serene fade, Could there be tumultuous undercurrents swirling? Perhaps even Uchiha Shin himself could not fathom the depths of this mystery. Uchiha Jin was peacefully resting upon the verdant grass, a gentle breeze caressing his visage, imparting a sense of coolness and tranquility. However, this serene moment was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar emanating from the distant Cloud Ninja village, disrupting the stillness. The sound reverberated like a cataclysmic thunderclap. Deafening in its intensity, even from afar, Uchiha Jin could distinctly perceive the terrifying power it harbored. This auditory phenomenon was all too familiar to him, for it was the distinctive roar accompanying the explosive release of a tailed beast ball. Upon hearing this sound, Uchiha Jin's eyes flew open, his gaze piercing as he turned towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja village. There, chaos reigned supreme. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, echoing through the heavens. Raging flames spread relentlessly, staining the sky with crimson hues, while the intermittent detonations of tailed beast balls sent shivers of dread coursing through the hearts of all. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja village had descended into utter turmoil, transformed into a hellscape ravaged by the fury of war. Uchiha Shin was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated the resolute and decisive nature of the brothers, Jinjiao and Injiao. On the very night that Senju Tobirama had just arrived at the hidden cloud village, they had launched their attack without hesitation. He soon noticed 4 exceptionally brilliant beams of light clashing fiercely in the central area of the village. 2 were formidable blue lightning chakra beams, while the other 2 emanated a bloody aura, radiating with crimson-tailed beast chakra. These 2 types of light intertwined and confronted each other, emitting dazzling sparks. With each collision, the surrounding buildings crumbled like fragile blocks, reduced to ruins. The powerful shock waves generated by this intense battle surged forth like roaring tides, allowing even Uchiha Shin, positioned at a distance outside the village, to palpably sense their might. The gust of wind tousled his hair and fluttered his garments, even grazing his cheeks painfully. Just from these scenes, one could imagine the heart-stopping spectacle of the conflict unfolding within the hidden cloud village. At that moment, the 2 resplendent blue lightning chakra beams, without a doubt, belonged to the second Raikage and his formidable son, A. Simultaneously, another powerful and heart-pounding force materialized, the blood-red chakra of the Nine Tails, undoubtedly belonging to the legendary brothers, Jinjiao and Injiao. This fierce battle was nothing short of devastating, with both sides unleashing their full prowess, causing thunderous roars and earth-shaking tremors. However, after a breathtaking struggle, the situation began to clarify. The once ferocious blue lightning chakra beams gradually dimmed, ultimately vanishing entirely. In contrast, the 2 crimson-tailed beast chakra beams grew ever stronger, blazing like roaring flames, expanding at an astonishing rate, reaching nearly 50 meters in height in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, these 2 towering tailed beasts, standing around 50 meters tall, unhesitatingly opened their menacing jaws and unleashed a barrage of immensely powerful tailed beast bombs, cascading down like meteors upon the hidden cloud village below. In an instant, the entire village seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic nightmare, with the blasts of the tailed beast bombs creating earth-shattering explosions, flames soaring into the sky, and dust clouds enveloping the area. In mere moments, a significant portion of the hidden cloud village was reduced to rubble, a desolate wasteland. It was evident that, based on the current state of the battle, Jinjiao and Injiao had achieved an overwhelming victory. Under normal circumstances, the second Raikage side should have held the advantage in terms of strength. Yet, what unforeseen events had enabled the brothers to successfully ambush the second Raikage? Uchiha Shin's mind was filled with confusion and disbelief. After unleashing such a multitude of formidable tailed beast bombs, the brothers finally ceased their assault. They gradually dispelled their tailed beast forms, their massive bodies shrinking back to their normal human shapes. However, despite the temporary lull in combat, the sounds of fierce fighting within the hidden cloud village persisted, echoing through the skies. Upon reflection, this extraordinary battle had already persisted for nearly 6 hours. At this moment, the situation had grown exceedingly tense and perilous. The second Raikage predicament, based on various signs, indicated that he had likely met with misfortune, and it was highly probable that he had perished tragically in this conflict. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, only the powerful brothers Jinjiao and Injiao remained, leading a multitude of pursuing ninjas, intent on capturing the fleeing second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Observing that their enemy was on the verge of escape, Jinju decisively resolved to pursue Senju Tobirama, vowing to claim his life. At that instant, Uchiha Shin, who had been concealing himself in the shadows, suddenly noticed a small squad of ninjas stealthily approaching the gates of the hidden cloud village. The leading ninja raised his arm without hesitation, and a series of explosive tags shot forth like meteors, accurately affixing themselves to the formidable gates. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the gates into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Seizing the opportunity amidst the rising smoke, the group of ninjas swiftly passed through the gates of the hidden cloud village, successfully making their escape. Despite the deepening night, Senju Tobirama's distinctive white hair remained strikingly prominent, akin to a brilliant star in the night sky, impossible to overlook. However, Uchiha Shien did not immediately pursue. Instead, he chose to remain still, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Sure enough, it was not long before Jinjiao and Injiao, adorned in their vibrant red-tailed beast cloaks, burst forth from the village like two blazing flames. Hot on their heels were numerous aggressive Cloud Village ninjas, all surging toward the direction of Senju Tobirama's escape. Recognizing that the moment had come, Uchiha Shien felt no hesitation. He swiftly moved, like a wraith, seamlessly integrating himself into this heart-pounding chase. As the pursuit continued, the sky began to brighten. Chapter 23. The battle within the village. Uchiha Shien cautiously maintained a safe distance from his target ahead, diligently keeping himself at bay, fearful of premature exposure that might alert the formidable duo, Kin and Jin. This protracted pursuit had endured for an extensive duration, during which Uchiha Shien had witnessed numerous instances of Kin and Jin's adept responses to various traps. Whether triggered explosive tags on the road or the sharp shurikens shot from the shadows, their formidable tailed beast cloaks effortlessly absorbed these assaults, rendering them incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. As time elapsed, Kin and Jin relentlessly pursued their quarry. Eventually, upon rounding a bend, they spotted Senju Tobirama and his disciples not far ahead. In an instant, excitement surged through them, spurring them to accelerate forward, their eyes glinting with greed and murderous intent, as if victory was within their grasp. However, just as they were about to close in on their target, an unforeseen twist occurred. The ground beneath them and the trees flanking the road suddenly erupted in dazzling light, and countless explosive tags materialized like a torrential downpour. Kin and Jin quickly surveyed their surroundings, astonished at the seemingly endless array of explosive tags extending to the horizon, spanning at least several thousand meters. Even if they attempted to employ the body flicker technique to escape this terrifying explosion zone, it would be utterly impossible. Damn, Senju Tobirama is indeed cunning, laying such extensive traps along the path to the hidden cloud village. Kin cursed through gritted teeth, but he had no time to dwell on it, for the explosive tags had begun a chilling countdown. However, a perplexing thought crossed Kin and Jin's minds. Such a vast detonation would undoubtedly encompass Senju Tobirama and his disciples as well. Were they truly unafraid of such a colossal explosion, or did they possess some other means of escape? This notion filled Kin and Jin with a sense of unease. The relentless explosions transformed the landscape into a battleground ravaged by artillery fire, and in an instant, Senju Tobirama and his disciples vanished into a cloud of smoke. It turned out that the old fox had left shadow clones here as decoys. Kin and Jin, leading a cadre of cloud ninja, swiftly activated their earth release techniques to burrow underground, while those unable to utilize such techniques resorted to enduring the blast with their ninjutsu. Uchiha Shien, caught within the blast radius, immediately utilized earth release to conceal himself underground. He activated his Jade Dragon technique, transforming his entire body into a lustrous white. As the explosions erupted above, even buried underground, he felt the tremors reverberate through him. Once the detonation ceased, he cautiously emerged from the earth, observing that Kin and Jin had transformed into two colossal, 50-meter-tall nine-tailed beasts, using their immense forms to shield a portion of the Cloud Ninja from the onslaught. Regrettably, the majority of the Cloud Ninja had not escaped the horrific explosion, meeting their demise in an instant. Witnessing the grim fate of their comrades, Kin and Jin's rage erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable and fierce. Without hesitation, they summoned all their might, commanding the titanic beasts to pursue Senju Tobirama and his disciples with relentless speed. Controlling such massive-tailed beasts was no easy feat, yet in their fury, Kin and Jin executed the task with astonishing coordination and skill, propelling their pursuit to unprecedented levels of velocity. The difference in speed was as stark as night and day compared to when they had donned the tailed beast cloaks. As the 50-meter beasts charged, the small hills that would seem daunting to an ordinary person became insignificant mounds before their might. With a mere swipe of their colossal limbs, They could effortlessly pulverize these elevations, sending clouds of dust into the air. As Kin and Jin relentlessly maneuvered the beasts in pursuit of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Shin couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat for Tobirama and his companions. He thought it wise to remain underground for the time being. Once they had distanced themselves further, he would emerge discreetly, carefully following in the wake of Kin and Jin's beasts. Maintaining a safe distance was paramount to avoid falling into yet another of Senju Tobirama's cunning traps. After all, having suffered once, it was imperative not to repeat the mistake. In their frenzied rage, Kin and Jin resembled two ferocious giants, commanding the terrifying bodies of the tailed beasts as they pursued Senju Tobirama and his protectors with lightning speed. They closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Without uttering a word, the massive beasts opened their cavernous mouths, summoning an overwhelming surge of chakra. In an instant, two devastating tailed beast bombs coalesced and were unleashed at incredible velocity. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions reverberated, sending shockwaves that sent Senju Tobirama and his companions sprawling chaotically. Faced with such formidable foes, Senju Tobirama understood that escape was futile. He quickly resolved to leverage the surrounding complex terrain to conceal their presence. In a flash, he darted through the forest like a specter, ultimately hiding with his disciples in a dense thicket beneath a steep cliff. Kin and Jin, having lost sight of their target, began scouring the area. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama lay in wait, quietly observing the enemy's every move. After a moment, Uchiha Shin noticed Senju Tobirama and his disciples huddled together, engaged in hushed conversation. Though the distance rendered the specifics inaudible, the gravity of their demeanor was palpable. Eventually, having reached a consensus, Senju Tobirama and his disciples dispersed to execute their plans. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, expressing his willingness to stay behind and safeguard the others during their retreat. Senju Tobirama regarded the brave disciple with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes before decisively naming him the Third Hokage. However, standing nearby, Shimura Danzo wore a look of regret, realizing that if he had been the first to volunteer, perhaps this esteemed honor would have been his. Yet, it was too late now. This regret would haunt him for a lifetime, an indelible wound etched in his heart. After solemnly announcing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appointment as the Third Hokage, Senju Tobirama concluded the brief yet significant exchange. In an instant, he vanished in a flash, racing towards another direction while casting a multitude of explosive tags behind him. The explosive talismans cut through the air, tracing brilliant arcs reminiscent of fireworks, producing deafening detonations that successfully captured the attention of the golden and silver horns. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen led Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torif, Koharu, and Minyin, sprinting unhesitatingly towards the land of fire. Their figures darted swiftly through the woods, like a gust of wind sweeping past. However, Uchiha Jin remained stationary, observing the unfolding events without taking any action. For him, the most crucial matter at hand was the intense battle between Senju Tobirama and the gold and silver horns. Although Tobirama's strategy had temporarily diverted some of their attention, it had not completely shifted their focus away from Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. At that moment, the golden horn suddenly swung its claw fiercely towards Tobirama, a fierce assault roaring towards him. The silver horn, keenly aware of Hiruzen and his fleeing comrades, curled its lip into a cold smirk, quickly beginning to gather a formidable tailed beast ball. The terrifying energy emanating from it sent chills down the spine, indicating its intention to send Hiruzen and the others to their demise in one fell swoop. Witnessing the perilous situation of his disciples, Tobirama's heart raced with urgency. Without a moment's thought, he unleashed the earth release technique, raising the ground beneath the feet of the golden and silver horns. In an instant, the earth surged upward as if lifted by an invisible giant hand, forming a towering mound. Caught off guard, the golden and silver horns were toppled to the ground. Just as they struggled to regain control, the colossal form of the tailed beast surged into motion. It loomed like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. Without delay, Tobirama executed the earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Instantly, the ground beneath him transformed dramatically, as though stirred by an unseen force, morphing into a vast, unfathomable swamp. As the tailed beast began to sink, the golden and silver horns remained undeterred. True to their ruthless nature, the golden horn merely exchanged a glance with the silver horn, who immediately grasped the intent. In the next moment, the tail of the tailed beast coiled around them like a swift serpent, enveloping them within an impenetrable shield. Simultaneously, the golden horn began to gather a dazzling orb of light in its mouth. As the radiance intensified, a small yet immensely powerful tailed beast ball gradually took shape. Without hesitation, the golden horn launched the orb directly at the swamp below. A thunderous boom resonated as the earth trembled in response. The shockwave from the explosion surged forth like a ferocious hurricane, sweeping the surroundings. The once solid ground buckled under the tremendous force, sinking dramatically by over 100 meters. At the explosion's epicenter, a circular pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters formed, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Yet, despite enduring such a fierce attack, the tailed beast's body sustained only minor damage to its tail, its core remaining largely unscathed. One could not help but marvel at the tailed beast's extraordinary resilience. As the tailed beast ball emerged from the golden horn's mouth, Tobirama, utilizing his extraordinary body flicker technique, deftly evaded the treacherous swamp. Although he narrowly escaped the immediate blast, the image of the vast pit and the lingering smoke filled him with trepidation. With keen eyes, Tobirama focused on the direction his disciples had fled, their figures darting away like arrows released from a bow. Despite the distance, his sharp vision allowed him to discern their outlines with clarity. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing the powerful water release, grand waterfall technique. In an instant, a torrential deluge cascaded from the heavens, resembling a massive white ribbon, crashing down upon the tailed beast's form trapped within the pit. In the blink of an eye, the flood filled the entire crater, submerging the previously sunken area and transforming it into a shimmering lake. However, the golden and silver horns refused to concede easily, exerting every effort to control the tailed beast's body, striving to break free from the watery confines. At that moment, Tobirama showcased his exceptional ninjutsu skills once more. With swift hand signs, he called out, "Water release, water dragon bite explosion." As his voice echoed, 7 colossal water dragons spiraled up from the tranquil lake surface, each appearing as if they were living creatures, fierce and imposing. They opened their gaping maws and fiercely clamped down on the golden and silver horns-tailed beast form, forcefully dragging them back into the depths. Following this, Tobirama's form flickered, creating 3 identical shadow clones. Upon landing, these clones swiftly dispersed, taking positions at 3 angles around the original pit, forming a triangular formation. Almost simultaneously, the clones began forming hand signs, collectively declaring, "Water release, water prison technique." As they performed their actions, the lake, originally about 1 kilometer in diameter, began to shrink rapidly, pulled by an invisible force. In an instant, the entire lake coalesced into a massive water sphere, ensnaring the golden and silver horns, rendering them unable to escape. Uchiha Shien stood silently in place, his gaze firmly fixed upon the fierce battle unfolding before him. Senju Tobirama was engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the formidable duo of Kin and Jin. Unlike the previous scene when he, as the Ninetales, had rampaged mercilessly against Senju Tobirama, there was a stark contrast. That encounter had been a one-sided massacre. However, at this moment, witnessing the intense clash between Senju Tobirama and the Seven Tails transformed Kin and Jin, Uchiha Shien couldn't help but marvel at Tobirama's remarkable prowess. Indeed, he had the ability to hold his own against such formidable adversaries. Moreover, the water release techniques employed by Senju Tobirama were nothing short of breathtaking. The surging torrents seemed to come alive in his hands, at times morphing into ferocious tsunamis that roared forth, and at other times coalescing into massive water dragons that lunged at their foes with ferocity. Uchiha Shien pondered to himself, with such extraordinary mastery of water release, Senju Tobirama was certainly more than just a Hokage. One might more aptly refer to him as a Tsukage. Such exquisite water techniques would be a grievous waste if he did not take up the mantle of Tsukage in the Hidden Mist Village. Just as Uchiha Shien was engrossed in the mesmerizing spectacle, an unusual sensation surged within him. With his keen perceptive abilities, he swiftly discerned that others were approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shien activated his iconic 3-tomo Sharingan, meticulously probing the identities of the newcomers. Through the insights granted by his Sharingan, he quickly recognized the distinguishing features of these individuals, dressed in distinctive attire and wearing specific forehead protectors. It became evident that they were shinobi from the Yui clan of the Hidden Cloud Village. A cursory glance revealed that there were 7 of them, each clad in jonin attire. It appeared that these 7 were indeed elite shinobi of considerable strength from the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Shien was acutely aware that these individuals were most likely dispatched to reinforce the golden and silver horns. However, given the intensity and perilous nature of the battle unfolding in that vicinity, it was doubtful that they could intervene directly. Presumably, they were merely lurking in the shadows. Quietly assessing the situation, Uchiha Shien sighed inwardly, contemplating the situation. He had intended to wait a while longer, but given the current circumstances, he realized that if he did not act, the information might soon be divulged. He understood the gravity of the matter, which allowed for no negligence. Thus, he resolutely decided to eliminate the individuals before him. However, accomplishing this without drawing attention was no simple task. Any significant commotion would undoubtedly alert Senju Tobirama and the formidable duo of Kin and Jin, who were engaged in fierce combat in the distance. With this in mind, Uchiha Shien cautiously approached the group. Upon closer inspection, he noted the strategic arrangement of the 7 individuals. 2 stood at the forefront, 3 in the center, and 2 at the rear. Clearly, the latter were maintaining a watchful distance from the 5 in front, likely tasked with guarding the rear. After a thorough observation, Uchiha Shien discerned that these 7 seemed captivated by the distant battle, their attention wholly fixated on that spectacle. He mused to himself, given their posture, the 2 individuals at the front must possess extraordinary combat prowess. They likely hail from a powerful clan or are ninja with unique bloodline limits. If they were merely ordinary clan ninjas, it would be manageable. However, should they be bloodline wielders, the situation could become precarious. The vast ninja world is rife with bizarre and formidable bloodline limits, making it exceedingly challenging to defend against them. With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Shien swiftly resolved to first eliminate the 5 individuals at the back before focusing his efforts on the 2 formidable adversaries remaining. This strategy would perhaps enhance his chances of success. After Uchiha contemplated his strategy, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a soft crack, a shadow clone identical to him materialized beside him. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Shien extended his hand backward and, like a flash of lightning, drew forth a glimmering long knife from behind him. A powerful torrent of fire chakra surged forth, continuously infusing the blade, igniting it in a blaze of fierce flames. Following this, Uchiha Shien executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared silently behind one of the ninjas, resembling a phantom. His movements were as swift as the wind. With his left hand, he swiftly covered the ninja's mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. Meanwhile, his right hand firmly gripped the long knife, stabbing forward mercilessly. The sharp tip, enveloped in searing flames, pierced through the ninja's back, reaching directly to the heart. At that moment, the shadow clone, having completed its lethal strike, did not pause. It promptly employed the body flicker technique once again, appearing before another ninja to the left rear in the blink of an eye. Before the adversary could react, the clone deftly flicked its wrist, sending several shurikens hurtling forth like shooting stars, accurately slicing through the ninja's throat and splattering blood. Despite Uchiha's utmost caution, the subtle noises generated by this flurry of actions inevitably alerted the 5 ninjas ahead. However, Uchiha Shien and his shadow clone did not afford them much time to respond. Seeing the situation, the shadow clone immediately crouched down, striking the ground forcefully with its right hand. A resounding crack echoed as a blinding flash of lightning erupted from its palm, rapidly spreading across the ground. This was the lightning release, Earth Walk. The ferocious lightning surged forth like a pack of venomous serpents, sweeping toward the 5 ninjas with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the 5 ninjas momentarily faltered. However, the 2 strongest among them reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly employing the lightning body flicker technique to narrowly evade the attack of the lightning release, Earth Walk. Unfortunately, the remaining 3 were not as fortunate. They had no time to mount an effective defense or evade the onslaught, and were instantly engulfed by the torrent of lightning. Witnessing this, Uchiha did not let the golden opportunity slip away. He tightened his grip on the long knife, swinging his arm with sudden force, causing the flames entwined around the blade to surge dramatically, forming a colossal fire dragon that roared toward the 5 ninjas. This was the Uchiha clan's unique ninjutsu, the sword leap flame technique. The searing flames, imbued with unparalleled might, seemed destined to incinerate everything in their path. On the left, one ninja shut his eyes tightly, a blue lightning aura suddenly enveloping his body. The lightning, akin to a serpent, swiftly coursed over him, ultimately coalescing at the surface of his skin, forming a radiant lightning shield. Simultaneously, the raging flames, resembling a ferocious beast, lunged forward but were met head-on by this lightning shield. To the right, another ninja rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth Release! Earth Spear!" Instantly, The ground erupted with numerous sharp earth spears, standing erect like a hedgehog, providing him with a formidable defense. Nevertheless, amidst this fierce battle, one individual failed to evade the terrifying flames of the sword leap flame technique in time. A scream pierced the air as that person was instantly consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the shadow clones wasted no time and charged toward the two ninjas who had successfully evaded the flames. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shien moved like the wind. With a swift motion of his left hand, the previously chaotic lightning seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, coalescing into a massive lightning spear. With a powerful throw of his arm, the lightning spear whistled through the air, hurtling toward the left ninja who was currently utilizing the lightning body technique. Just as the lightning spear was about to strike its target, that ninja exerted all his strength, activating the lightning power within him in a desperate attempt to withstand the lethal blow. A resounding crash echoed as the two formidable forces of lightning collided, erupting into dazzling sparks and a deafening roar. The immense impact sent the ninja hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. While the flames that had once blazed fiercely on Uchiha Shien's knife were extinguished, replaced by a swirling azure wind blade. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Uchiha Shien swiftly materialized before the cloud ninja who had invoked the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, his form akin to a phantom. With his right hand raised, wielding a chakra-infused long blade, he executed a powerful strike, unleashing a formidable wind release, blade of wind. A razor-sharp azure wind blade surged forth, slicing toward the earthen spear with astounding velocity. At the moment of contact, a crisp crack echoed as the seemingly unyielding spear was cleaved in twain at its midpoint. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shien employed the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before the severed earth spear, harnessing the acceleration of lightning release chakra to thrust the long blade with blinding speed through the fissure created in the spear. Almost simultaneously, the blade traversed effortlessly through the throat of the unsuspecting cloud ninja, blood erupting in a crimson spray. From a mere distance across the fragmented earth spear, Uchiha Shien regarded his adversary, whose visage was etched with terror and disbelief. A subtle smirk graced his lips, revealing a chilling smile. Uchiha Shien slowly extended his left hand, gently yet firmly closing the eyes of the lifeless enemy before him. Without hesitation, he withdrew the glimmering blade, its cold light reflecting the gravity of the moment. At that instant, a ninja, having been sent flying, swiftly regained his stance and unleashed a formidable lightning technique. Brilliant blue sparks enveloped him, the electricity coiling around his form as if alive, coalescing into an impenetrable suit of lightning armor. In addition, his left hand materialized a razor-sharp lightning blade, exuding an aura of devastation which surged towards Uchiha Shien with astonishing speed. Unfazed by the impending strike, Uchiha Shien swiftly raised his left hand. In an instant, a tumultuous surge of lightning power erupted from his palm, coalescing into an elongated spear of electricity. The next moment, the two weapons, each infused with terrifying power, collided with a resounding crash. A cacophony of blinding sparks and electric currents erupted from the point of impact. To everyone's astonishment, in that fierce exchange, Uchiha Shin's lightning spear displayed overwhelming dominance. It resembled a ferocious beast, effortlessly shattering the opposing lightning blade and continuing its relentless advance, penetrating the cloud ninja's arm and exiting through his shoulder. As the lightning spear pierced through, a torrent of electricity cascaded over the cloud ninja's body. He writhed in agony, completely losing control and unable to mount any effective resistance. Observing this, Uchiha Shin's gaze turned cold, with a swift twist of his right wrist. The blade in his hand traced an elegant arc, precisely slicing through the cloud ninja's neck. Blood gushed forth as the enemy's head fell, severed from his body. After dispatching this formidable foe, Uchiha Shin did not linger. He immediately activated the body flicker technique, racing towards the location of his shadow clone. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the shadow clone had vanished without a trace. Through the shared memories with the shadow clone, Uchiha Shin learned that their adversaries were no ordinary foes. One possessed the storm release Kekkei Jinkai, while the other wielded magnetic abilities. The two ninjas worked in perfect harmony, forcing the shadow clone to exhaust a significant amount of chakra to employ various defensive techniques. Ultimately, with chakra depleted, the shadow clone had no choice but to dissipate. Realizing the urgency of the situation, a wave of intense urgency surged within Uchiha Shin. He understood that he could not allow these two dangerous enemies to escape. Thus, he quickened his pace, dashing towards them with the speed of the wind. Just as he thought of them, two figures suddenly surged towards him like phantoms. The magnetic ninja swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of shuriken that flew towards him like a tempest. Even more alarming, these shuriken were interspersed with powerful explosive tags. Simultaneously, the storm-release ninja did not hold back either. He raised his hand and unleashed 6 radiant blue whips of light, which spiraled around the shuriken and surged towards Uchiha Shien with thunderous might. Their coordination was seamless, a testament to their synergy. Faced with such a fierce assault, Uchiha Shien dared not hesitate. He halted his charge, clapped his palms against the ground, and shouted, "Earth release, earth flow wall." As his words echoed, an imposing and robust earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing like an indomitable fortress. The sound of clattering shuriken filled the air as they collided against the earthen wall, followed by the thunderous explosions of the embedded explosive tags. Despite the cacophony, the sturdy earth flow wall remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. However, the 6 whips of storm release tore through the wall with ease, creating a gaping hole and continuing their relentless assault towards Uchiha Shien. Seeing the dire situation, Uchiha Shien swiftly evaded the lethal strike, vanishing in an instant with the body flicker technique. Such formidable storm release! He marveled inwardly at its piercing power. Yet, he had no time for contemplation. He knew he had to counterattack immediately. Drawing a deep breath, he invoked fire release, great fire annihilation, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth. The inferno surged forth like a roaring dragon, expanding swiftly and forming an immense wall of fire that surged towards the two enemies. Chapter 25, Surprise Attack. The magnetic ninja and the storm release ninja exchanged alarmed glances and hastily leaped to the sides, narrowly evading the terrifying wall of fire. However, Uchiha Shien had no intention of letting them escape. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the storm release ninja, determined to neutralize him first due to the overwhelming power he commanded. With that thought, Uchiha Shien propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging towards the storm release ninja. In his left hand, lightning flickered, twisting and dancing like a silver serpent, rapidly coalescing into a spear of electricity. With a swift motion, he hurled the lightning spear, slicing through the air towards the storm release ninja. The storm release ninja's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly attempted to evade, but he was a moment too slow. With a thunderous crash, the lightning spear struck him, sending him hurtling several meters away. Simultaneously, the electric power surged through his body, rendering him paralyzed and immobile. At that moment, in Uchiha Shien's right hand, a chakra blade ignited with roaring flames, transforming into a colossal fiery chakra sword. This sword blazed a vivid crimson, radiating an intense heat and a terrifying aura. Uchiha Shien firmly grasped the hilt of his blade and swung it forward with formidable force, the flaming longsword descending upon the paralyzed wind-style ninja like a mountain crushing an egg. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with the wind-style ninja, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. The longsword, once firmly held in Uchiha Shien's grip, began to tremble violently as if it had acquired a will of its own, desperately attempting to break free from his control. Shocked, Uchiha Shien instinctively tightened his grip, trying to stabilize the sword, but it seemed resolute in its rebellion, continuing to thrash about. Ultimately, due to the sword's resistance, the strike failed to find its mark, veering off to the right side of the wind-style ninja and merely grazing the edge of his garment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the wind-style ninja, enduring the numbing sensation coursing through his body, executed the lightning body flicker technique, vanishing from sight and successfully evading Uchiha Shien's onslaught. Simultaneously, a shadow darted past, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be the magnetic-style ninja, who was controlling several sharp shuriken that were now hurtling toward Uchiha Shien. These shuriken flew with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, targeting Uchiha Shien's vital points. Confronted with this sudden assault, Uchiha Shien dared not underestimate the threat. He was acutely aware of the magnetic-style ninja's peculiar abilities, capable of manipulating others' ninja tools from a distance, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Thus, he swiftly made the decision to abandon his sword techniques, retracting the long sword into its sheath upon his back with great force and securely locking it to prevent the magnetic-style ninja from wielding his weapon against him once more. Uchiha Shien took a deep breath, and the chakra within him surged like a tumultuous tide. He swiftly summoned the power of the white dragon technique alongside the lightning chakra, and soon, A luminous jade-white glow enveloped his palms. The force of lightning danced like serpents, entwining around his fingers. Following this, he executed the lightning body flicker technique. Dashing towards the fleeing wind-release ninja with the speed of a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shien had closed the distance to the wind ninja. With his right fist clenched, he unleashed the violent power of lightning, striking fiercely at the ninja's abdomen. In an instant, the lightning erupted dramatically, transforming into an exquisitely sharp blade that pierced the ninja's chest with blinding speed. Subsequently, Uchiha Shien swung his arm, hurling the severely wounded Cloud Ninja behind him as if he were a mere sandbag. At that moment, a magnetic release ninja, positioned behind, unleashed a flurry of shuriken and kunai from all directions, resembling a tempest of arrows. However, the thrown Cloud Ninja fortuitously positioned himself in the path of these projectiles, resulting in a cacophony of piercing sounds as numerous shuriken and kunai embedded into his body, rendering the unfortunate Cloud Ninja a veritable pincushion, succumbing to his injuries on the spot. With this nuisance disposed of, Uchiha Shien forcefully propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air. Simultaneously, he rapidly formed seals, summoning the formidable fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. With a commanding shout, a colossal fire dragon erupted forth, descending from the heavens with ferocity, claws bared, and lunging towards the magnetic release ninja. Faced with such a ferocious blaze, the magnetic release ninja dared not hesitate, swiftly activating his ability to draw in the scattered ninja tools around him, coalescing them into a serpentine metallic dragon. The clash between the metallic dragon and the fire dragon produced a cataclysmic roar, sending sparks flying and enveloping the area in smoke. Ultimately, the fire dragon succumbed to the might of the magnetic serpent, bursting apart in a spectacular explosion. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shien did not falter. Seizing the opportunity while the magnetic release ninja was preoccupied with the fire dragon, he stealthily maneuvered behind him. At that moment, the lightning in his hand transformed, coalescing into a dazzling spear shimmering with electric light. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shien raised the spear and thrust it towards the ninja's waist. However, to Uchiha Shien's surprise, the magnetic release ninja was already prepared. A powerful magnetic force radiated from him, drawing in numerous metal fragments that formed an impenetrable barrier around his body. Uchiha Shien's lightning spear struck this metallic shield, merely sparking a shower of fire, unable to breach the formidable defense. Uchiha Shien discovered an abundance of iron plates hidden beneath his clothing. With a swift motion, he unleashed a lightning-style spear that erupted into a massive surge of electricity, enveloping him and rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In an instant, he appeared before his adversary, his right hand clenched into a fist, striking fiercely against the chest and shattering the iron plates. His left hand transformed into a blade, plunging into the opponent's chest. Harnessing the explosive power of his lightning chakra, he stimulated his entire body, causing his muscles to surge with tremendous strength. He drove his arm deeper into the ribcage, his fingers brushing against the lungs. With a decisive grip, he shattered several ribs, eliciting a scream of agony from the magnetic release ninja. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shien seized the ninja's face with his right hand, forcing him down to the ground, while the lightning coursing through his left hand incinerated the enemy's internal organs to ash. With the last of the magnetic release ninjas defeated, Uchiha Shien swiftly incinerated all the bodies with fire release, erasing any trace of the battle. The turbulent energy waves from the fierce clash between Senju Tobirama and the duo of Kin and Jin had yet to subside. At that moment, Kin and Jin found themselves ensnared within a vast water prison, yet they chose not to succumb to despair. In unison, they extended their hands towards one another, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. In an instant, two colossal-tailed beasts, each approximately 50 meters in length, began to merge. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light and a violent surge of chakra, a new behemoth, towering around 70 meters, emerged before the onlookers. This formidable tailed beast boasted 8 robust tails, exuding an aura reminiscent of the legendary nine-tailed beast. Its chakra blazed like a roaring flame, while the 8 massive tails whipped through the air, conjuring fierce gusts of wind. With the eruption of the tailed beast's immense power, the once tranquil water prison transformed into a churning maelstrom, the water boiling violently. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the skies, a tremendous tremor emanating from within the prison, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality. In the wake of this earth-shattering roar, the immense water sphere shattered, scattering countless droplets across the battlefield. Senju Tobirama, however, remained unflustered. He stood firmly upon the surface of the water created by the prison's collapse, swiftly forming hand seals while deftly harnessing the power of the surging water beneath him to unleash his signature technique, the Super Water Dragon Bullet technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous water dragons materialized, spiraling forth with lightning speed to ensnare the colossal form of the tailed beast birthed from Qin and Jin. These water dragons, with their razor-sharp fangs bared, viciously tore at the beast's body, creating a scene of breathtaking intensity that left onlookers breathless. Yet, the tailed beast was no mere opponent. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air with unrelenting ferocity, effortlessly dismantling the oncoming water dragons with each swipe. However, for every dragon vanquished, new ones surged forth from the depths, relentlessly assaulting the beast in a fierce tug-of-war. At this juncture, Senju Tobirama and the tailed beast found themselves locked in a stalemate, their chakra reserves dwindling rapidly. After a prolonged and intense battle, Senju Tobirama faced Qin and Jin in a breathtaking confrontation. At present, their chakra reserves were nearly depleted, forcing Qin and Jin to relinquish their tailed beast forms and engage in close combat, wielding the Six Paths ninja tools with their exceptional taijutsu skills. In this critical moment, Uchiha Xian, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, keenly sensed that both sides teetered on the brink of exhaustion. He believed this was the opportune moment to strike. Without hesitation, he summoned the vast chakra of the nine-tailed beast, enveloping his form in a torrent of power. This overwhelming force not only concealed his appearance but also emanated a chilling aura. Simultaneously, Uchiha Xian activated his lightning release technique, the electric currents surging through his body, causing his muscles to swell with explosive potential. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, launching a surprise attack on Senju Tobirama, who was locked in a fierce exchange of blows with Qin and Jin. As Uchiha Xian made his move, neither Senju Tobirama nor the duo of Qin and Jin could react in time. The long blade in Uchiha Xian's hand gleamed like a shard of ice as it descended upon Senju Tobirama's head. However, honed by countless battles, Senju Tobirama instinctively evaded the lethal strike at the last moment. Nevertheless, Uchiha Xian's assault did not wane. The blade arced downwards, striking true against Tobirama's shoulder. With a dull thud, the razor-sharp edge severed his arm, blood gushing forth and forming a crimson mist in the air. Without granting Tobirama a moment to recover, Uchiha Xian's left hand seized his head, denying any chance of escape. The blade in his right hand slid towards Tobirama's neck. He raised his own weapon to parry, but Uchiha Xian swiftly altered his approach, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Tobirama attempted to defend, but the absence of an arm left him vulnerable. And Uchiha Xian seized the opportunity. Empowered by lightning chakra, he thrust his blade with tremendous force, shattering Tobirama's weapon, and the blade plunged into his chest. In a desperate attempt, Tobirama discarded the broken blade and grasped Uchiha Xian's weapon, striving to halt its advance. Uchiha Xian pressed harder, launching Tobirama away, crashing through multiple trees and finally colliding with a small mountain at the edge of the battlefield, blood spewing forth. His gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Xian. Confusion etched upon his features as he desperately sought to discern the identity of his assailant, the nine-tailed chakra enveloping him obscuring all clarity. After a fierce and grueling battle, Uchiha Xian ultimately succeeded in sending the detestable Senju Tobirama to his demise, ensuring his departure from this world. Without hesitation, he redirected his focus towards Qin and Jin, locking his gaze onto the duo with unwavering intensity. However, as his attention shifted to them, he was astonished to find that, in the very moment he had ambushed Senju Tobirama, the pair had deftly retreated, cautiously regaining their chakra reserves. Qin and Jin now regarded him with a mixture of astonishment and wariness, clearly taken aback by his rapid dispatching of their formidable opponent and the overwhelming aura exuded by his nine-tailed cloak. The realization that the chakra emanating from Uchiha Xian mirrored that of their own tailed beasts ignited a profound sense of confusion and unease within them. Given their current state, fleeing was not a feasible option for Qin and Jin. Therefore, they chose to remain vigilant, observing the unfolding situation. Their primary concern now was discerning the identity of this mysterious figure, cloaked in the powerful aura of the nine-tailed beast. Could he possibly be a long-lost member of their feathered clan? Fueled by curiosity, Qin took the initiative to inquire, "Pray tell, who might you be? Are you perhaps of our feathered clan?" Upon hearing Qin's question, Uchiha Xian momentarily paused, glancing down at his ornate tailed beast cloak before lifting his gaze to the similarly adorned Qin and Jin, a realization dawning upon him. No wonder these two individuals harbor such thoughts. It turns out that the chakra of the tailed beasts they wield originates from the very same nine tails. However, Uchiha Jin had no inclination to elaborate further on their inquiries. After all, the nine tails chakra contained within them was the very essence he desperately sought. While the so-called six paths ninja tools could be considered mere bonuses. With this thought, a faint, cold smile crept upon my lips as I propelled myself off the ground, darting towards Jinjiao and Injiao like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 26. Jinjiao and Injiao. Uchiha Jin's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly stomped his foot down. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground instantly yielded to a deep pit several feet in depth, unleashing an unparalleled force that surged forth like a cannonball towards Jinjiao and Injiao. Seeing Uchiha Jin launch the first attack, the duo did not falter, remaining silent as they prepared to counter. Jinjiao gripped his hand tightly around the banana fan, while Inji wielded the seven-star sword with equal determination. In a dance of intertwining forms, an intense battle of offense and defense erupted. In an instant, the clashing of metal reverberated across the skies, a continuous symphony of combat. Each side exchanged blows, targeting vulnerabilities with no intention of holding back. Uchiha Jin, Jinjiao, and Injiao were cloaked in a thick layer of tailed beast chakra, their bodies colliding with thunderous impacts, each collision leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. The multitude of craters alone testified to the ferocity of their struggle and the immense power they wielded. At that moment, Uchiha Jin brandished his long sword, its blade infused with a fierce wind chakra. He unleashed the wind release, gale dance, and in an instant, countless blades of wind materialized, slicing through the air like bolts of lightning. The flurry of blades was dense and rapid, weaving a magnificent tapestry reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Jinjiao and Injiao summoned their utmost strength to defend. Yet, despite their valiant efforts, numerous blades penetrated their defenses, inflicting deep wounds upon them, leaving them bloodied and battered. During this fierce battle, Injiao faltered first, the tailed beast chakra enveloping him beginning to dissipate. Uchiha Jin keenly seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing a powerful kick that struck Injiao with tremendous force, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. Witnessing his companion's dire plight, Jinji was consumed by urgency, eager to assist. However, this distraction disrupted his own footing. In that moment, Uchiha Jin seized the chance to unleash a series of relentless strikes, sending razor-sharp wind blades hurtling towards Jinjiao's abdomen and limbs. Jinjiao, witnessing the impending doom, hastily swung his banana fan in an attempt to deflect the lethal wind blades. After a strenuous defense, he barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet the pressure had completely shattered his tailed beast chakra. Moreover, several deep gashes marred his limbs, blood gushing forth and staining the earth beneath. Recognizing the tide of battle turning in his favor, Uchiha Jin pressed the attack, denying Jinjiao a moment's respite. He unleashed a torrent of formidable wind techniques, wind blades, wind cutter, vacuum sword, and vacuum sphere, the air roaring with fury as the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest of violent winds. Under Uchiha Jin's storm-like barrage, Jinjiao could only retreat step by step, ultimately kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his surroundings soaked in his own blood, clearly beyond the point of further resistance. At that moment, the wind chakra on his sword was fully unleashed. Uchiha Jin gripped his long sword tightly, his aura surging to its zenith, the blade radiating with a dazzling light of thunder and fire. In the blink of an eye, this radiant energy coalesced into a colossal blade spanning over 10 meters, sweeping toward Jinjiao with unparalleled might. Faced with such a ferocious strike, Jinjiao dared not delay. He swiftly swung his banana fan, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth, rapidly expanding to confront the incoming blade. However, the Thunderfire blade possessed incredible power. Despite being clamped by the water dragon, its momentum did not waver, cleaving through the water with relentless force, splitting it in twain. The blade continued onward, undeterred, aimed directly at Jinjiao. In that critical moment, Injiao arrived, wielding his seven-star sword, positioning himself in front of Jinjiao to block the fatal blow. Just as the moment unfolded, Uchiha Jin's aura surged with raw energy, his muscles swelling with power, his arms more robust than before. He unleashed all his strength, swinging the massive blade forward with ferocity. With a resounding thud, Injiao felt an overwhelming force surge through the sword, rendering him unable to withstand it. He was propelled backward like a kite caught in a gale, crashing into Jinjiao behind him. The impact sent both Jinjiao and Injiao flying like meteors, their bodies carving a long trench in the earth, dust clouding the air. debris scattering in all directions. After enduring such a grueling battle, Jinjiao and Injiao were utterly exhausted, breathless, and at their limits. At this moment, Uchiha Jin flickered into action. His left hand raised as the ninjutsu swiftly formed, and he unleashed the fire release, dragon fire technique. A roaring fire dragon erupted from his palm, charging towards Jinjiao and Injiao at the end of the trench. In a desperate bid for survival, Jinjiao could not afford to rise. Swiftly plunging his banana fan into the ground and forming hand seals to cast the powerful earth release, earth flow wall. With a thunderous roar, a towering earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing as an indomitable barrier against the oncoming fire dragon. Yet, before Jinjiao could bask in the relief of his successful defense, a piercing scream erupted from his brother Injiao. Unbeknownst to Jinjiao, while he focused on the fire dragon, Uchiha Jin had utilized his remarkable body flicker technique to stealthily appear beside Injiao. He delivered a crushing kick to Injiao's arm, shattering it and causing the seven-star sword to slip from his grasp. In a swift motion, Uchiha Jin gripped his long sword and, before Injiao could react, plunged it down with incredible speed. The razor-sharp blade pierced effortlessly through Injiao's body, pinning him firmly to the ground. Injiao let out a heart-wrenching scream before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this scene, Jinjiao's face contorted with fury, filled with an intense rage. He glared with wide eyes, letting out a low, growling roar as he struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding everything to swing his banana fan at Uchiha Jin in a fierce counterattack. Faced with the furious Jinjiao, Uchiha Jin remained unfazed. He decisively abandoned the long blade still embedded in silver horn, swiftly retrieving several gleaming shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and without hesitation, hurled them forcefully towards Golden Horn. In an instant, glimmers of cold light flickered through the air, shooting towards Golden Horn like meteors. Upon witnessing this, Golden Horn inwardly lamented his predicament, reluctantly altering his technique as he hastily wielded his banana fan in an attempt to fend off the densely falling shuriken. Suddenly, Uchiha Shin's figure flickered, appearing behind Golden Horn like a specter. Without a moment's pause, Uchiha Shin unleashed the Leaf Whirlwind, channeling immense power into his legs as he delivered a ferocious kick to his opponent's back. A resounding thud echoed as the forceful impact sent the enemy crashing against a distant tree trunk. Would Uchiha Jin let such an exquisite opportunity slip away? With the wind at his feet, he swiftly approached the adversary who had been sent flying. In a flash, a gleaming kunai shot forth from his hand, piercing accurately into the enemy's shoulder. The excruciating pain caused the adversary's grip on the folding fan to falter, sending it crashing to the ground. Yet, the foe did not yield easily. With a furious roar, he raised his arm, attempting to retaliate despite the agony. However, Uchiha Jin had anticipated this move. He swiftly drew another kunai and, with blinding speed, struck through both of the enemy's shoulders. Blood spurted forth as the adversary let out a chilling scream. Without granting a moment's respite, Uchiha Jin unleashed a powerful right punch that struck the enemy's abdomen like a cannonball. The force was overwhelming, causing the foe to spew blood and fly backward like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Having dealt with the formidable adversary, Uchiha Jin wasted no time. He strode over to the fallen figure of Kinkaku, hoisting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick, and brought him to the location of Jinkaku. Once Kinkaku and Jinkaku were laid side by side, Uchiha Jin fixed them with a cold, piercing gaze. He then grasped the hilt of the kunai embedded in Jinkaku's body, yanking it out with a forceful motion that sprayed blood. In a flurry of movement, he wielded the blade with precision, severing the limbs of both Kinkaku and Jinkaku in a single sweep. Simultaneously, he expertly thrust kunai into their eyes, resulting in two heart-rending screams that echoed through the air. Despite their grievous injuries, the intense agony jolted Kinkaku and Jinkaku from their stupor. Unfortunately, they were now grievously wounded and utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, Uchiha Jin's eyes flashed a vivid crimson, and his mysterious, potent Sharingan opened wide. As his ocular technique activated, a strange wave of energy radiated outward. First came the yin-yang separation technique. As the nine-tails chakra within Kinkaku and Jinkaku appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, slowly detaching from their bodies. Next was the yin-yang fusion technique. As the extracted nine-tails chakra flowed continuously into Uchiha Jin's being. Once all the nine-tails chakra had merged into his body, Uchiha Jin felt an exhilarating surge within him, as if his chakra were a tidal wave swelling with unstoppable force. Even his previously fatigued eyes now brimmed with strength, their power significantly enhanced. And his mastery over the ocular technique ascended to new heights. After Uchiha Shien adeptly harnessed the newly acquired power of the Nine-Tails chakra within his body, he no longer felt the need to retain the presence of the golden and silver horns. With a swift motion, his blade traced a fierce arc through the air, and in an instant, the duo of golden and silver horns found themselves unable to react as their heads were severed from their bodies. Blood splattered. Yet the wielder of the blade remained unfazed, promptly collecting the 6 paths of fate that the two had carried. However, to his surprise, the search yielded only 3 items: a mysterious banana fan radiating an enigmatic aura, a gleaming 7-star sword, and a uniquely shaped red gourd. After carefully securing these treasures, Uchiha Shien's gaze sharpened, and he quickly formed hand seals to unleash the formidable fire release, Great Fireball technique. The blazing flames surged forth like a ferocious beast, opening its gaping maw to consume the remains of the golden and silver horns. In the blink of an eye, the 2 corpses were reduced to ash, leaving not a trace behind. Without hesitation, he then glided like a specter to the side of Senju Tobirama's corpse. Uchiha Shien began to search his body with no sense of restraint. After a thorough examination, he discovered only a few seemingly ordinary scrolls. Disappointment washed over him as he activated the Great Fireball technique once more, turning Tobirama's remains into a pile of ashes as well. Following these actions, Uchiha Shien did not lower his guard. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan, his gaze piercing the surroundings as if it were tangible. Once he confirmed the absence of any other presence, he took a deep breath, rapidly formed hand seals, and shouted, "Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique." As his voice echoed, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, transforming into an enormous fire dragon. This dragon, fierce and imposing, swept through the surrounding forest with unrelenting ferocity. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and thick smoke billowed, turning the once lush forest into a raging sea of fire. As the flames gradually subsided, the battlefield, once a site of fierce conflict, was rendered unrecognizable, all traces erased by the inferno. The orchestrator of this destruction, without a moment's hesitation, turned to depart. Uchiha Shien moved like the wind, cautiously evading potential foes along his path. After navigating numerous perils, he successfully returned to the borders of the Land of Fire. At this moment, the tension that had gripped him began to ease, his pace slowing as he made his way toward the prearranged meeting spot with Uchiha Shana. Along the journey, he meticulously began to organize the spoils of this endeavor. Uchiha Shien took a deep breath, concentrating his mind to summon the chakra within him, meticulously erasing the conspicuous traces of battle from his body. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothing, wiped away the bloodstains from his cheek, and employed medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds, restoring his skin to its pristine condition. After completing these tasks, he closed his eyes once more, silently adjusting his breathing rhythm to ensure that his presence remained calm and prolonged, preventing the keen Uchiha Shana from detecting any anomalies. Chapter 27. Ambushed feeling insecure. Uchiha Shien unhesitatingly disposed of the garments he wore and the various ninja tools he had used during the fight. However, he regarded the precious ninja tool pouch bestowed by his mother and the exceptionally sharp chakra metal long sword as treasures he would preserve. As for the 6 paths ninja tools and the mysterious ninjutsu scroll acquired from the intense battle, he meticulously sealed them within a specially crafted storage scroll, using his exquisite sealing techniques for safekeeping. Despite having completed the aforementioned actions, the cautious Uchiha Shien still felt an unease. Thus, he slowly opened his eyes, activating his iconic 3-tomo Sharingan. The crimson orbs gleamed with an eerie light as he employed the powerful insight of his Sharingan, conducting an exhaustive examination of his entire being. Not a single inch of skin or strand of hair was overlooked, and only after thoroughly confirming that he bore no flaws did he finally exhale with slight relief. Subsequently, Uchiha Shien moved with light steps towards the predetermined rendezvous point. Arriving ahead of schedule, he found the area deserted and stood quietly, patiently awaiting his companion. As time slipped by, with the sun perched high in the sky scorching the earth, sweat began to dampen his attire, yet Uchiha Shien remained motionless, akin to a statue. After enduring a long half-day wait, a familiar figure finally emerged in the distance, Uchiha Shana. The moment their gazes met, a glimmer of joy flickered in their eyes. However, they did not immediately let down their guard. Instead, they exchanged prearranged signals to verify each other's identities. After confirming their authenticity, they both felt a profound sense of relief. At this juncture, Uchiha Shana reached into his robes and produced a small scroll, deftly tossing it towards Uchiha Shien. Shien caught the scroll steadily, a faint smile gracing his face, before swiftly unfurling it to meticulously read the detailed account of the mission inscribed within. As he read, he silently committed the information to memory, wary of overlooking any crucial details that might lead to complications later on. Uchiha Shana gazed at Uchiha Jin, who was diligently recording the details of their mission. Suddenly, a startling revelation flashed through his mind. The second Hokage, Tobirama, had tragically passed away. It was rumored that only a few of his disciples had narrowly escaped back to the front lines. What was even more astonishing was the claim that, before his demise, the second Hokage had entrusted his mantle to Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he had not yet returned to the camp. Uchiha Shana could vividly imagine the chaos that must have ensued there. Contemplating this, he cast a furtive glance at Uchiha Jin, silently pondering whether these events were somehow connected to Jin's recent disappearance and the need for his assistance in providing cover. After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shana could no longer contain himself and cautiously inquired, "I have heard that the second Hokage, Tobirama, has died. Could you possibly have any connection to this matter?" Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Jin nearly lost his grip on the scroll he held, almost casting it aside in alarm. A wave of shock coursed through him as he pondered when he might have inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Had he truly been discovered? However, he quickly regained his composure, forcibly suppressing his emotions and striving to maintain an expression of nonchalance as he feigned ignorance, responding, "The second Hokage has died. I was unaware." Despite Uchiha Jin's attempts to appear unruffled before Uchiha Shana, the fleeting moment of panic did not escape the keen eyes of the experienced Uchiha Shana. He astutely detected the brief flicker of fear that crossed Jin's face, further solidifying his suspicions that Uchiha Jin was intricately connected to this matter. Perhaps the time of his disappearance coincided with the assassination of the second Hokage, Tobirama. This thought struck Uchiha Shana with profound astonishment, soon followed by a surge of elation. In that instant, Uchiha Shana's gaze transformed, becoming as cold and sharp as a winter star. His right hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of his blade, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. He realized that Uchiha Jin had indeed slain such a formidable opponent as Tobirama, and even more astonishingly, this young man had awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan at such a tender age. This mysterious and powerful ocular ability was coveted by countless ninjas, and for Uchiha Shana, it represented the key to fulfilling his ambitions and the long-held aspirations of his clan. At this moment, the position of Hokage remained uncertain. Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Jin and claim his Mangekyo eyes? After a tumultuous internal struggle, greed and desire ultimately prevailed, and Uchiha Shana resolved to act without hesitation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and 3 blood-red tomo appeared within his once pitch-black pupils. In that instant, a formidable power of illusion surged forth from his gaze, his signature Jinjutsu, Narikomi no Jutsu. As the illusion was unleashed, Uchiha Shana's long blade sprang from its sheath like a flash of lightning, slicing through the air towards Uchiha Jin's heart with lethal intent. Faced with this sudden and deadly strike, Uchiha Jin was evidently on high alert. Almost simultaneously, he activated his own Sharingan, striving to counter the Jinjutsu and mount a timely retaliation. Unfortunately, despite his rapid response, he was a fraction too late. Although he successfully dispelled the illusion, he could not evade the swift blade. The razor-sharp edge grazed his body, effortlessly tearing through his garments and leaving a gaping, crimson wound across his chest. Uchiha Jin widened his eyes in terror as he gazed at his former comrade, Uchiha Shana, his body trembling involuntarily. He could not fathom why this once loyal ally, who had fought alongside him, would suddenly launch such a ferocious attack against him. Even if he had indeed killed Tobirama, what did it matter? Uchiha Shana himself had attempted to assassinate Tobirama multiple times. Was it merely because he had not invited him to join in the endeavor that he was to be met with such a brutal response? Moreover, given the deep-seated enmity between them, Jin had alleviated Shana's greatest concern by dealing with Tobirama. Logically, Shana should have been profoundly grateful. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Uchiha Jin suppressed his fear and anger, his mouth trembling as he managed to ask, "Why do you attack me, Senior Shana?" However, Uchiha Shana merely cast a cold glance in his direction, uttering, "You have awakened your eyes, haven't you? Such a pair of eyes in your possession is a sheer waste. Hand them over to me." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Jin was momentarily stunned, only to swiftly grasp the true intent behind Shana's actions. It became evident that what Uchiha Shana coveted was none other than his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original narrative, neither Uchiha Itachi nor Uchiha Shisui had ever faced such treachery from their kin. Yet, to his dismay, this betrayal had now befallen him. With Shana showing no mercy and choosing to strike without hesitation, a wave of desolation washed over Uchiha General throughout this time. He had endured countless life and death trials alongside Uchiha Shana. Though they were not blood brothers, they had formed an unbreakable bond as comrades in arms. He had placed immense trust in Shana, even seeking his assistance for cover during critical moments. Who could have anticipated that it would culminate in such a tragic outcome? As this realization dawned upon him, Uchiha Jin's expression darkened further, a surge of rage igniting within him. He ceased to utter another word. Swiftly drawing the long blade from his waist, gripping it tightly, and assuming a battle stance. With circumstances having reached this point, there remained but one course of action, to fight to the bitter end. In the instant Uchiha Jin clashed with Uchiha Shana, an overwhelming force surged from Shana's hand, striking Jin's arm with tremendous impact. Jin felt a sharp ache and numbness in his palm, nearly dropping his weapon. Until that moment, they had never engaged in direct combat. And now, Uchiha Jin realized that Uchiha Shana's true prowess was not merely at the level of a mere shadow, but that of a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. The sheer magnitude of his strength nearly overwhelmed General as the two shadow-level experts engaged in a fierce duel. The surrounding environment suffered catastrophic destruction. Towering trees were either cleaved in half or utterly shattered into splinters. The once solid ground fissured deeply, as if the earth itself were being torn apart, with countless intersecting gashes marking the terrain. The scene was one of utter devastation, a chaotic tableau. Within this 1,000-meter radius, smoke billowed, obscuring vision and making it difficult to discern the unfolding battle. The figures of the two combatants darted amidst the haze, weaving in and out of each other's paths, sometimes retreating suddenly, their movements unpredictable. Their blades clashed repeatedly, each contact igniting brilliant sparks akin to fireworks bursting in the night sky. Yet, despite having trained under Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Jin found himself gradually losing ground in this contest of blade techniques. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Uchiha Jin wasted no time in unleashing his lightning release chakra. He channeled his lightning-natured chakra throughout his body, invigorating his muscles and significantly enhancing his strength and speed. Simultaneously, he adeptly fused fire and wind-release chakra, enveloping his long blade. The wind fanned the flames, transforming the once raging red fire into an eerie azure blaze, the temperature rising sharply, scorching the back of Jin's hand. At that moment, the azure flames coiled along the blade, resembling a fearsome fire dragon. Uchiha Jin swung the long blade with all his might, the air slicing with a fierce wind as he seemed to enter a frenzied state. Trees around him were reduced to swirling ashes beneath his ferocious assault, while the earth itself melted beneath the searing path of his weapon, turning into bubbling magma. Uchiha Shana, perceiving the dire situation, continuously retreated using his body technique, employing the body flicker technique in rapid succession, even refraining from engaging with his blade, intimidated by Uchiha Shin's azure flame blade. As Uchiha Shana retreated, he unleashed the fire release, dragon fire technique, expelling flames from his mouth that swelled into a colossal fire dragon measuring 100 meters in length. Upon witnessing the approaching fire dragon, Uchiha Shin did not falter. He met it head-on, his azure flame longsword extending as he swung it, cleaving the fire dragon into several segments. The azure flame longsword elongated further, relentlessly striking towards Uchiha Shana. This technique was a fusion of wind and fire attributes, verging on a bloodline limit. Its defining characteristic was the exceedingly high temperature. The more chakra infused, the greater the heat produced. Uchiha Shana observed that the fire release ninjutsu was ineffective. From his bosom, he produced a scroll that bore an ancient and time-worn appearance. With a decisive grip, Shana crushed the scroll, and a surge of black flames erupted from within, enveloping his hand. Uchiha Shana swiftly formed a series of unique hand seals, commanding the black flames to entwine around his body. In an instant, the flames spiraled around the blade of his weapon, meeting the oncoming azure flames with a fierce strike. The collision of the black and azure flames resulted in an explosive shockwave that reverberated across the landscape for miles, casting Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shana into the air. Regaining their footing, the two stood at a distance, one adorned with azure flames upon his blade, the other with black flames. Their gazes locked, each reflecting a solemn gravity. Uchiha Jin, upon witnessing the black flames, recognized them as the Amaterasu flames employed by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke in the original narrative. How could such flames be wielded by Uchiha Shana? Uchiha Shana did not activate the fearsome Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet when Uchiha Shien recalled the mysterious scroll that Uchiha Shana had once shattered, a surge of astonishment welled up within him. It turned out that, long ago, the Uchiha clan had already mastered the method to control the blazing black flames produced by Amaterasu, a power that was typically accessible only to a select few core members. One must admit that as an ancient family with a legacy spanning a millennium, the Uchiha clan certainly lived up to its reputation, particularly within the faction of the hawkish elder, who likely possessed countless invaluable treasures and secret techniques bequeathed by their ancestors. Before him, Uchiha Shana, relying solely on a unique and little-known hand seal technique, was able to deftly manipulate the terrifying black flames of Amaterasu, thus revealing the profound depth of the Uchiha lineage. Reflecting on the later Uchiha Sasuke, whose ocular technique, Kagetsuchi, now seemed almost a regrettable extravagance. It was clear that a straightforward hand seal could resolve what he chose to complicate by wasting a precious Mangekyo ocular slot. Had he been aware of such an exquisite method already existing within the Uchiha clan, he would likely have lamented to the point of tears and despair. However, considering that Uchiha Itachi had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke behind, the weight of this heavy responsibility naturally fell upon Itachi's shoulders. With such a profoundly dutiful brother, one might ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse for Uchiha Sasuke, and indeed for the entire Uchiha clan. Each time this thought arose, it shattered one's worldview, rendering the distinction between right and wrong utterly unfathomable. Chapter 28. Battle. Uchiha Shana gazed at the formidable Uchiha Jin before him, a flicker of regret surging within his heart, only to be swiftly consumed by unwavering resolve. Half kneeling upon the ground, he grasped his long blade with fervor and thrust it fiercely into the hard earth. In an instant, the blade became enveloped in Amaterasu's black flames, which spread like venomous serpents, igniting the ground in a fierce blaze. Within moments, the inferno had engulfed the surrounding kilometer, transforming the area into a vast ocean of black fire. This sea of flames not only crafted a favorable terrain for the impending fierce battle, but also instilled a harrowing sense of apocalyptic dread. Uchiha Shana released his grip on the hilt of his sword, gradually rising to his feet and swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. With his movements, the sky filled with the ravaging Amaterasu black flames seemed to be under the influence of some mysterious force, slowly coalescing into countless pitch-black crows. These crows, born from the black flames, spiraled and danced momentarily in the air before hurtling towards Uchiha Jin like arrows released from a bowstring. Enveloped in this sea of black fire, Uchiha Jin felt a searing pain radiating across his skin, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Aware that there could be no room for hesitation in this life-and-death struggle, he resolved to exert every ounce of his strength. His eyes suddenly widened, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan emanating a dazzling brilliance, with the yin-yang pattern within them spinning rapidly. Simultaneously, a towering half-body Susanoo erupted forth, resembling an impenetrable fortress of steel, encasing Uchiha Jin securely within. Upon the massive, robust arms of the Susanoo, two chakra swords gleaming with brilliant blue light materialized. These formidable blades completely disregarded the surrounding inferno of Amaterasu, crossing each other with the force of thunder as they ruthlessly cleaved towards Uchiha Shana. As Uchiha Shana beheld the towering figure of the Susanoo, a colossal being several meters in height, his heart was filled with profound awe. Could this indeed be the legendary divine power, a harbinger of destruction and annihilation? Its reputation was truly well-deserved. However, as his gaze fell upon Uchiha Shien's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, adorned with the swirling patterns of the Taiji, an insatiable desire ignited within him. Burning ever more fiercely, he resolved, by any means necessary, to seize this pair of eyes imbued with boundless strength. Uchiha Shana widened his eyes, fixating on the countless crows, conjured from the black flames of Amaterasu, surging like a relentless tide towards the protective barrier of Susanoo. Yet, when these seemingly ferocious crows collided with Susanoo, they merely stirred up faint ripples, clinging to its surface and igniting, unable to breach the impregnable defense in the short term. Consequently, they could inflict no tangible harm upon Uchiha Jin, who remained ensconced within. At that moment, Uchiha Jin wielded the colossal blade of Susanoo, striking down with an overwhelming momentum towards Uchiha Shana. In an instant, Uchiha Shana swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging fervently within him. As his gesture shifted, The flames that had previously scattered around him converged rapidly, as if summoned, coalescing into a magnificent circular shield of fire before him. A resounding clang echoed as the twin blades of Susanoo crashed against the fiery barrier. The tremendous impact reverberated through the air, momentarily dispersing the flames encircling Uchiha Shana. On the other side, Uchiha Jin gazed at the imposing flame shield that stood before Uchiha Shana, resembling an impregnable fortress. An overwhelming urge to curse arose within him, for the shield bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Yata mirror, both in hue and appearance. Yet, logically speaking, such a divine defensive artifact should not have manifested in this era, as it was typically associated with the later stages of Uchiha Itachi's arsenal. Could it be that this old man had somehow acquired the script of Uchiha Itachi ahead of time? The thought alone drove Uchiha Jin to the brink of madness, and he could not help but mutter in frustration, "You old fool, with such formidable prowess, why do you still covet my Mangekyo Sharingan? You could simply awaken your own." The more he pondered, the more his indignation festered, to the point where he felt an urge to spit blood. This individual was utterly outrageous. Possessing such monstrous strength yet still fixated on another's Mangekyo Sharingan was truly intolerable. In that moment, Uchiha Jin could only internally curse and vent his dissatisfaction and anger. He then commanded the two massive blades of Susanoo in a tempestuous flurry of strikes. Each swing bore the force of a thunderous storm, crashing down upon the Yata mirror. The clamor of metal clashing echoed incessantly, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. In the face of such ferocious onslaughts, Uchiha Shana could do little but retreat repeatedly, struggling to withstand the assault. Uchiha Jin's gaze sharpened, instantly altering his strategy. In a flash, he swiftly maneuvered within the confines of Susanoo, his hands weaving through a rapid series of seals, as he intoned, "Water release, great waterfall technique." As his words echoed, a torrent of tumultuous water surged forth, resembling a colossal white dragon soaring into the sky, hurtling towards Uchiha Shana. Yet, in the face of this formidable onslaught, Uchiha Shana remained unperturbed, raising the eight-span mirror formed of flames to meet the monstrous wave. With a thunderous crash, the water collided with the eight-span mirror, erupting into a myriad of droplets and spray. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly indomitable wave was utterly vaporized upon contact with the blazing Amaterasu flames atop the mirror, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Jin furrowed his brows and swiftly unleashed another technique of water release. This time, he employed the water release, water dragon bullet technique, summoning 7 formidable water dragons that roared as they surged towards the eight-span mirror. However, even as these serpentine torrents collided with the mirror, they merely succeeded in pushing it back a slight distance, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Uchiha Jin, undeterred, once more unleashed the art of water release, this time invoking the more formidable technique known as water release, water dragon bite explosion. 9 colossal water dragons, imbued with fearsome might, surged forth, their jaws snapping as they lunged toward the Yata mirror. The air was filled with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of dragon cries, overwhelming to the senses. Yet, despite the sheer power of this assault, it failed to breach the defenses of the Yata mirror. The ferocious water dragons, upon impact, not only failed to mar the surface of the mirror, but a portion of the water was repelled, cascading down as a shower of droplets. After several thwarted attempts, Uchiha Jin felt a surge of frustration. However, he refused to yield, instead delving deeper into contemplation for a viable strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he conceived a novel technique. Drawing a deep breath, he opened his mouth wide, releasing a high-pressure water jet that shot forth with precision. This was the water release, vortex water blade, slicing through the air like a razor-sharp edge aimed directly at the Yata mirror. The intense water pressure allowed the blade to carve along the mirror's surface, finally leaving behind a minuscule trace. Yet, before Uchiha Jin could revel in his fleeting victory, the tiny fissure was swiftly mended by the blazing black flames of Amaterasu, as though it had never existed. Witnessing his relentless barrage of water techniques fail to make even the slightest dent in the Yata mirror, Uchiha Jin could not suppress a curse. This accursed turtle shell possesses self-repairing capabilities. It is truly exasperating. Meanwhile, his continuous deployment of various water release jutsu had saturated the surrounding air with thick mist. Amaterasu seized this opportunity, evaporating all moisture that came into contact with the Yata mirror, the flames intensifying, threatening to engulf everything in their path. Within a mere span of 2 minutes, the torrents of water conjured by Uchiha Jin had been entirely consumed by the voracious black flames, leaving not a single drop behind. Simultaneously, The rapid vaporization of water generated fierce gusts of wind that howled through the battlefield. As the tempest subsided, onlookers were astonished to find the arena transformed once again into a sea of flames, the oppressive heat nearly suffocating. Despite Uchiha Jin's ferocious onslaught, the resilient Yadamira remained steadfast. Observing the situation, Uchiha Jin's brow furrowed, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of chakra that surged forth, enveloping him in a roaring azure flame that melded with Susanoo. In an instant, the already imposing figure of Susanoo and its massive blade were engulfed in azure flames, intertwining with the surrounding Amaterasu flames in a spectacular display. In that moment, the conflagration illuminated the sky, the searing heat melting the very ground beneath into molten rock. Subsequently, the two blades wielded by Susanoo expanded dramatically, becoming as heavy and formidable as twin mountains. With a fierce roar, Uchiha Jin launched a more violent assault, the blades crashing down upon the Yada mirror with overwhelming force. This time, a resounding crack echoed through the air, revealing a fine fissure on the surface of the mirror. Elated by this development, Uchiha Jin wasted no time in escalating his offensive. Amidst a dazzling flurry of relentless strikes, the cracks multiplied on the Yada mirror. Slowly recovering yet ultimately unable to withstand the assault, culminating in a thunderous shatter. With the protective barrier of the Yada mirror shattered, Uchiha Shana was suddenly left vulnerable before Uchiha Jin, who, unable to evade in time, was sent hurtling backward by the sheer force of the impact, crashing into the surrounding inferno of black flames. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Jin immediately commanded his Susanoo to swiftly pursue, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Uchiha Shana. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The black flames, seemingly drawn by an enigmatic force, began to coalesce in a steady stream towards the front. In the blink of an eye, they formed a colossal fiery tornado, roaring as it approached. Within that dreadful vortex of flames, a heart-wrenching cry from Uchiha Shana echoed. "You forced my hand, Uchiha Jin. Why won't you just die? Surrender your Mangekyo Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but scoff in anger, exclaiming, "You want me to die? Why don't you go die, you old wretch?" With that, he quickened his pace towards the fiery tornado, readying himself for an exhilarating battle of life and death. Uchiha Jin skillfully maneuvered his magnificent Susanoo, advancing step by step toward the terrifying black firestorm. However, just as they were about to clash, the seemingly calm black tornado erupted as if ignited. Expanding at an astonishing rate, the surging shockwaves crashed towards Uchiha Jin like a tidal wave, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, barely managing to stabilize himself. Simultaneously, the black flame tornado appeared to possess a life of its own, continuously expanding and morphing. It resembled a voracious beast, ravenously consuming everything around it, the Amaterasu flames. Whether scattered in the air or clinging to Uchiha Jin's Susanoo, were all ensnared in its grasp. As more and more black flames were absorbed, the tornado gradually coalesced into a towering black flame giant, reaching heights of over 100 meters. Astonishingly, embedded in the center of the giant's forehead was a pale black crystal. Through the translucent gem, one could clearly see Uchiha Shana, battered and bruised, within. At that moment, he appeared utterly wretched. His once splendid garments were reduced to tatters by the searing flames, revealing large patches of severely burned skin, some places even exposing bone, an unbearable sight. His face contorted in excruciating pain, with veins bulging around his eyes, creating a horrifying visage. Were it not for the blood-red gleam of his three-tomo Sharingan, one might mistakenly believe he had awakened to be a Kugan. Yet, despite the grievous injuries to his body, Uchiha Shana could not contain his wild elation upon witnessing the astonishing effect of his secret technique. He threw back his head and let out an unhinged, maniacal laugh that echoed through the fiery abyss, rendering the atmosphere eerily sinister. From a distance, Uchiha Jin observed the seemingly deranged Uchiha Shana, a chill creeping into his heart. In his eyes, Uchiha Shana had utterly lost his sanity, plunging headlong into madness. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Uchiha Jin pondered the Uchiha clan's fate. Despite possessing such a wealth of profound and formidable secret techniques, why had they ultimately tread the path of annihilation under Uchiha Fugaku's leadership? What he witnessed was merely a fraction of Uchiha Shana's displayed techniques. Who could fathom the astonishing mysteries still held by the Uchiha clan's grand elder? When Uchiha Fugaku ascended to the position of patriarch, it was likely that much of the clan's wealth and precious techniques had not been passed down to him. If that were the case, It would not be surprising for Uchiha Fugaku to appear so cowardly and inept when confronting the likes of Saratobi Hiruzen and other loathsome old foes of Konoha. Contemplating thus, Uchiha Jin recognized that the roots of these calamities undoubtedly lay with the current patriarch, who seemingly favored an alliance with the Hokage's faction, creating an irreconcilable rift with the clan's grand elder. Meanwhile, the other elders within the clan displayed a facade of unity while harboring deep-seated discord. In such circumstances, the patriarch's faction was perceived as nearly treacherous by the many elders of the Uchiha clan, leaving no room for camaraderie. Expecting these disgruntled elders to pass on their mastery of secret techniques to Uchiha Fugaku seemed more improbable than encountering a ghost. It was no wonder that during the latter half of the Third Hokage's reign, the once mighty Uchiha clan had degenerated to such a pitiful state, akin to prey awaiting slaughter. Reflecting upon this, one could not help but admire Senju Tobirama's profound understanding of the Uchiha clan. He manipulated them deftly, with a thorough grasp of their intricacies. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that the Uchiha clan's decline was intricately linked to Senju Tobirama's machinations. By courting the patriarch's faction and sowing discord within the Uchiha clan, this cunning strategist's schemes were indeed astonishing to behold. It was undoubtedly wise to have directed that old schemer towards his demise. One such treacherous character was more than sufficient. If another were to arise, they must be dealt with without hesitation, lest they become a greater threat. Just as Uchiha Jin's thoughts surged chaotically within his mind, a shocking spectacle unfolded before him. The immense black flame giant, conjured by Uchiha Shana, was now fully formed and growing at an alarming rate. Soon towering over 100 meters, this colossal entity loomed like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Simultaneously, the black flame giant swung its massive and powerful arm, conjuring a blazing giant flame sword that appeared from thin air. This sword, crimson as blood, seemed forged from endless black flames, surrounded by tendrils of black smoke, emanating an aura of terrifying heat and destruction. Then, the flame giant gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all its might, and struck downwards with a force akin to thunder. Faced with such a fierce and unstoppable assault, Uchiha Jin's heart tightened, yet he dared not falter. He quickly focused his energy, fully commanding his summoned Susanu's dual blades to meet the descending flame sword head-on. The clash resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the skies as the two weapons collided violently, sparking a myriad of dazzling flames. However, despite Uchiha Jin's utmost efforts to resist, the opposing force was simply too immense. In this brutal confrontation, his half-formed Susanu could not withstand the overwhelming impact, being driven forcefully into the ground. As the Susanu plunged underground, the earth trembled violently, dust swirling and rocks scattering. A ferocious shockwave surged outward like a tsunami, unleashing a cacophony of howling winds and crashing waves. Nonetheless, Uchiha Jin did not readily concede to defeat. After enduring this devastating blow, his once calm eyes flared a deep crimson, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from the corner of his eye, a harrowing sight. At that moment, his Susanoo, as if sensing its master's fury and unyielding spirit, erupted from the ground with renewed vigor, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Susanoo underwent a remarkable transformation. Its previously half-formed body swiftly sprouted legs, while its entire physique expanded dramatically, instantaneously evolving into its fourth form. At this moment, Susanoo's height surged, finally aligning with the colossal figure of Amaterasu, a giant of black flames conjured by Uchiha Shina's secret technique. The two stood in a distant standoff, their gazes intersecting as if they could ignite invisible sparks, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from their eyes, saturating the atmosphere with a tense and oppressive ambience. Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon the towering Susanoo, which matched the height of the fire giant he had summoned. In that moment, he gained a profound understanding of the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was acutely aware that there was no turning back. It was a battle of life and death. Even as his body endured the relentless torment of Amaterasu's black flames, inflicting excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly persevering through the agony. He commanded the obsidian fire giant to advance fearlessly, continuing to unleash a ferocious assault. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin was wholly absorbed in controlling the Susanoo, gripping two colossal Susanoo swords tightly as he braced himself against Uchiha Shana's onslaught. Yet, as had been the case in their previous encounters, Uchiha Jin found himself slightly outmatched in the art of swordsmanship. Although he had not yet succumbed to defeat, he was nonetheless overwhelmed by his opponent's relentless offensive. leaving him somewhat flustered and struggling to respond effectively. Uchiha Shinshin was acutely aware that remaining in this stalemate was far from a wise strategy. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to take a bold risk to alter the unfavorable circumstances. In a fleeting moment, when Uchiha Shana commanded the colossal flame giant to raise its long blade anew. Preparing to unleash a fresh wave of assault, Uchiha Shien decisively concentrated all the power of Susanoo into a singular point. The long blade held firmly in Susanoo's hands swiftly converged towards the center, and in an instant, two blades radiated a dazzling brilliance. Their originally pale blue edges engulfed by fiercely burning azure flames. Astonishingly, these azure flames harmoniously fused with Susanoo's energy, ultimately manifesting into a colossal azure flame lightsaber. Subsequently, this formidable lightsaber spun violently, exuding an unparalleled momentum, and shot forth like lightning, piercing directly towards the brow of the black Amaterasu flame giant, aiming for Uchiha Shana. Faced with such an unexpected and ferocious onslaught, Uchiha Shana was taken aback and hastily maneuvered the flame giant to alter its technique in response. Deflecting the strike with a fluid motion of the blade, Uchiha Shien's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. As he channeled all his strength into the blade, with a sudden, forceful swing of the exquisitely sharp sword, a glimmer of cold light flashed, accompanied by a resounding thud. As a potent wave of sword energy surged forth like a torrential flood, the colossal black flame giant, controlled by Uchiha Shana, involuntarily staggered backward under the immense pressure of the sword's might, leaving deep imprints on the ground with each step, as if the earth trembled under the weight of such force. Yet, Uchiha Shien was far from finished. In a swift movement, he darted forward like a specter, his sword technique transforming instantaneously, thrusting, slicing, and cleaving with an astonishing array of strikes that dazzled the eye. In an instant, the brilliance of his sword illuminated the space, intertwining with the fierce energy that enveloped Uchiha Shana completely. In the face of such a ferocious offensive, Uchiha Shana remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering the black flame giant. She wielded the enormous black flame long knife, engaging in an intense confrontation with Uchiha Shien. However, as time progressed, Uchiha Shien's swordsmanship grew increasingly exquisite. After a series of exchanges, a sharp crack echoed as the long knife, which had been held defensively, was abruptly severed in two. The shattered blade erupted into countless sparks. And seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Shien thrust his sword forward, piercing directly into the giant's core. Immediately, a torrent of azure flames surged along the blade, flooding into the black flame giant's body, resembling fire dragons clawing and writhing, intent on dismantling the structure of this colossal behemoth from within. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Uchiha Shana was taken aback, hastily maneuvering the colossal black flame giant to retreat. As the situation within the giant grew increasingly dire, Uchiha Shana made a swift decision. He bit his finger, drawing a cross with his own blood on the palm of his left hand. After forming a series of intricate hand seals, he brought his hands together. In an instant, the battered black flame sword that had been clutched in the giant's grasp rapidly melted and transformed into a delicate gourd. This gourd, entirely obsidian in hue, was engulfed in roaring black flames, exuding an eerie aura. Upon its emergence, it generated a powerful suction, akin to a black hole, drawing in the rampant azure flames from within the black flame giant. As the last vestige of azure flame was consumed, the mouth of the gourd sealed itself automatically, shimmering with a mysterious light, signifying the successful sealing of those flames. Once the sealing was complete, the gourd underwent yet another transformation, swiftly morphing into a remarkably sharp long sword. The black flame giant grasped the hilt of the sword and swung it forcefully forward, barely countering Uchiha Jin's descending great sword. Where the two blades met, brilliant sparks erupted, accompanied by a deafening clash. At that moment, Uchiha Jin, who had been closely monitoring the battle, observed the opponent summon the legendary Tatsuka sword. Although slightly taken aback, his countenance remained calm and composed. Prior to this, Uchiha Jin had heard tales of this sword, renowned for its extraordinary sealing abilities, and having previously encountered the Yata mirror, he was not overly astonished by the appearance of the Tatsuka sword. However, just as the weapons made contact, Uchiha Jin suddenly sensed the flames entwined with his Susanoo greatsword being drawn away at an astonishing rate by the Tatsuka sword. A chill ran through him as he lamented the extraordinary nature of this sealing sword, capable of effortlessly sealing even something as ethereal as flames. Uchiha Jin's eyes narrowed, and the colossal azure flame sword in his Susanoo, gleaming with a frosty light, swiftly pivoted, unleashing a fierce sword aura that surged forth like an unstoppable tide towards the Ten Kusanagi sword. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew, and the Ten Kusanagi sword was forcefully repelled. However, this seemingly formidable strike was merely a ruse. Uchiha Jin's true lethal maneuver was just beginning. In the fleeting moment that the fiery giant revealed a brief vulnerability from withstanding the blow, Uchiha Jin had already stealthily prepared his lightning jutsu. A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the flaming azure sword in Susanu's grasp, soaring like a roaring dragon into the dark, ink-like clouds above. The prolonged exchanges of fire and water techniques had amassed a dense layer of ominous clouds spanning thousands of kilometers. Now, under the influence of this powerful lightning, the clouds began to churn violently, gradually forming a massive vortex. Within this swirling tempest, the lightning flickered like a silver serpent, and soon, a colossal dragon, entwined with terrifying bolts of lightning, emerged. Upon its appearance, the thunderous roar of the dragon echoed through the skies, charging directly toward the formidable black flame giant controlled by Uchiha Shana. Confronted with the impending onslaught of the lightning dragon, Uchiha Shana's heart sank, momentarily chilling him to the core. Yet, as a seasoned warrior, he reacted swiftly, summoning all of his Amaterasu black flames to coalesce above the giantess' head, forming an 8-foot mirror of black flames. As more black flames surged into it, the mirror's brilliance intensified, evidently enhancing its defensive capabilities. Gradually, it transitioned from a fiery state into a tangible artifact. However, the approaching lightning dragon showed no signs of slowing down, crashing towards the 8-foot mirror with cataclysmic force. At the moment of impact, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The 8-foot mirror transformed from its fiery state into a magnificent physical artifact, radiating a blinding light that was almost unbearable to behold. Its defensive prowess exceeded all expectations, standing in stark contrast to its previous form. The immense lightning dragon, which had surged forth with tremendous might, collided with the 8-foot mirror as if a colossal tsunami had struck a mere flimsy shield. Remarkably, despite the ferocity of the lightning dragon, the mirror staunchly halted its advance. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon lost its momentum and erupted violently, unleashing a maelstrom of electrical storms that sent Uchiha Jin reeling backward. In stark contrast, Uchiha Shana, positioned at the eye of the storm, found his 8-foot mirror unscathed. Yet his own form was left charred and unrecognizable by the raging flames. This underscored the immense toll required to withstand such a terrifying assault. Witnessing the grand scale of this attack yield no significant results ignited a fierce anger within Uchiha General, seizing the azure flame sword of Susanoo once more. He raised it high towards the heavens, channeling an eruption of chakra that surged forth like a volcanic eruption, rapidly coalescing into a radiant crimson pillar of chakra that pierced the clouds above. As the crimson pillar ascended, the already turbulent clouds grew more chaotic, boiling like water in a cauldron, forming an immense vortex. At the vortex's center, an enigmatic power began to gather, gradually shaping into a colossal lightning spear that obscured the sky. This spear, immense beyond comprehension, seemed to bridge the vast expanse between heaven and earth. It descended with unstoppable force, the sharp tip aimed directly at the 8-foot mirror guarding Uchiha Shana's black flame giant. With a cataclysmic roar, the immense impact struck the 8-foot mirror with the force of a mountain crashing down. Under this overwhelming pressure, the once mighty black flame giant was unceremoniously forced deep into the earth. Uchiha Shana's creation, a manifestation of black flames, could not withstand such tremendous weight and erupted underground in a resounding explosion. Yet, the lightning spear remained unaffected, continuing its relentless descent, causing the ground beneath to tremble violently, crack, and spew forth molten lava like a furious dragon, transforming the area into a hellish inferno. As the spear pressed down, the earth finally succumbed to the strain, fracturing completely, and fissures radiated outward, threatening to rend the very ground apart. Suddenly, a blinding lightning storm erupted, illuminating every inch of space, leaving observers nearly unable to open their eyes. Caught in this tempest, Uchiha Jin was violently propelled backward by the overwhelming recoil of his own devastating technique. In midair, he exerted every ounce of effort to employ the Dragon's Jade technique for defense, but even with such formidable protection, he was overwhelmed by an insurmountable force. His previously indomitable fourth stage Susanoo shattered like fragile porcelain under the onslaught, vanishing without a trace. Uchiha Jin was hurled through the air like a runaway cannonball, tumbling uncontrollably until he crashed heavily against a steep cliff. Despite the nearly supernatural defensive capabilities of the Dragon's Jade, he still felt a piercing pain resonate through his body, as if several bones had been broken. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes to behold a vast pit extending thousands of meters deep. Silently thanking fate for his narrow escape, he let out a sigh of relief. Enduring the excruciating pain, he summoned the Nine-Tails chakra within him to mend his injuries. Each step was a formidable challenge, yet he resolutely made his way toward the center of the pit, hoping to locate Uchiha Shana's remains. Along the way, he beheld the myriad cracks sprawling across the pit, reminiscent of the earth being violently torn asunder. Some of the larger fissures had already begun to leak subterranean water. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before this deep pit transformed into a shimmering lake. In order to hasten his progress and avoid the perilous crevices, Uchiha Jin resorted to leaping through the pit, moving with a ghostly grace. After a thorough search, he finally spotted Uchiha Shana's figure amidst a pile of rubble. At this moment, he appeared utterly wretched, resembling nothing more than a charred remnant of his former self. Yet, astonishingly, despite his dire condition, there remained a faint rise and fall of his chest, indicating he was not yet deceased. Gazing upon Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Shin found himself ensnared in a tumultuous conflict within his soul. To eliminate him now would render his return a treacherous endeavor. Perhaps he could temporarily evade scrutiny. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this mission had been undertaken collaboratively with Uchiha Shana. Should Shana mysteriously vanish or meet his demise, while it might be possible to deceive the camp, there would be no fooling the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Shana was not merely a representative of the hawkish faction within the clan. He was their leader and a spiritual beacon. Failing to seize this opportunity to eradicate him would surely invite future calamities. Yet, refraining from taking his life posed its own peril. If he were to return and divulge the truth of my circumstances to the elder, the repercussions would be unfathomable. The very thought of this sent waves of pain coursing through my head. After meticulously weighing the pros and cons, I ultimately resolved to spare Uchiha Shana's life for now. After all, acting impulsively without a foolproof plan would only exacerbate my predicament. Thus, upon cautiously confirming his utter lack of resistance, Uchiha Shin summoned a fragment of Nine-Tails chakra from within and gently infused it into Uchiha Shana's body to ensure his survival. Having completed this act, Uchiha Shin let out a profound sigh, his heart still burdened with an overwhelming weight. The path forward in this intricate situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Uchiha Jin, bearing the gravely injured Uchiha Shana, appeared as a charred and grotesque figure, resembling a piece of burnt human charcoal. With remarkable speed, he hastily distanced himself from the scene. It is crucial to note that this location was far removed from the border camp. Yet the tremendous commotion caused by the fierce battle that had transpired could hardly escape the keen perception and vigilance of the border ninjas. Surely, a swarm of ninjas would soon arrive to investigate the matter. In light of this situation, the immediate priority was to find a secure hiding place to properly manage the troublesome Uchiha Shana. Moreover, an effective method to control him needed to be devised swiftly. For Jin's true strength must not be easily revealed to the public eye. Thus, Uchiha Jin raced onward, successfully evading any potential pursuers and discovering a secluded and desolate corner. Without hesitation, he executed an exquisite earth release technique, instantly creating a spacious and profound secret chamber beneath the ground. Cautiously, he descended into this refuge, taking a moment to calm his mind and contemplate a strategy. After much reflection, a wicked and audacious thought began to take shape in his mind. Since he had acquired a vessel named Uchiha Shana, the original identity of this body became inconsequential. With this realization, Uchiha Jin resolutely activated the enigmatic ocular technique of his left eye, yin-yang separation. A peculiar light emanated from his left eye, piercing through the body and forcibly splitting a fragment of his own soul from within. Immediately, he employed the powerful ocular technique of his right eye, yin-yang fusion, deftly guiding the newly separated soul fragment into the battered and near-death body of Uchiha Shana. Concurrently, he unleashed a merciless assault on Shana's original soul, utilizing his formidable power and exquisite ocular techniques to effortlessly consume and obliterate the already weakened essence of Uchiha Shana. The unfortunate Shana, burdened by grave injuries and unable to resist, stood no chance against such relentless ferocity, ultimately meeting a tragic end as his soul shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Once Uchiha Jin completed the intricate operations on the soul, he took a deep breath and concentrated his efforts on using the chakra of the Nine-Tails to mend Uchiha Shana's battered body. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the sheer brutality of the prior clash. Both sides had fought with utter ruthlessness. It was evident that 70% of Shana's bones had been utterly shattered, as if crushed by an incomprehensible force. His internal organs had suffered grievous injuries, resulting in severe hemorrhaging, and his abdomen was filled with congealed blood, presenting a horrifying sight. Furthermore, 90% of his skin had been mercilessly scorched by the Amaterasu flames, rendering it a ghastly sight. Had it not been for the timely infusion of a sliver of Ninetales chakra to maintain his vital signs, Uchiha Shana would have long since succumbed to his wounds. Faced with such a formidable and grave injury, complete restoration was an immensely arduous undertaking. Uchiha Jin dared not delay. He meticulously infused a substantial amount of pure, potent Ninetales chakra into Shana's internal pathways. Initially, the chakra flowed from the heart like a gentle stream, gradually nourishing and repairing the damaged areas of his organs. Simultaneously, Uchiha Jin retrieved numerous razor-sharp senbon to assist in the treatment, skillfully inserting them into specific acupoints to help expel the accumulated blood clots within. Next came the restoration of the bones, a process that demanded utmost patience and precision. Uchiha Jin focused intently, controlling the Ninetales chakra to penetrate each fragmented bone, stimulating cellular regeneration and healing, gradually restoring them to their original shape and strength. Finally, he addressed the skin repair, as the extensive burns had nearly obliterated the skin tissue, rendering this task exceptionally challenging. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jin refused to concede defeat. He continuously supplied Ninetales chakra to the outer layers of skin, promoting cellular regeneration and metabolism, slowly revitalizing the once charred and horrific skin to a healthy luster. Thus, after an arduous half-day of relentless effort, Uchiha Jin successfully healed all of Uchiha Shana's injuries. At this point, he was utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Yet, the task was not complete. In the following 2 days, Uchiha Jin would need to periodically use chakra to gently nurture the newly born soul within Uchiha Shana, ensuring its complete integration and stabilization. Having consumed Uchiha Shana's soul, Uchiha Jin's own soul was now diligently processing the vast array of residual memories left behind. Once he returned to Konoha, it was imperative that no anomalies be detected. The consequences of such a failure would be dire. After a series of complex and intricate operations, a remarkable scene unfolded. A perfect doppelganger, entirely under Uchiha Jin's control and imbued with Uchiha Shana's complete memories, materialized before him. This doppelganger existed like a lifelike puppet, not only resolving the impending dilemma but also possessing combat capabilities rivaling that of a shadow-level ninja. Thus, the tasks requiring confrontation and danger could henceforth be entrusted to Uchiha Shana, allowing Uchiha Jin to remain comfortably concealed in the shadows, playing the role of the cunning strategist. Each time he contemplated this, an indescribable joy surged within him, as if he could already envision a promising future unfolding. However, during the previous harrowing battle, Uchiha Jin had continuously deployed an array of formidable ocular techniques, which had placed immense strain on his eyes. Now, he felt an excruciating pain, akin to countless steel needles mercilessly stirring within his eyeballs. Simultaneously, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing his entire being. Gradually, he even sensed a heaviness settling in his head as his thoughts began to slow. Consequently, Uchiha Jin surrendered to his weariness, allowing himself to recline on the ground, fully relaxing and entering a state of near slumber. In this manner, time slipped away unnoticed. At last, after an extended period of recuperation, the chakra within Uchiha Jin, which had been nearly depleted, gradually replenished and surged anew. His mental state similarly improved at an astonishing rate, akin to the rapid growth of bamboo shoots after a rain. At this moment, he had shed his previous fatigue, rejuvenated with vitality and vigor. Now that both body and mind had returned to their optimal state, Uchiha Jin resolved to explore Uchiha Shana's memories. As his consciousness gradually immersed in them, scenes flickered through his mind like frames of a film. Through these memory fragments, he was astonished to discover that the legendary Kusanagi sword and Yata mirror, renowned artifacts of the world, had long been kept within the Uchiha clan, entrusted to be passed down through generations by the clan's elders. Moreover, wielding these artifacts in battle was no simple task. One must first obtain their approval to truly harness their power. Fortunately, Uchiha Shana successfully garnered the favor of these 2 divine artifacts, allowing him to wield their power upon the battlefield. It appears that, later on, Uchiha Itachi was able to utilize these formidable relics after acquiring them from the lineage of the elder following the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, to truly harness the potential of these artifacts, one must first earn their recognition. As for whether Uchiha Itachi eventually passed these relics to Uchiha Sasuke, that remains uncertain. Through this recollection, Uchiha Jin finally comprehended why Uchiha Shana harbored such a profound desire for his Mangekyo Sharingan. It became evident that possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan would enable better control over the Susanoo and significantly enhance his strength. Consequently, he would no longer need to rely on perilous jutsu that could severely harm his body. With such overwhelming might, Uchiha Shana aspired to become the Hokage of Konohagakure, fulfilling the long-held dream of the Uchiha clan to see one of their own ascend to that prestigious position. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Jin could not help but inwardly scoff. While such aspirations are noble, it is unfortunate that Uchiha Shana miscalculated in choosing his adversary. After all, he is no mere pushover. His downfall at the hands of Jin, leading to his demise, could hardly be considered unjust. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Uchiha Shana's manifestation possesses some utility in wielding the Tensigen and the Yada Mirror. If this power could be harnessed to elevate Uchiha Shana's ordinary Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be nothing short of splendid. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Jin reasoned that since he had previously unlocked a similar pathway using the chakra of the Nine Tails, it might also be feasible to apply the same method to this body. Chapter 31. The reawakening of the Mangekyo. With a mere thought, Uchiha Jin swiftly sprang into action. He took a deep breath, gradually adjusting his physical state, ensuring that every muscle and bone was operating at peak performance. Once he and Uchiha Shana had fully synchronized their bodies, he began to establish an impregnable barrier around them. Recalling the cataclysmic events of his last awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Jin understood that this time, he must leave no room for error. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable barrier technique, layers of energy rippling through the air, culminating in a dual-layered barrier that securely sealed the surrounding space. Having completed his preparations, Uchiha Jin exchanged a knowing glance with his clone, Uchiha Shana, both acknowledging their shared understanding with a nod. Uchiha Jin then formed hand seals, channeling a torrential surge of Nine Tails chakra from within, which flowed like a relentless tide into Uchiha Shana's body. This ferocious and searing chakra coursed through Shana's veins, converging rapidly at his eyes. Next, Uchiha Jin summoned his immense mental and spiritual power, meticulously guiding this force to compress and transmute within Uchiha Shana's eyes. Adhering to the successful method he had employed previously, he focused intently, controlling the flow of energy as it intertwined and spun rapidly within the eye. At that moment, all the power was concentrated in that small orb, akin to an impending energy bomb, on the verge of transformation, waiting for the opportune moment to erupt. However, at this critical juncture, a crimson tear suddenly streamed from the corner of Uchiha Shana's eye. Uchiha Jin's heart raced. He sensed that something was amiss. The last time he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, such a phenomenon had not occurred. Clearly, Uchiha Shana's physical resilience was insufficient to withstand this overwhelming force. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation. Uchiha Jin made a swift decision. Channeling the profound internal energy he had cultivated over the years through the Yulong technique directly into Uchiha Shana. This rich and gentle energy surged like a nimble dragon, racing along the meridians of Shana's eyes, instantly flooding into those orbs under immense pressure. With the support of the Yulong energy, Uchiha Shana's precarious eyes finally received effective protection, averting the imminent danger of rupture. Uchiha Jin let out a slight sigh of relief, yet his hands remained unwaveringly focused, diligently maintaining the current situation as he awaited that crucial moment. Uchiha Shien, with a grave expression, continuously infused the ceaseless chakra of the Nine Tails into the body of his clone, Uchiha Sha. This immense chakra surged like a torrential flood, swiftly coursing through the intricate network of veins, ultimately converging at his eyes to replenish the expenditure. Blood gushed from the corners of Uchiha Sha's eyes, resembling two crimson streams. The veins and blood vessels around his eyes bulged ominously, akin to serpentine worms, presenting a horrifying sight. Simultaneously, the chakra within him became exceedingly ferocious, galloping wildly like a runaway stallion, generating powerful waves of energy. These waves collided and churned incessantly, saturating the entire space with an oppressive and terrifying aura. In the eyes of Uchiha Shana, the originally slow-spinning Sharingan with 3 tomo suddenly accelerated, resembling a rapidly whirling top, gradually converging towards the center. Finally, when they fully connected, a mysterious black pentagram pattern quietly emerged. This was the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Shana had long desired. Remarkably, it manifested in such an arduous and unique manner. With the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Shana instantly felt his power surge exponentially. He endeavored to calm the formidable fluctuations of his newly awakened ocular prowess, carefully perceiving the novel jutsu generated by his eyes. After some exploration, he was elated to discover that the jutsu of his left eye was the immensely powerful Amaterasu, capable of summoning blazing black flames to fiercely assault his enemies, while the jutsu of his right eye was named Break Blade, able to directly penetrate the target's defenses, delivering a lethal blow. Undoubtedly, both of these ocular techniques were remarkably exceptional and practical abilities. Subsequently, with the complete awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo also emerged in response. This colossal figure presented a faint black hue, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and oppression. As soon as it appeared, Uchiha Shana immediately began to move within the narrow confines of the cave, striving to swiftly familiarize himself with and master this newfound immense power, ensuring the coordination of his physical movements and perfect synergy with the new strength. Once Uchiha Shana had thoroughly acclimated to all his nascent abilities, he slowly raised his head to meet the gaze of Uchiha General at the intersection of their eyes. It seemed as if invisible sparks were igniting. In that moment, they understood one another, fully aware that they were about to face even more formidable challenges ahead. A sinister smile appeared simultaneously on their faces, as if they had just accomplished something exceedingly secretive and gratifying. They then swiftly and methodically gathered their belongings, meticulously erasing all traces left at the scene. After completing these tasks, they turned to retrace their steps back to the border of the Leaf Village, feeling a sense of relief. Along the way, both were invigorated, radiating an exuberant spirit, their moods exceptionally buoyant. However, upon their arrival at the Leaf Village's border station, they were astonished to find it engulfed in chaos. Panic-stricken and hurried, the atmosphere was thick with tension and depression. It turned out that the unfortunate news of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama's death, struck like a thunderbolt, deeply shocking everyone. Faced with such turmoil, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Gen paid little heed and proceeded directly to the task office to report on their mission. Once the task was handed over, they dispersed to gather the latest intelligence and updates regarding the current situation. Through their efforts, they gained a preliminary understanding of the circumstances. At that moment, the surviving members, including Sarutobi Izashi, had already returned to the station. They were congregated with the clan leaders and elite shinobi, collectively deliberating on strategies. Should they continue the war or opt for negotiations through a peaceful alliance? Although the late second Hokage had designated Sarutobi Izashi as the third Hokage, this command was only heard by a select few who escaped, leaving its authenticity open to question. Even if it were true, the formal succession ceremony had yet to occur, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi unable to effectively mobilize and command the entire border force of shinobi and the clan leaders of the Leaf Village. After all, each leader harbored their own calculations and considerations, making it difficult to unify their opinions, thus preventing a consensus on the final decision. The numerous clan leaders sat in heated debate, likely each harboring numerous ulterior motives. At that moment, all eyes were fixated upon the Hokage position. Those yearning for power and glory cast covetous glances at this exalted throne. However, ascending to this seat was no easy feat. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had achieved his position through arduous negotiations and compromises among the various shinobi clans. Now, for Sarutobi Izashi to successfully assume the role of Hokage, he would need to offer more enticing incentives, otherwise, he would struggle to silence the murmurs of dissent. With each passing moment, the resistance to Sarutobi Hizashi's ascension only intensified. And for the clans, this signified an opportunity to garner greater benefits. After a thorough understanding of the current situation, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Sanada exchanged knowing smiles, their lips stretching to the very roots of their ears in excitement. In such a rare and opportune moment, to not seize the chance to stir the waters would be a grievous waste of an invaluable opportunity, particularly when recalling the absurd actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the latter part of the original narrative. They were resolute in their determination to ensure that this individual would not ascend to power with ease. To leave him unscathed would indeed be an act of cruelty. Although Uchiha Gen was merely a low-ranking shinobi, constrained by his humble status, and thus lacking the immediate qualifications to partake in this power struggle, Uchiha Sanada, with his unique standing, possessed the capability to influence the unfolding events. He hastened toward the command tent's conference room. Upon entering, he observed a group of individuals engaged in heated debate, bickering incessantly. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sanada approached the elder patriarch of the Uchiha clan and urgently inquired, "What is the current status of our discussions? To what stage have we progressed?" Upon seeing Uchiha Sanada before him, the elder patriarch's previously tense countenance softened with a hint of relief. After all, Uchiha Sanada was a formidable force, possessing Near-Kage-level strength and rightfully recognized as the strongest member of the Uchiha clan at present. The other high-ranking Uchiha shinobi, upon witnessing Sanada's arrival, were invigorated, their spirits soaring as if they had been injected with a surge of energy. From the elder patriarch and numerous clan members, Uchiha Sanada gathered that they were embroiled in a fierce debate over a crucial issue: should they choose to go to war or engage in negotiations? Families aligned with the Hokage, such as Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and Nara, advocated for negotiation. However, the Uchiha clan and several smaller families adamantly supported the war. The Hyuga clan, traditionally neutral, opted to observe the conflict from the sidelines. Sanada was taken aback to learn that the elder patriarch was also in favor of war, but he quickly understood the rationale. After all, the individual poised to ascend as the third Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He recalled the past, when Senju Tobirama had hinted that Uchiha Kagami might become Hokage, only for Kagami to ultimately fade into the background, his aspirations dashed. Thus, the elder patriarch's pro-war stance became clear. He sought to incite conflict to hinder Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to power. As long as war persisted, Hiruzen would not be able to claim the esteemed title of Hokage. For Uchiha Sanada, this situation was fortuitous. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and, in his capacity as Uchiha Jonin, spoke gravely. To declare war on the Cloud Village at this moment is imperative. As long as the remains of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, are not returned, the flames of conflict will not be extinguished. We must exert every effort to reclaim the body of our esteemed second Hokage. If the Cloud Village fails to comply, there is no need for further discussion. The fact that they have yet to reveal themselves necessitates immediate action for vengeance. The body of the Hokage cannot be desecrated by other shinobi. Whether the brothers Jin and In have rebelled or not, they are ultimately of the Cloud Village, which must bear the consequences of this matter. The remains of the second Hokage had been reduced to ashes. How could the Cloud Village possibly provide a complete body? Thus, the pro-negotiation faction found themselves with no retreat. The individuals tasked with protecting the Hokage had not only failed in their duty, but had also fled in the face of danger, an unforgivable crime. In my view, they should all be branded as traitors. Leniency is not an option. With these words, he condemned the Cloud Village and Sarutobi Hiruzen, aiming to sow discord among them. While he reveled in the ensuing chaos, what had begun as a discussion on whether to fight or negotiate had abruptly escalated into a fierce denunciation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami. He calmly asserted that their words were utterly untrustworthy. He showed no regard for the fact that Uchiha Kagami was one of their own. It was evident that Kagami's heart had strayed from the Uchiha clan, his loyalties compromised, having been thoroughly brainwashed by Senju Tobirama. The revelation struck Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds blank in shock. The other high-ranking shinobi present were equally astounded, their faces reflecting disbelief. None had anticipated that the discourse on war and peace would devolve into such severe accusations and skepticism directed at Hiruzen and his allies. The atmosphere became palpably tense and chaotic. This was utterly intolerable. Shimura Danzo erupted in fury, responding like an enraged lion. You have no comprehension of how dire the situation was at that time. Uchiha Sukuna, undaunted, pressed on with her inquiry. What perilous situation could possibly warrant your abandonment of Lord Hokage to return here and bellow so vociferously? Even if you are not subjected to the most severe punishment, you should undoubtedly be imprisoned. As Uchiha Sukuna's words echoed in the conference room, an eerie silence fell, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. If Shimura Danzo were to be imprisoned, would it not follow that Sarutobi Hiruzen should also face confinement? This was the heir of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, capable of inheriting the title of Hokage. This was not mere discord, but a complete rupture. The sudden tension struck all present with awe. Particularly, the elder of the Uchiha clan widened his eyes, as if they might pop from their sockets. Though it was well known that this elder harbored grievances against Shimura Danzo for his previous assassination attempt on the Hokage and for his radical methods, none anticipated that matters would escalate to such a point of nearly irreparable enmity. Chapter 32. Rupture. This course of action undoubtedly laid bare the discord between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction, leaving no avenue for retreat. What may have been merely internal issues were ruthlessly exposed by Uchiha Sukuna, publicly declaring them for all to see. The countenances of those aligned with the Hokage darkened, akin to the ominous sky before a tempest. Sarutobi Hiruzen and several others from the Hokage faction recognized that Uchiha Sukuna's maneuvers were clearly intended to sow discord, attacking and accusing them to impede their ascent to the exalted throne. As the situation spiraled beyond control, the meeting could no longer proceed, resulting in an unceremonious dispersal. Following the conclusion of the assembly, the elder of the Uchiha clan hastily sought out Uchiha Sukuna, urgently questioning, "Why would you so recklessly offend Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates?" The Uchiha clan is still far from possessing the strength to openly confront the Hokage faction. Uchiha Shana remained silent, yet his countenance radiated an air of resolute coldness. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, and within his eyes, a peculiar light suddenly flickered. This luminescence began to swirl like a vortex, ultimately coalescing into a breathtaking pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. "With these eyes, our Uchiha clan shall know no fear," Uchiha Shana declared steadfastly, locking eyes with the elder clan leader. The elder gazed in astonishment at the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within Uchiha Shana's eyes, his shock almost beyond expression. His eyes widened, lips trembling slightly, as if witnessing something extraordinarily terrifying. It is well known that the kaleidoscopic Sharingan symbolizes one of the most formidable powers of the Uchiha clan. Those who possess such an ability are invariably top-tier warriors. Now that Senju Tobirama is deceased, the Hokage lineage can no longer suppress our Uchiha clan. "We possess sufficient strength to contend for the position of the third Hokage," the elder murmured, his previously heavy heart lightening in an instant. However, as he turned to look at Uchiha Shana once more, a twinge of concern welled up within him. He was acutely aware of Shana's fiercely unyielding nature, as well as his reputation as a hawkish figure within the Uchiha clan. Should Uchiha Shana be provoked, the consequences could be unfathomable. Uchiha Shana coldly proclaimed, "If the Hokage lineage refuses to step down gracefully, then they should not blame me for using this kaleidoscopic Sharingan to make them graceful." His words dripped with an unending murderous intent, sending chills down the spine of all who heard. Even the elder felt a shiver creeping up his back, involuntarily quaking at the thought. If this hawkish madman does not get his way, he may indeed unleash a massacre. The elder pondered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead unawares. He understood all too well that for someone as ruthless as Uchiha Shana, familial and clan bonds held little weight. As long as his goals could be achieved, Uchiha Shana would not hesitate to employ any means necessary. With this thought, the elder could not help but sigh, silently praying that the worst-case scenario would not come to pass. The elder of the Uchiha clan furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the current situation before him. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to refrain from further involvement, allowing Uchiha Shana to pursue his endeavors. After all, he felt increasingly powerless in the contest for the position of Hokage. A struggle entangled in a web of complex interests that was difficult to untangle. At this moment, his primary concern was ensuring that his son, Uchiha Fugaku, could ascend to the position of clan leader, relegating all other matters to the periphery for the time being. As for who would ultimately claim the title of Hokage, he would leave that to fate. The Elder S faction would undoubtedly create a ruckus over it, and he thought it best to let them engage in a fierce struggle. Having made up his mind, the Elder decisively announced within the camp that all affairs of the Uchiha clan at the front line would be handled by Uchiha Shana. Without hesitation, he swiftly returned to Konoha, urging his son Uchiha Fugaku to assume the role of clan leader at the earliest opportunity. He was acutely aware that if Uchiha Shana ultimately failed to secure the position of Hokage, the formidable strength he possessed with his newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan might indeed awaken ambitions towards the leadership of the clan. Given the current dynamics within the clan, it would likely be a challenge to withstand such aspirations. Upon receiving the notification, Uchiha Shana felt a sense of gratification. The Elder's actions reflected a keen understanding of the circumstances. Accordingly, he naturally took command of all Uchiha ninjas within the camp. He swiftly issued orders, instructing everyone to prepare for comprehensive battle readiness. Uchiha Shin secretly vowed to ensure that this war would persist, seizing the opportunity presented by the ongoing Shinobi World War to eradicate Sarutobi Hiruzen and all those associated with him. In doing so, he aimed to eliminate any future threats and avert a multitude of troubles. Moreover, he sought to utilize this occasion to completely uproot the entire Hokage lineage, thus liberating the Uchiha clan from future peril. During the pivotal meeting, his demand for the Cloud Shinobi to return the remains of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was nothing short of a trap laid for the Hokage clan. After all, the very corpse had long been reduced to ashes by his own flames. How could it possibly be returned? Consequently, it seemed that apart from engaging in battle, there were no other alternatives, and he had already irrevocably severed any avenues for peaceful negotiation. Uchiha Shana was acutely aware that, under no circumstances, would the Hokage faction, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, agree to engage in negotiations without first returning the body of the second Hokage, Tobirama. Should they acquiesce, it would undoubtedly stain their legacy irreparably. Not only would they forfeit the position of Hokage, but even securing a role as a mere custodian would seem a stroke of luck. Throughout the subsequent days of meetings, Uchiha Shana relentlessly pressed this issue concerning the Hokage's remains, exerting pressure on all members of the Hokage faction. However, each mention of the matter rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward and tense. As the situation reached an impasse, a shocking report swiftly arrived from the Land of Thunder. The Third Raikage, AI, had successfully ascended to power, while the Yui clan, associated with the notorious Kin and Jin, had suffered brutal annihilation, nearly facing extinction. In quick succession, the Third Raikage expressed a desire to advance the previously proposed peace alliance discussions, relaying this request into the Konoha camp. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dire predicament, lamenting internally. Due to Uchiha Shana's incessant disruptions, his position as Hokage remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the demand for the return of the Hokage's body was duly conveyed to the Third Raikage through various channels. However, the Raikage candidly admitted that they had not discovered the supposed body of the second Hokage, Tobirama, nor had they seen the remains of Kin and Jin. Even the Six Paths tools had vanished without a trace. Upon receiving the response from the Third Raikage, the gathering fell into a state of deadlock. The atmosphere thick with tension. Uchiha Shana rose, his stern visage taut, determination gleaming in his eyes as he proclaimed, "I, Uchiha, hereby declare war on the Land of Thunder." At the utterance of his words, the formerly raucous crowd fell into a hushed silence, the voices that had vehemently opposed war dwindling into whispers. After all, this incident bore significant implications for the honor of the entire Konoha village. The tragic demise of such a pivotal figure as the Hokage in the Land of Thunder, without even recovering his body, was an untenable situation. Moreover, with the specter of war looming between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, tensions had escalated to a breaking point. As both sides braced for conflict, deliberations were abruptly halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues, who arranged for the Cloud Village envoy to rest. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Kagami hurriedly sought out Uchiha Shana. Upon seeing Kagami's arrival, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel skeptical, pondering the motives of this individual often perceived as a traitor. As expected, Kagami's typically placid demeanor was now marred by a troubled expression, suggesting an internal struggle. He inhaled deeply, seemingly to quell his turbulent emotions, yet his furrowed brow remained unrelaxed. Lord Mito had just arrived at the camp and had successfully brokered significant agreements with various clans of Konoha. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the verge of officially assuming the title of Third Hokage, while simultaneously preparing for arduous negotiations with the Cloud Ninja. However, the matter concerning the second Hokage's remains would have to be temporarily set aside for future arrangements. Mito had expressly urged everyone to prioritize the overarching situation and to collectively support Sarutobi Hiruzen in this weighty responsibility, Kagami solemnly remarked. Yet, standing nearby, Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Jin exchanged glances, their faces betraying dissatisfaction and disdain at this statement. They locked eyes, then simultaneously directed their gaze towards Uchiha Kagami, their expressions rife with skepticism and ire. "Humph, you dare to act as a mouthpiece for Lord Mito? Have you forgotten your own name?" Uchiha Shana retorted, his voice tinged with unmistakable disappointment. "Why not rally everyone to support my ascension as Hokage?" Faced with Uchiha Shana's interrogation, Kagami's countenance darkened further. He opened his mouth to offer an explanation, but ultimately shook his head in resignation, murmuring, "This matter is not so simple." Lord Mito deliberated extensively before reaching this decision. "Enough with your idle chatter," Uchiha Shana interjected harshly. "Today, I shall confront Lord Mito myself to seek an explanation. Take me to her." With that, he strode forward resolutely. Uchiha Kagami hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and turned to lead the way. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, who had remained silent, coldly observed the departing figures, muttering to himself, "If we cannot reach an agreement, then do not blame me for being impolite. I shall not hesitate to resort to force." Before long, under Uchiha Kagami's guidance, the two entered a spacious tent. Within, Vortex Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen, among others, sat solemnly. Their grave expressions indicated that they had been deliberating on certain matters for quite some time prior to this meeting. Upon entering the tent, Uchiha Shana's gaze fell directly upon Uzumaki Mito, and he spoke candidly. "As a significant figure in Konoha, your presence here at the frontline camp Supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen in his bid for the position of Hokage suggests that you must have engaged in some undisclosed agreement. Might you enlighten me on this matter? As his words echoed, the previously solemn atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly oppressive, and the expressions of those present darkened. Particularly, Uzumaki Mito's countenance shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, responding with calm assurance. Tomorrow, I shall advocate for Hiruzen to become the third Hokage. Uchiha Shana retorted. Then I shall lead the opposition. The Hokage cannot hail from the Uchiha clan without facing the threat of death. This is my resolve and my warning. His declaration was steeped in unabashed provocation. In response to such brazen rhetoric, both Uzumaki Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain their inner fury. In an instant, they unleashed the terrifying aura characteristic of shadow-level warriors, surging towards Uchiha Shana like a tumultuous tide. At that moment, Uchiha Shana's eyes widened, revealing his Sharingan. And an immense power erupted from his gaze, forming an invisible barrier that repelled the overwhelming force emanating from the two. The backlash of this energy caused Uzumaki Mito to flinch, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively took a few steps back. Uchiha Shana smirked coldly and declared, I am no longer the defeated individual of the past. Attempting to suppress me with such tactics is mere folly. Uzumaki Mito, reconsider your proposition of making me Hokage. His tone dripped with derision, as if he held her in utter contempt. Continuing, Uchiha Shana asserted, my power has surpassed yours. The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan. Standing nearby, Shimura Danzo could no longer restrain his rage. With widened eyes and a furious glare, he bellowed, the malevolent Uchiha clan shall not lay claim to the Hokage's seat. That honor belongs to the righteous of Konoha. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Shana casually waved his arm, and a tremendous force swept through the tent, sending Danzo flying outside with a resounding slap. Next time, I shall not hesitate to sever your head, he coldly warned. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted swiftly. He formed hand seals, employing a summoning technique. In a flash of light, a humanoid monkey appeared, Yuru, instantly transforming into a formidable Rui Jingu Bang. Hiruzen grasped it and launched a thunderous strike toward Uchiha Shana. Chapter 33, Divine Artifact. In the face of such a fierce assault, Uchiha Shana remained unperturbed. He swiftly turned, his Sharingan spinning into action, and summoned the blazing Amaterasu flames that erupted like a ferocious black dragon, ensnaring both Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Yuru. The intensity of the black flames warped the very air around them. Hiruzen and Yuru were caught off guard, enveloped by the flames, emitting agonizing cries. Witnessing this, Uzumaki Mito acted without hesitation, producing a scroll and executing her adept fire sealing technique. With her hands moving rapidly, intricate and mysterious symbols emerged from the scroll, cascading toward the ravenous flames. As these symbols integrated, the rampaging fire gradually subdued, ultimately being sealed within the scroll. Yet, the battle was far from over. Uzumaki Mito hastily formed hand seals once more, her palms swirling with 5 distinct colors of chakra. In an instant, a powerful 5-element sealing technique materialized, and she thrust it toward Uchiha Shana. Unfazed by this sudden offensive, Uchiha Shana merely chuckled coldly. His Sharingan whirled as he activated Susanoo for defense, enveloping himself in a massive, dark skeletal form. When the 5-element sealing technique collided with Susanoo, it produced no ripples, akin to a gentle breeze passing by. Moreover, Uchiha Shana commanded Susanoo to expand to a height of 20 meters, wielding a colossal sword. Raising the blade, he aimed a furious slash at Uzumaki Mito, the blade flashing menacingly with overwhelming force. His heart burned with hatred for the detestable woman, wishing to rend her to pieces. Previously, his Ninetales clone had attempted to escape the seal twice, failing each time, with her and the loathsome Senju Hashirama being the culprits behind his misfortunes. Just as Uchiha Shana swung the massive sword toward her, he was unexpectedly met with a net woven from the indestructible chains of Mito's sealing technique, halting his strike. Then, an unforeseen event unfolded. The ground surrounding Uchiha Shana's Susanoo suddenly lit up with the 5 characters representing wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, which began to whirl around Susanoo, ultimately forming an unbreakable 5 directions barrier that ensnared Uchiha Shana within. Faced with such a predicament, he resolutely unleashed the formidable ocular technique, Amaterasu. Instantly, a pitch-black flame appeared atop Susanoo's sword. With a powerful swing, the sword, ablaze with black flames, plunged into the ground. In a heartbeat, the black flames seemed to come alive, spreading wildly across the ground, engulfing the entire barrier. Under the relentless scorching of the Amaterasu flames, the once impenetrable five directions barrier could no longer withstand the terrifying force, shattering with a resounding crash. However, the rampant flames did not cease. They continued to spread throughout the camp, transforming all in their wake into a sea of fire. At this moment, the ninjas within the camp began to sense the unusual commotion, swiftly converging towards the scene. Many stood beside Uzumaki Mido, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others, watching Uchiha Shana with wary eyes. Aware that further action was now perilous, Uchiha Shana decisively retracted Susanoo and the encroaching black flames, retreating back into his tent. Upon entering, he summoned a clan member and instructed him to deliver a message to the clan leader. If anyone dares to oppose me tomorrow, let them prepare for death. I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. Since Uzumaki Mido had enticed the clan leaders to support Sarutobi Hiruzen through promises of gain, Uchiha Shana resolved to turn the tables, threatening them with death. He would see whether these so-called clan leaders valued wealth more than their lives. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, in a state of serene composure, awaited the storm outside the camp. On the other side, Uchiha Shana issued a stern command to over 700 clan members. Should I take action during tomorrow's meeting, you must, with all your might, prevent any ninja from approaching. Time passed swiftly, and soon the fateful day arrived. The meeting that would determine their destinies was set to take place within the vast central tent of the camp. Last night, Uchiha Shana conveyed his messages to the clan members, and they had been thoroughly communicated. He was acutely aware that his audacious actions against Uzumaki Mido the previous day served as the most potent demonstration of his resolve. Should those individuals dare to disregard the situation and deny him the respect he deserved, they would likely find themselves bereft of any opportunity for discretion in the future. As he entered the tent alongside the others, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the space, stifling and heavy. Each individual bowed their heads, rendered mute by trepidation, afraid to utter a sound. After all, Uchiha Shana's reckless display from the day prior had instilled considerable fear in everyone present. The audacity to draw a blade against Lord Uzumaki Mido was a testament to his ferocity. Who would willingly test the razor-sharp edge of Susanoo's sword against their fragile existence? Noticing the collective understanding among the attendees, a subtle smile graced the corners of Uchiha Shana's mouth. He strode confidently towards the front, taking his seat with composure. Yet, at that moment, all eyes seemed magnetically drawn to him, filled with astonishment and disbelief. This unmasked scrutiny felt as though it sought to pierce through him. Yet Uchiha Shana remained unfazed, impervious to their gazes. In his mind, he contemplated only two paths. The first, to ascend to the position of Hokage with rightful authority. The second, to forcibly claim his place through overwhelming might. There was no other course available. Eventually, Uzumaki Mido and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. Their alarm heightened as they spotted the vigilant, fully armed Uchiha ninjas outside the tent. Clearly, Uchiha Shana had laid all his power bare, and any misstep could ignite a cataclysmic conflict. Uzumaki Mido decisively suggested, "Esteemed clan leaders, let us step outside for a moment. We wish to speak with Uchiha Shana privately." No sooner had she finished speaking than the clan leaders and high-ranking shinobi vanished as if oiled, leaving only Uzumaki Mido, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the brooding Uchiha Shana in the room. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The reanimated Senju Tobirama emerged slowly from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Uchiha Shana felt a weight descend upon him, an ominous premonition stirring within. He mused to himself, "This complicates matters. I believed I had the situation under control. Yet I did not anticipate this hidden card from Senju Tobirama." Despite his inner turmoil, Shana's expression remained unchanged. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shana unsheathed his kunai and coldly declared, "Words are futile. Today's outcome shall be determined by strength." In response to Shana's provocation, Senju Tobirama calmly interrupted, saying, "Your impulsive actions guarantee you no chance of victory." Uchiha Shana retorted with a scoff, "How could one know without a trial? Though you have been brought back through Edo Tensei, you are no longer in your prime. Your capabilities have undoubtedly diminished. My advantages remain evident." Senju Tobirama smiled faintly and continued, "Even if this endeavor proves futile, I can always summon my elder brother, Senju Hashirama, through Edo Tensei. At that point, you will find yourself utterly defenseless." The consequences of manipulating souls and breaching moral boundaries are likely far graver than you can imagine. In response, Uchiha Shana crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently upon Senju Tobirama, as if he could discern the fear and unease buried deep within him. The reanimated Senju Tobirama's expression was stoic, yet an icy glint flickered in his eyes, sending chills down the spine. When others expressed concern, he merely replied coldly, "That is not your concern." Uchiha Shana, hearing this, felt inwardly incensed by Senju Tobirama's shamelessness. Yet, at that moment, further words seemed futile, prompting him to shake his head in resignation and depart. Just then, Senju Tobirama spoke again. "The Uchiha clan may return to Konohagakure for a time of rest." Uchiha Shana, with a disdainful huff, disregarded his suggestion and strode out of the tent, leading the Uchiha clan members swiftly away from the camp, embarking on their journey back to the village. As he traversed the path, Uchiha Shana's anger simmered, solidifying his resolve to annihilate his foes thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. Not even their souls, for such an abhorrent jutsu as Edo Tensei allowed those who should remain dead to return and wreak havoc, which he found utterly detestable. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen successfully ascended to the position of the Third Hokage. The awareness of Uchiha Shana's formidable nature weighed heavily on the minds of Uzumaki Mido, Senju Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen alike. They understood that this encounter would not conclude easily. He would undoubtedly seek revenge, creating further complications for them. Henceforth, they must act with heightened caution and vigilance. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen represented Konohagakure in concluding negotiations with the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightnings, marking the end of the protracted and brutal First Shinobi World War. Yet, all were acutely aware that peace was merely a temporary reprieve, and the future remained fraught with peril. Uchiha Shana and Uchiha Gen, leading the members of the Uchiha clan, returned to Konoha village in grand procession. Upon their arrival, Uchiha Gen directed his shadow clone, Uchiha Shana, to seek out the elder clan leader. After a fervent discussion, both parties ultimately reached a significant agreement. The security department would be entirely under the command of Uchiha Shana, while Uchiha Fugaku would naturally ascend to become the new clan leader of the Uchiha. With this redistribution of power firmly established, Uchiha Gen also realized his aspiration of becoming the captain of Team 7. Not long after, the notable whirlpool of Uzumaki Mido and Sarutobi Hizashi, among others, finally returned to Konoha village, preparing for a grand ceremony to celebrate the new Hokage. However, to everyone's astonishment, within the entire Uchiha clan, with the sole exception of Uchiha Kagami, not a single member attended the ceremony. This unmistakable stance clearly indicated that the Uchiha clan did not recognize the new Hokage. As time passed, Sarutobi Hizashi was about to embark on a journey to the land of Fire Daimyo's residence to pay his respects to the lofty daimyo. It was widely understood that this was merely a formality. Meanwhile, with ulterior motives, Uchiha Gen secretly resolved to have his shadow clone, Uchiha Shana, eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi en route. As for Uchiha Gen himself, he remained nonchalantly at the security team, performing his duties as usual, occasionally indulging in moments of leisure. Whenever he found a spare moment, he would immerse himself in the study and refinement of the formidable taijutsu technique, the Yulong Gong. Moreover, his capable allies, Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Te, were astutely assigned to his team within the security department. Consequently, should any trivial matters arise, Uchiha Gen could simply delegate the tasks to them with a few words, allowing himself to relish in a leisurely and pleasant existence, an idyllic life indeed. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shana was also industrious, promptly appointing Uchiha Hakadai as his deputy to manage the affairs of the security department. Uchiha Shana began to prepare for the assassination of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression solemn as he approached the residence of the elder. He was acutely aware of the significance and peril of this undertaking. The purpose of Uchiha Shana's mission was to acquire the two formidable artifacts, the Yata Mirror and the Tatsuka Blade, from the elder. Although he could summon these artifacts for battle through summoning techniques, he understood that wielding them directly would unleash far greater power. The task he was about to undertake was exceedingly daunting: to ambush the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a formidable opponent at the level of a Hokage. Furthermore, he might encounter the legendary Senju Tobirama, and even the reanimated form of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Considering these circumstances, Uchiha Shana realized that possessing the Tatsuka Blade would greatly enhance his chances of successfully sealing these two formidable foes, ensuring they would never rise again. Thus, upon meeting the elder, he unreservedly disclosed all his plans and imminent actions. However, upon hearing Shauna's intent to take the physical forms of the artifacts, a flicker of hesitation appeared on the elder's face. After all, as the guardian of the artifacts for many years, he held deep emotional ties and a sense of responsibility towards them. After a moment of contemplation, the elder spoke slowly. Shauna, if you truly wish to claim these two artifacts, then you must assume my position. Only by becoming the elder can you be deemed worthy of them. For the primary duty of the elder is to safeguard the artifacts of our clan. Without any hesitation in the face of the elder's condition, Uchiha Shauna decisively nodded in agreement. Very well. I am willing to take on the role of elder. Thus, shortly thereafter, the elder officially announced his abdication, transferring his responsibilities to Uchiha Shauna. From that moment on, Uchiha Shauna ascended to the esteemed position of elder of the Uchiha clan, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the artifacts and guiding his people forward. Uchiha Jin widened his eyes, gazing in disbelief at his doppelganger, Uchiha Shauna. He could hardly fathom that Shauna had effortlessly procured two legendary artifacts from the esteemed hands of the Uchiha elder. To his astonishment, the elder had even entrusted Shauna with the accompanying summoning scrolls for these artifacts. Soon, these invaluable scrolls were passed from Shauna's hands into those of Uchiha Jin himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly seized a pen and inscribed his name upon the scrolls in an elegant flourish. When he finally beheld the true forms of the two artifacts, Uchiha Jin was momentarily taken aback. They were remarkably diminutive, merely the size of an adult's palm. One artifact, known as the Sword of 10 Fists, resembled a charming little gourd-shaped sword. The other, the Mirror of 8 Shaku, was nothing more than an ordinary small round mirror. Yet, despite their seemingly mundane appearance, they exuded an aura of ancient simplicity. Judging solely by their exteriors, these so-called artifacts would likely be dismissed as inconspicuous relics, with no one discerning their extraordinary nature. However, upon infusing them with a modicum of chakra or other forms of energy, a wondrous transformation would occur. They could expand at will and manifest their latent powers, revealing astounding capabilities. Fortuitously, Uchiha Jin had successfully awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and thus, these artifacts immediately acknowledged him, granting him the freedom to control and manipulate them at will. After careful consideration, Uchiha Jin resolved to retain only the two summoning scrolls for the time being, entrusting the artifacts to Shauna's doppelganger for future assassination missions. After all, in moments of dire need, these artifacts would undoubtedly become pivotal tools for victory. Currently, there was still uncertainty regarding whether Senju Tobirama had succeeded in lifting the impure world reincarnation technique. Amidst this ambiguity, Sarutobi Hizashi was preparing to embark on a journey to the land of Fire's daimyo's residence. It was foreseeable that when the critical moment arrived, Senju Tobirama would undoubtedly make his appearance. As for Uchiha Shauna, although his current strength was formidable, further enhancement was essential for absolute assurance. After much contemplation, he decided to set his sights on the seven tails residing in Takigakure. After all, it was the only tailed beast capable of flight. Capturing it would undoubtedly provide him with a formidable safeguard. However, he encountered certain bottlenecks in his own training. Recently, both the speed and magnitude of his chakra cultivation had significantly diminished. Various signs indicated that he might have reached the ceiling of his innate talent in chakra mastery. In light of this, he considered abandoning this path and exploring alternative avenues. Thus, he prepared to transfer all his chakra energy unreservedly into the doppelganger of Uchiha Shauna. Consequently, the doppelganger's power experienced a remarkable surge, sufficiently elevating it into the realm of initial super shadow level. Simultaneously, Uchiha Jin, as the original, cleverly capitalized on this rare period of peace to delve into the refinement of the Yulong technique. To his surprise, his research and development of the Yulong technique yielded results beyond imagination, progressing beyond traditional chakra training systems. From that moment onward, Uchiha Jin resolved to focus on the paths of body and energy refinement, striving to elevate his strength to new heights. Moreover, the nine-tailed state within the doppelganger also showed signs of recovery, gradually returning to form. Unfortunately, due to insufficient accumulation of devouring power, it could not yet break free from the formidable seal applied by Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido. Reluctantly, he continued to patiently accumulate energy, awaiting the day when he could burst forth and shatter his confinement. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Uchiha Jin stealthily arrived at the residence of doppelganger Uchiha Shana. Guided by Shana, he adeptly located a hidden chamber and swiftly began to establish a chakra barrier. Once prepared, Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His crimson, enigmatic eyes shimmered with a disquieting luminescence, as if brimming with boundless power and secrets. He then executed the yin-yang separation technique with his left eye. This technique was exceedingly perilous, as a misstep could inflict harm upon himself. Yet Uchiha Jin was beyond concern at this moment. As he activated the technique, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him. All the chakra energy that had been dormant in his meridians, including the ferocious chakra of the nine tails, was forcibly extracted. This energy roiled and surged in the air, akin to enraged dragons striving to break free from their constraints. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jin did not halt his actions. Without hesitation, he employed the yin-yang fusion technique with his right eye. The extracted chakra energies were irresistibly drawn towards the doppelganger Uchiha Shana, rapidly merging into his being. Due to the inherent connection between the doppelganger and the original, combined with their similar chakra attributes, this fusion transpired with remarkable ease and speed. Encountering no obstacles, all the chakra energy seamlessly integrated into the doppelganger Uchiha Shana's body. As the influx of chakra surged, the doppelganger Shana's body erupted with an astonishing wave of energy. This wave surged forth like a tempestuous sea, causing the entire hidden chamber to tremble. In the blink of an eye, Shana's strength experienced a significant enhancement, shattering the bottleneck of shadow level and stepping into the initial realm of super shadow. Moreover, the explosive surge of chakra also catalyzed a rapid enhancement of the doppelganger Shana's ocular prowess. His previously dim eyes now sparkled with vigor and vitality. Although he still had some distance to traverse before achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had at least acquired the ability to gradually restore his ocular power, completely eliminating the risk of blindness. Once the chakra fluctuations began to subside, the doppelganger Uchiha Shana began to carefully sense and familiarize himself with the newfound power. After a brief period of adaptation, he deemed the moment ripe and cautiously evaded the guards in Konohagakure, stealthily departing the village and racing toward Takigakure. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, having completed this series of operations, felt utterly drained due to the loss of chakra energy. He staggered out of the hidden chamber, evading all company, and slowly returned home. Collapsing onto his bed, silently resolving to rest for several days to regain his strength, the doppelganger Uchiha Shana sped along the road like a flash of lightning, his figure so swift that it was nearly indistinguishable. Within a single day, he reached the land of waterfalls. However, Takigakure lay concealed behind a massive waterfall, making it difficult for him to locate the entrance. After a thorough search, Uchiha Shana finally spotted a Takigakure ninja. Without hesitation, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashed a powerful illusion. The Takigakure ninja instantly fell into a daze, completely losing his self-awareness. Subsequently, Uchiha Shana skillfully performed a transformation technique, assuming the appearance of the entranced ninja. With the controlled Takigakure ninja leading the way, the two boldly strode into Takigakure. Upon entering the village, Uchiha Shana began to search with utmost caution. With keen perception and exceptional investigative skills, he ultimately succeeded in locating the Seven Tails Jinchuriki imprisoned deep within. Confronted with his target, Uchiha Shana exhibited no hesitation. Suddenly, he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, the formidable power of his Jinjutsu instantly ensnaring the 9 Nin guards, rendering them motionless. Even a fleeting moment sufficed for Uchiha Shana. He swiftly drew his blade, moving with the swiftness of a specter. In the blink of an eye, he executed multiple teleportation attacks, his long sword carving arcs of cold light through the air. When he finally came to a halt, his blade was drenched in blood, and the Nin who had been guarding the Seven Tails lay lifeless on the ground. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki had yet to comprehend the situation before darkness enveloped him, struck unconscious by Uchiha Shana's decisive hand strike. In the wake of this, a surge of immense tailed beast chakra erupted from the unconscious Jinchuriki, forcefully prying open his tightly shut eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Shana's gaze met that of the Seven Tails, and in the next instant, their consciousness was drawn into a sealing space. Within this enigmatic sealing space, Uchiha Shana confronted the fierce Seven Tails without a hint of trepidation. His Susanoo materialized, gripping a colossal Susanoo sword, which he swung with great force, sending a brilliant beam of sword light slicing towards the Seven Tails. A deafening crash echoed as the Seven Tails was struck down by the powerful blow. After subduing the Seven Tails, Uchiha Shana hoisted the unconscious Jinchuriki and prepared to depart. However, on their return journey, they inevitably encountered some Takigakure ninjas. Yet, these ninjas stood no chance against Uchiha Shana's Mangekyo Jinjutsu, collapsing one after another. To ensure absolute security, Uchiha Shana intentionally erased their memories of this encounter. Thus, Uchiha Shana successfully departed from Takigakure, swiftly traversing the borders of the Land of Water and embarking on his journey back to the Land of Fire. Throughout the journey, he remained on high alert, unwilling to relent for even a moment. With steady and resolute strides, Uchiha Shana, carrying the unconscious Seven Tails Jinchuriki, navigated through the mountains and forests, finally returning to the territory of the Land of Fire. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings in search of a secluded spot, one that would not be disturbed by anyone. After a thorough search, Uchiha Shana discovered an ideal location within a deep valley where lush trees and verdant grass flourished, surrounded by towering peaks that formed a natural barrier. Gently, he laid the Seven Tails Jinchuriki on the ground, inhaled deeply, and commenced the unsealing process. Uchiha Shana's hands swiftly formed seals. As a powerful force gradually coalesced at his fingertips, fueled by the surge of chakra coursing through him, a radiant purple light erupted, manifesting a vast gathering of chakra. He suddenly opened his eyes, his blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan glimmering with an enthralling brilliance. Uchiha Shana cautiously pried open the tightly shut eyelids of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, locking gazes with him. In an instant, through the unique abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he successfully entered the sealing space within the Jinchuriki's body. In this enigmatic realm, Uchiha Shana distinctly perceived both the Jinchuriki and the formidable Seven Tails beast, Mei. However, he had no intention of engaging in dialogue with the Jinchuriki. Instead, he swiftly cast an illusion to temporarily restrain him. Subsequently, Uchiha Shana focused his attention on the Seven Tails, addressing Mei in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Listen closely. Mei, the current situation does not render your escape from this seal impossible. I can assist you in breaking the seal and granting you freedom, but first, you must enter into a summoning contract with me and aid me in battle. Initially, Mei was elated at the prospect of liberation, but upon hearing the requirement of becoming a summoning beast, a clear reluctance crossed its countenance. It furiously lashed its tail, emitting a low growl in protest. However, when its gaze met Uchiha Shana's Mangekyo Sharingan, a flicker of fear surged within it. After all, it had previously witnessed the terrifying power exhibited by Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, and was acutely aware of the immense energy and intimidation these eyes embodied. Faced with Mei's hesitation and resistance, Uchiha Shana remained undeterred. He patiently elucidated, becoming my summoning beast is not a detrimental proposition. With my assistance, you can truly emancipate yourself from your shackles and relish a life of freedom. Moreover, should danger arise, such as an attempt to seal you again, you need only summon me in reverse, and I shall promptly come to your aid. This is a mutually beneficial partnership. Chapter 35. Confrontation. As the clone of Uchiha Shana relentlessly pressed on with a blend of persuasion and coercion, Mei grappled with intense internal conflict. It understood that agreeing to the terms would signify a loss of freedom, yet, in the face of Uchiha Shana's overwhelming and irresistible aura, it ultimately resigned itself to compromise. Upon witnessing the agreement of the Seven Tails, Uchiha felt an overwhelming surge of joy and immediately commenced the unsealing process. Without hesitation, he activated the ocular technique, Blade of Destruction, from his right Mangekyo Sharingan. This mysterious and formidable eye technique swiftly enveloped the Seven Tails, effortlessly aiding it in breaking free from its seal, allowing the Seven Tails to successfully extricate itself from the host's body. Once liberated, the Seven Tails rapidly regained its immense form. However, before it could ascend and take action, Uchiha had already perceived the entirety of the situation. His left Mangekyo Sharingan emitted an extraordinary gleam, and soon thereafter, the fearsome Amaterasu flames surged forth, wrapping around the Seven Tails like a demon. The Seven Tails, scorched by the black flames, emitted a chilling scream, its colossal wings flailing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape the terrifying inferno. Yet, no matter how fervently it struggled, the Amaterasu flames remained relentless, mercilessly consuming its very being. Ultimately, unable to endure the excruciating torment, the Seven Tails plummeted to the ground, thrashing and writhing in agony. After enduring a harrowing struggle, the Seven Tails could no longer withstand such suffering and was compelled to plead for mercy from CHG Uchiha. Observing this, CHG narrowed his eyes slightly and gradually extinguished the Amaterasu flames. At this point, the Seven Tails had become submissive, and even its grotesque insectal visage seemed to flush with embarrassment, clearly ashamed of its earlier attempt to flee, thus abandoning any thoughts of further resistance. Once satisfied that the Seven Tails had been entirely subdued, CHG Uchiha calmly retrieved an ancient scroll and began to meticulously inscribe the summoning contract. His brush danced across the surface of the scroll, leaving behind enigmatic runes and seals. Before long, the summoning contract was complete. Next, CHG instructed the Seven Tails to draw a drop of its blood and let it fall upon the scroll. He then infused it with his chakra, activating the power of the entire contract scroll. Upon completing all the steps, the summoning scroll emitted a faint glow, signifying the formal establishment of the contract. Finally, CHG bit into his fingertip, solemnly inscribing his name in blood upon the scroll, thus marking the successful subjugation of the Seven Tails. With great care, CHG Uchiha tucked the invaluable Seven Tails summoning scroll into his attire, then agilely leaped atop the massive head of the Seven Tails. Once securely positioned, he quietly commanded the beast to soar towards the Daimy's residence. To avoid unnecessary complications, they opted for high-altitude flight, skillfully evading densely populated areas. All the while, the howling winds rushed past their ears, yet CHG remained ever vigilant, his gaze scanning the terrain below. Before long, the grand silhouette of the Daimy's estate emerged within view. CHG focused intently, scrutinizing the surroundings from above, and ultimately identified the essential route from Konoha to the Daimy's residence. Considering the Seven Tails' considerable size, which posed a risk of detection, he resolved to have it conceal itself at a distance from the road. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was leading a formidable contingent towards the Daimy's estate. This team comprised not only elite ninjas such as Danzo Shimura, Konohamaru Sarutobi, Mito Uzumaki, Akimichi Choza, and Uchiha Kagami, but also 12 exceptional jonin from various clans. However, each individual was acutely aware of the perilous and uncertain nature of the mission, resulting in an exceptionally tense atmosphere as they proceeded with utmost caution. As time ticked by, CHG Uchiha patiently awaited the appearance of his quarry. At last, he spotted the figures of the Konoha party approaching along the road. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued commands to the Seven Tails. The beast opened its gaping maw, unleashing a tailed beast bomb imbued with terrifying energy. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast bomb plummeted to the ground like a meteor, instantly triggering a colossal explosion. A powerful shockwave swept through the vicinity, raising clouds of dust and smoke. When the dust finally settled, a chilling realization struck. 9 of the elite ninjas accompanying Hiruzen Sarutobi had perished on the spot. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Uchiha Shana was not satisfied. He commanded the Seven Tails to unleash another tailed beast ball attack. This time, he uniquely infused the attack with the black flames of Amaterasu. A brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings as the tailed beast ball, now imbued with Amaterasu's dark flames, hurtled towards the ground with the force of a thunderbolt. In an instant, a swirling vortex of black flames erupted, consuming everything in its path with the ferocious fire of Amaterasu. The inferno spread rapidly, transforming a vast area of 10,000 meters into a sea of black flames. Those who managed to survive, the elite jonin from various clans, ultimately succumbed to their grim fate, perishing in the terrifying blaze. In merely 2 tailed beast ball strikes, a total of 12 elite jonin from Konoha had been effortlessly obliterated. Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions were left disoriented, staring in shock and dread at the roaring black flames of Amaterasu surrounding them. The earlier explosion of the tailed beast ball had been astonishingly powerful. Had they not promptly utilized earth release techniques, they likely would have been reduced to ashes. As they regained their composure, they noticed in the distance a colossal Seven Tails racing towards them, with Uchiha Shana, his expression cold and detached, standing atop its back. At that moment, the gravity of the situation became all too clear to them. Sarutobi Hizashi trembled with fury, his eyes wide with rage as he shouted, "Damn it! We have lost 12 exceptional jonin in an instant." At that juncture, they found themselves not only grappling with devastating casualties but also ensnared by the endless black sea of flames, their situation growing increasingly dire. Beside him, Shimura Danzo, Uzumaki Kaharu, Mito Gate On, and Akimichi Torif all turned pale as sheets, especially Uchiha Kagami, whose expression betrayed a complex mix of emotions. Uchiha Shana looked down from his elevated position, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. I warned you back at the border camp. Whoever sits upon the Hokage seat, if not of the Uchiha clan, shall meet their demise. Had it not been for that wretched Edo Tensei of Senju Tobirama causing a ruckus, I would have acted long ago. Now, Sarutobi Hizashi, it is your turn to tread the path to the afterlife. With that, Uchiha Shana commanded the Seven Tails to unleash another tailed beast ball attack without hesitation. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, manipulating the Amaterasu flames on the ground to morph into a horde of enormous crows, which surged menacingly towards Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others dared not delay. They promptly unleashed their respective jutsu in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Sarutobi Hizashi created 4 shadow clones, and together they formed a powerful combined jutsu of 5 nature release, which howled through the air. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, employing wind release to conjure a violent whirlwind to confront the black crows of Amaterasu. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals, releasing a torrent of fiery flames, while Akimichi Torif doubled his size, wielding a massive club to block part of the assault. Midogate-in quickly employed earth release techniques, erecting sturdy earthen walls, while Uzumaki Koharu was tightly shielded by the others. As Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions exerted their utmost efforts to counter the ravenous onslaught of the Amaterasu crows, they found themselves barely managing to stave off the initial wave of attacks. At that critical moment, a far more terrifying tailed beast ball soared through the air like a meteor, crashing violently against their earth-release defenses. With a thunderous roar, the defenses shattered, and the explosion generated a tremendous shockwave, mercilessly scattering Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions apart. Knowing they were at a pivotal moment of life and death, Sarutobi Hizashi clenched his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals to summon the ultimate jutsu Senju Tobirama had entrusted to him, the summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Before long, 2 enormous coffins slowly rose from the ground, and as the lids creaked open, 2 figures stepped forth. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the legendary Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama appeared to have anticipated the situation, showing little surprise, while Senju Hashirama appeared utterly bewildered, clearly struggling to grasp the unfolding events. As the others witnessed Sarutobi Hizashi summon 2 immensely powerful former Hokage through the summoning technique, Uchiha Shana, despite his earlier expectations, was taken aback. It dawned on him that Senju Tobirama had discreetly prepared both himself and his brother's Edo Tensei bodies, using them as Sarutobi Hizashi's final trump card. Meanwhile, the Seven Tails, sensing Senju Hashirama's unparalleled chakra, panicked and attempted to flee, cursing itself for having heeded Uchiha Shana's words and becoming his summoning beast. At that moment, it deeply regretted its decision. However, Uchiha Shana would not allow it to escape so easily. He swiftly drew the Ten-Fist sword, transforming it into a long sword, and firmly positioned it upon the Seven Tails' head, halting its flight. Observing the creature's terrified demeanor, Uchiha Shana smirked coldly and said, "Behave yourself and let me control you, or do not blame me for my ruthless methods." As the words left his lips, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan ignited, mirroring the shape of the Seven Tails' eyes. The Seven Tails, realizing its inability to resist, understood that any attempt to struggle might result in the horrifying sealing power of Uchiha Shana's Ten-Fist sword. Resigned to its fate, it lamented internally, feeling as though it had boarded an unmoored pirate ship with no possibility of disembarking. Ultimately, it had no choice but to abandon its resistance and submit to Uchiha Shana's will. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Uchiha Shana commanded the Seven Tails to open its massive jaws and unleash 2 colossal-tailed beast balls, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtling towards the 2 former Hokage as if intent on obliterating them. These tailed beast balls served as a greeting gift for the 2 Hokage, for it was a rare occasion to see both legends at once, and etiquette must be observed. Yet, faced with such a fierce attack, Senju Tobirama, in his Edo Tensei form, did not falter. He reacted swiftly, loudly warning his still-dazed brother Senju Hashirama, "Brother, be careful." Upon hearing his brother's call, Senju Hashirama awakened from his stupor and hastily joined his hands together, invoking the formidable wood release technique. Wood release, wood wall. With a thunderous clash, the tailed beast balls collided with the wood wall, triggering a violent explosion. Flames erupted into the sky, smoke engulfed the battlefield, casting a crimson hue over the area. However, astonishingly, when the smoke cleared, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami emerged unscathed, not even a single hair harmed. At that moment, the Seven Tails, under Uchiha Shana's control, slowly descended before Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Shana looked down at this opponent who had once thwarted him at the front line camp, letting out a series of low, growling taunts filled with provocation and mockery. Humph, Senju Tobirama. Do you recall what I said when you impeded my progress at the front line camp? Once you cross that line, the consequences will be dire. Now, I am fully prepared to instill terror within you, to ensure you vanish from this world forever. And as for your companion, Sarutobi Hizashi, today, I shall also eliminate him, shattering his soul as well, so that you wretched beings can no longer interfere with reality, even if you attempt to flee back to the Pure Land at this moment. I possess the means to forcibly drag you from there, obliterating you entirely, ensuring that you are reduced to nothingness, with no chance of resurrection. Upon hearing Uchiha Shana's words, Senju Tobirama's already serious countenance darkened further, as if a storm were brewing. His gaze remained fixed upon Shana, who was expertly controlling the immense and ferocious Seven Tails, causing him to inwardly marvel. This individual is capable of conjuring such a formidable spectacle. It is worth noting that, at present, both he and his elder brother had returned to the world of the living in a state of impure resurrection, their strength barely reaching 50% of their peak capabilities. Fortunately, he had prudently prepared contingencies in advance. Chapter 36. Impure Resurrection. Observing the scene, Senju Hashirama could not contain his curiosity and inquired as to what was transpiring. Tobirama furrowed his brows and replied solemnly, Uchiha Shana seeks to assassinate the designated Hokage heir, Sarutobi Hizashi, and usurp his position. Having spoken, he refrained from elaborating further. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's expression soured, and he rebuked Shana with great ire. How could you commit such a heartless act? To dare attack a fellow ninja from the same village, especially one who is our Hokage. Yet, Uchiha Shana remained unperturbed, retorting with a cold sneer. Umph. I was the one most likely to become Hokage, but your dear brother returned from the Pure Land to obstruct my ambitions. Since you are so bothersome, I shall remove you both, so simple as that. Hashirama, in response, turned to glare fiercely at his brother, filled with frustration. Even in death, why must he return to disrupt the peace of the living world, leading to such a dire situation? Nevertheless, Hashirama was reluctant to engage in conflict against another ninja from Konoha. Thus, he suppressed his anger and attempted to reason. Uchiha Shana, relinquish your obsession. Do not remain so obstinate. We are all from the same village. Is it necessary to fight to the death? Upon hearing this, Shana paused momentarily, then threw back his head and laughed boisterously. Ha ha ha. How easily you speak. Have you been dead so long that your mind has decayed? Every cause has its effect. The seeds sown long ago must be reaped today. Enough talk. Let us engage. Before his words could fully fade, Shana commanded the Seven Tails to charge towards Hashirama and Tobirama. The Seven Tails' forelimbs glimmered with an eerie light, sharp as a mantis's blade. In an instant, they transformed into a fearsome scythe of death, slicing through the air with chilling ferocity. A resounding crack echoed as the once impenetrable wood-release barrier was effortlessly cleaved in two, torn asunder. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana, riding atop the Seven Tails, did not dare to delay. His hands moved rapidly, deftly forming intricate hand seals. As the hand seal shifted, the blazing Amaterasu black flames intensified, gradually coalescing into a colossal and lifelike firebird phoenix. With its wings unfurled, the phoenix stirred a fierce gale, before launching itself with the force of thunder towards Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Faced with such a formidable onslaught, Hashirama remained unfazed. He swiftly clasped his hands together, and immense chakra surged forth from within him. Following this, he intoned in a deep voice, "Would release, birth of the trees." The ground quaked violently as thick trees and winding vines erupted from the earth, intertwining to create a verdant sea that surged towards the encroaching black flames of Amaterasu. However, the might of Amaterasu flames was unparalleled. Despite the trees and vines frantically growing and spreading, their speed could not match that of the black flames. In the blink of an eye, the sea of black fire had consumed vast swathes of trees and vines. Yet, Hashirama did not falter. He unleashed powerful wood release techniques. Wood release, wooden man, and wood dragon technique. A towering wooden giant emerged with a thunderous crash, its heavy steps causing the ground to tremble. Simultaneously, a colossal wooden dragon soared from the earth, its claws outstretched as it lunged towards the flaming phoenix. With a tremendous roar, the wooden dragon collided violently with the fiery phoenix, sending sparks flying and wood splintering. Surprisingly, the seemingly invincible firebird was instantly shattered upon contact with the wooden dragon, scattering countless tiny black flames in all directions. The black flames of Amaterasu, now clinging to the wooden dragon, seized the opportunity to spread further, intensifying the inferno, warping the surrounding air with heat. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shana's eyes widened in astonishment. He marveled inwardly. Using trees to extinguish flames? If it were any ordinary fire, perhaps Hashirama could extinguish it. But Amaterasu is no ordinary flame. This forest, born of wood release, has become excellent fuel for the black flames. How unexpected! As the trees from the wood release continued to grow frantically, the Amaterasu flames burned fiercely, plunging both sides into a fierce tug-of-war. Uchiha Shana's gaze sharpened as he swiftly formed seals, commanding the Seven Tails to retreat. Simultaneously, a powerful chakra steadily gathered within its mouth, unleashing a barrage of formidable tailed beast bombs. On the other side, Hashirama displayed the prowess befitting the god of shinobi. He deftly maneuvered the gigantic wooden man and wooden dragon, effortlessly deflecting the incoming tailed beast bombs. Those deflected bombs arced through the air, crashing into the distance, causing resounding explosions and billowing clouds of dust. However, just as the battle reached a stalemate, Senju Tobirama suddenly appeared before Uchiha Shana like a specter. His gaze icy. He swiftly produced several special explosive tags exuding a strange aura from his robes, throwing them unhesitatingly towards Shana. In the face of this sudden assault, Uchiha Shana remained composed. With lightning reflexes, he waved his left hand, and an 8-foot mirror materialized in his grasp. He then transformed the 8-foot mirror into a massive circular shield, positioning it before himself and the Seven Tails. A series of thunderous explosions erupted as the explosive tags detonated upon contact with the reflective shield. Yet, unexpectedly, these were not ordinary explosive tags. They were the unique mutual explosive tags employed by Senju Tobirama. In the instant of the explosion, they had the ability to summon more explosive tags, resulting in a continuous chain reaction of detonations. In a spectacular display, flames soared into the sky, and the sound of explosions echoed relentlessly, as though the very heavens were being rent asunder. The successive blasts generated a powerful shockwave, warping the surrounding air. The ground trembled violently, and countless rocks and soil were sent flying. This cataclysmic explosion raged for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. As the smoke gradually dissipated, one could see Uchiha Shana and the Seven Tails standing unharmed in their original positions. Not a single scar marred their forms, as the Yata mirror had evidently succeeded in fending off this terrifying assault. Meanwhile, not far in front of them, the once formidable Edo Tensei Senju Tobirama had been reduced to mere dust by the explosion, his reanimated body now slowly regaining its shape. Despite enduring such a ferocious blast, the immortal nature of the Edo Tensei technique would soon allow him to reconstruct his form, poised to unleash another attack in no time. Upon witnessing such a remarkable opportunity before him, Uchiha Shana felt a surge of elation within. How could one allow such a chance to slip away so easily? In an instant, Uchiha Shana's figure flickered, and he executed the astonishing body flicker technique, appearing before the nearly restored Edo Tensei form of Senju Tobirama with ghostly swiftness. Uchiha Shana raised the 10-fist sword in her hand without a moment's hesitation, its sharp tip aimed directly at the abdomen of Senju Tobirama. With a soft sound, the blade effortlessly pierced through Tobirama's midsection. A subtle smile graced Shana's lips, and a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes as she activated her sealing power, preparing to confine Tobirama completely. However, Tobirama, confronted with the reality of his body being impaled, displayed not a hint of fear. He regarded Shana with calm composure and began to explain, "My impure body is not something that ordinary blades can harm." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana smiled faintly and gently remarked, "Lord Senju Tobirama, you may be unaware that this sword in my possession is no ordinary blade, but the legendary Ten-Fist Sword." He then proceeded to elaborate on the extraordinary abilities of the Ten-Fist Sword, a formidable sealing sword that ensnares anything it seals within its confines, gradually erasing it until it becomes an integral part of the sword, eternally vanishing from this realm. Upon listening to Uchiha Shana's words, Senju Tobirama's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly unremarkable, gourd-handled ancient sword was the famed Ten-Fist Sword. In that moment, he felt as though his impure body was slowly dissolving into liquid, an overwhelming force relentlessly pulling him toward the blade. Panic-stricken, Senju Tobirama cried out desperately, "Brother, please save me." Attack me, disperse my impure body. Without a moment's hesitation, Senju Hashirama, who had been observing from a distance, responded to his brother's cries. Clenching his fist tightly, he swung his arm forward with great determination, exclaiming, "Would release, tree binding eternal burial." As his voice echoed, the ground trembled violently, and robust trees along with dense vines erupted from the earth like a colossal serpent, swiftly sweeping toward Uchiha Shana and Senju Tobirama. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Uchiha Shana immediately recognized the gravity of the circumstances. Without hesitation, he released his grip on the Tenseiken and swiftly executed the body flicker technique, rapidly distancing himself from Senju Tobirama. The frenzied growth of trees and vines ensnared Senju Tobirama, mercilessly crushing his reanimated form into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Observing the Tenseiken tightly bound by numerous robust and resilient wooden vines, Uchiha Shana vanished like a specter, reappearing above the head of the Eight Tails. With a cold gaze, he focused ahead, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan manipulating the colossal Eight Tails beneath him to unleash a ferocious tailed beast bomb at the entangling vines. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the tailed beast bomb erupted from the Eight Tails, crashing violently into the wooden tendrils. In an instant, a cacophony of explosions illuminated the surroundings, engulfing the area in flames and billowing smoke, the sheer force of the blast rendering the air almost palpable. As the dust settled, the previously dense vines had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shana rapidly performed hand seals, a mysterious radiance enveloping the surface of the Tenseiken, which transformed into a streak of light, soaring back into his grasp. However, despite the disruption of the seal, the Tenseiken remained formidable, having ensnared a significant portion of Senju Tobirama's reanimated body and soul within its blade. After this intense clash, Senju Tobirama's figure re-emerged before the onlookers. Albeit in a pitiable state, only his head and a solitary arm remained, rendering him a sight of utter disarray and despair. Beside him, Senju Hashirama felt a surge of anger ignite within him, yet he understood the urgency of the moment. Suppressing his rage, he swiftly pulled his severely wounded brother, Senju Tobirama, back behind him with the wooden vines. Despite his grave injuries and excruciating pain, Senju Tobirama urgently warned his elder brother, "Be extremely cautious. Uchiha Shana wields the legendary Tenseiken. Contact with it will lead to being sealed within the sword. Do not underestimate it." Senju Hashirama, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement, committing the warning to memory. Without hesitation, he entrusted his half-destroyed brother to several of his disciples, stationed at a distance, instructing them to care for him. Once arrangements were complete, Senju Hashirama inhaled deeply, bringing his palms together to unleash the most powerful ninjutsu at his disposal. Suddenly, a towering wooden figure and a ferocious wooden dragon materialized, surging forth with overwhelming force towards Uchiha Shana. Unfazed by the impending onslaught, Uchiha Shana stood resolutely atop the Eight Tails, commanding it to continuously unleash tailed beast bombs in retaliation. Senju Hashirama formed hand seals, channeling a torrent of chakra into the wooden figure and dragon, propelling them forward with astonishing speed, akin to lightning. Unperturbed by the oncoming barrage of tailed beast bombs, he remained calm and collected. With a swift motion of his arm, he commanded the wooden giant's colossal hand to strike out, effortlessly swatting away the tailed beast bombs. When one approached, the wooden figure would catch it with ease, only to hurl it back with remarkable swiftness, sending it soaring away with fierce momentum. In an instant, Uchiha Shana was taken aback by the sight of Senju Hashirama controlling a wooden figure to catch and return the tailed beast bomb. However, they were not without countermeasures. Uchiha Shana swiftly manipulated the eight-span mirror, transforming it into a colossal circular shield for defense. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the extraordinary dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan to direct the Seven Tails, May, as it soared upward. With a powerful swipe of its claws, it accurately struck the returning tailed beast bomb, utilizing the force of impact to send it flying far away. Subsequently, the Seven Tails took to the skies, ascending towards the heavens. Chapter 37. Uchiha Mirror. From its lofty perch, the Seven Tails gazed down upon the wooden figures and wooden dragon below, releasing a barrage of tailed beast bombs like a relentless artillery bombardment. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shana continuously unleashed the formidable ocular jutsu of Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi from his Mangekyo Sharingan. The flames of Amaterasu blazed fiercely, infusing each tailed beast bomb with an added aura of terror, while the power of Kagutsuchi clung to the bombs, granting them immense penetrating strength easily breaching the wooden figures' defenses. They collided with the wooden bodies, resulting in violent explosions, sending wooden debris flying in all directions. Each time the surface of the wooden figures and dragon was tainted by Amaterasu's flames, Senju Hashirama promptly commanded the wooden skin to shed automatically, preventing the fire from spreading further. If the wooden figures or dragon sustained damage, he did not hesitate to employ wood release techniques, instantly restoring the injured areas to their former state. Following this, he unleashed the wood release, great force technique, causing the wooden figures' arms to sprout numerous thick wooden branches and vines that seemed to possess a life of their own, stretching toward the Seven Tails and Uchiha Shana in an attempt to drag them down from the sky. Feeling the threat from below, the Seven Tails adeptly maneuvered through the air, skillfully evading the serpent-like wooden branches and vines. A fierce battle unfolded, with neither side yielding an inch, the battlefield enveloped in a cacophony of explosions and dazzling lights. As the battle raged on, Uchiha Shana seized a moment of respite to observe the extent of the black flames of Amaterasu and their ferocity. The once vast forest, an expanse created by Senju Hashirama's wood release, was now completely engulfed in the raging flames. It appeared the flames were prepared, no longer requiring any delay. Without hesitation, Uchiha Shana leaped from the back of the Seven Tails, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, the corners of his eyes bleeding from the excessive use of ocular power. In an instant, Susanoo manifested. Uchiha Shana swiftly performed hand seals, artfully utilizing Susanoo as a vessel to absorb both the Seven Tails, Mei, and the surging flames of Amaterasu within its form. Thus, these powerful energies would serve as a source of power for Susanoo, significantly alleviating the burden on his Mangekyo Sharingan. During the rapid descent, Susanoo's form expanded, transforming into a colossal entity towering 300 meters tall, adorned with 6 arms, and filled with the black flames of Amaterasu. As it landed, the ground trembled violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. The immense shockwave unleashed a ferocious gale, sweeping through the battlefield like a hurricane. The wooden figures and wooden dragon under Hashirama's control bore the brunt of this overwhelming force, unable to withstand the onslaught and being pushed back repeatedly. Yet, Uchiha Shana showed no signs of pausing, continuing to command Susanoo to wield its massive flaming sword, cleaving forward with all its might. With a resounding crack, a brilliant blade of light surged forth, slicing through the air like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wooden figures and dragon were severed in two by this terrifying blade of light. As the wooden figures and dragon split apart, the resultant shockwave rampaged across the battlefield. It surged forth like a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tearing through the earth, sending dust soaring and debris scattering. The once even ground transformed into a pockmarked wasteland, revealing a gaping wound that extended for dozens of kilometers, a scar upon the land that would never fade. As the smoke began to dissipate, the reanimated Senju Hashirama appeared disheveled yet resolute. His unwavering gaze remained steadfast. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a series of awe-inspiring wood-release techniques. First, a gigantic wooden figure and 9 powerful wooden dragons materialized from thin air. Following this, techniques such as wood release, thorn killing technique, wood release, birth of the tree world, wood release secret technique, flower tree world descends, and wood release, all-encompassing forest bag technique were unleashed in rapid succession. This series of wood release techniques transformed the surrounding terrain entirely. In the meantime, the massive wooden figure boldly stepped forward, using its sturdy form to withstand Susanoo's razor-sharp blade. Just then, the 9 wooden dragons opened their gaping maws, lunging ferociously towards Susanoo's brow. In an instant, countless vines, wooden beams, and sharp wooden spikes surged forth, ensnaring Susanoo and launching a fierce assault. Even more astonishing, the blooming flowers erupted in radiant brilliance, simultaneously releasing toxic pollen. Faced with such a dense and ferocious onslaught, Uchiha Shana's Susanoo found itself momentarily overwhelmed. At that moment, Senju Hashirama, positioned upon the wooden figure's brow, focused intently on controlling its movements. He held tightly to the wooden figure's hands, ensuring that Susanoo's flaming blade did not escape the area engulfed in pollen. Although Hashirama was currently manifested in a reanimated form, possessing near-infinite chakra, he was still constrained and unable to fully unleash his pre-mortem power. Thus, he resolved to adopt a strategy of attrition, engaging his opponent in a prolonged tug-of-war in hopes of exhausting them. However, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shana's Susanoo erupted with a surge of Amaterasu flames. These black flames rapidly coalesced into a blazing ring, sweeping outward with overwhelming force. In an instant, all the pollen, wooden spikes, and vines were incinerated by the terrifying heat, leaving even the once mighty wooden dragons charred to a crisp. Yet, Uchiha Shana's Susanoo did not cease its counterattack. Its left hand materialized an 8-span mirror, firmly blocking the frenzied bites of the wooden dragons. Simultaneously, the flaming sword in its right hand transformed into a slender Tenkuin sword, the blade extending and gleaming ominously. With a sudden lunge, the sword shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Senju Hashirama's brow atop the wooden figure. Hashirama reacted swiftly, commanding the wooden figure to leap high in an attempt to evade the lethal strike. However, the Tenkuin sword pursued relentlessly, ultimately plunging into the wooden figure's chest. Immediately, the blade sliced upwards within the wooden figure, producing a resounding crack as its chest and head were severed cleanly in two. Observing the impending strike of the sword, Senju Hashirama leapt decisively from the wooden body, landing securely atop the wooden dragon's head. With swift precision, he formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable wood release technique, the wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. Numerous colossal wooden hands materialized from thin air, converging fiercely upon Uchiha Shirsue's Susanoo. Uchiha Shana's Susanoo refused to be outdone, wielding its long sword with a ferocity akin to a tempest, its blade shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. The oncoming massive wooden hands were severed into splinters the moment they encountered the radiant sword light. Senju Hashirama, witnessing this, summoned his strength anew, commanding 8 wooden dragons to lunge forward, their claws poised to strike at Susanoo. Undeterred, Susanoo surged forward to meet the wooden dragons head-on, its 10 Kusanagi sword extending into a colossal beam of light that swept horizontally with tremendous force. In an instant, the radiant glow illuminated the surroundings, the sword's energy slicing through the air. The ferocious assault of the 8 wooden dragons was effortlessly dismantled, reduced to swirling wood chips and dust under the might of that formidable strike. Moreover, the sweeping cut was so powerful that it completely leveled the upper portions of the mountains within a 180-degree radius ahead of Susanoo, erasing them without a trace. The residual force of the colossal 10 Kusanagi sword rushed past the heads of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, who were observing from a distance, leaving them in stunned silence, their faces ashen, their legs trembling, collapsing to the ground. Particularly, the incapacitated Tobirama was consumed by anxiety, deeply worried for his brother Hashirama's safety at that moment. After all, the capabilities of the 10 Kusanagi sword were exceedingly daunting and nearly impossible to defend against. In a swift motion, Uchiha Shana formed hand seals, commanding the 10 Kusanagi sword, resembling a massive laser sword, to unleash relentless horizontal slashes aimed directly at the reanimated form of Senju Hashirama, who had lost his lower legs. Confronted with this unparalleled onslaught, Hashirama remained fearless, swiftly employing wood-release techniques to manipulate the surrounding trees, causing them to sprout robust and flexible vines instantaneously. These vines coiled around Hashirama's form like a lively serpent, maneuvering him through the air, deftly dodging the blinding sword light time and again. Each time the blade swept through the air, towering trees collapsed with a resounding crash, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only an unfathomable scar in the ground. Yet, astonishingly, as the sword light faded, hundreds, if not thousands, of new trees would emerge from the earth, rapidly intertwining and growing, swiftly concealing the deep sword scar in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Shana was acutely aware that Senju Hashirama's actions were merely a ploy to buy time. However, he found himself immersed in the throes of this intense battle, a surge of uncontrollable exhilaration flooding his heart, and thus he did not cease his assault. In this manner, both sides engaged in a relentless exchange, neither yielding an inch, resulting in a fierce stalemate. As time progressed, Uchiha Shana gradually sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that the severed calf of Hashirama's reanimated form was visibly regenerating at an alarming rate. Realizing that this deadlock could not persist, Uchiha Shana made a swift decision to alter his strategy. With a mere thought, the radiant sword light that had extended outward abruptly vanished, and the 10-fist sword reverted to its original long sword form. Immediately thereafter, Uchiha Shana manipulated his Susanoo to crouch upon the ground and forcefully plunged the 10-fist sword into the earth beneath him. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and horrifying fissures spread like a web across the landscape. Accompanied by a deep, resonant roar, the entire surface began to shatter and collapse, as though the apocalypse had descended. Before long, an immensely vast sealing sword formation manifested above the ruins. This formation spanned an extensive area of 1,000 miles, with countless gleaming ten-fist sword blades erupting from the ground, piercing the heavens. Whether it was the reanimated Hashirama, or the distant observers including Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Kage, they all found themselves unavoidably impaled by the blades of the ten-fist sword. This time, Uchiha Shana unleashed the ten-fist sword, creating a sealing range that could only be described as obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun. Such an immense scale inevitably resulted in an extraordinarily sluggish sealing speed. However, due to its vast coverage, every adversary present was, without exception, pierced by the razor-sharp sealing blades, instantly immobilizing them. Although the sealing process crawled along like a tortoise, witnessing these formidable foes gradually being drawn into the sword was indeed a rare spectacle. Just when Uchiha Shana believed victory was within grasp, suddenly, a pale green light surged from the ground, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering half-body Susanoo. It stood like an indomitable fortress, effectively repelling the myriad sealing blades unleashed by the ten-fist sword, successfully rescuing the reanimated Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Shimura Danzo, among others. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Uchiha Shana felt a sense of foreboding. He was acutely aware that further delay would inevitably render the circumstances exceedingly unfavorable for him. Thus, he resolved decisively and exerted every ounce of his strength to hasten the sealing process of Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, having just escaped from peril, immediately spotted his elder brother Hashirama in dire danger. Overcome with urgency, he called out to Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation, "Quick! Immediately lift the Edo Tensei technique." Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Choji united to obstruct Uchiha Shana, while the others hastened back to Konoha. Upon hearing the command, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted without a moment's pause, his hands swiftly forming seals. With his final incantation, a brilliant white light enveloped both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, which suddenly converged, and in an instant, they shot through the sky like two meteors, vanishing into the distant horizon and returning to a realm of tranquility and peace. Witnessing the imminent loss of his prize, Uchiha Shana erupted in fury, his eyes widened in rage, his anger boiling over. Without uttering a word, he forcefully drew the Tatsuka blade from the ground and directed all his might toward the Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Kagami. A sharp crack resonated as the seemingly indomitable Susanoo shattered like fragile glass beneath the might of Uchiha Shana's thunderous strike. Simultaneously, the resulting shockwave sent Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Akimichi Choji, and several others spiraling through the air as if they were mere kites severed from their strings. Chapter 38. I Techniques. At this moment, Uchiha Shana's heart was on the verge of collapse. He never anticipated being betrayed by his own clansman, Uchiha Kagami. This individual had concealed his Mangekyo Sharingan all along, and at a critical juncture he executed such a treacherous maneuver. Was this not a clear case of betrayal? The existence of such a traitor within the Uchiha clan seems to foreshadow its inevitable demise. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami unhesitatingly unleashed his half-body Susanoo, a colossal and imposing figure materializing instantaneously before the crowd, firmly obstructing their path. Standing behind Uchiha Kagami, Danzo gazed upon the formidable Susanoo with avaricious eyes, seemingly eager to claim this power for himself. The ten-knuckle sword relentlessly struck against Uchiha Kagami's half-body Susanoo, causing it to stagger while numerous cracks appeared and then healed. Blood began to flow from Uchiha Kagami's mouth. Recognizing the dire situation, Akimichi Torikes understood that he could no longer hold back. He swiftly produced 3 specially crafted pills from his pocket, swallowed them in one gulp, and immediately activated the multiplication technique. As chakras surged within him, his body began to expand at an astonishing rate, reaching nearly 200 meters in height within moments. However, due to the excessive use of ninjutsu, deep fissures appeared across his skin, a horrifying sight that indicated he had pushed himself to the limits, risking death in this battle. Despite Akimichi Torike's utmost efforts, the pressure from the descending Susanoo long sword felt insurmountable. He grasped a sturdy wooden staff tightly with both hands, half kneeling on the ground, exerting all his strength to barely withstand the blow. Yet, the Susanoo longsword remained an unstoppable force, pressing down relentlessly until Torike's staff was forcibly cleaved in two. Simultaneously, Uchiha Kagami's eyes, having entered the Mangekyo state, spun wildly as blood gushed forth like a fountain, quickly coating his face, which was contorted with rage and agony. Subsequently, the half-body Susanoo, having ascended to its fourth stage, transformed into a solid armor that enveloped Akimichi Torike's, forming a tight bond and significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. At last, through the desperate resistance of both Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torike's, the terrifying Susanoo longsword was completely halted, unable to advance an inch further. However, just as everyone exhaled in relief, Uchiha Shana suddenly activated the eye technique of his right eye, Blade Breaker. In an instant, a sharp beam of light flashed, and the Susanoo long sword effortlessly pierced through the armor formed by the Susanoo that protected Torike's, plunging directly into his shoulder and causing blood to splatter. Uchiha Kagami endured the overwhelming tidal wave of excruciating pain emanating from his eyes, gritting his teeth as veins bulged on his forehead, steadily amplifying his ocular power. The Susanoo enveloping the massive form of Akimichi Torike's instantaneously fortified its defenses, resembling an impenetrable suit of armor. At that moment, despite his grievous injuries, Akimichi Torike's remained indomitable. Clad in the Susanoo armor bestowed by Uchiha Kagami, he suddenly wielded a colossal Susanoo blade in his grasp. With all his might, he swung the immense sword, forcefully deflecting the sharp longsword that had struck his shoulder. Subsequently, he struggled to rise, gasping for breath, his gaze resolute and unyielding. However, Uchiha Shana did not anticipate that the seamless synergy between Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torike's could yield such astonishing results. Uchiha Kagami essentially utilized the augmented Akimichi Torike's as a remarkably powerful tailed beast. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Shana felt an even greater surge of fury within. Initially believing he could effortlessly achieve the illustrious feat of a double kill against the Hokage, he now watched helplessly as it slipped through his fingers. This realization ignited his rage to its zenith. At that moment, the battered Akimichi Torike's before him became a convenient outlet for his pin-up frustration. And how could he possibly let this opportunity pass him by? The six-armed Susanoo form of Uchiha Shana underwent yet another transformation, now adorned with two long swords, two long spears, and the legendary Tiketsu sword and the Yata mirror. These formidable weapons launched a tempestuous assault upon Akidu Torafu, who was clad in Susanoo armor. The long swords and blades wielded by Uchiha Shana glimmered with a chilling light, hacking down with the ferocity of a violent storm. The spears thrust forth like lightning, each strike imbued with lethal intent. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Akidu Torafu strained to resist. However, the Susanoo longsword in his grasp ultimately could not withstand the intensity of the barrage, shattering with a resounding crack and scattering into fragments. Simultaneously, his Susanoo armor became riddled with gaping holes, resembling a tattered fishing net. Akidu Torafu's body bore numerous deep and shallow gashes, blood oozing forth and staining the ground beneath him. Thus, this fierce battle raged on for approximately 10 minutes. Eventually, Akidu Torafu could no longer endure, his body swaying before collapsing backward. At that moment, the view obstructed by Akidu Torafu's massive form cleared, and Uchiha Shana was taken aback to discover that Sarutobi Hizashi and others were stealthily making their escape from the battlefield. By now, Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions had fled a considerable distance, and Uchiha Shana could not easily let them slip away. With this thought in mind, he immediately commanded the colossal six-armed Susanoo to pursue them. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Akidu Torafu, who lay on the ground, suddenly reached out and grasped Uchiha Shana's Susanoo thigh with all his might, holding on tenaciously despite Uchiha Shana's struggles to free himself from the grip of his formidable Susanoo. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana's Susanoo, wielding the long spear, relentlessly thrust at the Susanoo armor encasing Akidu Torafu, while the armor itself continuously repaired itself to withstand the assault. In this stalemate, Uchiha Shana found himself unable to vanquish the fiercely resisting Akidu Torafu, who clung on with unwavering determination. Seeing this, Uchiha Shana was consumed by urgency. He swiftly infused the tailed beast chakra and the flames of Amaterasu into the two long spears held by Susanoo, then hurled them forcefully towards the direction of Sarutobi Hizashi's escape. The spears shot forth like meteors streaking across the sky, imbued with boundless power. Just as the figures of Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions were on the verge of vanishing from sight, the two long spears reached their intended target. In an instant, two thunderous explosions erupted, followed by massive mushroom clouds rising in the distance, obscuring the sky and shaking the very earth. The consequences of this explosion remained unknown to all. When Uchiha Shana regained his senses, he found the tenacious Akidu Torafu still lying at his feet. Enraged, Uchiha Shana commanded the six-armed Susanoo to lift its foot and unleash a torrent of brutal kicks upon Akidu Torafu's body, each impact causing the ground to tremble violently. Furthermore, the long sword and blade in his hands mercilessly struck toward Akadu Torafu. With a resounding clang, the long blade crashed against the Susanoo armor encasing Akadu Torafu, leaving a deep gash. Yet astonishingly, when Uchiha Shana raised the Tiketsu sword to pierce Akadu Torafu again, the razor-sharp tip was thwarted by the armor's defense. It was worth noting that the Tiketsu sword possessed formidable sealing abilities. Yet now, it bore no effect against the Susanoo armor. Undeterred, Uchiha Shana swiftly channeled the flames of Amaterasu into the long blade in his hand, and then thrust it forcefully toward the fallen Akadu Torafu. In an instant, the Amaterasu flames slithered like a venomous serpent along the blade, enveloping Akadu Torafu's entire being, igniting the very ground around them in a fierce blaze that grew increasingly ferocious, as though it sought to consume everything in its path. The black flames of Amaterasu burned relentlessly like a ferocious beast. Within a mere 2 minutes, the once indomitable Susanoo armor encasing Akadu Torafu began to dissipate. The black flames, akin to the fangs of a demon, gnawed mercilessly at Akadu Torafu's body, the excruciating agony of his burning flesh tearing at his very soul. Akadu Torafu exerted every ounce of strength to withstand this terrifying force, yet ultimately succumbed to the torment. With a piercing scream, he could no longer maintain his augmented form, his once colossal body shrinking back to that of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, the black flames did not relent. They clung tightly to both Uchiha Shana and Akadu Torafu, greedily devouring their lives. Akadu Torafu's body, charred by the black flames, ultimately disintegrated into ashes, carried away by the wind. Though Uchiha Shana did not meet such a tragic demise as Akadu Torafu, he too found himself on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. At that moment, Uchiha Shana finally retracted the dreadful black flames of Amaterasu. After all, it would be a grave pity to reduce the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan to mere ashes. As Uchiha Shana observed the situation had reached its conclusion, the fully manifested six-armed Susanoo dissipated, allowing the Seven Tails, SH-Mei, to emerge from the fading Susanoo. Vigilantly scanning its surroundings to ensure the environment was secure, it promptly followed Uchiha Shana's instructions, swiftly moving aside to undertake the task of vigilance. Clearly, it had previously been utilized merely as a source of energy, and now, being able to temporarily escape such a role was a welcome reprieve. Witnessing Uchiha Shana effortlessly incapacitate two formidable former Hokage, leaving their souls nearly shattered, and even reducing the fearsome Senju Hashirama to a state of severe soul injury, the Seven Tails' trepidation towards Uchiha Shana surged to its zenith, unequivocally perceiving him as the most terrifying presence. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shana pondered inwardly. He had never witnessed Uchiha Kagami wielding his ocular techniques, and thus remained entirely ignorant of his abilities. To ensure caution, Shana resolved to dispatch a shadow clone to probe the matter. If feasible, he intended to directly extract Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan. Once he procured Kagami's eyes, regardless of the enigmatic ocular techniques his opponent possessed, they would prove utterly futile, leaving them without means of execution. With this thought, a cruel and triumphant smile crept upon Uchiha Shana's lips, just as Shana's shadow clone was about to reach for Uchiha Kagami's tightly shut eyes. The seemingly dormant Uchiha Kagami suddenly opened his astonishing Mangekyo Sharingan. In that instant, their gazes locked. The eyes of Uchiha Shana's shadow clone met those of Uchiha Kagami. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Shana, who had been concealed at a distance, executed a swift and ghostly exchange of positions with his shadow clone. This unforeseen turn of events took Uchiha Shana completely by surprise. Faced with the sudden appearance of Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Kagami unhesitatingly unleashed his enigmatic and overwhelmingly potent Mangekyo techniques. The formidable power of this ocular technique bore a striking resemblance to the later abilities of his son, Uchiha Shursui, particularly the Kodo Amatsukami. Aiming clearly to alter Uchiha Shana's current thoughts, compelling him to abandon his perilous intentions and instead protect the Hokage and safeguard Konoha. However, Uchiha Shana was equally unprepared for the bizarre and unpredictable ocular prowess possessed by this once respected clan member. Not only could Uchiha Kagami skillfully swap his position with that of the shadow clone, but he also sought to manipulate and brainwash Shana through his ocular techniques. Uchiha Shana was taken aback, yet his reaction was swift. He quickly summoned the overwhelming power of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, striving with all his might to withstand the formidable genjutsu unleashed by Uchiha Kyu. For a fleeting moment, two terrifying forces seemed to clash violently in the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Despite Uchiha Shana's utmost efforts to resist, he ultimately could not completely fend off the pervasive encroachment of Uchiha Haku's enigmatic ocular technique. Gradually, Uchiha Shana's consciousness began to blur, as if he were being drawn into an illusory realm crafted by the kaleidoscopic genjutsu. In this bizarre and fantastical illusion, the clone of Uchiha Shana regained his vision only to find Uchiha Haku, astonished, standing before him. Uchiha Haku was evidently unprepared for the appearance of someone who was not the real Uchiha Shana, but rather a young and unfamiliar member of their clan. With a face full of terror, Uchiha Haku questioned, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Uchiha Jin lowered his gaze to examine himself and realized that, as he was controlling Uchiha Shana's body with a fragment of his own soul, the form he currently presented was merely a reflection of his original spiritual essence. Upon recognizing this circumstance, Uchiha Jin composed himself and responded, "I am Uchiha Jin, the grandson of the second elder. I graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago, so I suppose I am your junior." Hearing this, the look of terror on Uchiha Kageme's face did not diminish. Instead, he pressed on with further inquiries. "Then, what has become of Uchiha Shana now?" Uchiha Su-in coldly smiled, his tone chillingly retorted, "Humph, he launched a sneak attack on me, and I personally executed him. His soul has been obliterated, and his corpse lies before you." At this moment, the fear within Uchiha Jin intensified. He could scarcely believe that such an extraordinary being could emerge from among the younger generation of their clan, at such a tender age, possessing such terrifying power. Not only able to effortlessly slay the shadow-level Uchiha SH, but also capable of manipulating his very body. Such talent and ability, if not properly guided, could undoubtedly become a significant threat. Chapter 39. The Harvest. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Jin resolutely resolved to alter this young man's mindset, to make him understand the importance of protecting Konoha and safeguarding the Hokage. Thus, with a mere thought, Uchiha Jin's form gradually dissipated from the realm of illusion. Concurrently, the entire illusionary world began to undergo a dramatic transformation, swiftly morphing into the visage of Konoha village. Uchiha Shien was astonished to find himself suddenly transported to the heart of Konoha village, surrounded by a throng of people. Among them were his relatives and friends, as well as ordinary passers-by whom he had encountered only briefly. Yet, at this moment, they all shouted in unison the same words: "Protect Konoha. Safeguard the Hokage." The synchronized chorus surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. For someone like Uchiha Shien, who had endured the relentless bombardment of information in the real world, this level of psychological assault aimed at brainwashing him seemed utterly ludicrous. At that moment, he keenly sensed an eerie power infiltrating the depths of his soul through the cacophony of voices, attempting to reshape his will. Upon meticulous observation, he was astonished to discover that the eyes of everyone around him bore an extraordinary kaleidoscopic pattern, reminiscent of a pinwheel. Upon focusing on their pupils, he was further astounded to realize that the shape of his own kaleidoscopic Sharingan mirrored that of his son, Uchiha Shursui, in later years. Moreover, their ocular techniques bore striking similarities. However, in terms of potency, they might indeed pale in comparison to his son Koto Amatsukami. If such formidable power truly existed, this stalemate would have undoubtedly been shattered by now. It was remarkable how, despite being members of the Uchiha clan, they had never considered altering the thoughts of those from the Hokage lineage, instead fixating solely on influencing their own kin. Uchiha Shursui later sought to employ this notion on Uchiha Fugaku, even sharing this intention with Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, who shockingly did not oppose it but rather acquiesced. Uchiha Kagami further utilized his ocular technique on himself, each one a prodigy capable of awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, prompting an irresistible urge to delve into their minds and discern whether they harbored any rebellious thoughts. Whenever those bizarre voices echoed, even when he tightly shut his ears in an attempt to block them out, a faint flicker of that strange power would still subtly blanket his soul as consciousness. It felt as if someone wielding a brush was tirelessly painting, striving to mold him into the image they desired. Nonetheless, his own power acted like an eraser, continuously contending against this external influence, endeavoring to obliterate its adverse effects. Observing this unsettling situation, Uchiha Shien dared not delay. He swiftly raised his left hand, drawing a cross in his palm, and rapidly formed 10 intricate hand seals, before bringing his hands together with great force. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and a ten-fist sword, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared in his grasp. With the ten-fist sword in hand, Uchiha Shien mercilessly swung the blade towards those who had spoken. As the sword light flickered, those struck by it were sealed within the weapon. Yet, unexpectedly, Despite the continuous sealing of individuals, an ever-increasing number of figures emerged, pressing forward to persuade and attack Uchiha Shien. Clearly, this battle, conjured by ocular power, had transformed into a protracted war of attrition, with both sides vying to see who could endure until the very end. Uchiha Jin pondered within himself, is this not merely a protracted battle? How could my enhanced Mangekyo Sharingan possibly be inferior to your ordinary one? With this thought, the Tenkazanagi sword in his hand suddenly began to swell dramatically, transforming into an immense weapon in the blink of an eye. Gripping the hilt tightly with both hands, he summoned all his strength and forcefully plunged the blade into the unyielding ground of the illusion. As the sword embedded itself, a formidable surge of energy erupted instantaneously. Following this, a complex and enigmatic sealing formation materialized quietly. Countless glimmering blades ascended from the earth like bamboo shoots after rain, swiftly piercing towards the ethereal figures that flickered around, their voices echoing ominously. A series of muffled thuds resounded as the razor-sharp blades mercilessly impaled every shadow, binding them firmly in place, silencing them completely. However, whenever a figure attempted to manifest once more, it would inevitably collide with the towering blades, thus being sealed anew. Trapped in an endless cycle. As time ticked away, Uchiha Jin gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining the sealing formation conjured by the Tenkazanagi sword. But the prolonged exertion began to wear him down. Blood began to trickle from his eyes, resembling two crimson tears adorning his cheeks. His body and soul felt as though they were being drained, every ounce of strength swiftly dissipating, just when he felt he could no longer endure. A miracle occurred. The once unyielding ground of the illusion began to manifest fine cracks, which multiplied and widened as time passed. Simultaneously, the incessantly appearing figures gradually dwindled until they vanished entirely. With a crisp sound of shattering ringing through the air, the entire illusionary space collapsed. Uchiha Jin felt a blur before his eyes, and in an instant, he found himself back in the realm of reality. Although he was utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse, years of battle experience enabled him to react promptly. With his consciousness returning to the body of his clone, Uchiha Shana, he swiftly extended his left hand, striking towards Uchiha Kagami's eyes with the speed of lightning. Poor Uchiha Kagami had no time to resist. His eyes were brutally gouged out. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Shana gripped the Tenkazanagi sword tightly, thrusting it forward as a fierce blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at the suffering Uchiha Kagami, who was enduring the backlash of the illusion. This strike was immensely powerful, pinning both his body and soul in place. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Shana swiftly drew a shinobi blade from his waist, and with a decisive motion, he severed Uchiha Kagami's limbs with precision. After completing this task, Uchiha Shana could no longer hold himself upright. His legs weakened. He half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, on the verge of fainting. However, upon hearing Kagami's agonized wail pierce the air, he felt a lingering weight lifted from his heart. After catching his breath, Uchiha Shana momentarily ignored the continuous cries of Uchiha Kagami and carefully stored away his Mangekyo Sharingan. Reflecting on the harrowing moments just past, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The sensation of nearly facing disaster was truly dreadful. Had it not been for the timely activation of the Tenkazanagi sword, which successfully sealed away the vast amount of ocular power Kagami had unleashed, he would have surely met his demise in that instance. At that moment, Kagami, finally recovering from the excruciating pain, struggled to endure his physical suffering and inquired, "Why have you acted this way? We both reside in Konoha. Can you not appreciate the rarity of peace?" Uchiha Shana responded with a cold smile. To allow one of the Uchiha clan to remain behind, while those of the Hokage lineage escape. Do you still not perceive the deliberate targeting and profound estrangement the Hokage harbors towards the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "The will of the Hokage shall ultimately embrace the Uchiha clan. As long as we relinquish our hatred, we shall surely be able to integrate fully, without any distinctions." Uchiha Shana scoffed disdainfully, "Have you lost your mind? Since the establishment of Konoha village, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have perpetually existed in a state of opposition, a situation that has never wavered. Furthermore, this condition not only existed in the past but shall remain unchanged in the future. The so-called founding of Konoha was merely a transference of the former conflict between the two clans within the realm of shinobi, evolving into the current struggle for power within the village itself. This is a fight for survival, the essence of which has never altered." Uchiha Kagami shook his head and resolutely countered, "Precisely for this reason, we must take the initiative to enact change. If our Uchiha clan can first set aside our prejudices, I firmly believe that the Senju and the Hokage lineage will eventually do the same. Uchiha Shana was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Kagami's words, inwardly contemplating. How dare he utter such absurd and ludicrous statements? What does he mean by setting aside prejudices first? Is he suggesting that I should willingly lower my weapon and watch helplessly as the enemy effortlessly brings about my demise? It is utterly foolish. The more Shana pondered, the more he deemed Kagami's perspective to be excessively naive and childish. Uchiha Monika could not help but scoff. I declare my desire to become Hokage. Yet you refuse to relinquish that position. Your words are eloquent, but I have yet to witness any tangible actions on your part. How naive must one be to truly believe such possibilities exist? You are merely a fool, easily led astray by Senju Tobirama, wandering aimlessly in confusion. Are you unaware of the phrase the wicked Uchiha? Senju Tobirama has often uttered it in the presence of Uchiha clan members. Moreover, unless the Uchiha clan is entirely exterminated, they will never rest in their pursuit. In response to Uchiha Monika's accusations and challenges, Uchiha Kagami stubbornly retorted, that will not happen. The situation will never reach such dire straits. When Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended as the third Hokage, he assured me that he would enact change. So we shall not descend into that abyss. However, at this moment, Uchiha Kagami appeared nearly deranged, seemingly lost in the delightful delusions of his own making. Uchiha Shana gazed at the nearly deranged Uchiha Kagami before her, a profound sense of helplessness and pity surging within her heart. Yet, she understood that continuing to argue with him would hold no significance. Ultimately, Shana merely remarked, Uchiha Kagami, you are indeed adorably foolish. With that, she firmly grasped the Tensigan in her hand and swiftly activated its formidable sealing power. A dazzling light flashed, and in an instant, Uchiha Kagami was enveloped and utterly sealed within the blade, as if he had been melted away. For the Uchiha clan, the emergence of someone as kind-hearted and innocent as Uchiha Kagami, who could be described as excessively compassionate, was undoubtedly a catastrophic occurrence. In a world rife with treachery and the survival of the fittest, excessive kindness often leads to one's own ruin. One must adapt their existence to the nature of their surroundings. The failure of this meticulously orchestrated attack to eliminate Sarutobi Hizashi was truly regrettable. However, it was fortunate that the legendary ninjas Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama had been severely weakened by her assault, leaving their ability to recover in the Pure Land uncertain. Nevertheless, this endeavor yielded some rewards, as acquiring a pair of rare Mangekyo Sharingan made the effort worthwhile. After a brief period of recuperation, Shana's body gradually recovered from the fatigue of battle, and her chakra began to replenish. She then beckoned the Seven Tails to approach, signaling it to return her to Konoha. Upon hearing her call, the Seven Tails, Shomei, rushed over with exuberance, resembling a rolling ball as it bounded toward her. Its enormous insect-like face was adorned with an eager smile, evidently having its perception of the world entirely reshaped by this intense conflict. To it, Shana was an immensely powerful ally, a robust pillar of support that it must cling to tightly. Observing the Seven Tails' comical and endearing demeanor, even Shana's clone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Subsequently, she nimbly leaped onto its head, finding a steady perch. The Seven Tails took to the skies, soaring swiftly towards Konoha. However, not long after, they encountered an entirely unexpected individual, Uzumaki Mido. It appeared that Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo, and others had fortuitously evaded her previous onslaught and had returned to Konoha to summon reinforcements. Given this turn of events, should she allow the Seven Tails to unleash a devastating tailed beast bomb upon this sudden arrival, Uzumaki Mido? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. As Shana's clone observed that Uzumaki Mido did not immediately take action, it contemplated for a moment before deciding to remain still. She guided the Seven Tails to descend slowly in front of Uzumaki Mido, adopting a commanding posture to ascertain the woman's intentions. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido was acutely aware that the situation had become exceptionally precarious and intricate. After comprehensively understanding the unfolding events, she was filled with rage. Yet for the sake of the greater good, she forced herself to suppress this fury. Taking a deep breath, she began to speak. The Uchiha Security Department possesses independent legislative authority. We have specifically appointed you to serve as the advisor to the Hokage. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by Shana. Uchiha Shana retorted with disdain. Why not simply hand over the position of Hokage to me? Why go through such elaborate measures, causing so many to perish needlessly? Upon hearing these words, Uzumaki Mido's face turned pale with fury as she admonished, that is absolutely out of the question. However, Uchiha Shana remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he coldly replied, if that is the case, then there is nothing further to discuss. For me, if I cannot become Hokage, remaining in Konoha will only expose me to peril at every turn. Mito, incensed, retorted, "Do not be so arrogant." Yet, Uchiha Shana was undeterred. Throwing back his head in laughter, the sound echoing ominously in the air. "Ha ha ha. I certainly possess the audacity to be so. Today, do not even think of leaving here alive. Surrender your life willingly." Faced with Uchiha Shana's aggressive demeanor, Mito found herself momentarily at a loss. Compounding her predicament, the nine tails within her was restless, as if poised to break free from its bonds at any moment. To suppress the beast's power, Mito had to constantly allocate part of her focus to maintain the seal. Under such circumstances, she was unable to fully counter Uchiha Shana's assault, finding herself at a distinct disadvantage with no glimmer of hope in sight. In that moment of desperation, Mito's mind raced, yet she was devoid of any effective strategy. Must she truly resort to a fight to the death? No, if she perished, Konoha would be plunged into even greater peril without the nine tails, shattering the balance of the tailed beasts established by her husband, Senju Hashirama. If other great nations observed Konoha's loss of the nine tails, the recently quelled flames of war might reignite. She had to retreat to Konoha first and devise another plan. Seeing her attempts at persuasion yield no fruit, Mito's expression darkened. Slowly, she withdrew an eerily shaped mask exuding a sinister aura from within her robe. Without hesitation, she donned the mask and let out a low growl filled with menace. "This is a forbidden jutsu, Shiki Fujin. Once I employ this technique, I, as the caster, will be sealed by the Shinigami, and you too shall not escape the same fate. Should you remain obstinate, today shall mark our mutual destruction." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Shana was instantly flooded with detailed information regarding the forbidden technique, Shiki Fujin. He understood well that this jutsu required direct physical contact between the caster and the opponent, after which both souls would be devoured and sealed away by the terrifying Shinigami. However, as Uchiha Shana pondered further, he realized that even if a portion of his soul were unfortunate enough to be sealed away, a formidable ninja like Orochimaru could retrieve his sealed hands from the belly of the Shinigami. Thus, he too could ultimately reclaim what was taken from him. Having discovered a countermeasure, the so-called threat lost its potency and ceased to be a source of intimidation. Uchiha Shana's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile. In the next moment, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as his Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly activated, unleashing a formidable surge of ocular power. With a commanding shout, the Amaterasu technique was instantly set into motion, and the blazing black flames emerged like a ferocious beast, engulfing and consuming the form of Whirlpool Mito. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Amaterasu flames, Whirlpool Mito remained remarkably composed. She swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire sealing technique. Mysterious runes flickered with luminescence, encircling her and forming a robust defensive barrier. The once menacing black flames, upon contact with this barrier, seemed to be subdued by an unseen force, obediently sealing themselves within the folds of her sleeve. Meanwhile, the nine tails at her feet was not idle. It opened its gaping maw, conjuring a colossal tailed beast ball, and then unleashed it forcefully towards Whirlpool Mito. The tailed beast ball surged forth with a cataclysmic momentum, tearing through the air and emitting a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Upon witnessing this, Whirlpool Mito's gaze sharpened, and she once again formed hand seals. This time, she executed a technique known as the adamantine sealing. In an instant, several robust chains, gleaming with golden radiance, materialized and coiled towards the tailed beast ball. With a resounding crash, the tailed beast ball collided violently with the golden chains, erupting into a dazzling display of light. Ultimately, under the immense restraint of the adamantine sealing, the tailed beast ball was forcibly repelled, vanishing into the horizon far beyond. Uchiha Shana gazed in astonishment as Mito effortlessly neutralized their wave of attacks, a sense of awe creeping into his heart. Particularly, when he noticed the seemingly ordinary garment adorning the vortex Mito, he sensed an unusual presence. Upon closer examination, he was astounded to discover that this attire was not of ordinary make, but rather a multifunctional sealing scroll that amalgamated various sealing techniques. It was evident that Mito had come well prepared, which undoubtedly posed considerable challenges for Uchiha Shana. After all, the inability to engage in close combat presented a rather thorny issue for him. Confronted by the formidable sealing master, Vortex Mito, Uchiha Shana was engulfed by a wave of helplessness. His signature fire techniques and the unique Amaterasu black flames proved utterly ineffective against Mito, who had him thoroughly countered. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shana did not succumb to despair. In close coordination with the Seven Tails, he launched a breathtaking barrage of attacks. The Seven Tails continuously unleashed tailed beast balls, while Uchiha Shana hurled his lightning spears like a torrential downpour. Occasionally, he cleverly employed his ocular techniques to grant these assaults a cutting edge, striving to breach Mido's defenses. Yet, the sheer might of Vortex Mido was overwhelming. The tailed beast balls were ruthlessly repelled by the golden chains of the adamantine ceiling, while the lightning spears fell prey to the previously laid 5-element ceiling array, instantly losing their potency. Even the spears, which had managed to escape the constraints of the ceiling array, found themselves ensnared once more by the mysterious garment worn by Mido. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Uchiha Shana internally lamented his predicament. Whether employing the art of water release or earth release, both techniques would be effortlessly subdued by Mido's exquisite sealing jutsu, rendering his ninjutsu impotent. In that moment, the situation had reached an impasse. Just then, a glimmer of resoluteness flickered in Uchiha Shana's eyes. He resolved to abandon all restraint and commanded the Seven Tails to unleash its most formidable tailed beast bomb. The Seven Tails, May, heeded the command without hesitation, gathering its immense energy into the largest tailed beast ball, swallowing it whole. In an instant, a thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, as a colossal beam of energy erupted from the Seven Tails' gaping maw, hurtling towards Mido with an earth-shattering force. The ground between the Seven Tails and Vortex Mido was gouged into a semicircular trench, 100 meters wide and several dozen meters deep. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Vortex Mido remained unperturbed. She gently removed the 2 vibrant red ribbons cascading from her head and swiftly formed hand seals. In the blink of an eye, those ribbons seemed to possess a will of their own, transforming into 2 shimmering keys that opened an immense, ominous portal in midair. Uchiha Shana directed the ferocious energy beam of the Seven Tails tailed beast cannon straight into the portal. Surprisingly, all the attacking force seemed to vanish into thin air, as if swallowed by the depths of the ocean. Following this, with a faint rumble resonating, the enormous demonic-faced portal slowly closed and disappeared from sight, while the red ribbon in the hands of Vortex Mizuho shattered under the immense impact of energy. Upon witnessing this situation, Uchiha Shana realized that conventional methods could no longer inflict significant damage upon Vortex Mizuho. Thus, he decisively unleashed his ultimate technique, the 4th stage Susanoo. A towering, majestic blue giant rose from the ground, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Seven Tails, May, observed this spectacle and obediently nestled within the interior of Susanoo, serving as a ceaseless source of energy. The chakra of the tailed beast replenished the 4th stage Susanoo, causing it to expand and transform into its complete form. A slight smile graced Uchiha Shana's lips as he resolved to introduce a novel twist. With deft control, he maneuvered Susanoo to clash the hilts of 2 formidable swords together, and amidst a dazzling flash of light, the 2 blades merged into a magnificent longbow. Uchiha Shana took a deep breath, exerting all her strength to manipulate Susanoo and draw back the bowstring. Gradually, an arrow forged from pure energy materialized before her. Even more astonishing was the fact that the arrowhead contained a dazzling tailed beast orb, radiating brilliant light. In the next moment, Uchiha Shana released her grip on the bowstring, and the energy arrow, imbued with boundless power, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling directly towards Uzumaki Mido. In that fleeting instant, Uzumaki Mido beheld the overwhelming force of the impending attack, akin to a tempestuous storm crashing upon her, and her complexion turned as pale as parchment. At the brink of life and death, she unhesitatingly executed the shadow clone technique, summoning at least several dozen clones that appeared like phantoms. Each of these clones unleashed a different ninjutsu, including the 4 purple flames formation with its violet barrier, the impenetrable 5 elements barrier, the sealing barrier that imprisoned all, and the binding chains of the sealing technique, among others. The multitude of shadow clones interwove within the barrier space, resonating with one another in perfect harmony, ultimately culminating in the formation of a complex and formidable composite barrier. This barrier stood as an indomitable fortress, successfully withstanding the terrifying impact of the arrow shot by Uchiha Shana Susanoo and the subsequent explosion of the tailed beast orb. However, despite the barrier's temporary stability, the violent shockwave threatened to destabilize it, as if it were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. In an instant, Uchiha Shana reacted to the scene before him, continuing to manipulate Susanoo to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows. These arrows surged forth like lightning, their speed astonishing. Each arrow would precisely follow and connect with the one preceding it, forming a continuous chain. Thus, a multitude of arrows struck the barrier with overwhelming force. Accompanied by ear-splitting detonations, successive explosions erupted at the same location on the barrier. The first 3 arrows were particularly powerful, shattering the outermost layer of the barrier to smithereens. The subsequent arrows seized the opportunity to penetrate the barrier's interior, igniting further explosions. Ultimately, amidst a series of breathtaking detonations, the vast composite barrier was utterly obliterated, scattering into countless fragments. Concurrently, a colossal explosion of energy erupted like a volcanic outburst, creating a towering mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. The flames resulting from the explosion surged violently, completely engulfing both Uchiha Shana and the Susanoo he controlled. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, smoke billowed, and the landscape within a radius of thousands of miles lay desolate, with all flora reduced to ashes, leaving only scorched earth. However, Uchiha Shana, caught in the inferno, showed no signs of retreat. Enduring the searing heat and violent shockwaves, he crossed the hands of Susanoo, bracing himself against the onslaught of flames and air currents. His sharp gaze remained fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, missing not a single detail. As the dust settled and the smoke began to clear, a harrowing sight unfolded before him. The once thriving land had transformed into a desolate ruin, littered with remnants of charred structures and blackened ash. Uchiha Shana meticulously surveyed his surroundings, seeking the figure of Uzumaki Mizuhito, yet her presence eluded him. Had she perished in the terrifying explosion, or had she seized the chaos to escape? A wave of uncertainty washed over Uchiha Shana. Upon further inspection, the area was eerily vacant, devoid of any signs of life or remains. It was evident that Uzumaki Mizuhito had indeed fled. Reflecting on the earlier moment when she donned a chilling death mask and boasted of her intent to perish alongside him, he now found her to have retreated in disarray. Uchiha Shana couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, mocking the already vanished Uzumaki Mizuhito. It appears this Uzumaki Mizuhito is quite the coward. Had she truly been willing to fight to the bitter end, perhaps I would have had the opportunity to slay her and thus free my true self, Uchiha Jin, from the nine tails sealed within her. Alas, she has fled. With that, Shana shook his head in resignation. After all, at this moment, Uzumaki Mizuhito had escaped with remarkable swiftness, rendering pursuit futile. Thus, Uchiha Shana let out a soft command, dispelling the colossal complete Susanoo that enveloped him. Immediately, a figure shot forth from within Susanoo, revealing the seven tails. After a series of intense battles, Uchiha Shana felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. He contemplated the necessity of swiftly returning to Konoha village for much-needed recuperation. Just as Uchiha Shana prepared to turn and depart, a sudden, crisp sound of applause echoed from a short distance away. His heart raced as he swiftly turned to see an elderly man clad in red Warring States armor approaching. This individual sported a mane of spiky hair and clapped his hands rhythmically as he walked. His eyes sparkled with admiration, yet an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, suffusing the air around him. Upon witnessing the emergence of this individual, Uchiha Shana's pupils abruptly constricted, and his entire being tensed in an instant, his face etched with wariness. He was acutely aware that the person before him possessed unfathomable strength and was far from benevolent. At that moment, he focused intently, subtly regulating his breathing, fully prepared to withdraw at a moment's notice. In his heart, he lamented, "How could I encounter this harbinger of doom under such circumstances? Truly, what a stroke of misfortune." Uchiha Madara stood silently, his gaze calm as he regarded Uchiha Shana, who wore a wary expression and seemed poised to depart. His imposing and stern visage revealed little emotional fluctuation in response to the other's demeanor. Instead, he spoke slowly. "It is indeed a rarity to encounter someone of your caliber among the younger generation. Moreover, you do not appear particularly surprised to see me." Upon hearing Madara's words, Uchiha Shana halted, yet remained vigilant. He turned his head to reply, "You flatter me, Lord Madara. However, I have now become the elder of the Uchiha clan, privy to many of the clan's forbidden and secret techniques. I have long harbored doubts regarding the legendary forbidden technique, Izanagi, which is said to evade death. Witnessing you here today, unharmed, serves as sufficient evidence that you must have employed this technique to feign your own demise. May I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden appearance before me?" Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, a fleeting glimmer of barely perceptible admiration flickering in his eyes. He replied, "Indeed, the younger generation is formidable." Upon hearing of the emergence of a wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan at the Konoha outpost near the border, curiosity stirred within him, prompting a desire to discover which of his clan's descendants possessed such prowess. Uchiha Shana respectfully spoke, "I am greatly honored to have garnered your esteemed attention, Senior Madara. As a junior, it is indeed a tremendous privilege to be recognized by you." Uchiha Madara chuckled softly, "Ah, so it is you, my young friend. I recall the days when I departed from Konoha, and you were but a child. Time has flown by, and I never anticipated our paths would cross again. To see you now, possessing such remarkable strength, truly impresses me." Uchiha Shana smiled humbly and replied, "Senior, you flatter me. In comparison to your esteemed self, my modest abilities are hardly worth mentioning. It is merely the result of my family's nurturing." Uchiha Madara coldly remarked, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have just witnessed your reckless expenditure of ocular power during that fierce battle. At this rate, the day when your Sharingan succumbs to blindness draws ever closer." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana felt a jolt of alarm within, yet maintained an impassive facade, responding coolly, "I appreciate your concern, but I still have a considerable time before blindness claims me." At that moment, Uchiha Madara presented a tantalizing proposition. "If you can assist me in accomplishing a certain task, I shall grant you an everlasting reservoir of ocular power." Uchiha Shana's heart stirred. Such a monumental temptation is difficult to ignore. Unlike others, he was aware that merely transplanting Hashirama cells would suffice. However, the current circumstances led him to realize that a direct refusal might not be the wisest course of action. Thus, Uchiha Shana feigned composure and replied, "In that case, please proceed, Madara-senpai." Madara slowly articulated, "Aid my successor in executing a plan. The specifics will be conveyed to you by him personally." Uchiha Shana pondered, "If my suspicions are correct, this must pertain to the Moon's Eye plan, which was concocted by Black Zetsu. Knowing that the Nine Tails is one of my own manifestations, how could I possibly acquiesce to such a foolish scheme? Undoubtedly, this entire plan is a treacherous pitfall." He weighed his options. Should he feign compliance for the time being and seek an opportunity to devise a counterplan? Or should he decisively refuse? A rejection might lead to immediate extermination at the hands of Uchiha Madara. After much deliberation, Uchiha Shana ultimately resolved to acquiesce to Madara's wishes. After all, given his current precarious state, engaging Madara in direct confrontation would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Thus, he opted to play along for the time being, biding his time until Madara was rendered immobile, at which point he could seize the opportunity to extract his precious kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As Uchiha Madara observed Uchiha Shana's obedient agreement, he turned to leave without employing any constraints, exuding an air of overconfidence in his grasp of the situation. Before departing, Madara cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Seven Tails nearby, causing a brief flash in its kaleidoscopic eyes. In an instant, the Seven Tails' memories of Madara were erased. Madara's effortless exit left Shana in disbelief. It seemed his revelation of the kaleidoscope had drawn Madara's attention, prompting the latter to seek Shana's assistance as a potential successor. Yet, Madara had withheld the details of his plans, indicating a deep-seated wariness towards Shana. In the original narrative, Madara had remained hidden while awakening the Rinnegan. Shana pondered whether he had indeed been overly anxious. Perhaps Madara was in the process of awakening the Rinnegan, rendering him incapable of exerting much power. Reflecting on the earlier moment, Shana realized he had a significant chance of victory had he acted then. Madara's willingness to reveal himself suggested he was prepared for the encounter, with the outcome remaining uncertain. At this moment, clutching the scroll containing Uchiha Kageme's enigmatic and formidable kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Shana schemed his next steps. Upon returning to Konoha, he intended to find an opportune moment to unleash his unique ocular technique, the Yin-Yang fusion, merging this kaleidoscope with that of his clone, Uchiha Shana. This would create a clone endowed with the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. When the Third Shinobi World War erupted, Madara would be too old to move, having deceived Uchiha Obito into awakening his kaleidoscope. That would be the day Shana could seek Madara's guidance, perhaps even seizing the coveted Rinnegan. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. The White Zetsu clones, adept at concealment, were undoubtedly keeping a vigilant watch over him, and he could not afford to let them discover his close connection to the original Uchiha general. Thus, he resolved to exercise utmost caution. With this in mind, Shana decided to hasten his return to Konoha, temporarily allowing the Seven Tails to depart, as keeping it close felt too ostentatious. Having just evaded Madara, encountering a deeply concealed Otsutsuki Ishiki would spell disaster. He allowed the Seven Tails to leave freely, for the consequences of his secret being uncovered were dire. The Seven Tails, now devoid of its recent memories, felt elated at the prospect of freedom and eagerly took flight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana cautiously embarked on his journey home, stealthily infiltrating Konoha and quietly returning to the Uchiha clan's territory. However, he refrained from visiting the original Uchiha Gen, who was already well aware of the current circumstances. They had agreed to wait until Jin discovered an effective method to counter the white Zetsu before formally initiating their next course of action. Simultaneously, Uchiha Jin, having comprehended the entirety of the situation, was resolute in his vigilance. He understood that standard sensory ninja techniques would prove ineffective against the highly elusive white Zetsu. Consequently, he decisively employed his unique ability to harness innate energy, attuning himself to the forces of nature, thereby conducting a comprehensive scan of his surroundings, leaving no trace undetected. After meticulously confirming that no white Zetsu were present, he finally exhaled in relief, aware that should he be discovered, the repercussions would be unfathomable, especially since Madara, that formidable entity, remained oblivious to his activities. Fortunately, through relentless training day and night, Jin had fully restored his strength and was prepared to fight if necessary. Moreover, as the innate energy continually nourished his body, his senses became exceptionally acute. Now, even the faintest whisper of wind or rustle of grass would not escape his perception. With this in mind, he resolved to seek out his clone, Uchiha Shana, in 2 days' time, to ascertain whether his heightened senses could detect the hidden traces of the white Zetsu. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Sarutobi Hiruzen and the equally distressed Uzumaki Mido hastily returned to the Senju clan's territory. Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu had yet to return, and it was easy to surmise that they had likely met with misfortune. After an urgent discussion, Hiruzen and Mido concluded that they could only reach a compromise. Faced with the impenetrable Uchiha Shana, they found themselves at a loss. Thus, they resolved to take a different approach by targeting the newly appointed Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku. The plan involved leveraging a portion of the Umbu's authority and substantial rewards to entice the new Uchiha leader, encouraging him to rally some Uchiha clan members to restrain or distract Uchiha Shana. As long as Shana could not act recklessly within Konoha, it would afford them all a semblance of safety. Following their deliberations, the group swiftly dispersed to execute their plans. Uzumaki Mido, without pause, approached Uchiha Fugaku, unreservedly revealing the bargaining chips in her possession, a share of the Senju clan's interests and a considerable portion of Umbu authority. All she requested was that Fugaku, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, acknowledge Hiruzen as the third Hokage and impose slight restrictions on Uchiha Shana to prevent any major disturbances within Konoha. Faced with such a significant incentive, even the typically composed Uchiha Fugaku found himself wavering. After much deliberation, he ultimately succumbed to the temptation and nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, along with other core figures, after thorough contemplation, resolutely relinquished a portion of their familial interests as leverage to extend an olive branch to the various clans within Konoha, seeking to win their support through this means. The allure of such substantial benefits prompted numerous clans to side with the newly appointed Hokage, pledging their full support. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked absolute dominance in personal combat, he recognized the importance of unifying collective strength. Thus, he deftly utilized the web of interests to bind the majority, leveraging their numbers to solidify his position and authority within Konoha. After all, unless Uchiha Shana descended into madness and sought to annihilate the entire village, Hiruzen's position as Hokage would remain unassailable. Having survived a harrowing assassination attempt, Hiruzen was left shaken and determined. As long as Uchiha Shana lived, he would not dare to step beyond the gates of Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, after weighing the pros and cons, ultimately acquiesced to Mido's terms. He promptly sought out his father, the retired clan leader, to elucidate the current situation, recognizing that he may not receive favorable treatment from Uchiha Shana alone. Fugaku engaged in dialogue, and after some discussion, the elder clan leader consented. They prepared to visit Uchiha Shana together. Chapter 42. Negotiation upon entering Uchiha Shana's residence. They exchanged pleasantries before directly addressing the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, the elder clan leader began, Uchiha Shana. Today we have come to discuss the circumstances and the conditions presented by the Hokage. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Shana interrupted with a cold laugh. Humph. It is merely the case that the Hokage has promised you some enticing rewards. Such trivial incentives are sufficient to ensnare both the elder and younger leaders of our Uchiha clan? How utterly disappointing. Have you ever contemplated the possibility that if the Hokage's faction were to improve and formidable adversaries capable of countering or restraining me emerged, they could retract all the benefits they have bestowed upon you? How would you then respond in such a scenario? The words spoken by Uchiha Shursui resonated deeply within the minds of Uchiha Fugaku and the elder clan leader. They were acutely aware of their meaning. Yet, they still sought to alleviate the palpable tension that hung heavily between the factions. It is crucial to recognize that if this state of mutual antagonism were to persist, the Uchiha clan, already weakened and isolated, would likely glean no advantages from the ongoing strife. Presently, the position of Hokage is firmly held by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite Uchiha Shusui's previous attempts to eliminate Hiruzen, he ultimately failed to achieve his objective. Even though Hiruzen may not have officially reported to the daimyo of the Fire Country, within the village of Konoha, he has undeniably established himself as the true Hokage. His authority unassailable. In light of such circumstances, Uchiha Fugaku and the elder leader, after careful deliberation, came to a unanimous conclusion. Pursuing reconciliation would be the most advantageous strategy for their clan. Thus, they acquiesced to the conditions proposed by Uzumaki Mido. Uchiha Shana, through keen observation of the demeanor of these two individuals, discerned that they were unequivocally not kindred spirits. Realizing that further discourse would serve no purpose, he unceremoniously issued an edict for their departure. Enough, you may return. Convey to Vortex Watergate and Sarutobi Hiruzen that if they desire peace, the terms shall be set forth by me. They must come to negotiate in person. As for the two of you, be gone at once. Your presence here is nothing short of vexatious. Upon hearing that Uchiha Shursui was finally willing to sit down and discuss peace, Uchiha Fugaku and the elder clan leaders' previously taught expressions instantly softened, even revealing a barely perceptible smile. Although the outcome of this negotiation remained uncertain, it at least signaled the possibility of alleviating tensions between the factions, which, for the Uchiha clan, was undoubtedly a positive development, was it not? This astonishing news traveled at lightning speed to Uzumaki Mido and Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon learning of the situation, a surge of joy welled up within them. After all, for the village of Konoha, achieving stability would undoubtedly be a blessing. However, they were acutely aware that Uchiha Shursui would not let this opportunity slip easily and would certainly impose exceedingly harsh demands. Nonetheless, for the tranquility of the village, they had little choice but to grit their teeth and acquiesce. Sarutobi Hizashi was filled with apprehension and dread. He feared that if he personally ventured to the Uchiha territory to negotiate with Uchiha Shursui, he might fall into a trap or face unforeseen dangers. Thus, he resolutely expressed his unwillingness to bear such risks and entrusted all negotiation terms entirely to Uzumaki Mido. Upon witnessing Hizashi's stance, Mido did not press him further, but merely sighed lightly, indicating her willingness to face the arduous negotiation alone. After thorough preparation, Uzumaki Mido set forth on her journey to Uchiha Shursui's residence. Throughout the journey, her heart was heavy with the knowledge of the daunting task ahead. Finally, she arrived at her destination, standing before Uchiha Shursui's door. As the door creaked open, revealing Uchiha Shursui's stern visage, their gazes met, instantly enveloping the room in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Once seated within, Uchiha Shursui wasted no time and directly stated his terms. First, Konoha's annual financial revenues must allocate 30% to the Uchiha clan. Second, 30% of positions within various government departments should be filled by Uchiha members. Furthermore, we demand independent legislative and enforcement authority over the security department. In addition, the tax revenues from shops within Konoha must be collected solely by the Uchiha clan. Moreover, we require a veto vote within the Konoha Upper Ninja Council. Lastly, should the Hokage commit any misconduct, the Uchiha clan reserves the right to depose them. And furthermore, the tailed beast, Kurama, which once belonged to Elder Madara, must be returned to our clan. Upon hearing these conditions, Uzumaki Mido was taken aback. While she had anticipated that Uchiha Shursui would make exorbitant demands, she had never imagined he would propose such outrageous terms. Unable to contain her fury, she exclaimed, "Enough? Your conditions are nothing short of fanciful delusions. Even if we were to agree, they are utterly unattainable. How can you propose such preposterous terms?" In that moment, the room fell into a profound silence, as if the very air had solidified. Uchiha Shana scoffed, "Humph. Of course, you may choose not to acquiesce, after all. I am not compelling you to comply." He regarded the other with a look of disdain. Vortex Mido furrowed her brow and replied, "Let us refrain from discussing those utterly impractical conditions. Instead, let us deliberate on proposals we can mutually accept. For instance, an annual allocation of half the profits, along with 2 positions for umbu squats. Additionally, the security department should possess the legislative and enforcement authority concerning the impoverished citizens within the village." She fixed her serious gaze upon Shana, endeavoring to discern any flicker of response from his expression. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana's lips curled into a faint smirk. revealing a hint of mockery. Huh? Is this the extent of your so-called sincerity? I suggest you return whence you came to avoid wasting our time. Even if those two foolish clan leaders were to acquiesce, I would resolutely refuse such terms. He abruptly rose to his feet, crossing his arms. His piercing gaze locked on to Uzumaki Mizuto. In response to this declaration, Uzumaki Mizuto did not immediately retort. Instead, he fell into a brief silence before gradually articulating, "Very well. If that is the case, these conditions indeed possess some room for negotiation." However, Uchiha Shana interjected before she could finish. "Enough of this circumlocution. Let us dispense with such trivialities. Let us speak plainly. The Nine Tails must be entirely mine, and everything else is negotiable. If you are concerned that losing the Nine Tails may jeopardize your life, rest assured, I possess means to guarantee your security." His gaze was fixed intently on Mito, seemingly allowing no room for refusal. Mito's expression darkened as she responded resolutely, "This proposition is utterly impossible. The Nine Tails is a vital asset of Konohagakure. It does not belong to any individual or clan." Uchiha Shana let out a cold laugh, countering sharply, "Enough with the nonsense. The Nine Tails has always been the summon of Uchiha Madara, and thus rightfully belongs to our Uchiha clan. Its presence in Konoha is merely a transference from the Senju clan to our Uchiha hands. What we require is a formidable assurance that will deter you from recklessly opposing our Uchiha family in the future. If you cannot acquiesce to this condition, is there any point in further negotiations? All else is mere illusion, devoid of real value. Those promises made lightly and the power bestowed, so long as the Hokage position remains in your grasp, will surely be ruthlessly crushed and reclaimed once a new peak power emerges from your Hokage lineage. Just as you reneged on your agreement regarding the second Hokage position after Uchiha Madara's demise. When Madara fell, the Uchiha clan no longer produced top-tier powers, allowing you to abandon your past commitments without remorse, elevating Senju Tobirama to the role of second Hokage. An agreement lacking the support of formidable strength is nothing more than an absurd joke. Moreover, you cannot effectively control the Nine Tails, can you? In the last fierce battle, you never once utilized the chakra of the Nine Tails, which reveals that you are merely suppressing it, incapable of truly harnessing its power. The chaos caused by the Nine Tails serves as irrefutable evidence. Only our Uchiha clan, with the might of the Sharingan, possesses the ability to manipulate the Nine Tails with ease. Consider this carefully. Once the Nine Tails falls into our Uchiha hands, under my command through the Sharingan, I can assure you that as long as I live, the Nine Tails will never spiral out of control again. Vortex Mito listened quietly to Uchiha Shana's words, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the validity in his arguments. However, she reconsidered. If she were to surrender the Nine Tails to Uchiha Shana, alongside his Sharingan, he would undoubtedly become a figure of power akin to Uchiha Madara of old. In such a scenario, the Senju clan, along with the Hokage lineage, would find themselves with no one capable of opposing him. Should matters progress to that extent, would not the entirety of Konoha village fall under Uchiha Shana's dominion? Contemplating this, Mito resolved firmly that she absolutely could not relinquish the Nine Tails to the Uchiha clan. Thus, despite her inner trepidation, Vortex Mito ultimately opened her mouth slowly, her tone resolute as she refused, "Uchiha Shana, I cannot agree to hand over the Nine Tails to the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Mito's resolute response, Uchiha Shana's expression darkened instantaneously. He initially believed that the conditions he had proposed, along with the strength he had displayed, would compel the Uzumaki Mito to concede. To his dismay, she resolutely rejected his overtures. Uchiha Shana snorted disdainfully, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. "In that case, please take your leave." Without a backward glance, he turned away from Uzumaki Mito. Witnessing Uchiha Shana's unwavering demeanor, Mito was momentarily taken aback. She hastily attempted to continue her explanation or negotiate further, but Uchiha Shana coldly interrupted her. "Enough. Spare me your so-called sincerity and other meaningless drivel. If you refuse to part with the Nine Tails, then what good are your offers of power and profit? Do you truly think I am but a mere child, easily swayed by trifles? Humph, since we have failed to reach an agreement today, I will find the right opportunity to act in the future. I shall see if you are fortunate enough to escape my grasp again." Uzumaki Mito was rendered speechless by Shana's piercing words, left momentarily frozen in place. She had not anticipated Uchiha Shana's relentless drive to expel her. Moreover, it seemed that he had completely lost faith in the negotiations, choosing instead to adopt a much more aggressive approach to achieve his aims. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito was in a state of frantic urgency. She understood that if the relationship with the Uchiha clan, particularly with the formidable and fiercely independent Uchiha Shana, was not handled with care, Konoha would inevitably descend into chaos. Yet, faced with Uchiha Shana's aggressive stance, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Though she longed to continue the dialogue in hopes of persuading Uchiha Shana to accept her terms, he unhesitatingly drew his long blade from his waist. Through their earlier exchanges and mutual probing, Uchiha Shana had come to realize that the conditions presented by Uzumaki Mido fell far short of his expectations. This revelation suggested that these so-called terms would do little to alleviate the dire challenges the Uchiha clan would confront in the future. In truth, the initial 3 tiers of benefits and associated positions were merely a testing ground, aimed at assessing the possibility of integrating the Uchiha clan into the broader framework of Konoha. The demand for the Nine Tails was intended to secure formidable military support. Regrettably, all these attempts had culminated in failure. Given this, what was left to discuss? Uzumaki Mido watched in astonishment as Uchiha Shana brandished his weapon, fully aware that if the negotiations could not progress, she would have no choice but to depart in resignation. At the same time, Uchiha Shana felt a throbbing headache. It was evidently nearly impossible to obtain the Nine Tails from Uzumaki Mido through honorable means. It seemed that the only viable course of action was to eliminate this obstinate woman. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, far removed from the scene, reacted to this outcome with little surprise. After all, the terrifying might of the Nine Tails combined with the Mangekyo Sharingan had been demonstrated by Uchiha Madara in the past. Thus, Uzumaki Mido's refusal to relinquish the Nine Tails was well within his expectations. In light of these developments, Uchiha Jin resolved to meticulously prepare for the fusion of Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan with the clone Uchiha Shana's Mangekyo Sharingan, aiming to create an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Following this, he would seek the opportune moment to lift the seal on the Nine Tails and decisively eliminate the ungrateful Uzumaki Mido. Chapter 43. Fusion. Upon learning that the transaction between Uzumaki Mido and Uchiha Fugaku bore no relevance to him, Uchiha Satana ceased to concern himself with the matter. Regardless of the nature of their agreement, his course of action remained unchanged, as he had not committed to any obligations. However, upon utilizing the malevolent perception ability of the Nine Tails chakra within the confines of his home, he became acutely aware of the presence of White Zetsu, stationed at a distance to surveil him under the directives of Uchiha Mido. While their monitoring was not excessively intrusive, had they been as overt as Uchiha Sasuke in later times, who had White Zetsu attached to his body, he would have undoubtedly felt compelled to eliminate them on the spot. Currently, in order to successfully merge with Uchiha Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan, he must leverage the unique Mangekyo ocular techniques of his original body, Uchiha General. Yet, he must ensure that White Zetsu remains oblivious to the connection between himself and his original body. It is imperative that Uchiha Obito remains unaware of Uchiha Jin's existence, for the implications of such knowledge could be perilous. After careful deliberation, Uchiha Satana resolved to employ the secret technique of the Sharingan, known as the transcription seal, to tackle this predicament. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, having discerned the intentions of his clone, Uchiha Satana, readily acquiesced to this course of action, prioritizing his safety above all. He promptly descended to the underground base's secret chamber, where he began to establish a barrier using innate energy to safeguard against White Zetsu's prying eyes. Upon entering the underground chamber, he wasted no time in preparing for the transcription seal, a technique that allows one to seal Sharingan ocular techniques or illusions within the eyes of another, enabling their use by others or triggering conditions of his choosing. This method can be executed without the knowledge of the recipient or those nearby, thus offering a high degree of concealment and application, albeit at the expense of some ocular power. Fully cognizant of the significance of this endeavor, Uchiha Jin approached his task with utmost diligence. Throughout the entire night, he meticulously prepared the transcription seal, optimizing his formidable Sharingan techniques. He then employed his ocular power to intricately inscribe and merge his techniques into a singular ocular seal. Upon completion, he experienced a profound strain in his eyes, as this was to be used for merging with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and any misstep could prove disastrous. After finalizing this secret technique, Uchiha Jin suddenly noticed a decline in his visual acuity. It appeared that the previous battles, coupled with the recent frequent utilization of his Mangekyo Sharingan, had placed a considerable burden on his eyes. Clearly, after this task, he would need to devise a technique to prevent blindness from the Mangekyo Sharingan. If all else failed, he would seek another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for fusion. Once everything was prepared, he departed the underground chamber and retired to his quarters for a restful sleep. The following morning, approaching midday, after a brief session of meditative cultivation, Uchiha Jin set forth on his journey to Uchiha Satana's residence. Throughout the journey, his expression remained unchanged, as he cautiously channeled his innate energy while attentively observing his surroundings. As he neared Uchiha Satana's home, he detected an unusual aura emanating from the nearby trees, an essence distinctly different from that of flora or living beings. Through his keen intuition, Uchiha Jin surmised that this was likely a remnant of the white Zetsu assigned to monitor Satana. Nevertheless, he refrained from acting impulsively and continued his approach to Uchiha Satana's abode with a calm demeanor. At last, Uchiha Jin arrived at the threshold of Uchiha Satana's home. Upon their meeting, as their gazes locked, the ocular techniques he had prepared the previous night rapidly sealed themselves into Uchiha Satana's eyes. While the two techniques that Satana had prepared simultaneously entered his own, this exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Despite this, to allay any suspicions Uchiha Obito might harbor regarding their connection, they exchanged pleasantries with feigned cordiality. Subsequently, Uchiha Jin formally performed the rite of apprenticeship towards Uchiha Satana, who, in turn, generously bestowed upon him a scroll containing the family's comprehensive secret techniques, a treasure that would undeniably play a crucial role in the subsequent refinement of their arts. With a face brimming with excitement, Uchiha Jin hastily departed from Uchiha Shana's abode, not daring to pause even for a moment as he rushed back to his own home. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation at hand and knew that he must conceal himself perfectly. Any unnecessary action could unveil the special relationship he shared with his clone, Uchiha Shana. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, keenly sensing his surroundings to avoid drawing undue attention from White Zetsu. At last, Uchiha Jin arrived home, and upon detecting the absence of White Zetsu's surveillance, he let out a sigh of relief. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, he swiftly scanned the scroll containing all the secret techniques obtained from his clone. Once he had committed all the techniques to memory, he could not afford a moment's respite and immediately set out for the security forces. Upon arrival, he seamlessly blended into his work routine, appearing outwardly unaffected. Yet internally, he remained on high alert, his mind taut with vigilance. He divided his focus to control his innate chakra, constantly probing for signs of White Zetsu's presence. He knew that the encounter and apprenticeship with Uchiha Shana would undoubtedly be reported to Uchiha Madara, and now he awaited Madara's subsequent reaction. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shana felt immense satisfaction with the ocular power retained through the transcription seal from Uchiha Jin. The smooth progression of this plan filled him with confidence for the forthcoming actions. After familiarizing himself with the fusion of the ocular techniques, nightfall quietly descended. Sensing the time was ripe, he stealthily entered the secret chamber within his home. The chamber was enveloped in darkness, and Uchiha Shana lit a candle, methodically setting up a defensive chakra barrier to prevent any prying eyes. Once everything was in place, he inhaled deeply and slowly released the chakra of the Nine Tails, meticulously scanning the barrier for any trace of White Zetsu. He conducted multiple searches, and only after confirming the absence of abnormalities did he allow himself to relax slightly. Next, Uchiha Shana carefully retrieved the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami from a concealed location. This unique kaleidoscope emanated a mysterious radiance, seemingly imbued with boundless power. With unwavering determination, Uchiha Shana gazed at the kaleidoscope in his hand. He then formed hand seals, channeling his chakra to perform the unique ocular technique of Uchiha Jin. The fusion of yin and yang, and released it upon Uchiha Kagami's kaleidoscope eyes. Suddenly, the previously motionless kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted in brilliant light, transforming into two dazzling streams, akin to shooting stars, that flew directly into Uchiha Shana's eyes. He felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into his gaze, struggling to maintain control over this newfound force. Gradually, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami began to merge with Shana's own kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In that moment, Uchiha Shana's eyes unveiled a striking sight. Within his pupils, the black pentagram and the black four-pointed pinwheel patterns of the kaleidoscope emerged. They intertwined and spun, exuding an aura that was both captivating and unsettling. During the fusion process, a small portion of the ocular power leaked from Shana's merging eyes, ensnared by the defensive barrier he had previously established, preventing any escape. The potency of the ocular power during this fusion remained fiercely turbulent. Under Uchiha Shana's unwavering concentration, the mysterious and profound black pentagram pattern began to unfold like a long dormant behemoth, gradually exposing its formidable fangs as it lunged towards the pinwheel pattern, initiating the absorption and integration process. As time progressed, the black pentagram pattern gained dominance, ultimately enveloping the pinwheel pattern entirely. throughout this breathtaking fusion of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The two distinct ocular powers clashed with ferocity, as if striving to break free from their confines. Yet, under the intertwining forces released by Uchiha Jin's yin-yang fusion, they began to settle, like a wild beast being soothed. The surging energy waves gradually diminished until they ultimately vanished, with the ocular energy retracting back into the eyes. Once tranquility was restored, Uchiha Shana's previously tense expression finally relaxed. At that moment, he was filled with an indescribable joy and exhilaration, for through this arduous endeavor, he had successfully merged to create the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, a dream cherished by all Uchiha clan members. From this day forth, this clone would no longer need to fear the risk of blindness and could wield this immense power without restraint. Uchiha Shana eagerly began to attune himself to his newly acquired eyes. To his astonishment, the two Mangekyo Sharingan techniques possessed by Uchiha Kagami had miraculously been retained. With a heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation, he delved deeply into exploring and familiarizing himself with these extraordinary ocular arts. The first technique to capture his attention was the left eye shunshin. This technique allowed objects within his line of sight to instantaneously move or swap positions with related entities. Its remarkable effect bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Shana could not help but envision the breathtaking spectacle of manipulating adversaries at will during battle. Next, he focused on the right eye's technique, spirit sculpting. This ability was even more unfathomable. As long as the gazes of both parties met, it could draw the opponent into an illusory space. Within this realm, the practitioner could utilize their formidable ocular prowess and spiritual strength to fundamentally alter the captive's thoughts and soul, transforming them into an exact replica of themselves. However, the more he studied this technique, the more a chill crept into Shana's heart. This ocular art seemed to embody a profoundly malevolent means of possession. Was it possible that Uchiha Kagami had intended to usurp his body through such a method? Yet, upon reflecting on the circumstances at that time, it did not appear to be the case. Perhaps Uchiha Kagami merely wished to mold him into a devoted, loyal inhabitant of Konoha, aligned with his thoughts and spirit. In essence, this was an endeavor to forcibly reshape others into a mirror image of oneself. How could such foolishness exist in the world? The so-called pursuit of identity was nothing more than an aspiration to render everyone indistinguishable from oneself. This was akin to brainwashing, stripping individuals of their capacity for rational thought. It was difficult to fathom how Senju Tobirama had succeeded in indoctrinating Uchiha Kagami to such an extent. With such capabilities, if placed in modern society, he would undoubtedly be akin to a top-tier lecturer in the realm of pyramid schemes, a truly chilling thought. It took Shana a considerable while to calm his tumultuous emotions. At this moment, having recently completed the fusion of his eternal Mangekyo, he still needed to undergo a period of adaptation. Therefore, he resolved to nurture his newly acquired Sharingan for the time being. He rose from the chamber and returned to his room to rest peacefully. The following morning, sunlight streamed down, enveloping him in warmth. Uchiha Shana made his way to the security department, a place he had not visited in some time. As the minister, he felt a twinge of concern over the affairs there during his absence. Upon seeing Shana's arrival, Uchiha Hakadai hurriedly approached to report on their recent progress. It must be said that Uchiha Hakadai was indeed a rare talent in management, organizing all matters with remarkable precision. However, in his concluding report, he mentioned that a number of villagers had recently lodged complaints, claiming that the security department had been excessively violent during law enforcement. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Shana couldn't help but smile faintly, finding the situation rather amusing. In his view, the security department bore many similarities to the city management of his past life, both being jobs prone to offending people. However, the resolution to such issues was not overly complex. Effective solutions had long been proposed in his previous existence. If one could not fundamentally address the problem, then eliminating the source of the issue was undeniably a time-saving and efficient strategy, especially in a world ravaged by war, where lives were as fragile as grass. This tactic proved particularly effective. Thus, Uchiha Shana decided to convey this approach to Uchiha Hakadai and instructed him to implement it. Yet, upon hearing the plan, Uchiha Hakadai appeared momentarily dazed, instinctively sensing that this was not a sound solution. Nevertheless, he resolved to comply with the directive. Before proceeding, however, Uchiha Shana suddenly halted Hakadai to inquire about the salary conditions for those tasked with executing the mission. Chapter 44. Stirring the pot. Uchiha Hashirama responded that, compared to other departments, their department's salary was somewhat lower. Uchiha Shursui immediately pressed for the exact discrepancy, to which Uchiha Hashirama replied that it was approximately 20% less. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui was instantly engulfed in fury, vociferously questioning why such a significant disparity existed. Uchiha Hashirama then elucidated that this situation had persisted since the era of the second Hokage. Uchiha Shana decisively issued an order: all salaries shall be tripled. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hakadai was immediately filled with excitement. However, he soon wore a troubled expression, expressing that the department currently lacked sufficient funds to support such a substantial increase in wages. Uchiha Shana, unfazed, remarked that if the funds were inadequate, additional fees could be levied each month from the shops within the village that did not belong to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hakadai then inquired, "Shall we also levy the same on all the major ninja clans?" Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shana affirmed, "Indeed." At this juncture, Uchiha Hakadai displayed a look of concern and cautioned, such actions may well offend everyone. However, Uchiha Shana responded dismissively, "For all the families under the Hokage lineage, not a single coin should be spared. Rather, we should strive to extract as much as possible. As for the excess, it shall be allocated by the subordinates. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, we shall promptly break their legs and expel them from the Hidden Leaf Village. In the event of particularly difficult situations, feel free to report to me at any time. Remember, the greater the discord created this time, the more justified our subsequent actions within the village will become." Uchiha Hakadai observed Uchiha Shana's eager demeanor, as if itching to stir up trouble, and felt a sense of foreboding within. He pondered the gravity of the situation and discreetly summoned his clan members, instructing them to swiftly report the current circumstances to the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Once everything was arranged, Hakadai began to mobilize personnel as instructed by Uchiha Shana. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jin, lounging in the break room, was taken aback when the orders reached him. Upon receiving the task, he couldn't help but mutter in frustration, "What is this nonsense?" Uchiha Shana merely spoke offhandedly, "And now I'm the one burdened with this arduous task. It's utterly absurd. I should be finding ways to keep myself occupied, not creating more work for myself." Yet, despite his complaints, Uchiha Jin understood the necessity of compliance and, accompanied by his two subordinates, Uchiha Tetsuhebe and Uchiha Inahebe, along with several lower-ranked clan members, he hastily commenced the apprehension operation based on the list of complaints. As they journeyed, whenever they encountered individuals who offered no resistance, Jin mercilessly allowed Uchiha Inahebe to deliver 2 resounding slaps. However, should they confront anyone bold enough to resist, Jin wasted no time in commanding Uchiha Tetsuhebe to lead the lower-ranked shinobi in delivering a severe beating until their adversaries cried out for mercy. Thus, within a short span, all the individuals listed were captured. Subsequently, Uchiha Jin and his team promptly escorted the apprehended individuals to the gates of Konohagakure. With a sweeping gesture, he flung them aside as if they were mere sandbags, sending them sprawling several meters away. The unfortunate souls landed in a disheveled heap, dazed and battered, their pitiful state leaving the 2ch Nin stationed at the village entrance utterly astonished. Approaching the 2ch Nin, Uchiha Jin solemnly warned, "Listen well. Individuals like these scum of Konoha must never be allowed to set foot in our village again. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." With that, Uchiha Jin led his group away, leaving behind the groaning miscreants and the still-stunned ch Nin. After completing the task, Jin felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he strolled back into the break room and reclined on the comfortable bench, closing his eyes to engage in some leisurely training, attempting to relax and enhance his abilities. At that moment, memories of the recent events flooded his mind. The sensation of wielding the clan's power to intimidate others stirred an unexpected thrill within him. He couldn't help but ponder, when did I become such a villain? This thought crashed upon his mental defenses like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a heavy memory surfaced. Shortly after graduating from the Ninja Academy, he was thrust onto the brutal battlefield, personally ending the lives of numerous foes. Perhaps, at that moment, he had already embarked on an irreversible path, and now, reflecting on it, he felt as though he had transformed into a heinous individual. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, filled with helplessness and resentment towards fate. Alas, I was once a respectable young man in modern society. How could I have been so tarnished by this chaotic ninja world? He murmured, lamenting the innocence and kindness he had lost. However, no amount of regret or grievance could change the situation. The only course of action was to cast aside extraneous thoughts and focus on his training to enhance his strength, as that was the most pressing matter at hand. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hakadai soon received the results of the mission, and he seemed unfazed. In contrast, other teams faced far more complex situations. They were tasked with collecting fees from various shops within the village, a daunting endeavor since many establishments were actually owned by prominent ninja clans, often guarded by their own shinobi. However, the Uchiha clan members, having received their orders, showed no hesitation in resorting to force against those uncooperative merchants. The allure of triple wages was too enticing, causing them to unwittingly increase the intensity of their actions. In no time, chaos erupted throughout Kanagakure, with pandemonium reigning as the streets were filled with uproar. Upon realizing the severity of the situation, the Umbu swiftly intervened, yet by then, the chaos had spiraled beyond control. Reluctantly, Uchiha Hakadai took charge of the remaining Uchiha clan members to confront the Umbu ninjas who were obstructing their path, preventing further repercussions for the Uchiha clan. Within a half hour, an increasing number of shinobi from various clans joined the fray, escalating the turmoil. The fierce conflict spread like wildfire, engulfing a wider area. Many Uchiha clan ninjas, endowed with the exceptional dynamic vision granted by their Sharingan, showcased their prowess, overwhelming the Umbu and other clan members, forcing them to flee in terror. Initially, the confrontation was limited to close-quarters combat, but as time passed, those on the losing side, sensing their disadvantage, resorted to their signature ninjutsu. As the Uchiha clan found themselves besieged, witnessing the enemy's use of ninjutsu, they too unleashed their formidable fire techniques without restraint. In an instant, countless flames roared like dragons, swirling through the air, threatening to consume the bustling commercial district of Konoha. What was once a lively street was now filled with terrified screams and frantic footsteps, as civilians scurried away like headless chickens, wishing they had a few more legs to escape. Amidst the chaos, some unfortunate souls were caught in the crossfire and lost their lives, lamenting their ill fate. As the intensity of the battle escalated, individuals began to lose control over their power, leading to casualties. Faced with this brutal spectacle, some timid souls fled in terror. However, the Uchiha ninjas, fueled by rage, exhibited no mercy, striking with lethal intent. Consequently, the casualties among the Umbu and other clan members surged, transforming the once peaceful commercial street into a hellscape, rivaling the ferocity of a battlefield. Amidst the raging conflict, Uchiha Jin, who had been leisurely lounging in the break room, was forcibly dragged into the melee by Uchiha Inahibi and Uchiha Tetsuhibi to assist in the fight. Initially, Jin had no intention of exerting himself fully, even contemplating a lazy approach. However, upon witnessing the desperate struggle of the various clan ninjas, especially the injuries among his fellow Uchiha, he resolved to truly unleash his strength. Suddenly, a surge of intense electric arcs erupted from his body, dancing like agile serpents across his form. In the next moment, he accelerated, resembling a lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, vanishing and reappearing in multiple locations in the blink of an eye. In his grasp, the long blade forged from lightning surged with incredible speed, each swing accompanied by a sharp gust of wind and a palpable threat of death. In the blink of an eye, a dozen ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, each felled by a single, lethal strike that struck true to the heart. Astonishingly, every fallen ninja had met their end without exception, as if cut down by an invisible hand. In that moment, illuminated by flickering arcs of electric light, ninjas from every prominent clan, as well as ordinary civilians and the enigmatic Umbu, fell like kites severed from their strings, collapsing heavily to the earth, slipping into a deep, eternal slumber. Suddenly, a fierce gale of punches struck without warning, its velocity rendering one speechless. Despite Uchiha Jin's swift reflexes as he raised his lightning blade to parry, the sheer force of the onslaught propelled him through the air. After tumbling several times, he managed to steady himself and return to the ground. Lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with the Umbu ninja who had just attacked him. This foe was not to be underestimated, possessing both remarkable strength and astonishing speed, capable of matching his own heightened agility. Yet, Uchiha Jin was not one to concede easily. With a mere thought, he infused the power of wind release into his lightning release technique. In an instant, a torrent of azure energy surged from his being, intertwining with the crackling arcs of lightning that enveloped him. This energy coalesced into 6 ethereal wings of azure light upon his back, amplifying his speed, strength, and explosive power exponentially. At this moment, Uchiha Jin appeared as a deity of war, exuding an aura of invincibility. In the next heartbeat, his form flickered and vanished, only to reappear in an entirely different location. Like a specter, he moved with uncanny grace, his wind-laden blade slicing through the air with unrelenting precision. its cold gleam flashing as he relentlessly attacked the Umbu ninja. The Umbu, however, was no mere opponent. He executed a masterful earth release technique, causing the ground to erupt with a forest of earthen spears that shot forth like arrows. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, Uchiha Jin's figure darting like lightning between the earthen spears, his wind-infused blade striking against the defensive barriers while deftly evading the sharp onslaught of earth spikes. As time progressed, the speed of his attacks with the wind-release blade intensified, akin to a tempestuous storm, delivering a barrage of strikes upon a single earthen defense. Eventually, under the relentless assault of Uchiha Jin, the earthen barrier began to crack. In a swift motion, the wind-laden blade transformed into a spear of wind and lightning, thrusting forward with indomitable resolve, piercing through the fractured earthen defense. With a resounding crack, the spear broke through, hurtling toward the Umbu ninja. Yet, at that critical moment, as the spear tore through, it erupted with a cataclysmic force, unleashing a colossal tempest of thunder and lightning that surged forward, obliterating the earthen barrier and sending debris flying. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the Umbu ninja acted swiftly, burrowing into the earth with earth release, narrowly evading the lethal strike. However, although he escaped, the shops and streets behind him were left in ruins, devastated by the tempest's fury. Just then, Uchiha Jin, who had remained stationary, suddenly sprang into action. With a gentle flap of the 6 resplendent azure wings behind him, he vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he appeared unnoticed behind the Umbu ninja who had just emerged from the ground, thrusting his spear forward with lethal intent. Although the Umbu ninja reacted with remarkable speed, attempting to evade, he was ultimately a moment too late, sustaining several deep wounds from the spear's strike. As the spear neared its target, golden chains, akin to serpents, erupted into existence, striking the spear and deflecting it with great force. In that instant, several radiant golden chains lunged forth, accompanied by a fierce wind and tremendous power. Uchiha Jin, refusing to yield, wielded his lightning spear with all his might, attempting to fend off this sudden assault. However, despite his efforts, the overwhelming force of the chains pushed him back, forcing him to retreat involuntarily. Struggling to maintain his balance, Uchiha Jin glanced around, his heart sinking. A tide of ninjas surged toward him, swift and agile, encircling him and the over 500 members of the Uchiha clan with alarming speed. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Jin was astonished to see not only the likes of Uzumaki Naruto and Sarutobi Hiruzen present, but also nearly 2,000 ninjas surrounding the Uchiha, creating an insurmountable disparity in numbers. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Hakadai, the deputy minister of the security department, paled at the realization of the dawning odds. He understood that this battle had escalated far beyond expectations, and without Minister Uchiha Shana's intervention, a complete retreat would be unlikely. Just as despair loomed over the crowd, a figure appeared on the battlefield like a flash of lightning. Minister Uchiha Shana. Seeing her, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo discreetly retreated into the crowd. The emergence of Uchiha Shana seemed to inject a potent surge of vitality into all Uchiha ninjas, particularly Uchiha Hakadai, who exhaled a long sigh of relief. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Shana brandished his long blade and plunged into the enemy ranks like a wraith, unleashing a gruesome slaughter. Every foe whose hands were tainted with the blood of Uchiha ninjas met an inevitable demise, executed with remarkable precision, regardless of their identity. Even the Umbu ninjas attempting to obstruct him found it nearly impossible to evade Uchiha Shana's lethal strikes. Before the overwhelming might that surpassed even that of the Kage, these Umbu ninjas were mere fragile beings, often dispatched with a single, effortless maneuver. The movements of Uchiha Shana flowed like water, executed seamlessly without the slightest trace of hesitation or delay. At times, it seemed as though his enemies were not merely being slain by his blade, but rather were willingly throwing themselves upon it in a desperate quest for death. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with blood, and the air was filled with piercing cries of agony, as the Umbu ninjas suffered heavy casualties. During this tumultuous period, an Umbu elite who had previously clashed with Uchiha Jin could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, attempting to halt Uchiha Shana's massacre. This individual possessed considerable strength, being a genuine shadow-level warrior. Yet, even so, he could withstand scarcely 10 exchanges before nearly having his chest cleaved open by Uchiha Shana's blade. At a critical moment, a golden chain flew in, yanking him back just in time to evade the deadly strike. Realizing he was outmatched, the Umbu expert turned to flee. But Uchiha Shana was not one to let him escape easily. With a powerful kick, he struck the man's back, sending him crashing into the surrounding group of ninjas. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido, witnessing the escalating chaos, could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Stop." Hearing her call, Uchiha Shana finally ceased his onslaught, casting a cold, sweeping gaze around him. Only after confirming that all adversaries had fallen silent did he slowly sheath his blade, standing still like an embodiment of death itself. The battlefield gradually fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. The two sides stood distinctly apart, with Uchiha Shana leading one faction, while the other, headed by Uzumaki Mido, found the figure of Sarutobi Hizashi, the so-called Hokage, relegated to the background. His wife's status as the first Hokage's spouse still holding significant sway in Konoha. The Umbu member who had been kicked away by Uchiha Shana had quickly returned to Mido's side. The remaining Umbu ninjas naturally gathered around him, indicating his distinguished status. Mido gazed at him with a mother's unique blend of love and concern. It was only when he removed his Umbu mask that she recognized him as Senju Kurenai, the biological son of Uzumaki Mido and Senju Hashirama, now serving as the head of the Umbu. It was no wonder Mido was so anxious. The safety of her own flesh and blood was at stake. However, recalling that the future head of the Umbu would be Sarutobi Shino, it appeared that there had been significant dealings between Uzumaki Mido and Sarutobi Hizashi. One could ponder the implications if Senju Kurenai had been the head of the Umbu from the outset. Was it possible that he was quietly eliminated by Sarutobi Hizashi later on? Such thoughts were indeed intriguing. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi and several other high-ranking figures of Konoha, noticing the situation stabilizing, made their leisurely appearance beside Uzumaki Mido. However, Uchiha Gen, watching them from the sidelines, took note of their earlier, discreet retreat. He could not help but harbor disdain in his heart, realizing that these individuals, once grasping power, had become fearful of their own mortality, shedding light on their absence from the battlefield in later years. Uzumaki Mido furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she inquired, "What on earth caused such a fierce battle to erupt within the village?" In response, Uchiha Shana smirked slightly, a cold, disdainful smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Anyone who dares to resist the Uchiha enforcement team is a spy lurking within our ranks, and they ought to be apprehended and executed without delay." His words sent shockwaves through the surviving ninjas, inciting them to near outbursts as they hastily rushed to explain the circumstances to Uzumaki Mido. Upon hearing their accounts, Mido understood that the conflict had been deliberately instigated by Uchiha Shana, intended to sow discord. While the security department indeed possessed such enforcement powers, they had previously been constrained by various factors that prevented their exercise. Now, with Uchiha Shana leveraging his formidable strength to forcibly implement this authority, it posed a significant challenge, leaving one to lament the Uchiha's excessively harsh and violent enforcement, which had resulted in such grievous losses. At the very moment the conflict ignited, Uchiha Shana had been idly perusing archived documents in the office of the security department chief. Upon reviewing the initial files, he was struck with a grave expression, urgently seeking the original authority documents pertaining to the security department. To his astonishment, he discovered that during the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the Uchiha clan had held an impressive array of powers and privileges. Previously, Uchiha Shana had been plagued by confusion, unable to fathom why the Uchiha, one of the two noble clans in the founding of Konoha, had endured such humiliation. Now, after examining the long-dormant files, he finally understood that it was due to the gradual encroachment of the Umbu department on the security department's powers following the ascension of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. What infuriated him further was that the substantial benefits originally belonging to the security department had long been appropriated by the Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had held office for many years. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Once faced with the prospect of relinquishing the spoils they had come to enjoy, it was hardly surprising that no one would willingly let go. With this realization, Uchiha Shana could not help but curse the previous head of the security department, the old patriarch, for his incompetence. The old fool had watched helplessly as their power and interests were gradually consumed by others, remaining utterly passive. To make matters worse, he had foolishly sent the clan's elite, Uchiha Kagami, to be a disciple of Senju Tobirama, likely enchanted by the grand vision presented to him, utterly lost in the process. Truly, it was a folly beyond measure. However, now that he possessed these critical documents and privileges, the opportunities to create unrest were virtually limitless. Against those factions that did not support the Uchiha clan, he could leverage these privileges to slowly torment them, driving them to their demise. It would be fascinating to see just how long the faction led by the Hokage could endure. Uchiha Shana's demeanor remained as serene as water, devoid of any hint of panic. He was acutely aware that his actions at this moment resided well within the boundaries permitted by the established rules, thus instilling him with a profound sense of confidence. In response to any potential objections from Uzumaki Mito, particularly those regarding alleged law enforcement violence, he merely offered a cold smirk. Law enforcement inherently entails a degree of coercion. What does it matter if it is labeled as violence? Could such an accusation truly undermine his resolve? Uzumaki Mito seemed poised to counter with further arguments. However, Uchiha Shana decisively interrupted her, presenting the initial document that delineated the jurisdiction of the security department before her, gesturing for her to review it herself. The thought of Mito tearing up the document had never crossed his mind. After all, once the document was publicly destroyed, it would become impossible to articulate reason, allowing Uchiha Shana to fabricate whatever he pleased. This document unequivocally recorded their legitimate rights to oversee and collect relevant fees. Mito was well aware of this. Yet these rights had been rescinded during the tenure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Shana's current actions were transparently aimed at reclaiming the authority that the Uchiha clan had once lost. However, the scope of these rights was exceedingly broad. Should the Uchiha clan indeed succeed in reclaiming them, it would undoubtedly yield significant and far-reaching consequences for the lineage of Hokage. Mito's heart raced with urgency, her mind consumed with objections. Yet, upon witnessing Uchiha Shana's resolute expression, she was overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. It was evident that Uchiha Shana had made up his mind, even commanding the Uchiha clansmen to act immediately without so much as a prior notice. This clearly indicated that there was no room for negotiation in this dispute. Mito, her face darkening with frustration, argued fervently that adjustments had already been made during the era of the second Hokage, and that the current situation should not be considered valid. Uchiha Shana retorted dismissively, "I care not for those matters." With an air of arrogance, Uchiha Shana proclaimed, "Well, it appears everyone is gathered quite well. I hereby formally notify you all that, from the inception of Konohagakure, the powers held by our Uchiha security department remain unchanged. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, nor do we require your consent. All you must do is comply." His words were undeniably brash. Had they been uttered by anyone else, they would likely have been met with a fierce throng of over 2,000 ninjas from diverse clans, ready to deliver a severe reprimand. Yet, the speaker was none other than Uchiha Shana, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Despite their simmering discontent and anger, the assembly dared not act recklessly. Uchiha Shana surveyed the crowd surrounding him, and wherever his gaze fell, people recoiled like startled quails, none daring to step forward as the proverbial early bird. Observing this scene, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Uchiha Shana's lips. Without hesitation, he issued a ruthless command before Vortex Mizuhito, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all others present. "Uchiha clan ninjas, heed my orders. Continue your actions. Any shop that dares to refuse payment shall be treated as a spy. Those who dare to obstruct us will be deemed enemy ninjas and dealt with accordingly." As the words left his mouth, the eager Uchiha ninjas sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. This time, their methods were more brutal and aggressive than before. What began as a gentle knock quickly escalated into fierce kicks at the doors, and for those shopkeepers who complied without resistance, instead of leniency, they received a resounding slap as punishment. Shops that were either empty or refused to pay were subjected to thorough searches. These Uchiha ninjas resembled a band of ruthless brigands, brazenly seizing money and goods. At this moment, Uchiha Shana remained steadfast, activating his powerful Sharingan, effectively blocking the path of Vortex Mizuhito and others. Faced with such domineering authority, not a single ninja dared to make a move. With no one to impede them, the Uchiha clan ninjas displayed astonishing speed. In no time, they returned, each bearing a bounty of spoils, their faces alight with triumph. Uchiha Jin, however, did not partake in their endeavors. He stood silently behind Uchiha Shana alongside Uchiha Hakadai and several other captains, confronting the multitude of ninjas before them. Thus, the two sides faced each other in a tense standoff, the seconds ticking away in an unyielding silence. Eventually, with the last of the Uchiha ninjas returning, the mission to extort payments from the shops in Konoha was deemed a resounding success. Uchiha Shana, satisfied with their accomplishment, led his comrades back to the security department, leaving behind a scene of devastation, a landscape littered with debris and countless shops left in ruin. Gazing upon the chaos, Vortex Mizuhito was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. She understood that her current abilities could not alter the situation, so she silently turned away, making her way toward the Senju clan's territory. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others hastily organized personnel to begin restoring order to the chaotic battlefield, striving to minimize the damage. However, the various ninja clans, having witnessed the unfolding events, were ablaze with indignation. They were incensed by the Uchiha clan's brazen conduct, yet felt utterly powerless in the moment. The prevailing circumstances had solidified. Despite their profound dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan, their greater resentment was directed towards the newly appointed Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his advisors, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Midokaze. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of Hokage, the efforts expended by the ninja clans had far exceeded the rewards received. In light of this, many members began to question whether their support for Sarutobi's rise to the Third Hokage had truly been a wise decision, as it appeared that the interests of the various clans had not been effectively safeguarded since his ascent. Upon hearing of the incident, Uchiha Fugaku and the Elder Clan leader rushed to the security department in search of Uchiha Shana. Upon encountering him, Uchiha Fugaku urgently exclaimed, "Uchiha Shana, you have acted impulsively. We could have discussed matters calmly with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Vortex Mizuhito." Yet Uchiha Shana remained unmoved, glaring at the two in anger. In a sudden motion, Uchiha Shana yanked a stack of documents from his drawer and slammed them onto the table, vociferously addressing the Elder Clan leader. "Look at this. What is all this? I could have overlooked it before, but now that I am aware of these underhanded dealings, I must ask you, Elder, what on earth were you thinking? Have you been kicked by a mule? Or perhaps caught in a door? With such vast power and privilege, how could you allow Senju Tobirama to subjugate our security department to such a pitiful state during your tenure as minister?" Uchiha Shana's escalating fury was palpable, to the point where he nearly hurled the documents in his hand at the Elder Clan leader's face. Faced with such vehement accusations and inquiries from Uchiha Shana, the elder could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment and discomfort. Blushing, he murmured in explanation, "Alas, during the tenure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama was exceedingly dominant, and I was left with no choice but to concede. As for the previously promised opportunity for Uchiha Kagami to ascend to the position of Hokage, the elder hesitated, unable to voice it due to his shame." Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, seated nearby, picked up the documents and began to scrutinize them closely. As he delved deeper into the content, his expression darkened considerably. Unaware of the clandestine dealings between his father and Senju Tobirama, he felt increasingly humiliated on behalf of his father. Initially, they had intended to dissuade Uchiha Shana from acting impulsively, but now, confronted with this revelation, they found themselves at a loss for words. What was meant to be a conciliatory visit had devolved into a scathing reprimand from Uchiha Shana, whose words became increasingly harsh and unforgiving, leaving both Uchiha Fugaku and the Elder Clan leader thoroughly humiliated. Ultimately, the two exchanged a glance, resignedly chuckled, and discreetly retreated from the scene, tails between their legs. Uchiha Shana gazed at the retreating figures of the two individuals, a smirk of disdain curling upon her lips as she thought, "Humph. It is precisely because of such brilliant minds as yours that the Uchiha clan was annihilated so utterly in the original tale." Following this, Uchiha Shana exhibited no inclination towards restraint. Rather, she became increasingly reckless. She embarked on a sweeping reorganization of the entire security department, brazenly appropriating the methods commonly employed by Hong Kong's underworld in her past life. Each month, fees for regulations, venues, and headcounts were meticulously collected, with not a single one to be overlooked. In the village of Konoha, regardless of the nature of a conflict or any matter addressed by a Uchiha member, the party that paid was invariably deemed in the right. Those who failed to pay, regardless of their justification, would first endure a brutal beating. If a paying establishment faced disruption, the security department's cells would become the final destination for the troublemakers. Conversely, if a non-paying shop was reduced to ashes along with its occupants, the onlookers could do little more than watch the spectacle unfold. After Uchiha Shana's swift and ruthless reforms, the security department, which previously played the role of a city administrator, swiftly transformed into a gang organization under the Uchiha family's control. Their operations were characterized by a merciless efficiency, collecting payment for services rendered. Such a modus operandi naturally incited profound discontent among the villagers, with a chorus of grievances echoing through the streets. Various ninja clans shared in this indignation, their resentment palpable. Once, the Uchiha clan had been the reliable firefighters, rushing headlong into danger to protect every villager without hesitation. Yet now, they had morphed into capricious lords, demanding respect only when it suited their interests. This drastic shift was difficult for all to accept. However, even amidst their simmering rage, none dared to provoke Uchiha Shana due to her overwhelming presence. Within a mere few days, over 100 individuals who dared to resist or cause trouble found their legs mercilessly broken by Shana's subordinates, unceremoniously expelled from Konoha like refuse, leaving the two Seichnin guarding the gates utterly terrified. Though their hearts brimmed with frustration and helplessness, they could only silently endure this humiliation in the face of Uchiha Shana's unyielding dominance. As time flowed like a gentle stream, beneath the surface of Konoha's seemingly tranquil days, currents of unrest surged. There were indeed those who attempted to challenge Uchiha's authority, yet each endeavor met with dismal failure. The overly reckless ninjas who dared to show their faces were met with ruthless beatings from the Uchiha elite. Those who continued to provoke after such encounters risked being slain in the streets, blood splattering the ground. Following the deaths of several ninjas, the Hokage's faction and various ninja clans finally realized that confronting the Uchiha head-on was tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, they lowered their flags, and no one dared to stand out as the proverbial nail that sticks up. In this context, Konoha's commercial landscape underwent a dramatic transformation. Businesses owned by Uchiha clan members faced no obstacles. They not only enjoyed exemption from fees, but also received special attention from Uchiha operatives. Regardless of the troubles they encountered, Uchiha ninjas would swiftly intervene to ensure their enterprises remained undisturbed. In stark contrast, non-Uchiha merchants found themselves struggling. They were burdened with a myriad of fees, and any failure to meet these obligations would spell their demise, leaving them to their own devices. This blatant double standard solidified the Uchiha clan's status within Konoha. While other ninja clans and ordinary merchants could only swallow their indignation, silently enduring this injustice. The air in Konoha was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a greater storm might erupt at any moment. Within this seemingly serene and harmonious village, one should not be naive enough to assume that all its inhabitants were benevolent. Upon closer reflection, one would find that those who took root here were primarily ninjas. Their families, the progeny of fallen warriors, disabled ninjas, clan descendants, and the nobility of the Land of Fire. Amongst them were many who indulged in idleness and cruel violence. If one believed that merely conducting business honestly would ensure a peaceful existence, they were gravely mistaken. Without a powerful backing or patronage, one was merely a soft target, ripe for exploitation. The ninjas of the Hokage's faction or ninja families, while wielding some influence, could only protect their own kin. For others, they were often powerless to assist. In this environment rife with competition and peril, even the most self-absorbed were too preoccupied to lend a hand in others' affairs. Beneath the calm faade of Konoha lay countless undercurrents and conflicts. Only the strong could survive. In this village, ninjas were trained from a young age to become cold-blooded warriors, their lives steeped in battle and death. Even the seemingly ordinary villagers harbored undisclosed pasts and secrets. The nobility of the Land of Fire, despite outwardly living in luxury, were embroiled in fierce power struggles. The offspring of ninja clans bore the weight of familial expectations and pressure, compelled to exert every effort in this land. Konoha, this seemingly peaceful village, was, in reality, a world filled with competition and danger. Only those with strength and connections could establish themselves here. For those without support, life was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Thus, do not be deceived by the superficial tranquility. The true nature of Konoha is far more intricate and brutal than it appears. One must not be swayed by the plot of the original tale. The vivid imagery brimming with fervor and passion, showcasing the bonds of friendship, is indeed moving, and the genuine emotions contained within are poignant. However, let us momentarily set aside the protagonist, for everyone is all too familiar with him. Those who understand his ultimate identity do so without further explanation. Instead, let us examine the so-called 12 ninja legends, which among them possesses a simple identity. It is no exaggeration to assert that every ninja who takes the stage is among the elite in their respective villages. In this tumultuous and unpredictable world of ninjas, those who live carefree and smoothly have no right to claim the title of good person. The true ninja world is far too ruthless and merciless. Take Konoha as an example. Although it is relatively peaceful and stable compared to the outside world, the moment children turn 6 and become ninjas, they must undertake various perilous missions. Even worse, during times of ninja world wars, Even a member of a prestigious clan like Uchiha would be thrust into battle under the guidance of their elders, let alone those of humble origins. These children would be sent to the smoke-filled battlefields as cannon fodder. Even in periods devoid of large-scale conflicts, the casualties from minor skirmishes along the borders are staggering. Konoha's Ninja Academy typically graduates hundreds of ninjas each year. How many of them ultimately survive to become Nin? The living conditions in the Hidden Leaf Village, when juxtaposed with our contemporary society, reveal a chasm so vast that it defies description. One could scarcely convey the disparity as merely a matter of distance. Even within our modern realm, a significant number of individuals harbor discontent regarding their living environments, with the common folk often feeling despondent about love. If one were to engage a random passerby in discourse about romance, would they readily embrace the notion of love? Undoubtedly, while emotional connections exist in an objective sense, the essence of such feelings hinges upon the character of the individuals involved and the manner in which these sentiments are articulated. The commoners residing in the Hidden Leaf Village are devoid of fervent aspirations. They lack the moral compass that modern society often espouses. They strive to improve their circumstances and seize opportunities without hesitation. Thus, in areas neglected by the Uchiha police force, chaos is bound to ensue shortly. Though some Uchiha clan members may disapprove, the allure of escalating salaries under Uchiha Shana's leadership easily eclipses any pangs of conscience. Chapter 47. The Roots Within the Village. There exists a small faction of idle ruffians who, upon recognizing a prime opportunity, unabashedly embark on a spree of destruction and theft. Initially, these ne'er-do-wells cautiously probe the defenses of unsuspecting small shops and street vendors. However, after a few successful ventures unimpeded by the Uchiha police, their audacity swells, leading them to coalesce into gang-like collectives. This nascent band of miscreants systematically investigates which villagers have failed to remit dues to the police, who lacks protection from the Uchiha clan, and who stand without the backing of formidable ninja clans. Those identified on this list invariably become targets for the lawless thugs. As time unfurls, the situation deteriorates. What began as crude acts of vandalism soon escalates into brazen acts of murder and robbery. Nevertheless, the ringleader of these ruffians is a shrewd individual, aware of the boundaries of acceptable conduct, thus exercising a modicum of restraint. Upon learning of these developments, Uchiha Shana secretly revels in the chaos. What a rare breed of talent. He promptly issues orders to the Uchiha squad, stipulating that the police need not intervene in the affairs of those who have neglected to pay their dues. Let the ruffians wreak havoc. Should anyone dare infringe upon the interests of the police, they shall be dealt with ruthlessly, regardless of the toll. Days pass, and the situation quietly festers. Once a seemingly tranquil and harmonious Hidden Leaf village, it now brims with discord and a sense of lost prosperity. Such anomalous occurrences quickly reverberate back to the Uchiha Police Department. Yet Uchiha Shana remains unperturbed, for this turmoil is of his own design. He harbors no interest in remedying the situation, adhering instead to his straightforward principle: those who raise concerns shall be swiftly silenced. Consequently, complainants are unceremoniously apprehended and discarded like refuse outside the village gates. However, this burdensome task ultimately falls upon Uchiha Gen's squad. Despite their reluctance, they must confront the deluge of grievances. Each day, throngs of villagers arrive to voice their complaints, overwhelming Uchiha Inuzuka and Uchiha Taika, who are tirelessly engaged in this futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, as the captain, merely directs operations while his subordinates bear the brunt of the workload. After nearly a week of relentless toil, an unexpected turn of events occurs. No one dares to approach the police department with complaints any longer. At long last, Uchiha Gen breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, just as he finds respite, the Hokage Tower is besieged by an unprecedented onslaught of villagers, each clamoring to voice their grievances. From trivial matters like lost poultry to grave offenses such as kidnapping, murder, and arson, the sheer volume threatens to overwhelm the Hokage's office. Faced with this tidal wave of complaints, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is at his wit's end. In desperation, he deploys the Umbu to manage the myriad concerns of the populace. As for confronting Uchiha Shana or summoning him for accountability, such notions are utterly preposterous. Given Uchiha Shana's obstinate demeanor, he would never acquiesce to a summons. To invite him for questioning would be tantamount to courting disaster. Recognizing the futility of confronting Uchiha Shana alone, Hiruzen hastily convenes his allies to deliberate on a strategy to address the escalating crisis. Relying solely on the Umbu for the minutiae of village affairs is untenable, the essential duties of the Umbu must not be neglected. Before long, the formidable trio of Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gaten arrive at the Hokage's office, convening with Sarutobi to devise a solution. Initially, each offers their perspective, yet none are willing to shoulder the burdensome task. After much evasion, it is ultimately the root organization led by Danzo that steps forward to tackle this daunting challenge. Relieved to have found a willing party to address such a troublesome issue, Hiruzen entrusts the matter to Danzo, confident in his capability. Thus, Root begins to gradually assume the responsibilities previously held by the Umbu, embarking on the task of resolution. Initially, progress appears promising. However, as time elapses, inevitable disputes arise, with some individuals expressing dissatisfaction with the outcomes, prompting them to return to the Hokage Tower with fresh complaints. Each time this occurs, Hiruzen has no choice but to summon Danzo once more, insisting that he diligently resolve these disputes to maintain the village's stability and harmony. Upon hearing Hiruzen's directives, Danzo's already grim countenance darkens further, as he is acutely aware of the intricacies involved in the matters he has been handling. Those scoundrels, ruffians, and rogues. Their subordinates clearly adhered to the strict regulations of Konoha when carrying out their duties, yet they audaciously dared to come to the Hokage building to lodge complaints. This was nothing short of a blatant affront to his authority, a complete disregard for his position. At this moment, Shimura Danzo felt a surge of impulse, yearning to emulate Uchiha Shursui and break the legs of these intruders before casting them out of Konoha, thus teaching them a lesson. However, he ultimately managed to suppress his inner fury and patiently explain the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regrettably, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared entirely disinclined to heed these explanations. To him, the failure to complete the task properly was a fact, and the reasons behind it seemed irrelevant. Consequently, he continued to advise Shimura Danzo in a calm and measured tone, urging him to exhibit sufficient patience and compassion, treating each villager with kindness and warmth. After all, where the leaves dance, the fire persists. The blazing flames not only illuminate the village, but also nurture the growth of new saplings. As one of Konoha's leaders, he should embody a broad-minded and benevolent spirit, embracing all. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen launched into a lengthy sermon, akin to a brainwashing storm, relentlessly assaulting Shimura Danzo's mental defenses. Ultimately, unable to endure the situation any longer, Shimura Danzo abruptly stood, forcefully sweeping his sleeves, and with a dull thud, slammed the door shut, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen staring in astonishment. Enraged, Shimura Danzo returned directly to the root base, where he was met by a mountain of complaint letters awaiting his attention. As he gazed at the thick stack of papers, he felt the fury within him threatening to erupt, his eyes glinting ominously with barely suppressed rage. After a tempestuous outburst in his room, Shimura Danzo gradually regained his composure. He resolved to disregard the trivial matters that had vexed him, delegating them to his trusted subordinates. His thoughts, however, had already drifted elsewhere, seeking the invaluable research materials on the Sharingan and would release from his mentor, Senju Tobirama. The mere thought that this knowledge could empower him filled Shimura Danzo with an uncontrollable excitement and yearning. He had long harbored an obsession with the Sharingan, which intensified when he witnessed Uchiha Shursui wielding the unparalleled and immensely powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan, transforming his fascination into an almost frenzied zeal. Since taking control of the root organization and inadvertently acquiring these precious research documents, Shimura Danzo had eagerly set in motion clandestine experiments. He anticipated that through these endeavors, he could unlock the true potential of the Sharingan and would release, harnessing such power to rival the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If he could achieve this, he firmly believed he would ultimately have the opportunity to ascend to the coveted Hokage seat. Yet, reality proved harsh. Each time he received the experimental reports from his subordinates, the results bore no progress, igniting a blaze of fury within Shimura Danzo. He was acutely aware that if this continued, not only would his dream of becoming Hokage remain unattainable, but even the authority he currently wielded would be jeopardized. After much contemplation, Shimura Danzo resolved to seek out a prodigious experimental talent within the village, akin to his mentor Senju Tobirama, as this was the only path to break the current deadlock and draw closer to the Hokage position. In the following period, Shimura Danzo tirelessly scoured Konoha for various experimental talents, aiming to expedite the mysterious and perilous process of implanting Sharingan and would release cells. However, The villagers' vehement dissatisfaction and frequent complaints left the root ninjas tasked with this matter in utter distress. Gradually, some began to contemplate leaving the oppressive organization of Root. Faced with this discontent among his subordinates, Shimura Danzo could not afford to be lenient. Without hesitation, he employed the cursed technique of mental manipulation, marking each root ninja with a malicious seal that controlled their minds, thereby asserting complete dominion over their bodies and deeply indoctrinating them to foster an unwavering loyalty solely to him. Simultaneously, the ambitious Shimura Danzo cast his greedy gaze upon the various ninja clans of Konoha. Under the pretense of nurturing elite ninjas for the Umbu, he brazenly demanded gifted youths from the prominent clans. In reality, the true prodigies were intercepted and absorbed into Root, becoming his personal power, while the mediocre were ruthlessly dispatched to the Umbu led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This maneuver naturally incited the extreme ire of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his subordinate, Senju Kurenai, the head of the Umbu, especially the impulsive Senju Kurenai, who, having undergone little refinement, could no longer contain his anger and rushed to confront Shimura Danzo directly. Although Shimura Danzo had to feign compliance due to Kurenai's special status, he continued on his self-serving path, refusing to alter his course of action. This dismissive attitude incensed Senju Kurenai, filling him with rage. As Uchiha Shursui, head of the Uchiha Security Department, managed numerous confidential intelligence sources. He sat in his spacious and somber office, diligently attending to affairs. Suddenly, a rapid knocking disrupted the tranquility. "Come in," Uchiha Shursui said, not lifting his head. The door swung open, revealing Uchiha Hakadai, who rushed in, saluted, and swiftly presented a report. Uchiha Shana received the report, her gaze swiftly traversing the text, and her brow gradually furrowed. It became evident that this document meticulously detailed Danzo's recent series of erratic actions, aggressively recruiting the prodigies of Konoha and various experimental talents, and even liberating a significant number of prisoners from Konoha's prison. Uchiha Shana set down the report, his arms crossed over his chest, lost in contemplation. Drawing upon his understanding of the narrative and his experience dealing with Shimura Danzo, he swiftly deduced the other party's intentions, without a doubt. This must pertain to the experiments involving the transplantation of Senju Hashirama's cells. Such a significant and perilous experiment would not have warranted such a mobilization from Danzo. Not long after Shana received this information, far away in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, also became aware of the situation. His usually gentle and benevolent expression darkened with a cloud of displeasure, and he unhesitatingly ordered that Shimura Danzo be summoned to his office. Chapter 48. The experiment upon Danzo's entrance into the Hokage's office, he was met with Hiruzen's furious inquiries. In the face of the Hokage's wrath, Danzo appeared remarkably composed. After a brief silence, he slowly admitted to conducting experiments on the transplantation of Senju Hashirama's would-release cells, yet he remained silent regarding the aspects concerning the Sharingan transplantation. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's anger escalated, and he reprimanded, "Danzo, are you aware of the immense risk your unilateral actions pose to the village?" However, Danzo showed no signs of retreat, instead arguing his case with fervor. "The current Konoha faces numerous threats, and we urgently require a powerful ninja capable of wielding would-release to bolster our strength. Everything I do is for the future of the village," Danzo proclaimed passionately. This statement left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Although he continued to harbor discontent regarding Danzo's actions, he begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of Danzo's points. After a struggle within himself, Hiruzen ultimately chose to compromise. However, he sternly warned Danzo to keep the experiment contained and ensure that no further violations occurred. Otherwise, even as Danzo's aid in Hokage matters, he would not show leniency. Hiruzen, with a serious and grave demeanor, emphasized, "Under no circumstances must anyone tamper with the remains of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. We may only utilize the experimental materials left by the second Hokage for our related experiments." Hiruzen's gaze bore down on Danzo, as if he wished to engrave this message firmly into his mind. Yet, Danzo merely scoffed, turning away without a backward glance. The emphasis on not touching the remains of Hashirama felt hypocritical coming from a long-time acquaintance who had recently assumed the role of the third Hokage. A wave of desolation washed over him as he realized that their relationship might never return to its former state. As he watched Danzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen's heart grew heavier. He understood that if this matter were to reach the ears of Uzumaki Kushina and Senju Tobirama, the consequences would be dire. After all, the first Hokage represents the very spirit of Konoha, and his remains must remain untouched. The situation had spiraled beyond control, and complete concealment was nearly impossible. It was only a matter of time before Kushina would catch wind of it, and by then, it would be too late. Resolute, Hiruzen decided to personally visit the Senju clan's territory to provide a preemptive warning to Kushina. With a heart full of trepidation and unease, he slowly departed the Hokage building, heading toward the Senju clan's domain. Throughout his journey, he pondered how to articulate the current situation without inciting Kushina's resentment, for he still required her support. Upon finally arriving before Uzumaki Kushina, Hiruzen inhaled deeply and solemnly stated, "Esteemed Lady Kushina, I have urgent matters to discuss. A dangerous individual named Uchiha Shana has emerged in the village, whose strength poses a significant threat to Konoha. In response to this crisis, Shimura Danzo has clandestinely continued the would-release cell experiments left behind by the second Hokage. I have only just learned of this and rushed here to clarify. Please believe me, I have not participated in this and would never dare touch the remains of the first Hokage." Hiruzen's thoughts revolved around preserving his reputation, ensuring that he bore no stain, especially not one involving the desecration of the first Hokage's remains, thus leaving the burden of responsibility on Danzo. "I hope you can understand my predicament," he concluded, anxiously observing Kushina's reaction, silently praying that she would believe his words. Kushina was well aware of the experiments conducted by her husband's brother, Tobirama, during his tenure as the second Hokage. Many forbidden techniques had emerged from those experiments. She recognized that Tobirama had begun his research while Hashirama was still alive, and these matters were not concealed from her. However, she was utterly taken aback to discover that Tobirama's disciples had inherited this brutal experimental tradition and were still continuing it. Though her face displayed no overt signs of turmoil, her heart harbored discontent, especially as it involved her husband. After a series of entreaties from Hiruzen, Kushina reluctantly decided to adopt the policy of turning a blind eye to the situation. Nevertheless, she harbored some lingering dissatisfaction towards Hiruzen. Observing Kushina's continued displeasure, Hiruzen quickly resorted to emotional appeals, lavishing praise upon his student, Tsunade Senju, in an attempt to deflect attention and ease the tense atmosphere. Indeed, upon hearing commendations regarding her granddaughter, Tsunade, Kushina's expression gradually softened. Witnessing this, Hiruzen finally exhaled a sigh of relief, alleviating the weight on his heart. Ultimately, Kushina, albeit with lingering anger, escorted Hiruzen to the door. She then summoned her son, Senju Hashirama, to earnestly instruct him to vigilantly safeguard his father's remains. The bewildered Hashirama stood in confusion, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, he seemed to grasp something, his face instantly contorting with fury as he shouted, "Who dares to so brazenly attempt to sully the remains of my father, the first Hokage?" Facing her son's agitation, Kushina hastily reassured him, "Hashirama, you need not inquire further. Simply ensure that appropriate protective measures are in place." Though still seething with indignation, Hashirama complied with his mother's directive, storming off to fulfill his task. Watching her son's hasty departure, Kushina couldn't help but shake her head in resignation, sighing, "Alas, my son has been overly sheltered, remaining so naive to the world's perils." Previously, Kushina had entertained the thought of her son ascending to the position of the third Hokage. However, after careful consideration, she had to confront a harsh reality. There existed a palpable disparity in strength between her son and Hiruzen. Moreover, her son had yet to awaken the legendary wood release, and his disposition was as innocent as a blank slate. This, perhaps, was the pivotal reason why Tobirama ultimately chose to pass the Hokage mantle to Hiruzen rather than his own son. Now, Kushina placed all her hopes upon her grandson, Namikaze Minato, yearning for him to flourish and soon acquire the capability to assume the responsibilities of Hokage. When the time was ripe, he would naturally succeed Hiruzen as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Initially, the decision to have his granddaughter Tsunade apprentice under Sarutobi Hiruzen was not without profound implications for the future path of Senju Rope. It is precisely for this reason that Uzumaki Mido wholeheartedly supported Hiruzen's ascension to the position of Hokage. However, what she had not anticipated was the gradual transformation that Hiruzen underwent since officially taking on the role of Hokage. Compared to his former self, he now appeared to be an entirely different individual. Faced with such a situation, Mido felt an inevitable sense of unease, fervently wishing for tranquility henceforth, hoping that no further complications would arise. After all, these past days had left her feeling utterly drained. Even more concerning was the fact that the Ninetales sealed within her, seemed to have nearly regained its former strength over the long passage of time. Its chakra surged like a tumultuous sea, restlessly agitated and visibly unruly. No one could predict when this formidable power might suddenly break free from its seal, unleashing unimaginable consequences. Contemplating this, Mito was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. She slowly raised her hand and cautiously retrieved the necklace, a crystallized essence of would release energy, left for her by the first Hokage, Hashirama. The familiar coldness of the metal offered her a modicum of solace. Since that arduous sealing endeavor, the Nine Tails, once confined within her, had inexplicably experienced a significant surge in power. Even someone as formidable as her husband, Hashirama, would likely find himself in a precarious position if confronted by the rampaging beast at this moment. In the current Leaf Village, there were few who could genuinely provide assistance. Perhaps only Uchiha Shursui, who had successfully awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed sufficient strength to tackle the impending crisis. However, the thought of the intricate and tangled relationship with the Uchiha clan only deepened Mito's gloom, as if a heavy stone were pressing down on her chest, rendering her breathless. In this moment, she found herself engulfed in despair. The only means by which she could enlist Uchiha Shursui's help would necessitate entrusting him with the Nine Tails. Yet, each time the image of Shursui wielding the power of the Nine Tails, rampaging at will, surfaced in her mind, a shiver ran down her spine, and she dared not contemplate further. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen trudged heavily along the path back to the Hokage building. His brow furrowed as he pondered how to mend the rift that had developed in his cooperative relationship with Uzumaki Mito. It seemed that for now, he could only endeavor to preserve the bond of mentor and student he shared with Tsunade, in hopes of maintaining this hard-won alliance. Suddenly, Hiruzen recalled the secret would-release cell transplantation experiment being conducted by Shimura Danzo. He silently prayed for Danzo's success in cultivating a new generation of ninjas skilled in the wood-release technique. This way, when the time came for a confrontation with Uchiha Shursui, they would at least possess an additional card to play. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, who was idly practicing during work, was well aware of Danzo's ongoing experiment. After some contemplation, he concluded that although Hashirama's cells seemed of little use at present, they might prove invaluable in the future. So he decided to set the matter aside for now. As the workday came to an end and he prepared to head home, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Uchiha Inaho. "Hey, Jin, how about we go out for dinner tonight? I've invited Tetsahana as well. It's been ages since the three of us gathered," Uchiha Inaho enthusiastically suggested. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin readily agreed. "Sure, let's go for some barbecue." Thus, the three of them made their way to a bustling barbecue restaurant. With no one to restrain them, they indulged in the joy brought forth by fine food and drink, typically reserved. Tetsahana transformed into quite the chatterbox under the influence of alcohol, regaling them with a plethora of amusing anecdotes. Secrets once hidden spilled forth from his lips, causing Jin and Inaho to laugh uproariously, nearly toppling over in mirth. After all, as members of the Uchiha clan, they were now a force to be reckoned with in the Leaf Village. Emboldened by the aftermath of Uchiha Shursui's earlier exploits, no one dared to interrupt their revelry. At that moment, 4 individuals entered the barbecue restaurant. Leading the way was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by his 3 esteemed disciples, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Upon seeing them, Uchiha Jin was instantly enlivened. Darting towards Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, his eyes fixed on them with unbridled enthusiasm. As for Hiruzen, the Hokage, Jin merely cast a fleeting glance, seemingly indifferent. Hiruzen certainly noticed Uchiha Jin, yet he refrained from intervening. He recalled the impressive strength Jin had displayed during their previous intense confrontation. Given his youth, Jin was destined to become a significant presence within the Leaf Village in due time. With this thought, Hiruzen felt a nascent desire to cultivate a relationship with him. Uchiha Jin gazed at the trio before him with a gentle smile, harboring a certain fondness for them. With enthusiasm, he introduced himself. "I am Uchiha Jin, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Upon revealing his lineage from the Uchiha clan, a fleeting expression of displeasure crossed Tsunade Senju's otherwise composed features. Though she quickly masked it, Orochimaru maintained his impassive demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion, while Jiraiya appeared somewhat boisterous, muttering to himself. Nevertheless, Uchiha Jin dismissed these reactions and boldly extended an invitation. "Come, let us dine together." However, he neglected to mention the presence of the 4th individual, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that moment, unexpectedly, Before the trio could respond, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, "Very well, I shall gladly partake." Uchiha Jin cast a resigned glance at the audacious elder. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, for he had not sought the old man's opinion, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Thus, he led the four of them toward the dining table. As they approached the table, they found Uchiha slumped over, appearing either inebriated or unwell. Uchiha Dafe, noticing this, hastily went to rouse him. Uchiha Jin contemplated the situation and decided it would be prudent to limit any excessive interaction between Uchiha Dafe and Uchiha Te with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without hesitation, he addressed Dafe. "How about this, Dafe? Please escort Te home to rest properly." Dafe looked up at Uchiha Jin, then glanced at the others seated at the table, hesitated briefly, and eventually nodded in understanding. He carefully helped Te to his feet and turned to exit the dining hall. Once all arrangements were settled, the remaining guests took their seats again. Without further ado, Uchiha Jin retrieved several bottles of wine from the side and distributed them to everyone present. Tsunade unreservedly accepted her bottle and tilted her head back, taking a generous swig. Orochimaru remained quietly seated, showing no interest in the drink before him. Jiraiya, curious, took a sip but immediately spat it out, eliciting laughter from those around. Uchiha Jin observed Orochimaru's untouched wine glass and, with a playful smile, urged, "Orochimaru, why not indulge in a sip?" Orochimaru shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "I am still quite young. It is perhaps unseemly for me to partake in alcohol, so I shall abstain." With that, he turned his attention away from the bottle, instead observing with keen interest as Tsunade and Uchiha Jin engaged in a spirited drinking contest. As Tsunade regarded the seemingly insatiable Uchiha Jin before her, an indomitable spirit surged within her. Determined to prove her mettle, she resolved to match Uchiha Jin sip for sip, eager to ascertain who truly held the title of the ultimate drinker. Thus commenced an exhilarating duel of libations. With glasses clinking, Tsunade downed one drink after another, while Uchiha Jin maintained his composure, unfazed and steady. Gradually, Tsunade found herself beset by dizziness, her surroundings becoming a blurred haze. Yet, her pride would not allow her to concede, and she stubbornly continued to toast with Uchiha General. Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer withstand the onslaught of alcohol, collapsing onto the table, rendered unconscious by inebriation. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed the scene with a resigned shake of his head before turning to Uchiha Jin and inquiring, "Uchiha Jin, what prompted you to invite my disciples to indulge in this revelry?" Uchiha Jin smiled faintly and replied, "There is no particular reason. I simply find them quite agreeable." Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and pressed further, "Is it truly just that?" Uchiha Jin nodded affirmatively and stated, "Indeed, it is that simple." After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke again, inquiring, "What is your perspective on the current relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Jin replied without a moment's hesitation, "I believe it is quite good." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly as he solemnly remarked, "However, there have been numerous conflicts between you, and you were one of the participants. Do you not think that this situation requires improvement?" Uchiha Jin's cold smile emerged as he retorted, "What is abnormal about striving for the power that rightfully belongs to us?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and replied slowly, "Yet, such matters should not be resolved through a brutal and bloody sacrifice." Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow, disdainfully retorting, "In your view, what method should be employed?" Sarutobi Hizashi replied earnestly, "We ought to engage in candid communication with one another, thereby reaching a consensus and achieving peaceful coexistence." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin suddenly burst into laughter, mockingly inquiring, "Do you truly believe that communication will persuade you to willingly relinquish the position of Hokage in favor of supporting my mentor, Uchiha Shana, as the Hokage?" Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hizashi responded, "To become Hokage, one must earn the recognition of everyone in the village. Regrettably, your mentor, Uchiha Shana, has failed to accomplish this." Uchiha Su-in let out a cold snort and retorted, "Then do enlighten me. Have you truly accomplished that? Do not forget that the Uchiha clan has yet to fully acknowledge your position as the third Hokage. How does it feel to have been so accurately called out? Is it painful to have your face slapped?" Observing the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, a trace of disdainful laughter curled at the corners of Uchiha Su-in's lips as he mercilessly taunted, "The so-called acknowledgement is nothing but foolish rhetoric meant to deceive. That position has always been reserved for the most powerful individuals. Those lacking sufficient strength to occupy it will only bring endless calamities to the village hidden in the leaves. Individuals like you, who possess mere empty titles, merely drain the village's vitality. At this moment, a slightly awakened Tsunade could not help but interject, "What nonsense! It is clearly your Uchiha clan that has schemed incessantly to seize the position of Hokage." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Su abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Tsunade, responding loudly, "Why should the Uchiha clan not aspire to this position of Hokage? Pray tell, visit the Ninja Academy and observe those children who incessantly proclaim, 'I want to become Hokage.' Is it not permissible for Uchiha clan members to be among them? From my perspective, your kind would sacrifice countless innocent lives rather than see a member of the Uchiha ascend to that exalted Hokage throne. Thus, from the very beginning, you have harbored deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha clan, never truly considering us a part of Konoha. This discrimination and bias against the Uchiha has persisted for ages. Dare I say, have you not monopolized the Hokage position, leaving no room for others to partake even the slightest?" At first, Uchiha Shien believed that these three individuals harbored no prejudices against the Uchiha clan. However, as their conversations deepened, he gradually unearthed the underlying biases that had long been concealed. His previously pleasant demeanor vanished in an instant, yet he still held a certain admiration for Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. After all, they would eventually rise to become renowned figures of immense power, their talent and dedication unparalleled. Nevertheless, the discussion left Uchiha Shien feeling profoundly discontented. After consuming a couple more drinks, he straightened himself, settled the bill, and departed. Initially, he had intended to use this opportunity to foster closer ties with the three legendary ninjas, but the presence of the old man Sarutobi Hiruzen made him feel somewhat uneasy. Thus, Uchiha Shien returned to his former routine of secretly practicing during work hours while occasionally slacking off. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Konoha village, turbulent currents surged. At this juncture, Uchiha Shien's shadow clone, Uchiha Shana, began to exploit his authority within the security department to progressively encroach upon the living space of the shinobi clans and the commoners, directly targeting the ninjas aligned with the Hokage. The smaller shinobi clans, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, promptly submitted to Uchiha Shana, expressing their willingness to become vassals of the Uchiha family in hopes of receiving support. After all, survival was their utmost priority. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo became frantic, confronted with Uchiha Shana's aggressive stance. They had no choice but to escalate their investment in the research project concerning Hashirama's wood-release cells, hoping to discover a strategy to reverse the unfavorable circumstances. In the following days, Sarutobi Hiruzen, perusing the stagnant experiment reports in the Hokage's office, found himself in a state of vexation. After a period of contemplation, he recalled that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, hailed from the Senju clan, which should be able to withstand the potent corrosive effects of Hashirama's cells. However, contemplating the grave consequences of such actions, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, resolved that he could not undertake this task himself. In the subsequent days, whenever he inquired about the progress of Danzo's experiments with wood release, Hiruzen's seemingly casual, yet deeply significant hints stirred Danzo's already ambitious heart, driving him to set his sights on the Senju clan, secretly plotting how to utilize this ancient lineage, which had existed for over 1,000 years, to achieve his nefarious goals. After considerable deliberation, Danzo recognized that the Senju clan possessed a unique constitution, likely capable of resisting the intense backlash from the wood release cells. Thus, he decided to covertly contact the senior elders of the Senju clan without informing the important figure, Uzumaki Mido, in Konoha, and to strike a deal with them. Having gathered information about the elders of the Senju clan, on a calm night, Danzo appeared like a specter at the secret meeting place of the clan's senior elders. Faced with these influential elders, he employed various means to coerce and entice them, making numerous enticing promises. Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, the elders reluctantly chose to compromise. Thus, batches of innocent Senju members were silently ushered onto the cold and cruel experimental platforms. Amidst endless torment, many Senju members lost their precious lives, yet this horrific experiment finally began to yield significant progress. As he gazed at the increasingly refined data reports in his hands, a smirk of satisfaction crept onto Danzo's somber face. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. As numerous Senju members mysteriously vanished, Even the dim-witted Uzumaki Mito gradually sensed something amiss. Upon uncovering the truth through a series of investigations, her anger erupted like a volcano. "How could you do this?" she demanded, her voice trembling with rage. "Do you not realize how many clan members this will endanger?" In response to Mito's inquiries, several Senju elders, though appearing remorseful, maintained their stance. One elder spoke slowly. "We have acted out of necessity, Lady Mito. Ever since the second Hokage implemented the policy of clan integration, our Senju clan's strength has significantly waned. Now, with the Uchiha clan growing ever stronger due to Uchiha Shana's rise, we find ourselves in a dire decline. If we do not take action soon, our clan will surely face complete downfall. We urgently need a member with the extraordinary prowess of the first Hokage to lead us in revitalizing our strength." As both sides stubbornly held their ground, a heated argument ensued, plunging the atmosphere into chaos, thick with tension and oppression. Within the Senju clan's meeting hall, several esteemed elders engaged in a fierce debate with Uzumaki Mito. Each party remained resolute, ultimately leading to a complete breakdown of dialogue. Faced with the obstinate clan elders, Mito felt a sense of helplessness, yet she refused to abandon her position. Thus, she decided to approach the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, demanding that he immediately halt the research on the would-release cells. Hiruzen understood Mito's tenacious character. A firm refusal could fracture their relationship, destabilizing the Hokage's influence within the village and jeopardizing his own position. Therefore, he outwardly agreed to her demands, promising to terminate all experiments related to Hashirama's would-release cells. However, unbeknownst to her, Hiruzen covertly allowed Danzo to continue the dangerous experiments of transplanting would-release cells to create would-release ninjas. Due to Mito's sudden intervention, Danzo had to restrain himself, refraining from conducting experiments as openly as before. However, to fulfill his ambition of becoming Hokage, he began to target the descendants of the Senju clan who had already integrated into the common populace, subtly utilizing them to advance his experiments. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shana fully leveraged the authority bestowed upon him by the security department, applying immense pressure on the shinobi clans within Konoha that resisted the Uchiha family's commands. By frequently imposing hefty fines, he rendered the hard-earned wealth of these clans insufficient even to cover the penalties. With such formidable power, Uchiha Shana's actions became increasingly tyrannical. The clans unwilling to submit to the Uchiha family, faced with this dire predicament, sought alternative paths. They turned their gaze beyond Konoha village, striving to explore new industries to compensate for the economic losses inflicted by Uchiha Shana's oppression, thus avoiding their clan's decline. Surprisingly, it was precisely due to these clans' outward expansion that the commerce of the Land of Fire experienced unprecedented growth, flourishing like never before. This outcome clearly exceeded Uchiha Shana's initial expectations. After a considerable period, Uchiha Shana finally learned of this unexpected result. Upon hearing the news, a hint of sardonic amusement graced his face. His original intention was to consolidate the Uchiha clan's power by exerting pressure on the shinobi clans within the village, gradually engulfing the ninja forces aligned with the Hokage, yet he had not anticipated that such actions would inadvertently stimulate the prosperity of trade in the Land of Fire. However, in the face of such a lucrative situation, Uchiha Shana had no intention of relinquishing his ambitions. Since they had ventured beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village to seek development, the commercial domain within Konoha should rightfully belong to the Uchiha clan. With this conviction, Uchiha Shana summoned Uchiha Hakadai without hesitation. With steadfast determination in his gaze, he issued a command to exert every effort in seizing all commercial activities and establishments within the streets of Konoha. Upon receiving the task, Uchiha Hakadai approached the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, to explain the circumstances. Uchiha Fugaku displayed a resolute demeanor, fully aware that this was an exceptional opportunity for the Uchiha clan. Without hesitation, he initiated action. It was not long before 2/3 of the commercial establishments in Konoha had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha family. The remaining relatively minor and less profitable enterprises were carelessly assigned to other factions or individuals for management by Uchiha Fugaku. In this fierce battle for commercial supremacy, even the industries traditionally held by various ninja clans were not spared, all being absorbed into the Uchiha clan's portfolio. Whether it was the exhilarating and risky casinos, the bustling taverns filled with the aroma of liquor and sounds of revelry, the neon-lit dance halls alive with music and performance, or the popular barbecue joints brimming with patrons, as well as the finely crafted weapon shops, all displayed the iconic sign of the Uchiha clan prominently at their entrances. As the Uchiha clan gained comprehensive control over the commercial resources of Konoha, the entire family experienced a rapid rise, with wealth flowing in ceaselessly. Even the ordinary citizens of the Uchiha clan enjoyed remarkably generous salaries, while the more powerful ninjas thrived, their pockets brimming with riches, living lives of considerable comfort. Despite the apparent opposition between the Uchiha clan and the various ninja clans aligned with the Hokage, surprisingly, they did not descend into fierce armed conflict. Instead, both sides swiftly advanced in their respective areas of expertise. The Uchiha clan, endowed with exceptional ocular jutsu and formidable combat prowess, swiftly established their dominance in the Hidden Leaf Village, subduing any dissenters. As they solidified their presence, they continuously attracted new members from other ninja clans, thereby augmenting their influence. Meanwhile, the various ninja factions aligned with the Hokage opted to divert their focus away from the Uchiha's burgeoning power within the village and instead set their sights on the expansive territories of the Land of Fire. Utilizing their intellect and skills, they exploited various commercial avenues, such as trade and the handicrafts unique to their clans, alongside the martial strength of their ninjas, to expand their industrial footprint throughout the Land of Fire. The substantial profits generated from these enterprises not only provided a steady stream of financial support to the ninja clans within the Hidden Leaf Village, facilitating further development of their industries, but also propelled the rapid economic ascent of the Land of Fire. As time passed, the Hidden Leaf Village flourished, with the economic advancement of the Land of Fire skyrocketing, far surpassing that of neighboring nations. This swift progress acted like a powerful shockwave, radiating outward and prompting surrounding countries to embark on their own paths of development. Among these, the Land of Rain, situated at the confluence of three nations, stood out prominently. Its advantageous geographical position afforded it significant opportunities for growth. The Land of Rain seized this chance with great efficacy, constructing expansive new roads to facilitate commerce. With its geographical advantages, it experienced a considerable windfall. Naturally, with newfound wealth, the Land of Rain aspired to elevate its military might and national standing, initiating the development of its own ninja village. Under the robust support of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, the Rain Ninja Village received unprecedented resource investments, leading to rapid advancements in its infrastructure and greatly improved training conditions for its ninjas. This surge in training produced a plethora of skilled ninjas, among whom emerged the extraordinary figure of Hans of the Salamander. With his remarkable strength and exceptional leadership abilities, he propelled the Rain Ninja Village to unprecedented heights, resulting in a geometric increase in its overall prowess. Today, the rapidly expanding Rain Ninja Village possesses strength comparable to that of the weakest among the 5 great shinobi countries, the Sand Ninja Village, and has even produced super ninjas of Hans's caliber, who are regarded as elite at the level of Kage. This burgeoning power illuminated the path for the Rain Ninja Village to challenge the status of the 5 great nations. Consequently, under Hans's leadership, the Rain Ninja Village embarked on an ambitious expansion campaign. The ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village ruthlessly extended their fangs towards the relatively weaker smaller nations, seeking to further enlarge their territory and influence through annexation. This sudden upheaval reverberated throughout the entire ninja world like a thunderous explosion, shattering the long-standing tranquility. The various ninja villages sensed the looming threat posed by the Rain Ninja Village. Among these anxious factions, the Sand Ninja Village, situated in the arid desert, appeared particularly troubled. Due to its harsh environment, the Sand Ninja Village had consistently lagged in development, even falling behind some of the smaller nations surrounding the Land of Fire. Faced with the ambitious and powerful Rain Ninja Village, the Sand Ninja Village recognized its precarious situation. They understood that without timely and effective countermeasures, they risked being displaced by other ninja villages in their standing among the 5 great villages. Ultimately, the Sand Ninja Village chose to remain passive, having learned from their defeat in the last Ninja World War about the vast chasm separating them from the Hidden Leaf Village. The newly appointed Third Hokage was focused on bolstering the strength of the Sand Ninja Village, leading to a temporary disregard for the situation. Other major ninja villages were also engrossed in their rapid development and paid little heed to the conflicts among smaller nations. As news of the Rain Ninja Village's incursions into neighboring territories reached Uchiha Gen, who was idly training in the security department, he sensed that a great conflict was imminent. Reflecting on his own formidable strength and that of his clone, Uchiha Shursui, He felt that a second ninja world war would not be insurmountable, provided that the scheming elders of the ninja world refrained from instigating trouble. The ninja clans within the Hidden Leaf Village recognized the brewing unrest and redoubled their efforts to strengthen their familial powers. While the 5 great ninja villages were preoccupied with their own advancements, Hansa the Rain Ninja Village had already begun to establish a formidable reputation among the smaller nations. His ambition swelled as he conquered neighboring territories and buffer zones, subsequently setting his sights on the Land of Iron. He dispatched his subordinate squads to gauge the attitudes of the wind and fire countries towards the borders. After subduing the leader of the Land of Iron, Hans himself ventured forth to test the reactions of the larger nations. Amid Hansa's reckless provocations, tensions began to rise between the Rain Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village. The 5 great ninja villages prepared for potential conflict, prompting the Hidden Leaf Village to convene a high-level meeting to discuss border defenses. Uchiha Shursui, invited to attend, chose not to participate, leaving Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's young leader, as the sole representative. Over time, due to a prior agreement between his father and Uchiha Shursui, nearly all the ninjas in the robust youth of the Uchiha clan had been integrated into the security department. Even household pets were enlisted as part of the security forces, ensuring they received their share of resources. The security department underwent multiple expansions, and Uchiha Fugaku, the new clan leader, found himself somewhat distanced from the management of clan affairs, unable to influence the mobilization of ninjas within the clan. Aside from the trusted ninjas left by his father, he had little control over the others. Currently, each member of the Uchiha clan enjoyed substantial monthly benefits, which were secured through Uchiha Shursui's utilization of the security department's authority, effectively sustaining the entire Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, along with his loyal ninjas, receives a generous salary every month. What more can be said? Returning to the days of old, even the Uchiha's dogs would not have consented. Uchiha Fugaku reflects on his predicament, had it not been for his father, the former patriarch, who decisively thrust him into the role of clan leader and relinquished the authority of the police force to Uchiha Shursui. He might never have attained this prestigious position. During a meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to assign Uchiha the responsibility of guarding the Mist Ninja frontline. Uchiha Fugaku, however, did not acquiesce. Observing his refusal, the ninjas aligned with the Uchiha clan flatly rejected the proposal. Sarutobi Hiruzen then presented a broader perspective, appealing to both emotion and reason, and persistently urged Uchiha Fugaku to allocate some manpower and resources from the Uchiha clan to safeguard the borders of the Land of Fire and protect Konohagakure. As the newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku found himself devoid of any available resources, engaging in evasive tactics throughout the discussion, with not a soul willing to agree. Even if he had supporters, he knew he could not fulfill such demands. Uchiha Fugaku felt the piercing gazes of the various clan leaders from the Hokage's faction, an uncomfortable sensation for a young clan leader. The intensity of their stares seemed almost lethal, leaving any young man utterly unprepared for such scrutiny. Aware of this atmosphere, he regretted his presence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Fugaku's discomfort, understood that without Uchiha Shursui's support, the Uchiha clan would not contribute even a modicum of effort, ultimately leading to a reluctant decision to withdraw personnel from the ninjas affiliated with the Hokage's faction, along with civilian ninjas, to reinforce the border defenses. The issue of insufficient manpower at the border could not be delayed. Should a crisis arise, Uchiha Shursui might be the first to accuse him, potentially leading to his downfall. As the meeting concluded, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to depart, eager to escape the awkwardness of the situation. The clan leaders aligned with the Uchiha also discreetly exited, having observed the Hokage's faction's performance throughout the meeting. With Uchiha Shursui absent and silent, they felt unable to commit to any decisions, fearing Shursui's displeasure if they appeared to waver and return to the Hokage's side. Before long, the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain engaged in localized conflict. Both sides exhibited restraint, avoiding full-scale war. Under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, the Rain Ninja infiltrated the territory of the Land of Wind, seizing portions of its land. Hanzo and his summoning beast wreaked havoc on the battlefield, overpowering the Sand Ninja. The third Kazekage summoned Elder Chiyo for assistance, and soon after, she discovered that Hanzo's toxic technique required approximately 5 minutes to recharge. Under Chiyo's guidance, the Sand Ninja launched a counteroffensive, pushing the front lines back to the Rain country's border. The intensity of the conflict began to escalate, and under Chiyo's deliberate direction. The clashes eventually reached the borders of the Land of Fire, leading to skirmishes among the ninjas of the three nations. The true ninja world war loomed ominously on the horizon. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly troubled by the Uchiha clan's defiance. Despite several invitations extended to Uchiha Shursui for high-ranking ninja meetings, Shursui remained unresponsive, leaving the Umbu agents who delivered the invitations unable to even enter the security gates of the village. Over the years, Uchiha Shursui had transformed the Uchiha clan into a sovereign entity within Konoha, rendering Hiruzen's commands moot. Should Hiruzen attempt to act against Shursui, there was a palpable risk that Shursui might dismantle the village itself. Just as Hiruzen grappled with the precarious situation at the Rain country's border, shocking news arrived from the Land of Whirlpools, requesting urgent assistance. This revelation struck Konoha with the force of a thunderclap, igniting immediate concern. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Land of Whirlpools had been a steadfast ally, aiding in the surveillance and defense against threats from the Mist Village, serving as a crucial barrier for the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito was diligently working on improving her sealing techniques designed to suppress the Nine-Tails within Jinchuriki. Suddenly, she was informed of the arrival of emissaries from the Uzumaki clan, eager to reconnect with her kin. She promptly ceased her work and made her way to greet the visitors. After warmly welcoming them into her clan's territory and engaging in conversation, Mito learned of the grave situation. The ninja forces from the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Water had united to invade and besiege the Land of Whirlpools, placing the Whirlpool Ninja Village in dire peril. Mito's heart raced with urgency, fully aware of the deep ties and connections between the Whirlpool Ninja Village and Konoha. If the Whirlpool Ninja Village were to fall, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Konoha. Without hesitation, she dispatched a request for Sarutobi Hiruzen to come, hoping he would mobilize troops to aid the Whirlpool Ninja Village and avert the impending crisis. As the Uzumaki clan's ninja hurried to Konoha, emissaries from the Land of Lightning, Land of Earth, and Land of Water also arrived, presenting Hiruzen with letters from their respective leaders. After reading the contents, Hiruzen found himself in a state of turmoil. Upon receiving Mito's invitation, he departed the Hokage building with the letters in hand, heading to the Senju clan's territory. Upon meeting with Mito, he promptly handed her the letters for her review. The letters revealed a troubling alliance among the three nations, threatening war against Konoha and explicitly forbidding any assistance to the Land of Whirlpools. The tone was aggressive, openly menacing the village recognized as the foremost ninja village in the realm. The leaders of the three ninja villages must have been aware of Konoha's internal divisions. Upon finishing the letters, Mito's face turned pale with rage, her body trembling. Hiruzen's presentation of the letters implied a reluctance to commit Konoha's resources to assist their ally, a decision that would inevitably tarnish their reputation. Mito, filled with indignation, confronted Hiruzen, questioning whether they would simply stand by and watch the destruction of the Whirlpool Ninja Village, accusing him of abandoning their ally. Chapter 51. The Land of Whirlpools. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sighed in resignation, stating, "The current state of the village is indeed dire. Half of our ninjas have been deployed to various borders to guard against incursions by major powers. The remaining ninjas must remain here to monitor the Uchiha clan's potential rebellion. We truly lack the manpower to send aid to the Land of Whirlpools." However, Mito resolutely declared, "If no one is willing to provide assistance, then I shall lead the Senju clan's ninjas to reinforce the Whirlpool clan. Even if I must go alone, I will do everything in my power to protect our kin there." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was immediately alarmed. He hurriedly implored, "Lady Mito, you absolutely cannot leave Konoha. If you do, the Uchiha clan may seize the opportunity to revolt, plunging Konoha into chaos. The other ninja villages will undoubtedly seize the chance to invade the Land of Fire, putting Konoha at great risk.